Kill! The distant Dowlord Incense Dragon waved a finger from afar, causing 1,000 golden globes to shoot towards Ning like a storm of meteors. As they flew outwards, they actually came together to form a strange formation diagram that came crashing towards Ning. How laughable! Just as Ning began to battle against Dowlord fighting, Ning suddenly unleashed a Heart Force attack. 2 surges of Heart Force struck out, smashing against the souls and true souls of both of them. Both of the Dowlords managed to endure the hit, but next came the even more bizarre, Dreamstar, art. Ah! Dowlord Incense Dragon stumbled backwards, the formation diagram formed by the 1,000 golden beads scattering and breaking apart. Not good. Dowlord fighting saw a series of illusions appear in front of him as well, and he let out a furious growl as he worked to break it. Slash! A streak of swordlight chopped straight across Dowlord fighting's body. Although he was protected by a suit of eternal armor, the terrifying collisive power within Ning's strike was still enough to cause him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked flying backwards. Push! While flying backwards, Dowlord fighting still managed to strike out with his 6 azure swords, sending them howling through the air towards Ning. Clang! 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 Ning used his 2 swords to clash 12 times against the enemy's swords, then stabbed past them to strike straight at Dowlord fighting once more. This time, his strike was delivered using the Omega Sword Dow, Blood Drop. This was the most powerful stance Ning could use with his Northbow swords, especially after they absorbed the golden sand from the shattered world core. This strike scraped past the 6 swords and struck Dowlord fighting right on his lower jaw. Spurt! Blood flew out of Dowlord fighting's mouth as he was sent flying backwards. For a second, he was completely dazed by the force of this attack. Get in here! Ning's other longsword struck out, moving to wrap itself around Dowlord fighting and bind him. Run, quick! A formation diagram descended, blocking Ning's Northbow sword as Dowlord Incense Dragon let out a frantic mental shout from afar. Boom! Ning's sword collided head-on with Dowlord Incense Dragon's formation diagram. This bought time for Dowlord fighting to come back to his senses, and his face was completely ashen. He knew just how close he had come to dying. He immediately transformed into a gust of wind, moving at 50 times the speed of light as he fled straight towards Dowlord Incense Dragon's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 4, Flight. Book 32, Wadeshift Realm, Chapter 4, Flight. Absolutely terrifying. How could he be as strong as this? As Dowlord fighting fled, his mind was filled with horror and shock. In truth, he was also quite strong. He was a second-tier Dowlord who had reached an extremely high level in the Dow of Wind, and in battle his movements were inscrutable and ghostly. His sword was similarly fast and unpredictable. And yet, just now when he had battled against Ning, he had found himself at a completely disadvantage. During their first clash, Ning had used the Dreamstar art against him, not even giving him a chance to use his agility techniques. Right after that, Ning had hit him with a sword blow. During the second clash, Ning hadn't used the Dreamstar art. They had competed in close combat alone, and it had only taken Ning 2 strikes. After 12 clashes of swordlight, Dowlord fighting had been completely defeated. It was clear that the disparity in their close combat skills was simply enormous, and Ning's sword stab against his lower jaw had completely dazed him. Yes. He had been completely dazed. For a brief instant, he had essentially lost consciousness. Normally, in a battle between 2 experts who were on the same level, one wouldn't be knocked unconscious by just a few strikes. The power of that stab of his was simply incredible. There should be few to no second-tier Dowlords capable of enduring such a hit. Brother fighting, what happened? Dowlord Incense Dragon had been attacking with magic treasures from afar. He said anxiously, "Why did you run?" "Our original plan was for you to fight him in close combat and me to assault him from afar with my treasures." "Screw the plan. I'm no match for him at all. Even when he doesn't use hard force, there are few to no second-tier Dowlords who are a match for him. Dowlord Fighting was both nervous and infuriated by what had happened. He sent mentally, I was actually knocked unconscious by him just now. When the force of a blow exceeded one's ability to endure it, one would be instantly dazed and rendered unconscious for a brief moment. In truth, although Ning's sword arts were quite powerful and his close combat skills were formidable, he really wasn't powerful enough to produce this effect by himself. It was primarily because the Northbow swords were perfectly suited to the blood drop stance that the power of this particular attack was so great. If Ning had a universe treasure, he would instantly become at least 10 times more powerful than before. Ning's Northbow swords, after having absorbed a veritable sea of golden sand, had reached an apex in certain areas and could be said to have reached the foundational level for a universe treasure. As a result, his blood drop stance was more than 5 times more powerful than it had been in the past. Hurry up and run. I can't stop him either, Dowlord Incense Dragon said. Boom! 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 Ning sped towards them at high speeds, bursting through and scattering the 1,000 golden pearls and the formation diagram they had formed. Next, Ning charged straight towards Dowlord Incense Dragon and Dowlord Fighting. Fiend Queen! Fiend Queen! Both of the Dowlords began to run while sending mental pleas to Fiend Queen Dustrain. Dark North is too powerful. The two of us cannot stop him. Fiend Queen, we can't hold him any longer. If the battle between Ning and the two Dowlords could be described as a lopsided affair, the battle between the Fiend Queen and the Nine Dust Sect Lord could only be described as a fierce one. Although the Fiend Queen was a woman, her attacks were clearly more overbearing and dominating, with her close combat skills more perfected. Her hands fluctuated through many different attacks, including finger arts, palm arts, and fist arts. As for the Nine Dust Sect Lord, he was also quite fierce and valiant. Whenever he was in a tight spot, he would immediately use his forbidden divine ability. As an ancient cultivator, his divine body was simply far more powerful than that of any ordinary cultivators. When he also used that special divine ability? Although a common saying is that the higher a level you are at, the more important the Tao would be, his raw divine power was simply too brutal and explosive, generating an enormous amount of strength for him. In addition, this was the first time for him to fight against an expert on the level of the Fiend Queen. Thus, he was particularly excited and really went all out, learning quite a bit from the fight as it progressed. Fiend Queen, Dark North is too powerful. We can't hold him. Dowlord Incense Dragon and Dowlord Fighting sent mental messages to her as they fled. What? The Fiend Queen's face turned pale. Even when the two worked together, they still weren't a match for Dark North? Damn! Damn! The Fiend Queen glared at the Nine Dust Sect Lord. She knew that there was nothing she could do against this ancient cultivator. Although she was one of the truly top-tier Dowlords and thus didn't worry about most ancient cultivators, Nine Dust wasn't just an ordinary ancient cultivator, he was one whose Dao was incredibly powerful, making him a tough foe. Let's go! The Fiend Queen turned and charged straight towards Ning's direction. She's running? The Nine Dust Sect Lord was startled by this. Unable to make it to Ning in time, he immediately sent mentally, careful, Dark North. Fiend Queen Dustrain is headed straight for you. Ning had already exerted his heart world projection and thus had a clear picture of the world around him. He didn't panic in the slightest as the Fiend Queen charged towards him, instead, he felt slightly excited. Come. Ning turned and waited calmly for the Fiend Queen's arrival, his Northbow swords at the ready. You overestimate yourself. Die. The Fiend Queen chopped out with her two crystalline palms, which descended towards Ning while blocking out the skies above him. Swish! Swish! Two streaks of swordlight, emanating a terrifying sword intent of complete annihilation, instantly struck head-on against those two giant crystalline hands. Boom! Ning was sent flying backwards. When he landed on the ground, he still stumbled 3 steps backwards before he stabilized himself. He narrowed his eyes, his body still shaking from that blow. He took it head-on? The Fiend Queen had sensed a terrifyingly sharp force seek to pierce through her palms and into her body, but she was able to endure it with ease. She stared at the distant white-robed youth and his two golden swords, a look of surprise in her eyes. I launched those two palm attacks with nearly full power, but he actually took it head-on. Don't run! The Nine Dust Sect Lord was in hot pursuit from behind. Humph! The Fiend Queen let out a cold snort, then quickly fled off into the distance as the fiery red globe in the skies flew towards her as well. The two of them didn't elect to pursue her. After the Fiend Queen, Dowlord Incense Dragon, and Dowlord Fighting fled a suitably far distance, they began to slow down. The Fiend Queen glanced at the red globe in her hands, then said in a cold voice, "Most of its power has been used up. Roughly 30 million cubes of Chaos Jewels was used up. This precious fiery globe was something which she had traded away an incredibly valuable bottle of spirit pills for, all for the sake of acquiring the Void Sea Jade Seals. That bottle had only held a total of 3 pills within it, and she had acquired it thanks to a stroke of good fortune when roving the Terror Star Sea. The fiery globe could only be activated directly by hegemon-level immortal energy. The only other option was to slowly charge it using Chaos Jewels, and it took a total of 50 million cubes to charge it up. However, it truly was tremendously powerful. The two of you were working together. How did you end up being defeated that quickly?" The Fiend Queen glanced at the two Dowlords. Dark North was simply too powerful. The two of us combined were still no match for him at all. Dowlord Fighting shook his head. Even if 5 Dowlords on our level joined together, we still wouldn't necessarily be able to capture him. Just 2 of us? Forget it. Dowlord Incense Dragon shook his head as well. Dark North was powerful in close combat and also a heart force cultivator. He really was a tough foe to face and would be virtually invincible amongst his peers. With those two around, it'll be virtually impossible for us to capture Soul Sky. The Fiend Queen let out a sigh. Ning and Nine Dust simply stood there, staring at the 3 distant Dowlords as they gradually disappeared. What a delightful battle! The Nine Dust Sect Lord was very excited. I've never fought against someone on that level before. Delightful, simply delightful. But my staff arts still need more work. If I can perfect them a bit further, I should be able to crush that Fiend Queen Dustrain. I'm already able to fight her to a standstill as is. I guess that means I should be ranked within the top 7 in the Endless Territories. But, where did she find that fiery globe? Nine Dust was puzzled. Our intelligence reports didn't indicate that she was in possession of such a powerful treasure. It was so mighty, it was able to resist both of our secret arts and your heart world projection. Right. Nin nodded. It's probably something she prepared specifically for this mission to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seals. As they spoke, they turned to move towards the distant forest. With the black mist gone, they were able to clearly see Dowlord Soulsky and Dowlord Badlands within the forest grove. Dowlord Soliski's face was still deathly pale, and his aura was much weaker than before. "Big brother!" Ning called out loudly. Although Dowlord Soulsky looked exhausted, he was still in a wonderful mood. He laughed. "I saw everything. Badlands and I saw everything. Dark North, Nine Dust, the two of you truly are powerful. Fiend Queen Dustrain is famous throughout the Endless Territories, and she even had Incense Dragon in fighting with her, and yet, in the end they were defeated by the two of you. When word of this spreads, quite a few people will be scared silly." Impressive. Dowlord Badlands looked at Nine Dust. "Fellow Dioist Nine Dust is an ancient cultivator, correct? He was actually able to fight the Fiend Queen to a standstill." Incredible. Nine Dust nodded calmly. He was courteous to Ning, partially because he acknowledged Ning's strength and partially because they had undergone many life and death experiences together. Nine Dust was by nature an arrogant man. If you weren't his friend, he wouldn't pay any attention to you no matter how strong you were. Downlord Badlands was quite famous as well, but Ninedust really didn't care that much about him. Dark North. Downlord Badlands turned his gaze towards Ning, then sighed. When we first met, you were an elder god, right? Yes. Ning nodded. Indeed, back then he had just left the Three Realms and had visited the Badlands court alongside his big brother Solsky. He really was just an elder god at that time. No wonder I found it so difficult to use numerancy to divine your destiny. Downlord Badlands shook his head and smiled. Badlands, big brother Solsky, how long will it take for you two to leave this formation? Ning asked. Within the forest grove, Solsky and Badlands exchanged a glance. Good question. How were they supposed to leave? Entering the formation was fairly easy, but breaking it apart was much more difficult. They had chosen to hide themselves within this hard-to-break formation to avoid Fiend Queen Dustrain, and it had taken her many years with the aid of Downlord Incense Dragon, a formation master, in order to destroy the two outer layers. In the art of formations, Badlands and Solsky were inferior to Downlord Incense Dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 5, The Palace of Immortals, Rankings Redone. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 5, The Palace of Immortals, Rankings Redone. Solsky and Badlands began to work on unlocking this formation while using a temporal acceleration treasure. To enter the formation, they simply needed to find a small opening for them to bore in through. Actually defeating the entire formation was thousands of times more difficult. In the blink of an eye, more than 120 years went past. How is that possible? Downlord Badlands suddenly let out a startled cry. What is it? The nearby Solsky turned to look at him in confusion, as did Ning and Ninedust from outside the formation. I just received word that a short while ago, the Radiant King got into a huge fight with an ordinary and little-known Downlord named Downlord Dreamlore. A look of disbelief was on Downlord Badlands' face. The Radiant King lost. The Radiant King lost? Ning, Ninedust, and Solsky were all stunned by this. There were three figures in the Endless Territories who were acknowledged by all as being absolutely terrifying to face. The top-ranked figure, Winzage, was a Heartforce cultivator. He went without saying. The second-ranked figure, Palace Lord Dawnstar, had reached incredible heights in the Tao of the Saber. The third-ranked figure, the Radiant King, was the fastest Downlord alive. In addition, everyone knew how deadly his three killer attacks were. I knew long ago that there had to be many low-key Downlords of incredible power who hastened here to the Waveshift realm. The Ninedust Sect Lord said in a disbelieving manner, but for this Downlord Dreamlore to actually be able to defeat the Radiant King is simply inconceivable. The Radiant King is definitely one of the most terrifying Downlords in all of existence, and he moves so fast as to render the vast majority of Downlords helpless before him. What does Downlord Dreamlore's area of expertise lie in? How was he able to defeat the Radiant King? Ning asked. He used a Bloodblade, Downlord Badlands said quickly. When his Bloodblade left his sheath, it was so incredibly fast that not even the Radiant King could handle it. But the Radiant King is the fastest of all Downlords. The Ninedust Sect Lord truly couldn't believe this. He's the fastest of all Downlords in terms of movement speed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that his attack speed is also the fastest, Ning said. Weapon speed and movement speed, these were two different concepts. Ning sighed in amazement. I really can't imagine how the Radiant King, the fastest of all Downlords, was actually defeated by this Downlord Dreamlore and his even faster weapon. How fast was Downlord Dreamlore's Bloodblade? It seems the Palace of Immortals needs to release a new ranking soon. Solsky let out a sigh. It has been a long time since the top 3 Downlord rankings have changed. Yes. It really is time for a new list. Badlands was quite eager to see the new list as well. Countless Verge-level Downlords have made their way to the Waveshift realm. The Void Sea Jade Seals haven't made their appearances yet, but an earth-shaking battle has already occurred. Ning shook his head. Once the Jade Seals do appear, countless Downlords will fight over them and the entire rankings list will be changed. There will probably be more changes in the lower rankings than in the higher rankings. The top 3 probably won't change that much. Badlands chuckled. In the past, we always viewed Winesage, Dawnstar, and the Radiant King as being unshakable figures. The Radiant King was defeated, but my feeling is that it is very unlikely that Winesage or Dawnstar will lose their positions. Winesage goes without saying. Not only is he also a Heartforce cultivator, he even has a universe treasure. He's vastly outstripped all other Downlords in power. As for Palace Lord Dawnstar, he's terrifying in close combat. He's not all that fast, but his saber is an absolute nightmare to face. Even Winesage had been forced to rely on his Heartforce abilities to just barely eke out a win over Palace Lord Dawnstar. Ning, Soulsky, and Ninedust all agreed with this assessment. The top 3 had all reached the apex in certain areas. The Radiant King had reached the apex of speed, but alas, he had been defeated. Palace Lord Dawnstar had reached the apex of close combat, and was thus even more powerful than the Radiant King. The most mysterious place in all the endless territories, the Palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance. The Tao Alliance operated on the principle of governance through inaction. Although many battles took place within its territories, it remained the undisputed #1 organization of the endless territories. Its roots and its foundation were unfathomably deep. The Brightshore Kingdom, the Aberrants, the Ancient Cultivators, these 3 organizations all had hegemons. But even the 3 hegemons weren't confident in their chances if they were to face off against the Tao Alliance. In truth, they were quite envious of the Tao Alliance. No one dared to challenge the Tao Alliance's position. During the Dawn War, the Tao Alliance had risen to sudden prominence with incredible speed, catching up to the Ancient Cultivators in power. After the Dawn War ended, the Tao Alliance quickly outstripped the entire race of Ancients. By now, its power was simply unfathomable. It had many generations of powerful eternal emperors, such as Emperor Heartsword and Emperor Mirrors now, who the Tao Alliance to go out wandering about freely. The Tao Alliance didn't try to control them at all, continuing to operate on a laissez-faire basis. In truth, this was also a sign of its supreme confidence. One could only imagine how terrifyingly deep its foundations were. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter rang out from a bridge located deep within the Palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance. The laughter came from 2 people, a bald alien covered in golden fur, and a black-haired, black-robed elder. Both of them radiated auras of incredible power. Old Brother Blackloud, your disciple truly is quite astonishing. The gold-furred alien roared with laughter. He just amazed everyone and beat the Radiant King. This disciple of mine is an absolute fanatic. The black-haired, black-robed elder was all smiles as he said, when he became a Tao Lord, I allowed him to choose a single treasure from my treasury, and he chose an incredibly evil bloodblade which had been left behind in the Terror Star Sea. From that day forth, he became completely infatuated with that bloodblade. In his heart, that bloodblade is probably even more important to him than I am, even though I am his master. Only when one is completely devoted to one's weapons can one unleash their maximum power, the gold-furred alien said with praise. Yes. At his current level of power, he is capable of threatening quite a few eternal emperors. The black-robed elder nodded and praised, the appearance of the Void Sea Jade Seals truly is a priceless opportunity for him. If he can acquire one of them, his chances of succeeding in the Tao merge in the future shall become much greater than before. Waveshift, that bastard. He was far too stingy. We watched him rise to power and provided him quite a bit of help, but in the end, he only gave us a single Void Sea Jade Seal. He hid the other 5 in his own Waveshift realm. I really don't know what he was thinking. The gold-furred alien shook his head. 30,000 chaos cycles ago, my primal twin ran into him on accident. He just winked at me before running off. Disloyal brat. I should be considered one of his elders. Waveshift is now far more powerful than the two of us. The black-robed elder let out a sigh. His skills in the Tao of numerancy have reached unfathomable and unreachable heights. Many great powers often beg him for assistance, including those lords of alternate universe and those other ancient powers. For us, traveling through the great dark to visit other places is an incredibly taxing journey, but for that brat? He goes wherever he wants to go. We simply cannot compare to him. Yes, we really cannot. Not even the three hegemons in our endless territories have as easy a life as he does. The gold-furred alien side as well. Those of us in the endless territories who want to go out on a trip have to wait a long, long time, but that brat? Forget it. The more I talk about him, the more jealous I feel. I'm starting to wish I would have made my Tao the Tao of numerancy as well. Numerancy? You? Don't make me laugh my socks off. Hurry up and go work on updating the rankings. Since my disciple was involved, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take part in updating the list. I'll have to trouble you to do it, the black-robed elder said. You are using this as an excuse to be lazy. The gold-furred alien glared at the old man. Hurry, hurry. Stop dawdling. The black-robed elder urged. The gold-furred alien waved his hand, producing a golden book and then opening it. The book was filled with a list of names. The gold-furred alien poured his immortal energy into the book, causing the rankings to instantly change. When this happened, the subordinates of the Palace of Immortals instantly received notifications, and they quickly began to spread word of this affair. The new rankings of the Endless Territories was as follows. The top Tao Lord, Winesage. The second Tao Lord, Palace Lord Dawnstar. The third Tao Lord, Dreamlore. The fourth Tao Lord, the Radiant King. The fifth Tao Lord, Sec Lord Timedream. The sixth Tao Lord, Skyaxe. The seventh Tao Lord, King Gorsh. The eighth Tao Lord, Fiend Queen Dustrain. The ninth Tao Lord, Star King. The 10th Tao Lord, Palace Lord Cloudwalker. The 11th Tao Lord, King Cliffbank. The 12th Tao Lord, King Wu. The 13th Tao Lord Shaka. The Palace of Immortals was incredibly powerful. Within the span of a day, this information was spread throughout the entire Endless Territories. As for the many Verge-level Tao Lords within the Waveshift realm, they received word as well. All of them sighed in amazement. The top 3 rankings hadn't changed in over 1,000 chaos cycles, and now, one of the positions had suddenly been seized. This truly was unexpected. It must be remembered that the fight over the Void Sea Jade Seals had yet to even begin. In fact, no one knew a single thing about them thus far. As for the likes of Ning and Nine Dust, the only ones they clashed against were Fiend Queen Dustrain and her 2 allies. The other Tao Lords they had run into maintained their vigilance but didn't choose to start any battles. Clearly, everyone was being fairly conservative in the early stages. Once the Void Sea Jade Seals actually appear and the fights over them begin. I wonder what new updates to the list the Palace of Immortals shall make. Countless Tao Lords were eagerly waiting to see what would happen. Very few of them would succeed in the Tao merge and gain eternity, which made them care even more about this ranking. To the vast majority of Tao Lords, getting a high ranking on the list would be their crowning moment of glory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 6, Polo the Realm Soul. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 6, Polo the Realm Soul. After more than 180 years of hard work, Soulsky and Badlands finally managed to break through the formation and emerge from that seemingly ordinary forest grove. Whoosh! A cold wind was howling, with petals of snow drifting about. The forest had already been covered with a thick layer of snow. The Waveshift realm had various different seasons and different types of weather, such as rain and snow. Ning and the others didn't dare to interfere with the weather-generating formations, especially since the rain and the snow did very little to them. They simply cited how amazing Emperor Waveshift had been in the art of formations. In truth, those who were skilled in numerancy were generally also quite skilled in the art of formations. Badlands himself was quite talented in this area as well. Badlands and Soulsky emerged from the snow-shrouded forest, smiles on their faces. They were in excellent moods. We're finally out. We were shut up in there for far too long. Now that Dark North and Brother Ninedust are alongside us, life shall be much easier, Badlands said with a chuckle. In the past, the two of us were repeatedly hunted down and attacked by others. Every time we encountered a squad of Dowlords, we'd end up being drawn into an ugly fight. That was absolutely horrid. Dowlord Soulsky shook his head. The Ninedust Sect Lord had an icy frown on his face. If the two of you follow us, whenever any other Dowlord squads find you, a major battle will probably break out, but you don't need to worry about that, Dowlord Badlands said. Based on what I was able to see with regards to the Waveshift realm and based on what I've learned regarding the Void Sea Jade Seals, I feel certain that Emperor Waveshift has already planned things out perfectly. Despite my numerancy prowess, I'm completely unable to cause any disturbances to Emperor Waveshift's plans. There's no way for me to actually find these seals, and so the two of us shall temporarily hide within Darknorth's estate world. Hide in my estate world? Ning nodded. Once they were hidden away, the other Dowlords they ran into wouldn't go so far as to cause trouble for them. Badlands. The Ninedust Sect Lord frowned. Are you saying that you aren't going to be of any use to us at all, Lot? I might be of use at certain critical moments. As for right now, I admit that I really am of no use. Badlands nodded and admitted it. Emperor Waveshift's abilities far surpassed my own. Even when I become a Dowlord of the fourth step, I'll still be far from being a match for him. So long as the Void Sea Jade Seals remain hidden, there's no way I'll be able to locate them at all. If I try to engage in any divinations, I might end up falling for some of Emperor Waveshift's schemes. Ning nodded in agreement. It made sense. Juniors like them had no chance of using numerancy to disrupt Emperor Waveshift's intricate preparations. It was best for them to just try their luck alongside the other Dowlords. That would actually be safer. Ning took Soulsky and Badlands into his estate world, then continued to journey through the Waveshift realm alongside Ninedust. Although they did occasionally encounter a few other Dowlord squads, with Soulsky and Badlands hidden away, the other Dowlords did not move to attack them. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had gone past since the Void Sea Jade Seals had made their presences known. During this millennium, virtually all of the Verge-level Dowlords of the Endless Territories had hurriedly made their way to this realm. Some simply weren't able to come here because they were too far away, but the truly powerful Dowlords were generally able to make it to the Waveshift realm over the course of 1,000 years, no matter where they were originally located within the Endless Territories. As for those ranked in the top 10, all of them arrived during the first century or two. Boom! 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 The vast Waveshift realm suddenly began to tremble as an aura of incredible power began to spread out and cover it. What's going on? A squad of Dowlords who were walking through a mountain range raised their heads, puzzled. A black-haired man dressed in an astral robe who was walking through the wilds raised his head to stare towards the skies. A skinny old man who was seated on the lotus position atop a beautiful boat that was drifting through the ocean suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his head. A squad of Dowlords who were carefully advancing through a deep gorge all raised their heads to stare at the skies outside the gorge. Dowlords throughout the entirety of the Waveshift realm all raised their heads to stare towards the skies. Ning and Ninedust were seated atop a boat that was 2,400 meters wide that was drifting through a lake. They raised their heads to stare towards the skies as well. What's that? Ninedust was stunned. Something's happening. Big brother, Dowlord Badlands. Something big is happening. Ning waved his hand, causing Badlands and Soul Sky to appear next to them. As soon as they appeared, they immediately raised their heads as well. Blurry streams of rainbow light could be seen in the skies. The rainbow light gathered together in the air, slowly coming together into a humanoid shape. This was a towering male figure dressed in white robes, and he stared downwards towards Ning's squad. "Tao Lords!" His voice rang out, echoing throughout every inch of the waveshift realm. In this instant, tens of thousands of white-robed figures appeared throughout the 10 layers of the waveshift realm. They filled the skies above the various squads of Tao Lords, with one figure staring at each squad. "I am the spirit of the Grand Waveshift formation, which is comprised of all of the formations and barriers within the waveshift realm. You could also consider me to be the realm soul of the entire waveshift realm." The white-robed man continued to speak from his position in the skies. "You can also refer to me as Polo." "Realm soul?" The tens of thousands of Tao Lords within the waveshift realm all immediately paid close attention. If a formation reached incredible heights and profundity, it was possible for a formation spirit to be born from it. For example, the All-God estate of Tao Lord All-God had given birth to a formation spirit as well. As for the Grand Waveshift formation which Emperor Waveshift had set up, it was clearly far more complicated. It only made sense that it was able to form a realm soul as well. "On my master's orders, I have been waiting here for countless years." The tens of thousands of white-robed figures all spoke at the same instant, their voices echoing continuously throughout the realm. "Finally, after countless years, Tao Lord Badlands has activated certain triggers which my master left behind, causing the 5 Void Sea Jade Seals to emerge into this realm. Now that 1,000 years have gone by, all of the truly powerful Tao Lords should have already reached the Waveshift realm. Thus, I can now publicize the location of the Void Sea Jade Seals." 1,000 years have gone by? Instantly, the Radiant King, King Gorsh, Winesage, and the many other Tao Lords began to silently curse. No wonder they hadn't been able to find any of the Void Sea Jade Seals. So Emperor Waveshift's original intention had always been to make them wait 1,000 years? In truth, all 5 of the Void Sea Jade Seals are located right here in the Waveshift realm. 2 are within the 9th layer and 3 are within the 10th layer. For none of you to have found it is simply a sign that your luck just wasn't good enough, the realm soul continued. "The 9th layer and the 10th layer?" But Ning and Ninedust were instantly rendered speechless. All of the Tao Lords who had come from the endless territories were doing the same thing right now. They were secretly cursing Emperor Waveshift. When everyone first arrived, they would arrive within the 1st layer. They'd have to slowly forge their way deeper inside, and even the fastest had only reached the 9th layer by now, because the deeper one went the harder it was to delve any further. The vast majority of powerful Tao Lords were in either the 8th or the 9th layer. The 8th layer alone held more danger than the first 7 layers combined. Thanks to the map Soul Sky had given them, Ning's group had been able to quickly reach the 8th layer shortly after they had arrived within the Waveshift realm. However, despite the passage of 1,000 years, they were still within the 9th layer. Now that 1,000 years have gone past with none of you discovering any of the Void Sea Jade Seals, I have no choice but to get involved. Realm Soul Polo pointed off into the distance. The first Void Sea Jade Seal is located right there. Boom! A pillar of light suddenly shot into the skies off in the distance. The Void Sea Jade Seal. Quick! Right over there! The many Tao Lords who had been cursing just moments ago all turned red-eyed with desire. Realm Soul Polo had just clearly marked out the location of the very first Void Sea Jade Seal to them. If they were just 1 second too slow, some other Tao Lord would end up running away with it. A Void Sea Jade Seal. A man dressed in ancient black robes which were covered in complicated runes was relaxing here. His eyes looked dazed, almost drunk, but when he saw that pillar of white light erupt nearby him, his gaze instantly sharpened. He almost instantly vanished, while at the same time an awe-inspiring heart world projection descended upon the area. This was a heart world projection filled with darkness, murder, and death. Right there! Ning and the others felt their blood boiling eagerly as well as they turned red-eyed with desire. If they could acquire that Void Sea Jade Seal, their chances at passing the downmerge would increase more than tenfold. Descend. With but a thought, Ning instantly sent his incredibly vast heart world projection out to descend upon him. His heart world projection was filled with mountains, rivers, wastelands, and deserts. At its very center it had an extremely prominent sword-shaped mountain that was absolutely enormous. This heart world projection was large enough that it covered the entire Waveshift realm. There were more than 100,000 Downlords clustered outside the Waveshift realm. None of them dared to actually venture inside, and so they waited outside in the hopes of a miracle occurring. What's going on? The countless Downlords all stared in shock towards the Waveshift realm as an absolutely enormous heart world projection appeared in the skies above it. This illusory world was so vast that it was actually greater than the entire Waveshift realm in size, and it was filled with an aura of murder and darkness. But moments later a second, third, fourth, and more heart world projections all appeared in the skies above the Waveshift realm, each of them vaster than the entire realm. Why are there this many heart world projections? The Downlords were all stunned. Every single heart world projection represented a Verge-level heart force cultivator. Everyone wanted to determine the exact location of the first Void Sea Jade Seal as quickly as possible, and there was nothing faster than using a heart world projection to do just that. Heart force, God sense, secret arts, all of those things would take time as they had to slowly fly out in a straight line. The heart world projection, however, was the projection of a cultivator's heart force. It could instantly cover an area that was as vast as the heart world itself was. In other words, if Ning was willing to pay the necessary cost, he could stretch his heart world projection to cover an entire territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 7, The First Void Sea Jade Seal. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 7, The First Void Sea Jade Seal. To use a heart world projection to cover the Waveshift realm was very easy. At present, there were a total of over 20 heart force cultivators located within the Waveshift realm. All of them sent out their heart world projections to scan the Waveshift realm and to clearly scan the region where the first Void Sea Jade Seal was located. There were many heart world projections covering this realm, Ning's included, but none of the heart world projections contained any offensive elements to them. Thus, none of the heart world projections interfered with the others. If there was a decision to actually fight with them, the power of the various heart world projections would clash against each other, and the projections of second-tier heart force cultivators like Ji Ning and Downlord Solman would have been instantly crushed flat. As for Winesage, Sec Lord Timedream, and Palace Lord Cloudwalker, all three of them were supreme heart force cultivators. If they sent their heart world projections against each other, the end result would simply be that none of them would be able to scan the area at all. A fight with heart world projections would result in it being impossible for anyone to scan the area. Thus, everyone behaved in a peaceful manner and quietly scanned the region. Ji Ning was able to see it now. He saw a tall mountain range which held a dazzling pillar of white light within it. The Void Sea Jade Seal is located right inside that mountain. Ning turned to look at Nine Dust, Soul Sky, and Badlands. The mountain is protected by various protective barriers and seals. There is no way for our heart world projections to go past those barriers. Heart world projections covered vast swaths of land, but there were certain types of formations and barriers that could disrupt them. In fact, there were some formations that were so strong and so secretive that heart world projections couldn't even detect their presence. Other formations, however, were publicly visible. As for the ones covering this mountain range, it completely blocked out all forms of scrying. Let's move there as soon as possible. If we're too slow, someone else will probably end up seizing it, Ning immediately said. Let's go. Let's move right away. Ning and the others immediately began to fly as quickly as possible, with Badlands assisting them in using numerancy to divine the best route to their destination. There were some extremely well-hidden formations here. After all, if they weren't careful, they might end up trapped within one of them. The Void Sea Jade Seal is right there. It's quite close to us. A 7-man Dowlord squad was filled with excitement. The seal really was quite close to them. Swoosh. 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 All of them transformed into streaks of light as they flew towards that direction at maximum speed. Brother Winesage, Brother Time Dream, we can't let the Void Sea Jade Seals fall into their hands. Brother Time Dream, your heart world projection is the strongest. Use it to suppress them or perhaps even kill them if possible, a mental voice rang out. Agreed. Time Dream, you do it. Agreed. Sorry for this, my Heart Force cultivator friends. Sec Lord Time Dream was ranked 5th amongst the Dowlords, second only to the Radiant King. But he was different from Winesage. Winesage trained concurrently in Heart Force, whereas Sec Lord Time Dream focused all of his efforts in Heart Force. His heart world projection was much larger than even those of Winesage and Palace Lord Cloudwalker. Suppress. Boom. A heart world projection above the 7 Dowlords suddenly exploded with power. All other heart world projections, including those of Winesage and Ning, were all instantly crushed apart. Of course, this was only achieved with such ease because everyone had their heart world projections in scanning mode with no offensive elements to them, making them easy to destroy. This was a blurry, illusory world which held a single supreme god who was seated up high, with countless living beings prostrating before him in submission. Submit. 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 Countless voices rang out in the minds of the 7 Dowlords as the terrifying heart world projection pressed down upon them like an infinitely vast mountain. Ah! A gray-robed old lady let out a miserable scream as she was extinguished by the projection. How could it be this strong? Another Dowlord let out a miserable scream as his body disintegrated under the crushing power of the projection. The other 5 Dowlords, however, managed to survive. Only a small number of second-tier Dowlords had techniques similar to an invulnerable form. Ning, for example, had no such technique. Not even the 9 Dust Sect Lord had access to such an ability before he broke through to become a Dowlord of the 4th step. These 5 had no choice but to endure the heart world projection head-on. What a powerful heart world projection! The 5 Dowlords exchanged a glance, their faces pale. They felt as though they were trapped in quicksand. They were now moving at a ridiculously slow pace, and they were perhaps able to at best fly at 1% of their normal speed. It must be Sec Lord Time Dream who has made his move. The 5 of them were utterly amazed. They were second-tier Dowlords, and thus they didn't really understand how vast the gap was between them and the most supreme Dowlords of the endless territories. All they knew was that challenging those Dowlords was suicide. It must be remembered that even supreme Dowlords differed in power. Dowlord Shaka, for example, was currently ranked as number 13. If some of the more low-key Dowlords were included in the ranking, he'd probably be pushed even further back. Sec Lord Time Dream, however, was different. He was the most powerful pure heart force cultivator. Damn! One of the 5, a short and chubby alien, suddenly produced a black metal medallion in his hands. A fierce light flashed through his eyes as he suddenly crushed it. Boom! A halo of black light appeared around his short and pudgy form, completely protecting him and ensuring that he wasn't disturbed by the heart world projection in the slightest. Time to go. The short alien dramatically sped up as he endured the pressure of the heart world projection. Dowlord Red Gem. Red Gem, you bastard. The other 4 Dowlords turned pale. Although they had certain treasures as well, they were useless against the weight and pressure of a heart world projection. Some were meant to flee through transcending space-time, some were offensive in nature, none of them were useful right now. What would they do with an offensive treasure? Attack the empty space? Heart world projections were illusory projections of power, only treasures like the one Dowlord Red Gem had used, a treasure that could completely protect the entire body and prevent anything from affecting it, would be of use. Those treasures, however, were incredibly rare. Swoosh! Just 3 seconds later, Downlord Red Gem reached the mountain range and charged straight inside it. No! Why is this happening? My Void Sea Jade Seal. The other 4 Downlords were incredibly anxious. Although they all belonged to the same squad and had long ago sworn lifeblood oaths not to harm each other, none of them were obligated to give up this opportunity to any of the others. All of them desperately wanted to acquire a Void Sea Jade Seal, and they would use whatever abilities they had. Whoever was the first to acquire a seal would be the one it would belong to. Brother Winesage, Brother Cloudwalker, I've crushed 2 of the 7 Downlords to death. Of the remaining 5, Downlord Red Gem has used some sort of strange treasure to resist my Heart World projection and has already charged into the mountain range, Lord Timedream sent to the other 2. Those 5 don't matter. We have one major problem right now. Winesage sent back, King Gorsh is very close to that mountain. He should make it inside within 100 seconds. King Gorsh? Lord Timedream instantly spread out his Heart World projection a bit further. Previously, he had kept it tightly focused and concentrated on the 7 closest Downlords. As soon as he spread it out, he instantly discovered a silver-robed figure whose entire body was bathed in blazing red flames. King Gorsh had an icy look on his face and a berserk look in his eyes as he charged towards the pillar of light at maximum speed. King Gorsh? What should we do? There's no way we can stop him. Given how strong he is, once he gets there he'll probably end up grabbing the Void Sea Jade Seal. Once he takes possession over it, it'll be very hard for us to take it back, Lord Timedream sent back. Stop him and slow him down as much as possible. Oof. Even if he does get it, he can forget about escaping with it. Winesage, Timedream, and Cloudwalker were all thinking the same thing. It was very difficult for Supreme Downlords to be killed, by all the other Supreme Downlords would go all out in their attempts to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seals. They would all take out their most important life-preserving treasures. Faced with such maddened attacks, even experts like King Gorsh could well perish. By comparison, however, King Gorsh would still be a far tougher foe to deal with than the likes of Downlord Red Gem. Boom! In the end, it was Lord Timedream once more who reached out to suppress King Gorsh with his Heart World projection. The Madair King Gorsh instantly sensed a terrifying power press down upon him, causing his speed to drop dramatically. A savage look appeared on his face as he howled angrily, "Timedream, you dare bar my path?" You guessed it. Lord Timedream's voice rang out by King Gorsh's ears. Gorsh, forget about acquiring this Void Sea Jade Seal. No one can stop me. Anyone who tries will die. King Gorsh endured the pressure of the Heart World projection as he continued his charge, flames continuing to roll off of his body and clash against the Heart World projection. He was still able to move at 70% of his maximum speed, and he continued his headlong charge towards the mountain range. As this was happening, the other Downlords in the 9th layer were also making haste towards the mountain. Some were far, some were close, but the only Downlord who the likes of Winesage and Lord Timedream really cared about was King Gorsh. The Void Sea Jade Seal isn't too far away from me. I have a shot. A man dressed in thick gray armor was flying forwards at high speed, his eyes glowing with green light. He was an aberrant special life form whose true form was that of a strange boulder. By nature, he liked to live a peaceful and quiet life, which was why he wasn't very well known in the Endless Territories. What no one realized was that he was actually the most powerful Downlord amongst all the aberrants. Only something like the Void Sea Jade Seal was enough to cause a private, peace-loving figure like him to choose to leave his home and come here to the Waveshift realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 8, King Gorsh. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 8, King Gorsh. Swoosh. A black vessel was flying it through the skies at high speed, with Ning and the others atop the flying vessel. The vessel sometimes slowed down but sometimes sped up. Every so often, it would twist and turn. We're too far away, and the 9th layer is filled with far too many dangers. It'll probably take us 7 or 8 months before we reach that mountain. By then, the Void Sea Jade Seal would have been taken long ago. The 9 Dust Sect Lord was rather anxious. We still have a shot, Ning disagreed. My heart world projection has been keeping watch on the world. Winesage, Sect Lord Time Dream, Fiend Queen Dustrain, and the others are much farther away than we are. They're furiously trying to get there as soon as they can as well. All of the Downlords close to the mountain are frantically trying to get inside the mountain. No matter who ends up with the Void Sea Jade Seal, it won't be easy for them to escape. Agreed. The nearby Downlord Badlands had been seated with his eyes closed as he engaged in some numerancy. He suddenly opened his eyes and nodded slowly. I've finally finished my divinations. You've finished your divinations? Ning, Nine Dust, and Soulsky turned to look at him, their eyes lighting up. I can vaguely see the insane battle which is about to erupt. One Downlord after another will perish, Downlord Badlands said. The struggles over this Void Sea Jade Seal will be incredibly intense and lethal. No one will be able to leave with it with ease. Good. Ning and the others were actually delighted by this. Many Downlords would die? Who cared? All of them wanted to acquire one of the Jade Seals. We might actually be able to make it in time after all. Soulsky was excited. Considering the size of the 9th layer, our group is actually fairly close to that mountain. Downlord Skyax and Big Brother Solman are more than 10 times as far away as we are, Ning said. And we're much closer than Winesage as well. The closer you were, the better your chances would be. Within the mountain, Downlord Red Gem had been the first to charge in. He swept the area with his gaze, only to see nothing in the surrounding mountains. Where is the Void Sea Jade Seal? Where? Downlord Red Gem was frantic. He knew that every single second he wasted might result in his death. Come out. He swept out his god sense, but the barriers within the mountain range made it so that he was unable to find it at all. Break! 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 The anxious Downlord Red Gem manifested a total of 18 arms, sending all of them to strike out at the nearby mountains in a wanton fashion. Boom! 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 Stones split apart and shattered. In virtually just the blink of an eye, every part of the entire mountain range had been blasted and struck. Deep within the mountain, a stone pillar suddenly revealed itself as the surrounding stones were blasted apart. The stone pillar held atop of it a milky white jade seal that was round and glowed with light. The jade seal was absolutely beautiful and intoxicating to behold. My Void Sea Jade Seal. Downlord Red Gem was incredibly excited. He instantly charged forwards as he sent all 18 of his arms to smash against the stone pillar. Boom! An enormous sound could be heard as the formations protecting the pillar were destroyed. In truth, the formations on the stone pillar were meant to hide it, and they themselves weren't all that powerful. The Void Sea Jade Seal is mine. Downlord Red Gem grabbed the round seal. It looked like nothing more than an unusual piece of jade. Its surface glowed with incredibly pure light and no runes or patterns could be seen atop it. When Downlord Red Gem grabbed it, he sent just a tendril of his immortal energy into it and instantly could sense that was beginning to form an illusory body within the jade seal that was absolutely identical to his true body. Downlord Red Gem immediately put the seal away. He suppressed his joy, his gaze turning cold and baleful. Now, I need to come up with a way to immediately escape the Waveshift realm. The realm is protected by the Grand Waveshift formation, making it impossible for me to use any sort of temporal or dimensional escaping method. If I want to escape this place, my only choice is to physically fly out of it. I'll go back the same way I came in. I remember the exact path I took, so I won't run into any dangerous regions. Time to go all out. Dao-Lord Red Gem gritted his teeth, then took out an escape-type Dao Seal and shattered it. He was an unremarkable figure within the Waveshift realm, but he was still a second-tier Dao Lord who was on the same general level as Kong-san or Ning. He had more than 10 protective treasures on him, and escape-type treasures were naturally included. Swish! He instantly transformed into a streak of light and began to charge outwards. When he escaped the mountain, he instantly sought his 4 Dao Lord companions off in the distance. They were still being suppressed by Lord Time Dream's Heart World projection and thus were unable to fly at as much as 1% of their normal speed. They still had yet to even reach the mountain. Red Gem! Their eyes turned red as they glared at him. Oomph, gentlemen, I found the Void Sea Jade Seal, so it naturally belongs to me. Dao Lord Red Gem's body was still protected by that barrier of black light. Now that he had also used an evasion-type Dao Seal, he was moving more than 100 times the speed of light. Swish! Dao Lord Red Gem completely ignored his compatriots as he hurriedly moved to flee. You want to run? An enraged roar rang out from off in the distance as a figure completely bathed in crimson flames charged towards him, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. Rumble, the crimson flames suddenly spread out, giving Dao Lord Red Gem no chance to dodge as they instantly surrounded him. King Gorsh? Dao Lord Red Gem's face tightened slightly, but his eyes were filled with madness. No one can stop me. The Dao Seal he had used to resist the Heart World projection still had some power left, and thus it was also able to resist the terrifying crimson flames. Swoosh! Dao Lord Red Gem was simply too fast. Although he was weaker than King Gorsh, in a real battle there was no way King Gorsh would be able to stop him through speed alone. Halt! King Gorsh let out an enraged roar as he waved his hand. Instantly, an enormous illusory formation descended to cover an area of 100 million kilometers, with Dao Lord Red Gem naturally being caught inside. No, a look of despair appeared on Dao Lord Red Gem's face when he saw the formation descend, and he let out an enraged howl. Did you really think a Void Sea Jade Seal would end up with someone like you? King Gorsh smirked, his hands suddenly expanding to become incredibly vast. His hands were so large as to blanket the skies, and he delivered a smashing blow towards Dao Lord Red Gem. His hands were so vast that there was no way for Dao Lord Red Gem to dodge at all. Boom! As the enormous palms came smashing down, they crashed straight against Dao Lord Red Gem. The barrier of black light surrounding Dao Lord Red Gem's body began to tremble. Die for me! King Gorsh launched one frenzied attack after another, and Dao Lord Red Gem was able to do nothing but endure the blows despite his despair. Alas, King Gorsh's attacks were simply far too strong. Lord Time Dream's Heart World projection and King Gorsh's Crimson Flames were already comparable to full-force attacks from second-tier Dao Lords, but the actual, frenzied strikes of King Gorsh were a full level higher. Boom! 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 After taking a total of 21 palms, the black light covering Dao Lord Red Gem's body finally began to dim and fade. No, Dao Lord Red Gem clutched the seal tightly, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. If I can't have it, no one can. He wanted to shatter it, but alas, he wasn't able to damage it in the slightest. This was an item created from the incredibly precious material known as Void Sea Jade, a priceless treasure. Even Emperor Waveshift had been forced to rely on secret smithing techniques to forge it and had been just barely able to slice it apart. There were no Dao Lords who were capable of actually destroying this thing. Boom! Yet another massive palm came crashing down. This time, Dao Lord Red Gem died almost instantly, with both his soul and true soul being completely extinguished. Ha, it's mine! King Gorsh waved his hand, collecting all of Dao Lord Red Gem's treasures and grabbing the Void Sea Jade Seal. He poured just a bit of his immortal energy into it, verifying that it was indeed what he sought. The Void Sea Jade Seal is mine. King Gorsh's eyes turned mad with excitement. No one can take it from me. Time to go. King Gorsh didn't waste any time at all, immediately departing from this area. King Gorsh has already acquired the Void Sea Jade Seal. The Heart Force cultivators within the Waveshift realm were all chatting mentally with each other and thus quickly learned this information. Although Sec Lord Time Dream was using his projection to suppress that region, making it impossible for Ning and the others to investigate the area, Sec Lord Time Dream had to tell all the other Heart Force cultivators what was going on. Otherwise, they would use their own Heart World projections to cause trouble and interfere with his actions. It fell into the hands of King Gorsh? The Nine Dust Sec Lord began to worry. He's incredibly powerful, and a member of the Aeonians. Once the Aeonians activate their Aeonian bloodlines, they can become even more powerful. It'll be incredibly hard for anyone to seize the seal from him. Don't worry. Sec Lord Time Dream and the others won't let King Gorsh just do as he pleases, Ning said. In truth, Ning was worried as well, but all they could do for now was to hurry. Boom! Just as King Gorsh was fleeing, a terrifyingly strong Heart World projection came crashing down upon him, suppressing him. Right at this moment, the four Dowlords who had been accompanying Dowlord Red Gem suddenly felt the pressure being lifted off of them, allowing them to instantly relax. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 9, Calamitous. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 9, Calamitous. Time Dream. King Gorsh let out a furious howl. Gorsh, you can forget about leaving with the Void Sea Jade Seal. Sec Lord Time Dream was filled with the desire to kill as well. Right at this moment, another squad of Dowlords arrived in the area. This was a squad of 8 Dowlords, and their gazes instantly turned towards the enraged King Gorsh. King Gorsh has the Void Sea Jade Seal on him, Sec Lord Time Dream sent mentally to them. Regem's 4 companion Dowlords shouted frantically from afar, King Gorsh has the Void Sea Jade Seal. Let's join forces to kill him. Right. Let's swear lifeblood oaths to work together and not to attack each other. As for who will end up with the Void Sea Jade Seal after King Gorsh is dead, it'll be up to whoever is the fastest. Agreed. The 12 Dowlords didn't hesitate at all, immediately joining together into a new alliance. They understood that Sec Lord Time Dream was using them, but they didn't mind being used, because they did indeed want to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal. Once they did, they would immediately flee. Dowlord Red Gem had a shot at escaping, and he had only died because he had been trapped inside a formation. This type of trap formation treasure was extremely rare. If they were lucky, they'd be able to escape without encountering another one. Damn! King Gorsh found the situation tricky as well. For 12 second-tier Dowlords to join forces against him, they would indeed pose a huge threat. I need to leave as soon as possible and flee as far as I can. I can't waste time here. King Gorsh knew that if he spent too much time here, more and more Dowlords would arrive and attack him. There were only 12 now, but if he delayed any further there might be 20 or even 50. Swoosh! While fighting back, King Gorsh continued to flee and strive to pull away from them. Time continued to pass, one day at a time. King Gorsh's movements were all fully tracked by the Heart World projections, but just tracking him was of no use. The Waveshift realm was simply too vast, and it was filled with many dangers. It would take time for others to move towards him, making it difficult for anyone to stop him. King Gorsh had long ago thrown off the pursuit of the first 12 Dowlords. He had suffered 7 more attacks along the way, and in his frenzied struggles he had slain 6 Dowlords. These Dowlords have all gone mad. When they realize they can't beat me, they immediately start to use their most precious treasures. King Gorsh had suffered severe injuries and was forced to rely on spirit pills to recover. Normally, these supreme Dowlords would only use their life-preserving treasures in true life and death situations. But now, they were using their most important treasures without any hesitation at all. This caused even King Gorsh to be put in a precarious situation. King Gorsh. A deep, rumbling voice rang out from afar. King Gorsh was startled. He stared up ahead, only to see a man dressed in heavy gray armor whose eyes glowed with green light. The man said in a low voice, "I've been chasing after you for a full day. I've finally caught you." "You've caught me? Then you can die now." The crimson flames surrounding King Gorsh exploded wildly, instantly reaching out towards the heavily armored man. The crimson flames crackled around the man, but he seemed to completely ignore them as he strode forward, moving lightning fast through the skies and causing space itself to shudder around him. "Die!" King Gorsh waved his right hand, sending a blow of incredible power towards the heavily armored man. Boom! The heavily armored man didn't pull out any weapons at all. All he did was just lower his head and smash right into the palm. Thud! A deep and low sound could be heard. King Gorsh's palm strike hit the heavily armored man on his neck, but the man's body just trembled slightly as he continued his headlong charge. King Gorsh himself was sent flying backwards by the terrifying shockwave generated from the collision. What? King Gorsh immediately turned pale. Not only did he easily take my full-strength strike head-on, he's still continuing his charge? His attacks were legendary for their dominating nature, but he had already been put on the defensive with the first clash. Die! A giant warhammer suddenly appeared in the heavily armored man's right hand. The warhammer was pitch black in color, and he sent it smashing straight towards King Gorsh. King Gorsh had been tied down. After fleeing non-stop for 9 days, he had finally been forced to stop, and the person who stopped him was known as Dowlord Tygrone. King Gorsh did his best to struggle, going so far as to set alight his Aeonian blood. He even used up one of his most valuable life-preserving treasures, but he still wasn't able to shake off Dowlord Tygrone. All he could do was flee as the latter continued the chase. The repeated assaults from Dowlord Tygrone, however, ensured that King Gorsh's escaping speed was dramatically lessened. King Gorsh has been tied down. Superb! Seklord Timedream, Winzage, and the other Hardforce cultivators all felt relieved. They were simply too far away from King Gorsh, and there was no way to stop him merely through their heart world projections. This Dowlord Tygrone is quite powerful. He seems to be even stronger than Gorsh. The supreme Dowlords who prefer to live low-key lives have all shown up here. It won't be easy for anyone to acquire a Void Sea Jade Seal. The 2 in the 9th layer will be comparatively easier. The other 3 are in the 10th layer. The Heartforce cultivators continued to chat mentally to each other. Actually acquiring a seal was just the first step, escaping with it was what really mattered. In addition, escaping from the 10th layer would be much harder than escaping from the 9th layer. Escaping with the first 2 seals would thus be comparatively easier, while escaping with the final 3 seals would be murder. Ning, Ninedust, and the others aboard the black vessel all let out sighs of relief as well. Dowlord Tygrone is incredibly powerful. His protective divine ability seems to be even more powerful than mine. King Gorsh's attacks aren't injuring him in the slightest, Ning said. And his weapon is a heavy warhammer. Each time King Gorsh blocks the warhammer head-on, he's knocked flying backwards. Dowlord Tygrone is clearly stronger than even King Gorsh. Where did he even come from? The Ninedust Seklord muttered, how can he be this strong? Supposedly, he's an aberrant special life form. He had always been quite low-key amongst the aberrants. Who would have thought that he had actually reached an incredible level of strength? Ning was conversing with the other Heartforce cultivators and so knew quite a bit. It was guaranteed that this battle would propel Dowlord Tygrone to the heights of fame as his name spread throughout the endless territories. Time continued to pass, 1 day at a time. King Gorsh continued to run, while Dowlord Tygrone continued to pursue and attack. Every so often, other Dowlord squads would also appear, and all of them sought to kill King Gorsh. In his madness, King Gorsh actually managed to kill another 2 Dowlords. The frenzied pursuit went on for more than 7 months, but Dowlord Tygrone, if you are willing to spare me, you can ask for any treasure you want. In fact, I'll give you all the treasures I have, save for the Void Sea Jade Seal. As King Gorsh continued to flee, he frantically tried to dissuade Dowlord Tygrone from causing his trouble. Dowlord Tygrone's constant interference made it so that he was fleeing much more slowly than before, allowing Ning's squad and Winesage to slowly draw closer and closer to him. If this continued, sooner or later he would be completely surrounded. The only thing I want is the Jade Seal. Dowlord Tygrone completely ignored his offer. I'll give you all of my treasures as well as 1 billion cubes of chaos nectar. When I get back to my race's kingdom, I'll immediately prepare 1 billion cubes for you. King Gorsh was frantic. I can immediately swear a lifeblood oath if you stop causing me trouble. He wasn't able to beat the man. Flee? In truth, Dowlord Tygrone was actually a bit slower than King Gorsh, but Lord Timedream was continuously using his heart world projection to suppress King Gorsh, preventing him from speeding up and ensuring that he wasn't able to shake off Dowlord Tygrone. Ha ha ha. King Gorsh, long time no see. A dazzling streak of light suddenly appeared off in the distance, looking as though a sun had suddenly arisen. Eh? King Gorsh's face turned ashen when he saw who it was. It was a white-robed youth who had dazzling long golden hair and handsome features. The Radiant King. King Gorsh's heart shook. Dowlord Tygrone was already tough enough to deal with. Now, the Radiant King had come as well? The Radiant King had once ranked in the top 3. Although he had been shoved down to the 4th spot due to Dowlord Dreamlore, he was still terrifyingly powerful and the fastest of all Dowlords. If King Gorsh wasn't even able to shake off Dowlord Tygrone, there was no way he would be able to shake off someone like the Radiant King, the fastest person in this entire realm. Hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal. You are no longer able to keep it. The Radiant King slowly walked forwards, seeming to move slow but in truth moving far faster than the other two. And no, this Void Sea Jade Seal is mine. King Gorsh let out a low growl. Boom! His aura once more exploded as a bloody pattern appeared on his face, his eyes filled with madness. Those who bar my path will die. King Gorsh had gone mad. He had decided to first kill the Radiant King. Dowlord Tygrone's protective divine ability was the most terrifying protective ability King Gorsh had ever seen. No other Dowlords, not even Winesage, would dare to allow King Gorsh to strike them with impunity, but Dowlord Tygrone did, and he wasn't injured at all. The Radiant King was incredibly fast, but his defenses were much weaker by comparison. The Radiant King let out a cold laugh. Whoosh! Instantly, a dazzling amount of light was released from him as countless Radiant Kings appeared in the skies. 1 hour later, a shocking bit of information spread throughout the Waveshift realm. King Gorsh had been killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 10, A Distant Finger. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 10, A Distant Finger. King Gorsh had died? The number 1 Dowlord of the Aeonian race, King Gorsh, had actually died? This news swept through the Waveshift realm and stunned all of the Dowlords in it. King Gorsh fled for nearly 8 months. During this period of time, Dowlord Tygrone didn't injure him all that much, he mainly served to tie King Gorsh down. The ones who truly hurt him and beat him down were the various Dowlord squads that interrupted and attacked him throughout his flight. They knew that their chances were slim, and so virtually all of them used the most powerful treasures they had available. Those repeated attacks caused King Gorsh to suffer extremely heavy injuries. The Radiant King and Dowlord Tygrone fought him for a full hour. Eventually, King Gorsh's ignition of his bloodline powers began to have aftereffects, resulting in him weakening. Right at that moment, the Radiant King used an incredibly powerful treasure to kill him with one blow, Ning said. I never would have imagined that the legendary King Gorsh would die, just like that. Dowlord Soulsky shook his head inside. It is guaranteed that a large number of Dowlords will die in the Waveshift realm, Badlands said. Everyone knows that, but they still came rushing in. Swoosh. The black vessel continued its advance. A pity. We would have caught up to King Gorsh in roughly half a month. Ning frowned. Now that the Void Sea Jade Seal is in the hands of the Radiant King, catching up to him will be difficult. King Gorsh died. The Radiant King acquired the seal, then immediately began to flee. He was simply too fast. Even though Seclord Timedream used his Heart World projection to slow the Radiant King's movements, the latter was still able to move more than 100 times faster than the speed of light. There was no way for Dowlord Tygrone to catch up. Dowlord Tygrone used all the resources he had at his disposal, but the Radiant King did the same. The Radiant King quickly threw off Dowlord Tygrone's pursuit. Flee! 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 This was the only thing the Radiant King cared about. As for Ning and the other Heartforce cultivators, they were able to clearly lock down upon his position and quickly spread the word to the other Dowlord squads, who moved to intercept and attack. The Radiant King ignored their attempts to stop them, avoiding them and fleeing whenever possible. His only goal was to throw off all pursuers as quickly as possible. When he was unable to do so, he would kill them at maximum speed while sparing no expense. The Radiant King's 3 killer moves were all legendary for their speed, but in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Given the Radiant King's terrifying speed, there were no Dowlords capable of tying him down. Even though the Starking managed to intercept him, the Radiant King still threw him off. He spent 2 years to flee from the 9th layer to the 8th layer. Since he was returning via the same way he had come, he was able to avoid many of the dangerous regions he had previously scouted out. By now, there were virtually no powerful Dowlords in the 8th layer. After another half year, he made it back to the 7th layer, and by then there was no one capable of posing a threat to him. I didn't expect that the first Void Sea Jade Seal would end up in the hands of the Radiant King. He's simply too fast. No temporal or dimensional teleportation abilities can be used in the Waveshift realm, and so there is no one faster than him here. He held a huge, unfair advantage over everyone. The other Dowlords all felt quite helpless. Emperor Waveshift had spent an enormous amount of time and effort creating and setting up this grand Waveshift formation. All dimensional and temporal abilities were sealed away here. There were a number of Supreme Dowlords who had spacetime teleportation devices which were comparable to the spacetime disk which Ning had acquired from the Brightshore Hegemon, but there was no way to use them here. King Gorsh, the Radiant King, all Dowlords who acquired Void Sea Jade Seal talismans would be forced to physically flee. If they escaped, the treasure would be theirs. If they failed, they would be doomed. The 12 Palaces of Brightshore. The Spacetime Palace. Aside from Prince Greatjoy, the other dazzling genius the Spacetime Palace had recently produced was known as Gorho. Gorho had been captured alongside Ning, but he was comparatively slower in his cultivation. He had just become a Dowlord roughly 10,000 years ago, and had only recently become a Dowlord of the second step. Gorho was located within the spacetime dream realm of the Spacetime Palace. He had been seated in the lotus position within a chaos planet and quietly meditating, but he suddenly opened his eyes. Father, Gorho could sense something deep within his very bloodline tremble. Father, Gorho's eyes instantly reddened. How could he have died? After becoming a Dowlord, he had created an avatar which had been stationed amongst the Aeonians. He naturally was amongst the first to receive word of King Gorsh's death. He was the most promising descendant of King Gorsh, who cared about him greatly and had paved the way for him. Gorho felt tremendous love and affection towards his father. His father was the most important person in his life. Radiant King. Gorho's eyes were blood-red but filled with tears. He howled, "Radiant King, I'm definitely going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." In this moment, his world was filled with nothing but hatred. Countless Dowlords had worked themselves into a frenzy over the first Void Sea Jade Seal. In the end, the Radiant King left with it and successfully escaped, no longer taking part in any of the other battles that were to come. In truth, he himself had been terrified by this experience. When he had fled, he had been waylaid by one group of Dowlords after another. He had previously held many of those Dowlords in little regard, but when they joined forces they were still tremendously dangerous to him. Alas! Ning and the others shook their heads and sighed. All that chasing for nothing. There was nothing they could do. They had been pulling closer and closer to King Gorsh, but the Radiant King had steadily pulled away from them. It's fine. There are 5 of those Void Sea Jade Seals. That was just the first one, the 9 Dust Sect Lord said. We still have a shot. But those 2 hunts were simply terrifying, Dao Lord Solsky said. Yes, they were. Ning shook his head and sighed. Dao Lord Red Gem. Dao Lord Qianqing. Fiend King Noble Guard. All of them had been famous Dao Lords. Now, they were nothing. King Gorsh had slain 19 Dao Lords during his flight, while the Radiant King had killed 7 more after slaying King Gorsh and escaping. In total, 26 Dao Lords had perished, and that wasn't including King Gorsh. Of the 26, there were 24 who had been on the same level as Kong San. The other 2 were on the same level as Soul Sky and Clearwind. So many powerful Dao Lords have died in an incredibly short period of time. One of the top 10 died as well. The 9 Dust Sect Lord said heavily, of the 4 remaining seals, 1 is in the 9th layer while the other 3 are in the even more dangerous 10th layer. I really wonder how many Dao Lords will end up dying. Quite a few of the top 10 will die, I think. Suddenly, a blurry streak of rainbow light appeared in the skies. Ning and the others all raised their heads, only to see a white-robed man's figure slowly coalesce from the light. Realm Soul Polo. Countless images of Realm Soul Polo had appeared within the Waveshift realm, and each one of them stared down at a group of Dao Lords. The first Void Sea Jade Seal has already been taken away by the Dao Lord known as the Radiant King. The Realm Soul's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. It seems as though there is no way any of the other Dao Lords will be able to take it from him. Thus, I'll go ahead and make public the location of the second Void Sea Jade Seal. All of the Dao Lords immediately held their breaths. This was the second and final Void Sea Jade Seal within the 9th layer. After their previous experience, they all now knew how deadly the fight over it would be and how hard it would be to take it away safely. The weaker Dao Lords probably wouldn't even dare to enter the 10th layer and seek out the seals there. The second Void Sea Jade Seal is the last one the vast majority of you Dao Lords will have a shot at acquiring, Realm Soul Polo said. This is because only the most supreme of Dao Lords have a chance at surviving the region where the final 3 seals are located. If weaker Dao Lords attempt to go there, they'll definitely perish. Definitely perish? Ning and many of the others were shocked. The vast majority of them were second-tier Dao Lords or even weaker third-tier Dao Lords like Soulsky and Patriarch Clearwind. Judging from what the Realm Soul had just said, even second-tier Dao Lords would definitely perish if they entered. They wouldn't even have a chance at the final 3 seals. Thus, Dao Lords, do your best if you want to earn the second seal. Once this opportunity is gone, you won't have another one. Realm Soul Polo seemed to want to cause as much chaos as possible. He waved his finger, then pointed directly towards Ning's location. The second Void Sea Jade Seal is right there. Boom! A pillar of light erupted from behind them. Ning, Nine Dust, Soulsky, and Badlands all turned their heads, only to see that the beam of light rising up from a nearby river. Obviously, the Void Sea Jade Seal was right inside the river. It's right there. We were that close to it? It's right next to us? Ning, Nine Dust, Soulsky, and Badlands were all stunned. The seal was incredibly close to them. They would probably be able to dive into the river in less than a second. Move, move, move. Ning sent a frantic mental message to the others. Be careful of the Heart World projection. As he spoke, he immediately unleashed his 9 Novescence arts and also used his own Heart World projection to cover and protect his people. Based on what Ning knew, Sect Lord Time Dream would probably immediately use his Heart World projection to crush and suppress them. Him and Nine Dust would be able to endure it, and Soulsky would probably be able to just barely survive it thanks to his invulnerable aqua form, but Badlands' avatar wouldn't be able to endure it. The Nine Dust Sect Lord immediately unleashed his Ripple Water art as well, then charged straight towards the river. Do your best, everyone. Whoever is the first one to find the Void Sea Jade Seal will become its owner. Let's see who is the first to find it. Ning, Soulsky, and Badlands all flew towards the river as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 11, The Focal Spot. Book 32, Wave Shift Realm, Chapter 11, The Focal Spot. The second Void Sea Jade Seal is the only shot we have. We have to acquire it, no matter what the cost. This was what the vast majority of the frantic Dowlords within the 9th layer were thinking. Realm Soul Polo's words had let them realize that the final 3 seals were out of their grasp, with only the most supreme of Dowlords having a shot at them. This naturally meant that they were all the more frantic to acquire the second seal. Moments later, Realm Soul Polo pointed towards a certain direction. There's where it is. Let's go, hurry. We need to go there at maximum speed. All of the Dowlords within the 9th layer frantically charged towards that direction. As for the Dowlords who were in the 8th layer, they all shared the same hope. Perhaps the ones who acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal will flee in our general direction with it. Boom! 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 One heart world projection after another descended upon the location of the second Void Sea Jade Seal. The most supreme Dowlords, including Sect Lord Time-Dream and Dowlord Tigrone, were just as anxious as the weaker Dowlords. Dowlord Tigrone's displayed prowess in continuously holding the upper hand in his fight against King Gorsh had caused the Palace of Immortals to once more update its rankings. King Gorsh had completely vanished from the list, with Dowlord Tigrone assuming his original position at number 7th. Dowlord Darknorth is the closest to that position. Darknorth and Soulsky of Vast Heaven Palace are over there. The Heartforce cultivators all conversed with each other regarding this. Prior to this, Ning had been a member of this informal association as well, but with him being the closest to the second Void Sea Jade Seal, he was obviously now the common enemy of all other Dowlords. I'll suppress them, Sect Lord Time-Dream immediately sent mentally. Delay them and trap them as quickly as possible, Winesage sent mentally. Winesage was feeling quite frantic as well. Judging from how things were shaking out with the first and second seals, power mattered but luck mattered just as much. Although Winesage was without question the most powerful Dowlord present, if he was too far away he would have no shot at acquiring on, no matter how much he wanted one. Boom! Although this took time to describe, in truth it happened almost instantly. Sect Lord Time-Dream's Heartworld projection came crashing down, suppressing Ning, Nine Dust, Soulsky, and Badlands as they ran. Boom! 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 The 9 Novescence arts and the Ripple Water art blasted out, fighting back against Sect Lord Time-Dream's Heartworld projection. Ning's own Heartworld projection came crashing out as well, doing its best to disrupt Time-Dream's. Ning's own Heartworld projection ended up crumbling repeatedly, but the 9 Novescence arts and the Ripple Water arts were able to hold on despite shuddering and shaking. Ning, Soulsky, Nine Dust, and Badlands weren't impeded or slowed down in the slightest, and they charged straight towards the nearby river. Everyone, Dowlord Darknorth and his squad are closest to this second seal. Their squad includes Dowlord Soulsky and Dowlord Badlands. Sect Lord Time-Dream immediately sent this information to the squads of Dowlords who were closest to that area. They have incredibly powerful secret arts and a Heartworld projection at all, allowing them to just barely negate the power of my Heartworld projection. You have to be careful when fighting them, gentlemen. Dowlord Darknorth's squad? Vast Heaven Palace truly is lucky. We have to stop them. The nearby squads of Dowlords all frantically charged towards Ning's position. Damn! Winesage had an ugly look on his face, his black robes fluttering in the wind. The second one is almost as far from me as the previous one was. The first Void Sea Jade Seal had been very far away from Winesage, Ning's group had been much closer by comparison. The second Void Sea Jade Seal was a bit closer, but as everyone had chased after King Gorsh, they had naturally began to draw closer and closer to each other. Compared to where the other Dowlords were located, Winzage was still very far away from Ning's squad. What the hell is going on? Am I experiencing bad luck to balance out my overwhelming advantage in power? An anxious look was in Winzage's eyes. Swish! Although he was enraged and anxious, he still charged straight towards Ning's direction. They were fairly far away, and there were a number of Supreme Dowlords much closer than him. Despite that, he still moved towards Ning's direction. So long as he had a chance, he wouldn't give it up. Boom! 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 The four of them dove into the water, one after the other. Ninedust was the fastest, Ning was second, Soulsky was third, and Badlands was last. However, since they were all so close to the river, there really wasn't much of a difference between them as they dove in. Where is it? Where is the Void Sea Jade Seal? Ninedust was the first to dive into the water, and he stared downwards as he frantically sought the seal. It's coming from over there. This river was so incredibly wide and deep it had some underwater mountains and valleys at the bottom. The white pillar of light was coming from one of those underwater valleys. Swoosh! Ninedust immediately charged towards that gorge. It's over there. Ning was just a heartbeat slower, and he immediately flew towards that gorge as well. Soulsky and Badlands quickly followed right behind him. They were all very good friends, but this matter involved their chances at the Dow merge. None of them would give up this opportunity for mere friendship. They had agreed long ago that the seal would go to whoever managed to acquire it. Even when Soulsky had first asked Badlands to help out, the latter had agreed to send his avatar partially out of a desire to acquire a different treasure known as the Heartshift Pearl. Heartshift Pearls were also useful in the Dow merge, but it was unfathomably inferior to the Void Sea Jade Seals, which allowed you to artificially induce a Dow merge. In truth, Badlands didn't care all that much about the Heartshift Pearl, but he did desperately want a Void Sea Jade Seal. Swoosh! 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 The four charged deep into the underwater gorge. Where is it? Where is the seal? After charging into the gorge, Ning's first instinct was to use his heart world projection to scan every inch of it. Alas, he wasn't able to find any trace of it at all. Break! The Ninedust Sect Lord struck out with his longstaff, sending it outwards in an incredibly powerful smashing blow towards the surrounding area. But of course, he made sure to avoid hitting Ning, Soulsky, or Badlands. They had long ago sworn a lifeblood oath not to harm each other. Boom! 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 The entire underwater gorge began to crumble apart as the water and the stone were both vaporized by the strike. Soulsky and Badlands began to frantically assault the underwater gorge as well, as did Ning. Nothing. Nothing. Ninedust was incredibly anxious. It has to be in this gorge. It has to be. The four continued their furious assault against the gorge. Boom! Dowlord Soulsky delivered a vicious punch, causing the dense stone face of one particular mountain to break apart. Inside there was a stone pillar, and atop the stone pillar hovered a round piece of jade that emanated a milky white aura of light. It was the Void Sea Jade Seal. Swoosh! 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 Ning, Ninedust, and Badlands all turned to look towards Soulsky's position. Dowlord Soulsky stared blankly for a second, then immediately punched out again and smashed apart the protective formation around the stone pillar. He easily shattered the formation, then reached out to grab the Void Sea Jade Seal. But Ninedust was stunned. Big Brother Soulsky, Ning had a mixed look on his face. I wasn't unable to divine any of this through my numerancy at all, Badlands shook his head. Although they were all lifelong friends, this was a supreme Dow merge treasure. None of them would give way. I'm the fastest and the strongest, and yet, in the end you were the one to win the treasure, Soulsky. I really didn't expect this. Ninedust shook his head. I have nothing to say. Downlord Soulsky was overwhelmed with delight. The four of them had been working together to destroy the gorge and find the Void Sea Jade Seal, but he just so happened to be right next to it. A single lucky punch from him had shattered the stone pillar hiding the Void Sea Jade Seal. It naturally fell into his hands. Ninedust and Ning didn't even have a chance to try and intercept him. Everyone, I won out of pure luck. However, what really matters right now is escaping with this thing. I'm confident that the nearby Downlords will soon arrive. Downlord Soulsky sent frantically towards Ning and the others. What are you thinking? Are you hoping for us to help you in your escape? The Ninedust Sect Lord frowned and said in an icy voice, the escape will be incredibly dangerous. Even King Gorsh died when trying to flee with the seal. If we try to help you escape, we'll probably die as well, and even if we survive we won't be the ones to benefit from the Void Sea Jade Seal. Why the hell should we help you? That's not even mentioning the fact that you are so weak, you wouldn't even be able to help us out when fighting those enemies. Although they were on the same team and had sworn oaths not to harm each other, that didn't mean they all had to risk their lives for each other. I realize I asked for too much. Downlord Solisky's face went blank for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Big brother Soulsky, don't fight back. Ning waved his hand, causing Downlord Soulsky to be drawn into his estate world. Dark North, what the hell? The Ninedust Sect Lord was stunned. Big brother Soulsky once saved my life, and we are both brothers of Vast Heaven Palace. How can I just wash my hands of him? Ning shook his head. Don't worry about this, brother Ninedust. I'm not exactly helpless. I'll flee for as long as I can. If I feel like I really don't have a chance to escape, I'll just hand the seal over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 12, E-Fleeing. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 12, E-Fleeing. The Ninedust Sect Lord was speechless. He actually had harbored ulterior motives. He wanted to wait for Downlord Soulsky to be killed by other Downlords, then counterattack and take the seal for himself. In truth, he really didn't have much of a relationship with Soulsky. However, him and Ning and experienced life and death experiences for many years, and he really did view Ning as an extremely close friend. He was by nature an arrogant and solitary figure, willing and capable of doing anything and everything necessary to achieve his goals. If he didn't like someone, he wouldn't give a damn about them even if they were stronger than him, but once he did acknowledge a person, he would be willing to risk his life for the sake of that friend. Damn it. You drive me crazy. Fine, let's escape together. The Ninedust Sect Lord gritted his teeth. Ning was stunned. But I want to make my position clear. If I'm unable to hold them off any longer, we need to voluntarily hand the Void Sea Jade Seal over. I'm not gonna commit suicide for someone else. The Ninedust Sect Lord let out a cold snort. For Downlord Soulsky to have a brother like you who is willing to risk your life for him, he really has some bullshit luck. If it wasn't for you, his chances of escaping with the seal would be virtually negligible. Ning was both overjoyed and moved by this. This escape would be an incredibly dangerous endeavor. King Gorsh had died just a while ago, and this time the Downlords would probably be even more frenzied in their attempts. Thanks, Ninedust. Ning silently committed this display of friendship to memory. He knew that this would be a day he would never be able to forget. When we work together, it won't be easy for anyone to stop us, Ninedust sent mentally. Alright, let's cut the crap. Time to run. Although they had briefly bickered, given their level of power their mental conversations happened almost instantaneously. Less than a single second had passed since Ning had collected Downlord Soulsky. It was now time to flee. Splash! The flying black vessel suddenly burst through the surface of the river, with Ning, Ninedust, and Badland atop the vessel. Ning took control over the vessel, not hesitating at all and sending it back the way they had previously come. That way, they would be able to avoid all of the natural dangers within the waveshift realm. You can't! Dowlord Badlands opened his eyes and suddenly let out a furious shout. What's wrong? Ning turned to look at Badlands. I engaged in some detailed numerancy just now. If we go back the same way we came, I think we are destined to fail. I can't divine any way to survive if we go back that way, and I can foretell that the battles we will encounter shall be far more terrible than the ones King Gorsh endured. Dowlord Badlands pointed towards the left instead. All other directions will result in guaranteed failure. I can sense that our only chance will come from that direction. Oh? Ning and Ninedust exchanged a glance. They had all sworn lifeblood oaths when establishing the squad to tell each other the truth. There was no way Dowlord Badlands was lying to them. In truth, they themselves knew that due to everyone having chased after King Gorsh, all the various Dowlord squads were now much closer to each other than before. As a result, there was a very high concentration of Dowlords in the area around Ning. Their flight would be much more dangerous than King Gorsh's failed attempt. Dowlord Badlands was now telling them that all other paths, including the path they had originally traversed to come here, would result in certain failure. This was a testament to how dangerous this would be. The heavens always leave a chance, they never seal off hope entirely. It seems our only hope lies in that direction. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately sending the vessel flying at high speeds towards the direction Dowlord Badlands had just pointed. What? They aren't going back the same way they came. They're advancing towards an unexplored area. Seklord Timedream, Winesage, and the other Heartforce cultivators continued to mentally converse with each other. When they had pursued King Gorsh, they had paid close attention to the path King Gorsh was taking. While doing so, they had also mentally memorized the paths which the various squads of Dowlords had taken, including Ning's. Dowlords naturally had terrifyingly good memories, and they thus remembered exactly what route Ning had taken. I had thought they would go back the same way they came. I arranged for other Dowlords to intercept and attack them, but they're instead fleeing in a different direction. Quite crafty. Hurry up and stop them. Tie them down. The longer we can tie them down, the more Dowlords will be able to make it there. Seklord Timedream began to converse mentally with the various other Dowlord squads, arranging them like chess pieces. And in truth, those Dowlords were willing to serve as chess pieces for the chance of acquiring a Void Sea Jade Seal. Dowlord Darknorth is a Heartforce cultivator and has many unpredictable Heartforce attacks we would be forced to take head-on. His avatar was capable of slaying Dowlord Mistbearer, and his true body should be even stronger. My Dowheart is lacking. I'm not going to take part in this ambush. Good luck, fellow Taoists. Alas, it seems like I won't have any chances this time. The weaker Dowlords and the ones with flawed Dowhearts began to slow down. They weren't willing to face a Heartforce cultivator head-on, although King Gorsh was formidable, they were at least able to see and defend against his attacks when they worked together. Heartforce attacks, however, were invisible and could only be taken head-on. If you were able to endure the attacks, you'd live; if you failed, you would die. Whoosh! Many other Dowlords, however, continued to rush there at high speeds. Only a fairly small percentage were afraid of Ning. The most powerful second-tier Dowlords didn't really fear each other. As for the supreme first-tier Dowlords, they felt no fear at all. Swoosh! Ning continued to flee at high speeds aboard the black vessel. Previously, when he had his Heartworld projection active, he had marked down the various paths which the other Dowlord squads had taken. This now proved to be quite useful. There they are! Ninedust bellowed. The first Dowlord squad. Ning waved his hand and put away Dowlord Badlands, then stared intently towards the front. They had fled for roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, and a squad of Dowlords had appeared. This was the first one, and there were 8 of them off in the distance. Hush! The sides drew closer and closer. Attack! Kill them! Dark North is nothing. The 8 Dowlords were filled with a murderous intent and had savage looks on their faces. As they saw it, King Gorsh was much stronger than this Dowlord Dark North ever could be. Go! Die! Vanish! 6 of the 8 Dowlords didn't hesitate in immediately taking out rare treasures. These 6 were second-tier Dowlords, while the other 2 were fairly weak and were just trying their luck out. Kill! The Nine Dust Sect Lord was brimming with killing intent as well. Dreamstar! Ning immediately executed his Dreamstar art. Given that these 8 dared to attack him head-on, the Heart Force Eradicator probably wouldn't be of much use against them. Thus, Ning chose to immediately use the Dreamstar instead. Invisible waves of Heart Force instantly surged out towards the 8 Dowlords. Even the Junior Radiant King, Dowlord Yenmi, had been briefly affected by Ning's usage of the Dreamstar art, and Ning's true body was even stronger. These Dowlords were obviously not a match for the Junior Radiant King, and 6 of them were instantly driven into an spellbound state. Only 2 of the Dowlords were able to maintain their clarity of mind. Now that they had fallen into a state of stupor, they obviously wouldn't be able to activate the power within their treasures. Ning himself would need a moment of time to take out and activate the Sword He Gemon's Dao Seal. Its power would be unleashed in accordance with his guidance. Without it, it would just burst out in a straight line that would be much more easily dodged. Boom! 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 Terrifying black light, awesome thunder, endless blades of icy light. Without guidance from their masters, they began to randomly collide against each other. Even the 2 Dowlords who were able to maintain their clarity of mind were disrupted. Fools like them think to stop us? The Nine Dust Sect Lord let out a bellow, then struck out with his longstaff. His longstaff stretched out to become 1,000,000 kilometers long, howling through the skies and splattering apart a dangerous streak of bloody light. What? He was able to shatter the power of that Dao Seal? How is this possible? The 2 clear-minded Dowlords were shocked by what they saw. Only supreme first-tier Dowlords would be able to unleash such power with a casual strike. That attack had more might within it than a powerful Dao Seal. Die! The Nine Dust Sect Lord charged forwards valiantly. Die! Ning continuously executed the Dreamstar, while also sending out his 9 Novescence arts like 9 energy dragons towards the 8. Even though the Ripple Water art and the 9 Novescence arts were being suppressed Sect Lord Time Dream, they were still able to strike out across a great distance towards those Dowlords. Run, quick! By now, 3 of the 6 days Dowlords had come back to their senses. They immediately screamed mentally to each other, his illusions are too powerful. Flee! Alas, how could they possibly flee more quickly than the 9 Novescence arts or the Ripple Water art? They were instantly surrounded and bogged down. The 3 Still-Days Dowlords were unable to resist at all, and 2 of them died on the spot. A heartbeat later, the Nine Dust Sect Lord's staff came howling for them. Run! Run! He's a Supreme Dowlord. A Supreme Dowlord and a Heart Force Cultivator, working together. We aren't a match for them. They had thought that this squad would be easy pickings, but it was even more terrifying than King Gorsh had been. If they were facing King Gorsh, the 6 items they had just tossed out would have been more than enough to put him in a tight spot. However, against the combined forces of Ning and Nine Dust, it had been of no use. They made up for each other's weaknesses. This was the reason why Dowlord Solman had joined forces with Dowlord Skyaxe. Ha ha ha. The Nine Dust Sect Lord flew back to the flying vessel. I enjoyed the hell out of that battle. How absolutely wonderful. If we had enough time, we would have finished off those 4 as well. There's no way they should have been able to escape. In the end, 4 of the 8 had died. The other 4 had managed to escape. In the Waveshift realm, it was generally fairly easy to kill second-tier Dowlords, as normal dimensional/temporal escape methods were of no use. The only choice was to fly, which meant that many of the slower ones would easily lose their lives if they were unable to beat an opponent. Dark North, when the two of us work together, we might just be able to fight our way out after all. The Nine Dust Sect Lord chortled with laughter. Ha! Our reputations are really gonna be spread throughout the endless territories. There really aren't many who can stop us when we work together. Ning grinned as well. In his heart, he felt tremendous gratitude towards Nine Dust. His big brother Soul Sky had shown him great benevolence in the past. There was no way Ning would just abandon him, but the same hadn't been true for Nine Dust. Although both of them were in high spirits, they also knew that this would be a very dangerous escape attempt, and the dangers had just begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 13, Fight. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 13, Fight. The ease with which Ning and the Nine Dust Sect Lord had slaughtered the first squad to attack them, forcing the attackers to flee in disarray, caused the Heart Force cultivators who were spying on the fight to feel stunned. What's going on? Who is that silver-robed man? How can he be this powerful? Winzage asked anxiously. Does anyone know who the silver-robed man is? Does anyone know where he comes from? All I know is that he is an ancient cultivator who is on par with me, Fiend Queen Dustrain replied. Since when did the ancient cultivators suddenly give birth to such a terrifyingly powerful Dowlord? The Heart Force cultivators instantly began to spread this information to the other Dowlords and ask them about it. Of the many Dowlords present, there actually were a few who knew about Nine Dust. The ancient cultivators do have an incredibly talented Dowlord known as Redwater who is skilled in staff arts and walks the Tao of Water. He has become the new sect lord of the Nine Dust sect. However, when I knew him he wasn't nearly this powerful. Yes, when I used my Heart World projection to suppress them, I overheard Dowlord Darknorth refer to him as Nine Dust. The Nine Dust sect lord? Dowlord Redwater, the Nine Dust sect lord? There were simply far too many Dowlords clustered within the Waveshift realm. Even the most low-key of Dowlords would still be known to some. All Dowlords had to experience danger and train in order to grow more powerful. They'd naturally run into other Dowlords during the process. The many Dowlords present all understood that to withstand Darknorth and Nine Dust would be no easy task. Nine Dust was already on par with King Gorsh, while Darknorth was a Heart Force cultivator. The two complemented each other very well. Fuck off! Ning let out a furious roar as his Heart Force surged out in a wave via his Dreamstar arc towards the 5 Dowlords who had come to stop them. After going through the ancient Hegemon's relic site, studying the Dreamdust script, and traversing the Thundersouth Palace as well as using the Stone Sensor of Reunion for many years, Ning had reached an extremely high level in the Dreamstar art. By now, his illusions were on par with even the illusions that had been within the Thundersouth Palace, and even Nine Dust had repeatedly been tricked by the illusions in Thundersouth Palace. When Ning used this technique, the vast majority of second-tier Dowlords would be affected by it. And in truth, this was nothing much. When Dowlord Featherdress had used her Featherdress Soulthrall song, no non-Heart Force cultivator Dowlord was able to resist it, including the other supreme first-tier Dowlords. This was what made Heart Force cultivators so terrifying. Ah! Where am I? 4 of the 5 Dowlords were trapped within illusions. The remaining one, upon seeing this, didn't dare to attack. Let's go! Ning and the others didn't want to waste any time. They immediately used their flying vessel to escape at high speeds. What just happened? How could we all have been trapped in illusions? My Dao heart is incredibly powerful. How did I end up within an illusion as well? When the other 4 Dowlords came to their senses, they were so frightened they felt cold sweat drip down their banks. If it hadn't been for Dowlord Darknorth, the 5 of us could have joined forces to cause the Nine Dust Sect Lord quite a few problems. Ugh. They've joined forces. Blocking them is going to be extremely difficult. After personally experiencing the power of this combination, the squad instantly understood how terrifyingly strong the Ning 9 Dust team was. It was true. The Ning 9 Dust team was virtually unstoppable. Both of them had extremely powerful secret arts, and Ning's Heart World projection was able to push back repeatedly at Sec Lord Time Dream's Heart World projection. Although his own projection was repeatedly destroyed by Time Dreams, their secret arts were strong enough to allow them to endure the rest. Thus, they weren't slowed down in the slightest. As far as combat power went, although they were repeatedly outnumbered by second-tier Dao Lords, Ning would cast his Heart Force illusions upon them from far, and the majority of them would immediately fall for it. There was just no way to slow them down at all. In the blink of an eye, Ning's group had spent 19 days in flight. On the way, they had suffered quite a few attacks by Dao Lord squads, with 2 of the attacks being quite difficult to deal with. They had fought at maximum speed and managed to kill 5 of the Dao Lords. Ning and 9 Dust suddenly stared towards the front. Something's off. Ning's eyes narrowed as he stared towards a red-robed youth who was flying towards them from afar. The red-robed youth's eyes were extremely bright, and they glistened like the stars. Ning had a heavy look on his face. He actually dares to intercept us by himself. He knows how strong we are, but he still dares to challenge us. He is very possibly a supreme Dao Lord. Yes. Even worse, he doesn't seem to be one of the more famous ones. We have no idea what his skills lie in. 9 Dust had a bad feeling as well. This was the first time during their flight that a Soul Dao Lord had moved to intercept them by himself. Brother Dark North. Brother 9 Dust. My Daoist title is Snowjoy. I feel rather embarrassed. This is our first time meeting each other, and we're about to get into a fight right away. The red-robed youth laughed brightly. Why don't you hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal? Now that I'm here, you won't be able to escape. You think quite highly of yourself. 9 Dust smirked. As for Ning, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he immediately sent out his Dreamstar art. The red-robed youth, however, just continued to stand there with a smile on his face in front of them. When the Dreamstar art swept past the man simply continued to smile. His smile had a strange charisma to it, and his eyes only shone even brighter as he looked at 9 Dust. Brother 9 Dust? The 9 Dust Sec Lord let out a cold snort. So you are actually skilled in illusions as well. Alas, my illusions can in no way compare to Brother Dark North's. He is a true Heart Force cultivator, after all. The red-robed youth smiled. Ning's face tightened as he sent mentally to Ning, 9 Dust, my Dreamstar, did nothing to him. He is probably a Supreme Dao Lord. Supreme Dao Lords almost all have incredibly powerful souls and Dao hearts. Their souls won't be easily shaken by illusions. Don't worry. Leave it to me. The 9 Dust Sec Lord glared coldly at the distant red-robed youth, then barked, Dao Lord Snowjoy? Let's see if you really are strong enough to bar my path. After you. The red-robed youth smiled gracefully, then flew over. Attack! The 9 Dust Sec Lord swept through the skies, his long staff expanding to become 10,000 kilometers long as he slammed it towards the opponent in front of him. The space around him actually twisted into a vortex, with that long staff being at the center of the vortex as it smashed towards the red-robed youth. The red-robed youth instantly manifested a total of 6 ivory-white arms. His 6 arms spread out like the plumes of a peacock, launching palm strikes, finger strikes, claw strikes, and other attacks towards the 9 Dust Sec Lord. Thud! An extremely soft and light collision could be heard. The red-robed youth's body trembled slightly before he then continued to press the attack against 9 Dust. Die! The 9 Dust Sec Lord spun his staff around his waist as he prepared for another strike. The long staff was like a flood dragon leaving the waters, causing great waves to appear in the area that crashed downwards towards the red-robed youth. Boom! Hiss! Bang! The red-robed youth's attacks were extremely graceful. No matter how ferocious the Nine Dust Sect Lord's attacks were, the youth was able to defend against them with extremely delicate strikes. He was able to use his 6 hands alone to defend against Nine Dust's longstaff without suffering the slightest of disadvantages. Ning grew increasingly anxious as he watched. If this continued, the battle could go on for several days without any resolution. Swoosh! Ning suddenly vanished as he used his shadowless evasion skill to move closer to the red-robed youth. You wish to ambush me? The red-robed youth's god sense had been activated this entire time, and so he naturally was able to notice as Ning drew close to him. He let out a soft laugh. You are a heart-force cultivator. If you hid far away, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but you actually dare to deliver yourself into my hands? Kill! 6 streams of light appeared simultaneously as Ning manifested 3 heads, 6 arms, and sent his 6 northbow swords to attack his opponent. Screw off! The red-robed youth casually waved a single hand to slap back at him. Bang! The tips of the swords collided against the center of the red-robed youth's palm. The youth's face instantly changed. He had thought that he would be able to deliver a heavy blow to Ning with a single hand, but Ning had used the most powerful attack available to him, the blood drop stance. This stance, when used with the northbow swords, contained incredible power. Although Ning felt the tremendous power contained within that palm strike, the defensive prowess of his sword arts allowed him to deflect and ablate much of that power with one sword. He also had the hegemon armor, allowing him to take on as much of the strike as possible so as to ensure that his other 5 swords were not disrupted by the attack. Thus, the other 5 northbow swords continued to fly mercilessly towards the red-robed youth. I told you to screw off. The red-robed youth was irritated now. He sent 3 of his ivory-white palms towards Ning in a fierce assault, his palms growing in size as he slapped out towards Ning. Boom! 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 Ning was knocked flying backwards. Boom! The Nine Dust Sect Lord suddenly landed a blow with his longstaff against the red-robed youth's waist, knocking him flying backwards as well. The youth spat a mouthful of blood out. Damn! The red-robed youth quickly righted himself in midair, a look of anger in his eyes as he smiled coldly towards the distant Ning. Impressive, Dark North. I didn't expect you to be this strong in close combat. You caught me slightly off guard, and you didn't even spit out any blood after taking a hit from me. Impressive, impressive. Ning was stronger than he had expected. He had to use at least 30 to 40% of his power to deal with Ning, but this meant that he would no longer be able to fend off the Nine Dust Sect Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 14, Downlord Shaka bars their path. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 14, Downlord Shaka bars their path. The 2 of you are more powerful than I had expected. I've just developed an ultimate attack that I've yet to display in front of other downlords. The 2 of you shall be the first one to see it. The red-robed youth said in a cold voice. His body began to glow with rays of astral light that coalesced to his left and his right, forming 2 starlight bodies. The red-robed youth and his 2 starlight bodies looked absolutely identical to each other. A star god clone? Ning and Nine Dust both exclaimed in surprise. Yes, these are star god clones. The red-robed youth smiled coldly. This is the supreme technique of the Starking, the star god clones. The Starking was ranked 9th amongst the downlords, and he was famous for his killer technique, the star god clone nut. Every single star god clone had 50% of the true body's power. The Starking was able to create a total of 7 such star god clones. The Starking's astral Tao is an extreme one that has obvious flaws, rendering him weak in close combat. However, it allowed him to develop his star god clone technique, letting him be ranked amongst the top 10 in the Endless Territories. The red-robed youth smirked. My own astral Tao is more perfect than his. It has no flaws at all. Although I'm only able to create 2 Star God clones, I'm vastly superior to the Star King. Ning and Ninedust traded a glance. This unknown Downlord Snowjoy was indeed quite formidable in close combat. Although he had been defending this entire time, he was still able to match Ninedust blow for blow. Now that he had 2 more Star God clones with him, what were they to do? Kill. The red-robed youth and his 2 Star God clones simultaneously attacked the Ninedust Sect Lord. The furious Ninedust Sect Lord charged forwards as well, his long staff lashing directly outwards. His attack looked simple, but it possessed unstoppable power. The red-robed youth dodged slightly, using his palms to brush aside the attack, but the Ninedust Sect Lord's longstaff suddenly twisted and swept outwards to both sides of him, simultaneously striking at the red-robed youth and the 2 Star God clones at the same time. Boom! 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 Dot! The 2 sides exchanged just a few dozen stances before one of the Star God clones managed to land a palm strike directly against the Ninedust Sect Lord's chest, knocking him flying backwards. The Ninedust Sect Lord's chest had partially dissolved into a stream of water before quickly reforming. Although he didn't have a killer attack like the Star God clone technique, his invulnerable aqua form was a far stronger supreme defensive technique than Snowjoy possessed. He can't hurt me, but his true body combined with the 2 Star God clones can tie me down. The Ninedust Sect Lord gritted his teeth, then struck out with his right hand and produced that strange formation diagram within his palm. Rumble! The formation diagram in his palm immediately flew out and expanded in size to cover an area of 10 million kilometers. The enormous formation diagram was shaped like a square within a circle and filled with layers of flowing barriers. Thousands of layers of formations continuously overlapped with each other. A trap formation? The red-robed youth, who had been extremely confident this entire time, suddenly turned tense. A look of stunned anger appeared on his face. Let's go! The Ninedust Sect Lord immediately pulled Ning with him in a frantic retreat, the layers of formations parting in front of them. Swoosh! They entered the black vessel, then quickly fled at maximum speed. Stop running! Stop running! Trapped within the enormous formation, the red-robed youth was able to do nothing besides roar angrily. He had been so close, so close. The Void Sea Jade Seal had been within reach, but this trap formation had cut off his chances. Break! Break! The red-robed youth furiously assaulted the trap formation. He wasn't that skilled in the art of formations, and when he saw that this one was composed of thousands of layers of barriers, he knew that breaching it through raw force was the only chance he had. He had to continuously consume the power within the formation. Only when its power was depleted would he have a chance to escape. However, he had no idea that this was something left behind by a hegemon of the ancient cultivators. This formation was an incredibly strong one. He was trapped in it for a full hour before managing to escape. By then, Ning and the Ninedust had fled far, far away. The situation looks pretty bad. The Ninedust Sect Lord has a trap formation of incredible power. Downlord Snowjoy stuck inside it. Word quickly spread, and the many Downlords converging on this area began to grow anxious. It took them time to slowly fly through the 9th layer, making it difficult for any group to intercept another group. They had been extremely lucky to have a Supreme Downlord manage to intercept Ning's squad, but who would have thought that the Ninedust Sect Lord would be able to use a trap formation against him and escape with ease? Flee, flee, flee. Ning's group continued to frantically flee at maximum speed. Both Ning and Ninedust knew that using a trap formation against such an opponent was an excellent ploy, but Ninedust's formation treasure could only be slowly recharged through the usage of 10 million cubes of Chaos Jewels. They didn't really care about money at a time like this, but it would take 2 or 3 days for the recharging process to be completed. Another month went by in the blink of an eye. Downlord Snowjoy was once more in hot pursuit of them, but wouldn't be able to catch up. For now, the group didn't encounter a second Supreme Downlord. It's only been a month. Based on the path in front of us, we'll still need another 2 years before we can escape the 9th layer. I hope things will progress smoothly. Ning, Ninedust, and Badlands were all standing aboard the deck of the black vessel. Dowlord Badlands suddenly frowned. He repeatedly engaged in his numeracy calculations, only to shake his head again and again. "What's wrong?" Ning and Ninedust asked. "Things are becoming increasingly dangerous." Badlands explained, "My calculations are telling me that the situation is going to worsen no matter which way we go." Ninedust snickered, "They know where we are and are surrounding us from all sides. Of course things are only going to become increasingly dangerous. Our only chance is for us to escape the 9th layer. But, if they are going to try and stop us, they need to prepare to die. Someone's coming." Ning stared towards the front. Ninedust turned to stare forwards as well. A golden streak of light suddenly appeared off in the distance, and the faces of both Ning and Ninedust instantly changed. "Fellow Dioist Dark North. Long time no see." A golden-armored, golden-haired man stood off in the distance, a brilliant smile on his face and violet light shimmering in his eyes. "You've improved quite quickly." Dowlord Shaka. Ning had an ugly look on his face. When Kongsan had failed in his attempt to kill Ning, Kongsan had asked Dowlord Shaka to help out. Ning had been forced to use his Hegemon Dowseal to survive. The sword Hegemon's Dowseal was incredibly powerful. It had slaughtered Kongsan outright. Dowlord Shaka, however, had managed to survive and escape thanks to using a valuable life-preserving treasure. "You actually dare to bar my path? Aren't you worried that I might hit you with a second seal?" Ning said coldly. "Ah ha ha." Dowlord Shaka laughed loudly. He naturally had never forgotten the terrifying scene from a few years back. "Are you really trying to tell me you had 2 such treasures? And even if you do have a second one, so what? I knew just how dangerous this trip to the Waveshift realm would be, and so I paid an incredibly heavy price to procure a protective treasure. Even if you use a second Dao seal, I'll still be able to escape." "Forget him." The Ninedust sect lord frowned, then sent mentally, "Let's leave. Don't waste any time with him. Let's go." Ning agreed with this idea. Swoosh! The black vessel instantly sped up to 100 times the speed of light as the two completely ignored Dowlord Shaka. Fleeing? Dowlord Shaka instantly sped up to over 100 times the speed of light, waving his hand and sending a streak of golden light straight towards the black vessel. "Fuck off!" The Ninedust sect lord brandished his longstaff, smashing the streak of golden light aside. "Ha!" Dowlord Shaka smiled coldly as he flew closer and closer towards the black vessel. "You won't be able to escape." One golden feather after another flew out from him, numbering 6 in total. They all transformed into streaks of golden light that furiously assaulted the black vessel. "Damn the Dowlord Shaka!" The Ninedust sect lord charged out of the black vessel, but Dowlord Shaka was able to easily evade him thanks to his great speed. Shaka moved faster than 100 times the speed of light. There was no way for Ninedust to catch up to him at all. "Go!" The Ninedust sect lord waved his right hand, causing that formation diagram to fly out once more. Time continued to slowly flow on. In terms of raw power, Dowlord Shaka actually wasn't a match for Ninedust. However, he was simply too fast. Although he was trapped within the formation for a full hour, he managed to once more catch up to them in under a day. He refused to engage Ning and the others in close combat, simply launching repeated long-distance attacks from afar. This ensured that they would move very slowly, at less than half of their maximum speed. Running and fighting at the same time, of course they would be much closer. Finally, they managed to recharge the formation treasure with chaos jewels and once more trapped Dowlord Shaka, but a day later he once more caught up to them. They won't be able to escape. They aren't going anywhere. All of the Heartforce cultivators watching knew exactly what the situation was. Ever since Dowlord Shaka had managed to catch up to Ning's squad, they had been dramatically slowed down. Another 5 days went by. Damn! Just as Ning and Nine Dust were once more dealing with Tao Lord Shaka, another figure suddenly appeared off in the distance and began to fly towards them. It was the red-robed youth, Tao Lord Snowjoy. You are finished! Tao Lord Shaka roared with laughter. You won't be able to escape. Tao Lord Snowjoy walked towards them, a cold smile on his face. Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance. They didn't fear Shaka or Snowjoy despite the two both being supreme Tao Lords, but when these two joined forces they would be able to completely tie down Ning and Nine Dust, making their escape even slower. Most likely, even more Tao Lords would begin to arrive. It must be remembered that thus far, not a single one of the top-ranked Tao Lords had arrived yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 15, Sec Lord Time Dream and the King Freak. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 15, Sec Lord Time Dream and the King Freak. Tao Lord Snowjoy slowly walked towards them through the skies as he made his way towards the black vessel. As for Tao Lord Shaka, he attacked from afar using his magic treasures, using his long-distance attacks to tie down Ning and Nine Dust. Keep moving while fighting. We can't let ourselves get tied down by them like this, the Nine Dust Sec Lord immediately said. Ning remained in control of the black vessel, watching as Nine Dust battled against Tao Lord Snowjoy and Tao Lord Shaka by himself. This was a 2-on-1 fight, and Nine Dust was at a distinct disadvantage. Nine Dust, Ning sighed. In truth, there really was no need for Nine Dust to involve himself, as he wouldn't gain anything from it at all. The Void Sea Jade Seal wouldn't be his, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed. What should we do? I can't get involved in a fight at their level. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. Ning felt quite resigned as well. Both Tao Lord Snowjoy and Tao Lord Shaka were able to ignore the effects of his Heart Force techniques. As for his close combat abilities, Tao Lord Snowjoy would be able to overcome and suppress him with just a single one of his Star God clones. We've been completely bogged down. Things are going to get worse and worse from now on. Ning was truly worried. Far off in the distance, there were two figures riding a white vessel that was advancing towards Ning's position at high speed. The first was an alien man who wore a crown and who was dressed in beautiful golden robes. This man had dark red eyes and emanated the stately aura of a king. Ordinary Tao Lords would feel an uncontrollable urge to bow down and prostrate themselves before him. He was Sec Lord Time Dream, the most accomplished Heart Force cultivator in all the endless territories. Next to him stood a short, squat, and ugly man who carried an enormous scimitar on his back. He was known as the King Freak, and was ranked 18 amongst the Tao Lords of the endless territories. Although he was ranked fairly low amongst the supreme first-tier Tao Lords, he was still one of them. No supreme Tao Lords could be underestimated, as they all had their own specialties. Sec Lord, we're closing in on them. We should be able to catch up in under 2 days, the King Freak said in his hoarse voice. Excellent. Sec Lord Time Dream's lips crooked upwards slightly. Tao Lord Shaka and Tao Lord Snowjoy have tied them down, but they won't be able to kill Nine Dust or Dark North. As for Winesage and the others, they are still quite far away. Winesage will have to spend at least 10 days before making it here. Oof. By then, I would have acquired the Void Sea Jade Seal long ago. You are the only one who deserves it, Sec Lord, the King Freak said hoarsely. There are 3 more seals in the 10th layer. Sec Lord Time Dream looked at the King Freak. As soon as I acquire the second Void Sea Jade Seal, I'm going to immediately use it. After that, I'll accompany you into the 10th layer and fight for one of the remaining 3. No matter what, I guarantee that I'll help you acquire one of them. They will all be yours, Sec Lord, the King Freak said. No. I'll take any other treasures, but if we can acquire a second Void Sea Jade Seal it will go to you, Sec Lord Time Dream said. Anyone else who saw this interaction would be completely shocked. Sec Lord Time Dream had founded an enormous sect and was the exalted leader of it, with countless living beings in his thrall. Those who obeyed him would live, those who disobeyed him would perish. He was supreme throughout his world, and was incredibly skilled in manipulating the hearts of men. If the God King of the Three Realms could be described as delighting in the torment of others, Lord Tyndream was even worse. In fact, he had become so incredibly depraved that he truly could be described as a demon amongst demons. Despite his extremeness, he had achieved incredible things in the field of heart force. The Tao was neither good nor bad. The good could reach high levels in it, as could the bad. As for the King Freak, he was Lord Tyndream's right-hand man. The Lord couldn't be everywhere and do everything, and so many things were left to the King Freak to handle. As for the King Freak, he was a mass murderer who was legendary for his ruthless callousness, a man of unpredictable temperament. The many disciples of the Tyndream sect were all terrified whenever they saw him, for fear of offending him and thus perishing for the offense. When the two worked together, they wouldn't fear even the likes of Palace Lord Dawnstar or Winesage. One could imagine what an incredibly famous duo they were in the endless territories. Both were fiendish madmen, but they held genuine and deep affection for each other. The King Freak was unswervingly loyal to Lord Tyndream, and whenever they were out adventuring he always let the Lord have the pick of the treasures they encountered. Lord Tyndream was a bit more selfish and often gave himself the best things first, but in his heart the King Freak truly was second only to himself in importance. 2 days later. 9 Dust. Dark North. A booming voice rang out in the skies. They were in a vast, snowy plains right now. A thick layer of snow had fallen over this area, and it stretched off as far as the naked eye could see. Ning's group had continued to fight and slowly flee. During the past 2 days, they had used the trap formation an additional time, but Lord Shaka and Lord Snowjoy had quickly caught up to them. Who is it? Ning and Nine Dust both turned to stare off into the distance, as did Lord Snowjoy and Lord Shaka. 2 distant figures were walking towards them side by side. The first was a red-eyed man dressed in beautiful golden robes who emanated an aura of ineffable majesty. The other was an ugly-looking man who carried an enormous scimitar on his back. Lord Tyndream? The King Freak? Ning and Nine Dust both felt their hearts sink. Of the current top 5 Lords, Winesage and Palace Lord Dawnstar had fairly good reputations. Lord Dreamlore had been fairly low-key before this trip, only becoming famous after defeating the Radiant King. Clearly, he wasn't the vile sort either. Lord Tyndream, however, was a truly demonic figure, and the King Freak was his most dangerous of lackeys. Ah, Tyndream and the King Freak have arrived. Lord Shaka sent mentally, Brother Snowjoy, now that they've arrived I expect that Nine Dust's group won't be able to hold out against us. However, we need to work together to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal. Otherwise, it'll probably end up in Tyndream's hands. Agreed. Lord Snowjoy turned somber as well. Let us work together. Once we seize the seal, we'll work together to escape, no matter who the seal ends up with. Agreed. Lord Shaka nodded. The two immediately swore lifeblood oaths and entered into an alliance. Even if Lord Snowjoy did acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal, he would need Lord Shaka's speed in order to escape. Right now, fleeing as quickly as possible once the seal was in hand was what mattered the most. The Radiant King had been able to escape precisely because of how fast he was. As for Lord Shaka, he needed Lord Snowjoy's strength. Shaka himself was fairly weak compared to other Supreme Lords, after all. He wouldn't be able to resist any of the truly formidable ones. When the two worked together, they made up for each other's weaknesses. Be good boys and hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal. Lord Tyndream slowly walked over, his voice cold. My calculations indicate that you should only be able to use the trap formation once every 2 or 3 days. You won't be able to activate it again for some time. There's nowhere for you to run. Hand it over. Ha ha. For Supreme Lords. What luck! The Nine Dust Lord hefted his longstaff, roaring with laughter from his position atop the flying vessel. Fighting against 4 Supreme Dowlords, all by my lonesome, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Come, come. All 4 of you can attack at the same time. I want to see just how tough all of you are, and I want to see if you can do anything to me, If that's the case, let's attack. Sect Lord Time Dream said coldly. Kill. Dowlord Shaka and Dowlord Snowjoy were the first to charge. Everyone was entering into close combat, as they were all fairly close to each other, and the first to seize the Void Sea Jade Seal would gain an enormous advantage. Kill. The King Freak drew his enormous scimitar from his backsheath and charged towards the Nine Dust Sect Lord as well. Come on. The Nine Dust Sect Lord awaited them, Longstaff at the ready. Boom. As they fought, ripples of power began to blast out in every direction, annihilating the snow in the surrounding area and spreading out until they were blocked by some barriers off in the distance. Nine Dust began to fight Dowlord Shaka, Dowlord Snowjoy, and the King Freak all by himself in a 1-on-3 fight. Bang! Dowlord Snowjoy landed a palm strike on Nine Dust's chest. Slash! The King Freak landed a slashing blow with his scimitar on Nine Dust's thigh. Stab! Dowlord Shaka plunged his long spear into Nine Dust's right arm. Nine Dust was sent stumbling backwards by this barrage of attacks, with the injured parts of his body dissolving into water and then reforming anew, completely unharmed. The distant Sect Lord Time Dream frowned when he saw this. This damn ancient cultivator really is quite valiant, and he's mastered an invulnerable aqua form. Other Supreme Dowlords on his overall level of power won't be able to injure him at all. They won't even be able to make him use up much of his divine power. Even Winesage would find it difficult to kill him, despite possessing a universe treasure. This invulnerable aqua form allowed Nine Dust to transform his divine body into an endless stream of water. You could cut through it, but it would just continue to flow unabated. There was just no way to kill him. In truth, Dowlord Soulsky had also mastered a similar aqua form, albeit one based on fragmentary records. However, his Dao was a bit too extreme in being defense-oriented. In attack power, he was weaker than even Patriarch Clearwind. Despite that, his defensive prowess was such that even Fiend Queen Dustrain had only been able to heavily injure him in her pursuit of him. Nine Dust's invulnerable aqua form was far superior to Salasky's, allowing him to ignore the attacks of the King Freak, Snowjoy, and Shaka. The attacks of the 3 Supreme Dowlords were having no effect on him. The Void Sea Jade Seal is in my hands. You can forget about taking it from me. The Nine Dust Sect Lord roared wildly with laughter. Stop dreaming. You won't be able to break my invulnerable aqua form no matter how hard you try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32 Chapter 16, The Final Hegemon Dao Seal. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 16, The Final Hegemon Dao Seal. Nine Dust. The distant Sect Lord Time Dream suddenly let out a shout. His voice was ephemeral and indistinct, reverberating within Nine Dust's ears and even in his mind and soul. Not good. Nine Dust was shocked as a beautiful gorge appeared in front of him, filled with a sea of flowers and rivers. However, he had clearly been in the middle of a vicious fight against 3 Dowlords on a snowy plains. Break for me! Nine Dust roared mentally. Boom! He finally managed to break through the illusion and force the real world to appear before him once more. Bang! Bang! Nine Dust felt a terrifying level of power crash against him. Caught completely off guard, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and be knocked flying by the strikes. He also felt a chain actually securely wrap itself around his body. Nine Dust. The distant Ning was frantic as well. It had all happened too quickly. Battles between Supreme Dowlords occurred at incredible speeds. Although Nine Dust had been trapped within the illusion for merely a brief instant, it had been enough for him to suffer 2 strikes and also be caught and bound. The King Freak was holding the other end of the chain that was now securely fastened around the Nine-Dust Sect Lord. Whoosh! The Nine-Dust Sect Lord's divine body suddenly transformed into an endless stream of water that flowed through and past the chains, then reformed outside of them. What an impressive time dream! The Nine-Dust Sect Lord's face was ashen as he stared hard at Sect Lord Time Dream. He really is the strongest Downlord in the art of illusions in the modern era. Unfortunately, I'm still not strong enough. If I was, you wouldn't have been able to break free from my illusions, Sect Lord Time Dream said calmly. He was still not satisfied with his performance. In this day and age, he was the strongest pure heart force cultivator. Winesage was stronger than him overall, but was inferior in heart force alone. However, this was merely in this day and age. From a historical standpoint, there had been many other heart force cultivator Downlords who were far superior to him. The truly supreme heart force cultivator Downlords would almost always be the undisputed most powerful Downlords of their eras. Nine-Dust, are you alright? Ning sent worriedly. I'm fine. 'Twas but a minor injury. I'm an ancient cultivator, my divine body is far superior to that of ordinary cultivators, Nine-Dust sent mentally to Ning. In substance and in power, his body was indeed unfathomably superior to that of ordinary Downlords of the fourth step. Press the attack and make him suffer more injuries. The distant Sect Lord Time Dream sent mentally to Shaka, Snowjoy, and King Freak. Nine-Dust's invulnerable aqua form is difficult to deal with. Not even Winesage would be able to kill him through direct attacks. I'll continuously use heart force illusions against him and make it impossible for him to maintain his aqua form, while the three of you will repeatedly injure him over and over. When his divine power is depleted, he'll die. Shaka and Snowjoy exchanged a glance. Both of them knew that killing a supreme Downlord was far too difficult, especially one with an invulnerable aqua form. They would indeed need Sect Lord Time Dream to repeatedly disturb Nine-Dust and cause him to lose control over his body for brief periods of time. When that happened, his body would briefly transform into its original form, that of an ancient cultivator's. Only then would they be able to harm Nine-Dust. If Nine-Dust was fully awake and mentally alert, he could perpetually maintain his invulnerable aqua form. In that case, there would be no way to injure him at all. Boom! Bang! Sect Lord Time Dream continued to cast heart force illusions from afar, while Shaka, Snowjoy, and King Freak pressed the assault furiously. Nine-Dust! Ning frantically unleashed his own heart force, seeking to protect Nine-Dust. Bang! Sect Lord Time Dream's overwhelming surge of heart force completely crushed through Ning's protection. At his current level, Ning was completely unable to protect the Nine-Dust Sect Lord. I'm fine, Dark North. I'm fine. Thus far, I've used up very little divine power, the Nine-Dust Sect Lord sent mentally. Time continued to flow on, 1 second after another. The four enemy Downlords completely ignored Ning. As they saw it, Nine-Dust was their true foe, and they also felt certain that the Void Sea Jade Seal was in Nine-Dust's hands. They could see that Nine-Dust was the most powerful member of Ning's squad, which meant that the seal should logically be in his hands. If it was in someone else's hands, why would he go so far as to risk his own life to protect the team? In the blink of an eye, another half-day had gone by. Ha ha ha. Man, the three of you really are starting to sting me with your hits. The Nine-Dust Sect Lord transformed into a vast stream of water, with the vague outline of a person appearing at the center of this river. Moments later, a spirit pill appeared in the figure's hand, followed by the figure swallowing it. I really did use up quite a bit of divine power over the course of this fight. Time to eat a spirit pill. Damn it. Nine-Dust's divine body is far too powerful, and he also has a tough protective divine ability. We've been beating on him for hours but have barely harmed him. He was able to recover with just a single pill. There'll be no end to this. Downlord Shaka, Downlord Snowjoy, and the King Freak were all growing anxious. Alright, let's keep fighting. I have to say, Time Dream's heart force illusions are pretty powerful. They're serving as a great way to temper my Tao heart. The Nine Dust Sect Lord was in an excellent mood. Nine Dust, the longer we keep you tied down, the more Tao Lords will come. Soon, a fifth Supreme Tao Lord will arrive, followed by a sixth. In the end, you won't be able to handle us all, Sect Lord Time Dream said coldly. If that's the case, I'll just toss out the Void Sea Jade Seal, Nine Dust snickered. Time Dream, multiple ancient cultivators have died by your hands. Do you really think I would ever give the Void Sea Jade Seal up to you? Damn you! Sect Lord Time Dream had an ugly look on his face. It must be remembered that Winesage and the others were hurrying over as well. Once Winesage arrived, who would be able to outcompete him? Freako! Sect Lord Time Dream sent mentally to the King Freak, used the red scatter venom on him, but the King Freak couldn't help but turn to look at the Sect Lord Time Dream. He sent back mentally, Sect Lord, we only have that one bottle. Are you sure? Use it. Sect Lord Time Dream nodded. The red scatter venom was the most terrifying type of poison the two had ever discovered, and they had found it while adventuring within the Terror Star Sea. This was a deadly poison which had been developed during the Dawn War, and it was the greatest killer trump card Sect Lord Time Dream had available to him. This type of poison was a nightmare to any and every Tao Lord. Ever since Sect Lord Time Dream had acquired it, he hadn't been willing to use it, but for the sake of the Void Sea Jade Seal, anything was worth it. Boom! The Nine Dust Sect Lord was once more struck by the Heart Force illusion. The endless flows of water around him instantly halted, then gradually began to reform into his normal body, which Shaka, Snowjoy, and King Freak continued to attack. Right as the King Freak launched an attack, he suddenly produced a bottle of dark red liquid and shattered it. Whoosh! A stream of dark red liquid instantly invaded the Nine Dust Sect Lord's body. This stream of liquid was visible to the naked eye, but it also seemed illusory. It seeped directly into his body and pervaded his soul. This was a terrifying type of poison which had been developed during the Dawn War to deal with enemies. The Nine Dust Sect Lord transformed back into human form, then began to roll around the ground and scream in agony. His face was a mask of pain, with streaks of ugly red lines stretching out throughout his body. Nine Dust continued to howl in agony. He had never experienced such incredible, indescribable, terrifying pain before. Nine Dust! Ning felt as though his heart had stopped. He couldn't even begin to imagine what sort of pain and torment could cause a supreme Tao Lord like Nine Dust to scream so miserably. Release Nine Dust! Release him! Ning charged out and called out frantically, "We'll give you the Void Sea Jade Seal. There is no antidote to the red scatter venom. Once it touches you, you'll suffer utter agony for a total of 12 days. This poison was meant to be used against powerful eternal emperors. There's no way Nine Dust's Tao heart or soul would be strong enough to resist it. He isn't even able to maintain his invulnerable aqua form any longer. Kill him, then take the Void Sea Jade Seal from him," Sect Lord Time Dream laughed coldly. The faces of Tao Lord Shaka and Tao Lord Snowjoy both turned pale. Red scatter venom? They had never even heard of it, but they couldn't help but shiver in fear when they saw Tao Lord Nine Dust scream in pain like that. Nine Dust's screams were echoing in Ning's ears, but there was no way for him to rescue Nine Dust at all. This caused Ning to feel a sense of regret and powerlessness. As Nine Dust continued to scream in agony, he would occasionally turn to glance towards Ning. His eyes were filled with agony and desperation, and his lips trembled as he struggled to speak. "Kill me! Attack!" The King Freak charged towards Nine Dust. "Kill him!" Shaka and Snowjoy exchanged a glance. This wasn't a time to show mercy. They had to seize the Void Sea Jade Seal. Ning was too weak. There was no way he could stop them at all. He hurriedly sent mentally, "Big Brother Soul Sky. Big Brother Soul Sky. Let's hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal. Big Brother Soul Sky? Big Brother Soul Sky." Downlord Soulsky was in secluded meditation within Ning's estate world, not accepting any communication from the outside world. What? Ning was frantic. Soulsky had actually gone into secluded meditation at a time like this? Halt! Ning drew his 6 northbow swords and charged forwards, grabbing the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Nine Dust continued to scream in agony, his eyes filled with pleading as he stared at Ning. He really did want for Ning to kill him and spare him any more of this. With but a thought, Ning pulled Nine Dust away into his estate world. Right now, Nine Dust was completely defenseless and unable to fight back at all. He would probably die in short order if he stayed out here, and so Ning had no choice but to drag him away. Are you looking to die, kid? The King Freak brandished the great scimitar in his hands. Boom! Ning was smashed flying backwards, while the King Freak staggered 1 step back. Die! As Ning was knocked flying backwards, he produced a deep blue crystalline leaf in his right hand. This was the second and final Dao seal the sword hegemon had bestowed upon him. Crack! He shattered the deep blue leaf. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 17, The Dao Seal's Power. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 17, The Dao Seal's Power. The deep blue crystal leaf shattered, and a flood of terrifying power that had been hidden inside it was completely unleashed. Although it held only a fraction of a full-force strike from the sword hegemon, the power of this blow still vastly surpassed a full power blow from one of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. There was no way even the most supreme of Dao lords would be able to resist this level of power. Aha! Nine Dust was now within Ning's estate world, and he continued to scream in pain. His face remained a rictus of agony as those dark red lines continued to spread throughout his body. Clearly, the terrifying pain he was in hadn't lessened in the slightest after entering this estate world. Nine Dust! Ning felt both regret and fury in his heart. All of you can go die. Ning was filled with a murderous intent as he activated that flood of incredible power. Instantly, an enormous, horrifying illusion of a greatsword appeared in the area around Ning. The illusory greatsword lay horizontal, causing space-time to freeze and severing karma itself. Its incredible, terrifying presence caused the King Freak, Dao Lord Shaka, Dao Lord Snowjoy, and even Sect Lord Timedream to turn pale. How is this possible? He used up one of those things when he killed Kongsan. How does he have another one? This was the second time Dao Lord Shaka had ever encountered this terrifying illusory greatsword. Gritting his teeth, he immediately produced the most powerful protective treasure he had purchased prior to entering the Waveshift realm, causing a palm-sized black seed to appear in his hand. Brother Snowjoy, don't move! Dao Lord Shaka sent mentally. Crack! The black seed shattered into tiny pieces of dust as the power within it was released. Vine-like tendrils furiously sprouted out the shattered black seed, spreading out in every direction and quickly covering both Shaka and Snowjoy from head to toe, forming a vine cube that was roughly 30 meters in diameter. Shaka and Snowjoy were completely covered and protected by this rattan vine cube. Nine Dust has been poisoned by our red scatter venom and is no longer a threat. After we kill him, the Void Sea Jade Seal will be ours. Sect Lord Timedream had begun to move closer towards Nine Dust's direction as well as Shaka, Snowjoy, and King Freak had charged forward. All of them knew that the Void Sea Jade Seal was about to fall into someone's hands. If he moved closer, his chances would be much greater. What? Dark North actually pulled Nine Dust into his estate world? Sect Lord Timedream smirked. He's courting death. We were completely focused on Nine Dust earlier and couldn't be bothered with him. We should be able to wipe him out in a few seconds. Although Nine Dust was suffering indescribable torment, the fact that he was able to mouth out the words "kill me" showed that he was able to maintain a modicum of consciousness. Ning was on his side, and so he wouldn't resist being drawn away into Ning's estate world. The others, however, wouldn't have that chance. Die, then. Sect Lord Timedream followed the King Freak, Shaka, and Snowjoy in charging straight towards Ning. Much like how Soul Wind was decent in close combat, Sect Lord Timedream was a first-tier Dowlord in close combat as well. Boom! The heavens turned dark. The world went silent. Time and space froze. Karma itself was severed. An overwhelming, awe-inspiring aura of power manifested as a giant illusory greatsword appeared out of thin air. Sect Lord Timedream was shocked, his earlier confidence gone. Both he and King Freak were vile men who had wandered the endless territories for many years. As a result, they had battled against a number of mighty major powers in the past, and had encountered a number of terrifying Dao seals. However, the illusory greatsword in front of him gave him a sense of terror that was greater than anything he had ever felt before, but the sword hegemon's field of expertise lay in annihilatory attacks, after all. Freak! Sect Lord Timedream screamed mentally as he reached out, producing a dazzlingly beautiful snowflower in his hands. Sect Lord! The terrified King Freak was frantically retreating as well, seeking to reunite with Sect Lord Timedream. Whoosh! The snowflower bloomed, expanding to cover the surrounding area and protecting both Sect Lord Timedream and the King Freak. Generally speaking, the most valuable would be kept in Sect Lord Timedream's hands. Only if they found a second copy would the treasure go to the King Freak. Treasures like the red scatter venom that had to be used in close combat, Timedream would let the King Freak hold on to, as the King Freak was responsible for charging into the fray as the vanguard. This flower, however, was a protective treasure that would cause a formation to appear once activated. The formation could be used to trap foes, but it could also be used to resist outside attacks. This was the most powerful tool Sect Lord Timedream at his disposal. The beautiful flower wrapped itself around the King Freak and Sect Lord Timedream, protecting them in multiple layers of formations. Not a single one of the four supreme Dowlords were able to escape from Ning's illusory greatsword. They had instead chosen to produce the most powerful protective treasures they had to resist it. Escape on their own? All of them knew this was impossible. Die! Ning stared intently at Sect Lord Timedream and the King Freak, as well as that enormous flower around them. He wanted to kill the two of them most of all, because they were the ones who had poisoned Nine Dust. Boom! The illusory greatsword chopped directly against that enormous flower. The flower instantly began to tremble as it swiveled, its layers of petals furiously shifting aside the force of the attack. As the petals continued to spin, waves of terrifying might began to blast outwards in every direction. Boom! 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 The nearby Dowlord Snowjoy and Dowlord Shaka were protected within their vine globe, and the waves of power smashed against them as well. The vines, however, were incredibly tough and managed to resist the force. Absolutely terrifying. We're facing just a tiny amount of its full power that's been diverted in our direction. How can it still be this strong? Protected by the vine globe, Snowjoy and Shaka had ashen looks on their faces. How can this be? Sect Lord Timedream's face turned ashen as well from his position within the flower formation. He was in command of the formation and thus could clearly sense what was happening to it. The flower formation possessed incredible powers of endurance, and it operated on the principles of shunting aside power and enduring the rest, with more than 90% of any attack being diverted away. And yet, the chopping attack of this illusory greatsword was clearly still unleashing more power than the flower formation could endure. Its petals were already beginning to rip and tear. It's about to crumble. Finally, one petal completely crumbled apart. A second then crumbled, followed by a third, and as it did, the amount of power that was being shunted to the nearby vine globe began to gradually lessen as well. Not good. Quick! The King Freak and Sect Lord Timedream almost simultaneously produced a pair of unique protective treasures to protect themselves. Although this formation was the only hegemon-level treasure they did have several treasures that were comparable in might to the 8 lords of the sacred cities. As for the weaker treasures, those were merely on par with the King Freak and Sect Lord Timedream themselves and thus were of no use to them. Rumble, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, the flower formation completely burst apart and shattered apart into small pieces. The remaining power of the illusory greatsword chopped straight towards the King Freak and Sect Lord Time Dream. Bang! 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 The barriers erected around them immediately began to break apart as the two of them were both knocked backwards. Thud! Sect Lord Time Dream slammed into the snowy ground, kicking up a wave of snow around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but a look of wild joy was on his face. Survived. I survived. Survived. We both survived. The King Freak was filled with joy as well. Only those who had faced that strike personally would understand how terrifying it had been. The illusory greatsword of the sword hegemon was a frontal, head-on, crushing attack. Even the remaining fragments of its energy had been enough to terrorize and terrify the King Freak and the Sect Lord. It first destroyed a hegemon-level formation, then destroyed 4 other protective treasures, and it still had enough power to injure the two of us. What a terrifying treasure! Sect Lord Time Dream glared at the distant Ning, his eyes filled with murder. He destroyed quite a few of our treasures. Kill him, freak! I will! The King Freak was enraged as well. How could he not be? The puny Dowlord Dark North had brought him to the brink of death. He immediately unsheathed his great scimitar and charged straight towards Ning. Sect Lord Time Dream watched from afar, not following this time. In truth, he really had been badly frightened by Ning's usage of that hegemon Dao seal. He probably doesn't have a second one, right? For a person to have a single copy of such a treasure was already incredible. 2 would be inconceivable. 3? What, was it as common as dirt? In truth, given Ning's level of power, it would have been extremely difficult for him to acquire such treasures through adventuring. The sword hegemon had only chosen to give him 2 due to taking him on as an honorary disciple. This was because the sword hegemon had known that his death was impending and unavoidable, which was why he was willing to spend an enormous price to create these Dao seals. In normal situations, not even figures like the Brightshore hegemon would be willing to gift Dao seals of such terrifying power to mere honorary disciples. The more power a Dao seal packed, the harder it would be to craft. In ordinary combat, the sword hegemon would have been able to unleash 10 or 20 full-strength blows with ease, but to compact and compress all of that power into a Dao seal was incredibly difficult. If he merely put in a small portion of his full power, perhaps the same level of power as the 8 lords of the sacred cities possessed, things would be much easier, but infusing a full-force blow into a Dao seal truly required an enormous amount of effort and expense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 18, Omega Sword Dao, Level 3. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 18, Omega Sword Dao, Level 3. Ning only had a total of 2 Dao seals from the sword hegemon. The first had been used up against Kong-san and Shaka, while he had used up the second one here in the Waveshift Realm. He really was out of treasures on this level now. Damn! Hidden within his vine treasure, Dowlord Shaka felt a sense of pain in his heart. He had paid an extremely high price for this seed, precisely because he had felt himself to be in life-threatening danger during his last encounter with Ning. Dowlord Darknorth actually focused all of his power against Time Dream and King Freak, and I just suffered a few collateral shockwaves? That means I just completely wasted this seed for nothing. Dowlord Shaka felt endless regret. This vine globe's protective powers were immense, but it was a single-use item. Now, it had been used up without actually making much of a difference. Let's wait a while longer. Darknorth might have a third seal. Dowlord Shaka mused to himself. Brother Shaka, why aren't we going out yet? The nearby Dowlord Snowjoy said anxiously. The King Freak is already attacking. Once he kills Dowlord Darknorth, the Void Sea Jade Seal will end up in his hands. Don't be anxious. Let's watch for a while longer, Lord Shaka said immediately. Dark North might have another one. Another one? Could he really have another such treasure? Lord Snowjoy didn't believe it. Don't worry, I'm much faster than Time Dream and King Freak. I'll definitely intervene at the critical moment, Lord Shaka said. Lord Shaka and Lord Snowjoy continued to watch from behind the protective vine globe as the King Freak charged straight towards Ning. Die, kid. The King Freak's eyes were filled with fury and murder. I won't give you any chance this time. No, King Freak. You'll be the one to die. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding all 6 of his Northbow swords. Boom! The King Freak's enormous scimitar glittered with cold light as it chopped straight towards Ning. Although Ning was skilled in defense, the disparity in power was too great and he was still sent flying backwards. The King Freak quickly charged forwards once again in pursuit of Ning. Boom! 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 The two battled fiercely, with Ning just barely able to defend. Thanks to his defensive sword arts and his hegemon armor, he was able to just barely hold on, even though he was fighting against a higher-tier Dao Lord. He doesn't have any more Dao seals with that level of power. The distant Sect Lord Time Dream revealed a delighted look as he charged forwards as well. Freak, this kid is taking you pretty long. Let me help you out. He's weaker than me, but he has a very powerful protective divine ability, the King Freak sent mentally. Sect Lord, if we work together we'll be able to defeat and capture him with ease. Attack! Kill! Lord Shaka and Lord Snowjoy charged out of the vine globe they had been watching from as well. Based on how badly Ning was being beaten, they felt certain that Ning didn't have any more terrifying Dao seals left. They naturally chose to immediately come out and fight over the Void Sea Jade seal as well. Ning was in dire straits. The King Freak, Sect Lord Time Dream, Lord Shaka, and Lord Snowjoy were all attacking him. They wanted to kill him. Ah! Ning suddenly let out an enraged howl as his aura expanded dramatically. Nine Dust had been helping out strictly out of a sense of loyalty to Ning, but he was now suffering unspeakable torment and was in such pain that he begged for death. When Nine Dust silently mouthed the words "kill me" towards Ning, Ning felt as though his heart was being stabbed by knives. He was filled with pain, regret, and guilt. He wanted to hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal to end this battle, only to discover that his big brother Soul Sky had gone into secluded meditation. He truly had been driven to his wits' end. When he used the sword hegemon's Dao Seal. When that overwhelmingly awesome phantom of a giant greatsword had appeared and emanated that terrifying aura of sword intent, Ning's soul had suddenly trembled. The bottleneck that had trapped him for so many years had suddenly loosened, with many new insights slowly beginning to enter his mind. Many years ago, when he had used the stone sensor of reunion in the Thundersouth Palace, he had managed to reach the 3rd stage in all 5 of his sword intents: the Blood Drop sword intent, the Shadowless sword intent, the Soul Heart sword intent, the Heavenbreaker sword intent, and the Yin Yang sword intent. However, he had been unable to fuse them together into the 3rd level Omega sword Dao. Right at this moment, however, his mind, heart, and true soul were all in a completely berserk, frenzied state. When the illusory greatsword manifested, these many emotions mixed together with the insights he gained from that terrifying sword intent. And so, although the hegemon's Dao Seal hadn't slain anyone, when the King Freak attacked Ning, Ning didn't move to flee despite having no more seals available to him. Instead, he foolishly chose to engage the King Freak in close combat, and as he fought, a new surge of sword intent slowly took form in his mind. When the sword intent was completely and fully formed, the 3rd stage of his Omega sword Dao finally took shape. The rage, regret, and guilt Ning had suppressed inside his heart fully exploded. Aha! Ning reared his head to let out a frenzied roar, his primal cry echoing in heaven and earth. Prepare to die. Ning turned his gaze towards the attacking King Freak, Sect Lord Time Dream, Dao Lord Shaka, and Dao Lord Snowjoy. Boom! 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 One energy dragon after another flew out of Ning's body as his 9 novescence arts burst forth, transforming into an utterly terrifying yin-yang chaos world. His Omega Sword Dao, yin-yang, was already on par with the formations which Daolord All-God had used at his peak, and when used via his Omega Sword Dao they exploded with terrifying levels of power. Sect Lord Timedream's heart world projection was actually forcibly held at bay. Expand, my heart world. Grow, my Dao tree. Evolve, my divine body. Ning didn't hesitate at all, pouring all of his Chaos Spirit pills into his body. Chaos Spirit pills were pills that could be used in combat to quickly replenish divine power and immortal energy. Chaos Jewels were far slower in comparison. While Chaos Nectar was fairly fast, it was quite marvelous, and using it in such a way was far too wasteful. For example, if you wished to merely replenish your divine power, 1,000 cubes of Chaos Jewels would have the same effect as roughly 100 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. This difference was a shocking one. 10 spirit pills that were worth roughly 10,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar would be enough to achieve the same effect. Although this was more expensive than using Chaos Jewels, they didn't bring any burden to the divine body, which could rapidly and fully absorb all of their energy. Ning was currently using the high-level spirit pill known as the Chaos Spirit Pill, with every single pill being worth 10,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar. But of course, replenishing divine power was different from fueling the body with the energy it needed to evolve. The amount of energy Ning needed right now was staggeringly vast, which was why most Daolords would prefer to absorb chaos energy from the outside world instead. If they wanted to be a bit extravagant, they might use Chaos Jewels. Using spirit pills would be an even more extravagant method. As for using Chaos Nectar, that was virtually impossible. Whoosh! The towering Dao tree within his body began to grow. It had originally been 252,000 meters tall, and it now began to grow taller and thicker. Even its branches began to thicken as the entire Dao tree expanded in size, stopping only when it reached a height of 297,000 meters. 297,000 meters was the absolute limit for Daolords of the third step. But of course, although Ning was merely a Daolord of the third step, his path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. As a result, his Dao tree was unfathomably thicker than that of other Daolords, which meant that his roots were far deeper and more stable. Boom! His heart world began to furiously expand. 100 Chaos Spirit pills instantly appeared in the center of the heart world, and the heart world began to ravenously devour their power and expand at high speeds. Boom! When Ning had broken through to become a Daolord of the second step, he had relied on Chaos Jewels and had succeeded after just a few brief moments. This time, he was using the energy of the Chaos Spirit pills to make his breakthrough. Thus, his divine body was completely transformed in almost the blink of an eye. Every single cell in his body was evolving simultaneously as there was enough energy to support this, making the process incredibly fast. His divine power and his immortal energy broke through at the same time as well. His heart world absorbed the most energy. Ning had prepared 100 Chaos Spirit pills for it, and it took a fairly long period of time to absorb the energy. The Azure Flower Mist energy began to slowly transform, but it too would take some time. He had a total of 1,111 drops of the Azure Flower Mist energy, after all, and every single drop was condensed from all of his divine power and immortal energy combined. If he was to use Chaos Spirit pills to completely replenish his Azure Flower Mist energy, even Ning wouldn't be able to afford that much. With Ning at the center, 9 energy dragons flew out to form the Yin-Yang Chaos World. This smashed straight into Timedream's heart world projection and came crashing towards all 4 Daolords. At the same time, streaks of swordlight began to appear in the skies. Some of the streaks looked like towering, dominating mountains. Some looked incredibly, terrifyingly sharp. Still others looked inscrutable and unpredictable, moving about at high speeds. Thousands of streaks of swordlight appeared. This was the manifestation of Ning's third stage Omega Sword Dao. The stronger a Dao, the more powerful an aura it would manifest. The power of the aura of Ning's Dao alone was already on par with roughly 20% to 30% of his true close combat ability. Boom! 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 The tightly clustered streaks of sword light flew straight into the yin-yang chaos world, then attacked the four Dao Lords. Whoosh! Ning's aura began to stabilize as it ascended to a higher level. Just a few heartbeats later, his divine power and his immortal energy had both completed their breakthroughs. Ning's body blurred as he once more manifested, 3 heads, 6 arms. 6 northbow swords at the ready, he glared at his foes. Kill! Ning rode the countless streaks of swordlight and commanded his yin-yang chaos world in a direct attack. What? How can this be? The King Freak, Time Dream, Shaka, and Snowjoy were all supreme Dao Lords. None of them had viewed Ning as an opponent, and they had only thought to kill him as soon as possible so as to take the Void Sea Jade Seal. They were all wary of each other, as they viewed each other as competitors. As for Ning, he was nothing more than a dead man to them. However, the aura Ning had just exploded with, along with the terrifying power of his yin-yang chaos world, was a sign that this Dao Lord Dark North had just reached a shocking level of might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12. Book 32, Chapter 19, Crushed. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 19, Crushed. Boom! The yin-yang chaos world came crashing down, swallowing the King Freak and Dao Lord Shaka within it. These two had charged to the very front. What a powerful secret art! The King Freak and Dao Lord Shaka both could feel the weighty pressure surrounding them, causing them both to drastically slow down. Time Dream, hurry up and push this secret art aside. Dao Lord Shaka barked mentally. My heart world projection cannot stop it. Sec Lord Time Dream was furiously trying to batter the secret art aside, but the 9 Novescence arts continuously smashed his heart world projection aside. Although the difference between the 9 Novescence arts and his heart world projection wasn't that great, Time Dream's heart world projection was still defeated time and time again. I'll have to do this instead. Sec Lord Time Dream willed it, and his heart world projection instantly changed to become illusory and overlap with the 9 Novescence arts rather than fight them head-on. Heart world projections were a unique form of energy that were completely different from the energy which secret arts used. They were completely capable of perfectly overlapping with secret arts and causing their power to increase, but they could also be used to cause trouble from within. Tie it down. Sec Lord Time Dream's eyes flashed with cold light. As the energies completely overlapped, the heart world projection began to furiously wrap its energies around the 9 Novescence arts, causing them to be weakened so dramatically as to be negligible against Supreme Dao Lords. Oh! Ning could sense each of his 9 Novescence arts be dramatically weakened and constricted, causing their power to plummet. The heart world projection? Oof! Once my heart world fully expands to its maximum size, I'll crush you head-on. Ning was filled with murderous rage right now, and he attacked the King Freak with his 6 northbow swords. Close combat was his true forte. Secret arts were merely meant to assist and reinforce him. Oof! Even if you've broken through to become a Supreme Dao Lord, you are merely on par with us. How dare you act so arrogantly? You want to fight the 4 of us head-on? Even the Radiant King or Palace Lord Dawnstar would choose to retreat in the face of us 4. The King Freak smirked. He could tell that Dao Lord Dark North seemed to have made some sort of breakthrough, but the 4 of them were Supreme Dao Lords. Why would they fear him? Die! The King Freak gripped his scimitar tightly in both hands, then sent it howling through the air with a baleful aura surrounding it. The giant scimitar left a crescent streak of light in the skies as it chopped down furiously towards Ning. If it wasn't for the Waveshift realm itself suppressing spacetime effects, his attack would have been far more terrifying thanks to certain spacetime elements it normally contained. Whoosh! Ning's 6 arms suddenly moved to grip a single northbow sword. He lifted it high into the air, then delivered a furious chop of his own, one which caused even spacetime to tremble. Boom! Ning's sword seemed to contain the ponderance and weight of an ancient god mountain, and it struck head-on against the King Freak's enormous scimitar. The King Freak felt a surge of terrifying power crash towards him. He couldn't help but be smashed downwards by this incredible power and be sent hurtling towards the snowy ground beneath him. He crashed into the ground, leaving behind an enormous crater as he landed in a kneeling position. The only reason he didn't fall down was because he used his hands to prop himself up. How can he be this powerful? The King Freak was shocked. He sent mentally to Sec Lord Time Dream, "Be careful, Sec Lord. This Tao Lord Dark North's attacks are incredibly ferocious. My feeling is that he is on par with Tao Lord Skyaxe in raw strength. I'm at a complete disadvantage in a head-on clash." Tao Lord Skyaxe used a single great axe and was legendary for his ferocious, overbearing power. Die! After delivering that furious chop, Ning immediately charged downwards, wanting to pursue the King Freak. "Tao Lord Dark North, you seem to have become quite strong." Tao Lord Shaka and Tao Lord Snowjoy hurriedly intervened, while Sec Lord Time Dream actually retreated slightly, becoming the most distant of the four Tao Lords. In truth, Tao Lord Shaka didn't really care that much about this. If he was able to seize the Void Sea Jade Seal, they'd immediately be able to escape. Swish! Tao Lord Shaka produced a series of golden feathers in front of him. All 6 of them transformed into streaks of golden light that shot towards Ning. At the same time, he manifested a total of 6 all-wielding arms and charged straight at Ning himself. He was the fastest of the 4 Tao Lords, faster than even Tao Lord Snowjoy. Break! Ning didn't worry about Tao Lord Shaka at all. He manifested 3 heads, 6 arms, and spun his 6 Northbow swords slightly, executing the Soul Heart Sword intent with all 6 swords. An enormous black hole immediately appeared before him, devouring and destroying all in its path. When the 6 golden feathers touched the black hole, they were immediately knocked flying backwards. Die! Tao Lord Shaka shot towards him, golden alls at the ready, moving faster than 100 times the speed of light. Whoosh! Suddenly, 6 dazzling streaks of swordlight lit up. Every single streak of swordlight looked quite ordinary, but just as they reached Tao Lord Shaka, the tips of the swords began to rotate slightly. Instantly, boom! They tore through all obstacles, moving much faster as well. They actually surpassed 100 times the speed of light, and their power vastly exceeded Tao Lord Shaka's as well. Omega Sword Tao, Blood Drop. After becoming a Tao Lord of the 3rd step, Ning's Blood Drop stance, especially when executed via the highly suited Northbow swords, had reached an incredible level of power. Now, not even time could stand in front of this strike. Ning's sword arts had now transcended both space and time. They were on par with the most powerful strike Emperor Mirrors now had ever devised. However, the wave-shift realm suppressed all techniques that transcended spacetime. Still, the blood drop stance destroyed all Daos before it, and thus it was still able to forcibly breach the normal Tao Lord limit of moving 100 times the speed of light. When actually flying via the blood drop evasion art, however, Ning was only able to move at 100 times the speed of light. In the end, his own body wasn't nearly as formidable as his Northbow swords. The main reason he was able to strike faster than 100 times the speed of light was primarily because of the Northbow swords themselves. Ah! Tao Lord Shaka let out an agonized cry, staring in disbelief as 3 of the swords stabbed into his body. He then looked at Ning, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can he be this fast? He had absolute confidence in his speed, but he was defeated in speed. Tao Lord Shaka simply couldn't understand or accept this. Moments later, whoosh! Tao Lord Shaka transformed into countless light shadows that reformed far off in the distance. What? He actually beat both King Freak and Shaka in succession? The distant Sec Lord Time Dream turned pale. And he only needed 1 blow in each case? Dark North, it seems you can now rank in the top 5. Ah, very well then. I've come to the Waveshift realm because I wanted to fight the strongest in the universe. Dowlord Snowjoy actually charged forwards, and as he did so the starlight emanating from his body began to manifest into a pair of Star God clones. All three of them surrounded and simultaneously attacked Ning. Fuck off! Ning's swordlight flared mightily. The battle between the two was absolutely shocking, with Ning clearly holding the upper hand but Dowlord Snowjoy and his two Star God clones managing to hold on. In an actual battle, even Nine Dust had been put on the defense by Dowlord Snowjoy. Dowlord Snowjoy's defenses could be described as flawless. Even the Radiant King or Palace Lord Dawnstar wouldn't necessarily be able to shake him. Of the four of us, Dowlord Snowjoy is indeed the strongest in close combat. The King Freak, Shaka, and Time Dream all admitted to this fact. Heartworld, descend! Ning let out a furious roar. Boom! An incredibly vast Heartworld projection suddenly came crashing down from the skies. This world had mountains, rivers, grasslands, deserts, vast oceans, and an incredibly vast sword-shaped mountain at the very center of the world. Its aura and might was now clearly far greater than in the past, and when it came crashing down it merged into a seamless whole with Ning's 9 Novescence arts. Boom! Lord Time Dream's Heartworld projection instantly crumbled, resulting in Dowlord Snowjoy, Shaka, King Freak, and Time Dream all being put under an immense amount of pressure. Ning's 9 Novescence arts and Heartworld projection were both terrifying, resulting in Dowlord Snowjoy and the others being unable to exert more than 50% of their true power, but how could his Heartworld projection be this strong? Break! Break! Lord Time Dream repeatedly tried to cause his Heartworld projection to descend, send it crashing against Ning's projection repeatedly. This really did help relieve the pressure on the three of them. Time Dream's Heartworld projection was on par with Ning's after all. While Ning's projection was slightly larger, there wasn't that much of a difference in terms of power. Boom! Although the pressure had been somewhat relieved, Dowlord Snowjoy was still only able to unleash roughly 70% of his true power. In just a few short clashes, he was smote by Ning's Heavenbreaker stance 6 times in a row and was sent flying. When faced with a flawless defense, the best way to deal with it was to burst through it with raw power. Kill! After knocking Dowlord Snowjoy aside, Ning immediately turned to charge towards the King Freak. The King Freak was the weakest of the four, and Ning wanted to kill him more than any of the others. He's fighting us 1-on-4 and holds the upper hand? Shaka, Snowjoy, Time Dream, and King Freak were all rather stunned. They all felt a sense of a pressure, especially after Ning combined his 9 Novescence arts with his Heartworld projection. If this continues, he's going to break us down one by one. We need to work together to attack him jointly, Lord Time Dream sent mentally. If the four of us join forces, even Winzage wouldn't have been able to withstand us prior to finding that universe treasure. Fine. Dowlord Shaka agreed. Agreed. Although Dowlord Snowjoy was a very proud figure, he agreed as well. Rumble, a strange ripple of power shot out of Ning's body and invaded the King Freak's body. This was the Dreamstar art. The Dreamstar art had reached a brand new level of power, as it was unleashed via the heart force nurtured within Ning's Heartworld. The King Freak had been holding his scimitar in a double-handed grip, seeking to defend against Ning's attack, but his movements now clearly slowed down. Whoosh! Ning was in 3-headed, 6-armed form, and he sent his 6 Northbow swords in a series of furious strikes against the King Freak. Boom! 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 Ning launched a total of 9 attacks in the blink of an eye, every single attack using the Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. This was Ning's most savage and dominating attack. Although the King Freak did have a suit of eternal armor protecting him, the power of Ning's attacks continued to hammer down upon him without him being able to defend at all. By Ning's 5th strike, his divine body had already completely disintegrated, and Ning didn't stop until his 9th strike. The King Freak's corpse really had been reduced to dust, with only his armor and his scimitar left behind. A supreme Dowlord, the King Freak, had just perished. No, Lord Time Dream's eyes bulged out, and he let out an agonized, high-pitched scream. How is that possible? They were just about to join forces against Ning, but the King Freak was almost instantly killed. Both Downlord Shaka and Downlord Snowjoy were rather stunned by this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 20, The Terrifying Dark North. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 20, The Terrifying Dark North. Time Dream. Ning turned his murderous gaze towards Sec Lord Time Dream. The more guilt he felt towards Nine Dust, the more badly he wanted to kill the King Freak in Time Dream. Die! He howled through the air as he shot towards Time Dream. Sec Lord Time Dream's face instantly turned ashen. His forte lay in heart force. In close combat, he was slightly weaker than even the King Freak. How could he be a match for Ning? He frantically retreated while sending mentally to Downlord Shaka and Downlord Snowjoy, Brother Shaka, Brother Snowjoy, come and help me. If I die, the next ones to fall shall be the two of you. Given the power of his heart world projection and the suppressive force of his secret arts, neither of you will be able to fly faster than 100 times the speed of light. There's no way he won't be able to chase you down. Downlord Snowjoy charged straight towards Ning, laughing loudly. Downlord Dark North, you were actually able to force me to retreat just now, but that was only because you caught me off guard. Let's try again. Brother Shaka. Sec Lord Time Dream continued to urge Shaka onwards. Time Dream, Ning's heart force illusions are extremely terrifying, Downlord Shaka sent mentally. I'm afraid to go too close to him. What's there to be afraid of? Freak had a flawed Dowheart, which was why he fell so easily. Look at Downlord Snowjoy, does he look the slightest bit worried? Sec Lord Time Dream sent back. The King Freak was the only one of the 20 Supreme Downlords who was the servant of another. He was willing to serve Sec Lord Time Dream and was completely loyal to him, viewing the Sec Lord's life as being more important than his own life. This was precisely because Sec Lord Time Dream had spent countless years slowly guiding him and molding him, resulting in the King Freak's unswerving loyalty. As a result, the King Freak's Dowheart did indeed have certain flaws, and it was Sec Lord Time Dream himself who had laid the seeds for that flaw. Time Dream, don't try to take me for a fool. Downlord Shaka sent disdainfully, I'm not a match for Dark North. There's no way I'm going to engage him in close combat, but don't worry. I'll help you from afar with my magic treasures. A total of 6 golden plumes appeared, one after the other, then transformed into 6 streaks of light that shot towards Ning. Ning and Downlord Snowjoy once more began to battle against each other. Rumble. Ning once more cast the Dreamstar art. It's useless against me. I've tempered myself countless times in life and death situations. Your illusory arts aren't even close to being able to shake me. Downlord Snowjoy was filled with the urge to do battle, as he truly did love combat. He knew that Sec Lord Time Dream was making use of him, but he still charged forwards unwaveringly. Yes, my illusions still aren't strong enough. Ning did understand this. If he wanted to be able to sweep through all Supreme Downlords with his illusions, he would have to reach the same level as Downlord Featherdress. Perhaps the strength of Ning's heart force was on par with Downlord Featherdress, but his Dreamstar art was a far cry from being on par with the completed Featherdress Soul Thrall song. Even if I don't use illusions, you still aren't a match for me. Ning was incomparably savage in battle, and his 6 Northbow swords were filled with incredible might as he blew through Downlord Snowjoy's attacks like they were rotted wood. Although Ning's Omega Sword Dow, Heavenbreaker was a brute force attack, it was also ephemeral and unpredictable, making it impossible for Downlord Snowjoy to dodge and forcing him to take the attacks head-on each time. Bang! 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 After receiving several blows in a row, Downlord Snowjoy and his 2 Star God clones were all knocked flying backwards. Time Dream, hurry over here and help me out. Downlord Snowjoy roared mentally. I can't stop him by myself. Brother Snowjoy, at least he won't be able to kill you. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to temper yourself 1-inch Lord Time Dream sent mentally. If you refuse to come help, I'm going to leave. The person Dark North really wants to kill right now is you. Lord Snowjoy said coldly. Damn. Seeing this, Lord Time Dream had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his rage. Since you've asked for my help, Brother Snowjoy, although I'm rather weak in close combat, I'll still come help out. Moments later, both Lord Snowjoy and Lord Time Dream attacked Ning together, with Lord Shaka's 6 golden plumes striking towards Ning as well. Boom! 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 Ning's heart world projection and his 9 novescence arts continued to apply pressure to the two of them, but Lord Time Dream's heart world projection was able to alleviate some of the pressure as Time Dream sent it crashing against Ning's projection. 6 Northbow swords in hand, Ning faced off against all his foes, Lord Snowjoy, his 2 star god clones, Lord Time Dream, and the 6 incredibly fast golden plumes that moved more than 100 times the speed of light. I refuse to believe that you can hold on forever against the attacks of 3 supreme Lords. The distant Lord Shaka truly didn't wish to accept such an outcome. These 6 golden plumes he was controlling from afar were amongst the most valuable treasures this aberrant form of his was in control of, and he had already bound them into lifeblood treasures. Generally speaking, when he encountered tough foes he would use them to attack from afar. The plumes were unpredictable and incredibly sharp, allowing him to chop through his foes with howling strikes. Damn! Lord Time Dream manifested 6 arms as well, with each arm holding onto a pitch-black claw weapon. This was a very special type of weapon, and the tips of the claws were covered with spots of white light. When he brandished his claws, they danced out in a dreamlike manner that made Ning feel as though he was daydreaming. In fact, Ning even felt as though he was growing drowsy. However, as one of the most supreme heart force cultivator Lords, Ning was able to easily endure this special attack. This fight laid bare the differences between Ning and Lord Time Dream. Ning simply hadn't been training long enough. The only heart force abilities he had were his Heart Force Eradicator and his Dream Start art. These were indeed killer techniques, but Ning hadn't yet spent any time in coming up with ordinary heart force infused combat techniques or techniques which could infect the foe with heart force. He just hadn't had the time. Die, die, die. Lord Time Dream's lips continuously mumbled this word, sending them echoing with Ning's mind like a demonic chant as he repeatedly used his claws to lash out towards Ning. Time Dream, my heart world is even faster than yours. For you to use such puny tricks against me is an absolute joke. Ning was filled with the desire to kill this man. He used just a portion of his swordlight to defend against Lord Shaka's treasures and Lord Time Dream's attacks. The only one bringing Ning some real pressure was Lord Snowjoy. Lord Snowjoy, in defenses alone, was ranked amongst the top 3 Lords. Even though Ning had the advantage of his 9 novescence arts and his heart world projection, he was only able to knock Lord Snowjoy back rather than truly defeat him. As for right now, when Ning was surrounded by 3 opponents, he wasn't even able to knock Lord Snowjoy back. Wonderful, wonderful. Lord Snowjoy and his 2 star god clones continued to furiously assault Ning. Lord Snowjoy, hurry up and depart. Ning was growing impatient as well. His 6 Northbow swords flowed outwards in dominating strikes, allowing him to hold a slight advantage even though it was a 3-on-1 fight. However, if this continued he would have no chance of actually winning this fight. And in truth, Ning didn't even really want to fight Lord Snowjoy. Lord Snowjoy was a worthy foe, but what Ning really wanted to do was to kill Time Dream. Nine Dust was still suffering terrifying pain within Ning's estate world. He was a supreme Lord, but he had begged for Ning to kill him. How horrifying was the pain he was in. Ning swore to himself that he would kill Lord Time Dream, but Lord Snowjoy was barring his path. Why won't you fuck off? Lord Dark North, I'm impressed at your strength. You are able to fight us, 1 against 3. However, with Brother Snowjoy here, you won't be able to harm us at all, Lord Time Dream laughed coldly. The first one I'm going to kill is you. Ning didn't even try to disguise his murderous intent. If this continues, even more supreme downlords will arrive here. In the end, you'll be the one to die. Sec Lord Timedream didn't attempt to hide his murderous feelings either. If you raised a dog long enough, you'd eventually grow attached to it. The King Freak had been his most devoted retainer and had followed him for countless years. Whenever Timedream found a second copy of a good treasure he already wanted, he was willing to give it to the King Freak. This was a testament to how deep their relationship was. Ning had killed the King Freak. Sec Lord Timedream was filled with the desire to kill Ning as well. Boom! 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 Ning repeatedly clashed against Snowjoy and Timedream in midair. Whoosh! Ning suddenly retreated, flying backwards at 100 times the speed of light. Why is he fleeing? Sec Lord Timedream immediately shouted, "Chase him down! Don't let him escape! Slow him down as much as we can. Once the other downlords arrive, he won't be able to hold us off. Chase him down!" Downlord Snowjoy and Timedream all chased after Ning, but they were much slower than him and were quickly shaken off. Whoosh! The distant, escaping Ning suddenly vanished into thin air. How did he suddenly vanish? Sec Lord Timedream's face turned pale. He couldn't help but begin to slow down, due to his habitual caution. Downlord Snowjoy continued the pursuit, studying the area carefully with his god sense. Why did he suddenly vanish? The distant Downlord Shaka was puzzled as well. Sec Lord Timedream vigilantly scanned the area. He suddenly sensed a premonition of incredible, life-threatening danger approaching him. His face instantly turned pale. Slash! An incredibly soft blade struck out, wrapping itself around his waist like a rope and tying him up almost instantly. A heartbeat later, someone appeared in front of Sec Lord Timedream. It was a white-robed youth with 3 heads, 6 arms, and murderous eyes. Ning. Sec Lord Timedream revealed a look of shock and terror. How is this possible? Why your evasion arts can avoid even god sense? Omega Sword Dao, Shadowless Sword Intent. After becoming a Downlord of the 3rd step, Ning's blood drop stance was able to surpass both space and time. As for the Shadowless stance, it had also reached incredible heights and was now able to perfectly avoid even god sense, allowing Ning to catch his enemies completely off guard and then capture them. This was a terrifying killer move. Over the course of countless chaos cycles, every so often one of the elite downlords would be able to come up with this type of killer move, and in each case they would instantly be ranked amongst the top 3 downlords of that era. This killer move was even more terrifying than the 3 killer moves of the Radiant King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 21, The Shadowless Evasion Art. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 21, The Shadowless Evasion Art. Die. Ning's sword wrapped itself around Sec Lord Timedream's waist, binding him in a soft grasp as his other 5 swords simultaneously shot towards the Sec Lord. Whoosh! Sec Lord Timedream's entire body transformed to become almost translucent as he became a crystalline shadow, quickly escaping his bonds and fleeing far away. Boom! 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 Ning's 5 swords carried all-encompassing destructive force. This was his Omega Sword Dao blood drop, and it destroyed all in its path. The 5 streaks of light pursued after the humanoid streak of light and stabbed it head-on. Swish! The humanoid streak of light reformed far off in the distance into Sec Lord Timedream. His face was ashen, and he clutched at his chest, a few specks of blood appearing at his lips. Although he had his dreamform technique, it clearly wasn't as formidable as the likes of the abilities which the 9 Dust Sec Lord or Downlord Shaka possessed. The 9 Dust Sec Lord's invulnerable aqua form was truly formidable, while Downlord Shaka's was also superior, allowing the latter to transform into endless streams of light. The strength of a protective ability was in large part dependent on the cultivator's specific Dao. For example, Ning's path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. Although it gave him incredible strength in battle, he didn't have a special ability like Aqua Form, Light Form, Dream Form, the ability to transform into darkness incarnate, etc. Sec Lord Time Dream's Dream Form was a bit weak, but it was still enough to allow him to escape from Ning's hands. This evasion art. The distant Downlord Snowjoy and Downlord Shaka all turned pale. Run, immediately. Downlord Shaka bellowed mentally, Snowjoy, we need to flee right now. Is this one of the legendary assassination arts? Downlord Snowjoy was still gripped by shock and terror. He immediately followed Downlord Shaka and immediately fleeing off into the distance. Help me out, the two of you. After having just barely escaped the last attack, Sec Lord Time Dream sent mentally to the two of them, if you work with me, we might be able to withstand Dark North. If you are willing to help me, I'm willing to split all of the treasures I own with you too. Sec Lord Time Dream, please pardon us for being unable to assist you. Brother Time Dream, you need to come up with something on your own. Downlord Shaka and Downlord Snowjoy couldn't even be bothered to pay any attention to Time Dream. They moved in unison, Downlord Shaka carrying Downlord Snowjoy and fleeing more than 100 times the speed of light and quickly disappearing. Ning glanced sideways at them, not bothering to chase after them. Of the three, Downlord Shaka was the toughest to kill as he was able to move more than 100 times the speed of light and was also able to transform into light itself. To kill him was extremely troublesome. This was much like how Sec Lord Time Dream, Shaka, King Freak, and Snowjoy had worked together to kill Nine Dust, but Nine Dust had been able to rely on his invulnerable aqua form to render them helpless. In the end, they had to rely on the Red Scatter Venom to deal with him. Any and every Supreme Downlord was extremely difficult to kill. Generally speaking, they all had extremely powerful life-preserving abilities. Fortunately, the Waveshift realm served to suppress many spacetime effects, making it difficult for the Supreme Downlords to flee. This was the only reason why there was a chance for some of them to perish. As Downlord Shaka flew away, he continued to be surrounded by those 6 enormous golden plumes. Every single plume was extremely large, roughly 30 or so meters in size. When the 6 joined together, they curled together into a ball that completely protected him as he fled. With this magic treasure surrounding me, Downlord Dark North won't be able to breach my defenses and appear right next to me. Downlord Shaka had an ugly look on his face as he continued to fly at high speed, Snowjoy in tow. He actually has an assassination art. Downlord Snowjoy was still in a state of disbelief. This type of terrifying evasion art has once more appeared in the Endless Territories. The term assassination arts referred to arts akin to Ning's shadowless evasion art. Many generations ago, there was a Supreme Downlord who had come up with this type of evasion art. His evasion arts allowed him to stealthily move close to his foes, and not even Godsense was able to detect him. By the time his opponents did detect him, it was far too late. This was quite terrifying, and as a result quite a few Supreme Downlords died by this assassin's hands. Each time he went out on an assassination mission, his target perished. As a result, the existence of his assassination art had remained a secret. Only much later on did he fail in an assassination attempt, resulting in the existence of his special evasion art being leaked out. As a result, all the other Supreme Downlords began to maintain maximum vigilance at all times, making it much harder for him to assassinate any others. Starting today, when we're roaming the outside world we should hide within a flying vessel, Downlord Snowjoy said. The flying vessel is protected by wards. Even if he wishes to ambush us, he needs to first break the wards apart. There won't be a way for him to silently sneak up on us. Using secret arts to cover a wide area and assault everything within it is another way to prevent him from drawing too close to us. Unfortunately, Dark North's Heart World projection and secret arts are all quite formidable. Even Sec Lord Time Dream's Heart World projection was crushed by them. Downlord Shaka shook his head. Ugh. This Dark North fellow is far too terrifying. I'm using my magic treasures to protect us from all sides, but he can stealthily appear right outside them without me being the wiser. Right. Dowlord Snowjoy felt nervous as well. Now that the two of them knew that Ning had an assassination art, both of them felt quite vexed. Anyone who Ning targeted would live in a perpetual nightmare, because by the time they saw Ning would already be right next to them. Time Dream is so screwed, Shaka said. Thankfully, his focus is on Time Dream and not us, Snowjoy said. If he was to come after us, although we'd stand a good chance of surviving, we'd definitely suffer some serious injuries, Shaka said. Sect Lord Time Dream continued to furiously flee as countless strands of silk seemed to swirl around him. Clearly, he wanted to ensure that Ning wouldn't be able to ambush him again. As he fled, he sent frantic mental pleas to Ning, "Brother Dark North, I beg that you spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my treasures." Time Dream. Ning wielded all 6 Northbow swords in his 3-headed, 6-armed form as he continued the pursuit. I was willing to reveal my shadowless evasion art in front of Dowlord Shaka and Dowlord Snowjoy, precisely because I wish to kill you. There's no one who can rescue you. Keeping the shadowless evasion art secret was incredibly important to him, as only when it was a secret would it be fully effective. Once word of it spread, all the Dowlords would be on their guard. Although it would still be dangerous, it would no longer be lethally effective. However, Ning felt confident in his chances nonetheless. He not only had heart force techniques, he also had tremendously strong close combat abilities. The shadowless evasion art was a killer move of his, but if it had to be revealed, it had to be revealed. If he was strong enough, he didn't have to worry about his techniques being revealed to all. Even if they knew about his techniques, he'd still be able to crush them in a frontal battle. Dark North, I have many life-preserving abilities. It won't be easy for you to kill me either. When Time Dream saw Ning draw closer and closer to him, he barked mentally, "Don't push me too far, but I'll pushing you to your wit's end." Ning actually sped up the pursuit. Then go die. Time Dream's face turned savage as he produced a black stone which was covered with countless golden spots that came together to form a strange diagram. Sect Lord Time Dream crushed the black stone, causing an overwhelming torrent of power to instantly flood out and form a dazzling halo of golden light around him. Ning frowned. Swish. He disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Where is he? Sect Lord Time Dream was anxious and angry. His heart world projection was weaker than Ning's, and Ning was using his own heart world projection and 9 novescence arts to prevent the Sect Lord from scanning the area. As a result, he naturally wasn't able to find Ning's true location. Die! Sect Lord Time Dream let out an enraged roar as he caused the dazzling halo of golden light around him to explode outwards in every direction, striking all within their path. Boom! Roughly 100,000 kilometers away, some of the energy struck an obstacle. Moments later Ning appeared, Northbow swords at the ready. Swordlight gleamed in front of him, transforming into a black hole that allowed him to easily defend against the attack. Sect Lord Time Dream, even if the full power of that strike was concentrated on me, it would only be able to cause me a few injuries at most, Ning smirked. As for when it's spread out like this? It poses no threat at all, The power contained within that treasure was roughly on par with 60% to 70% of a full power strike from one of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Ning was now a supreme Dowlord and just one stage away from their level. Even if one of the 8 lords personally intervened, they wouldn't be able to kill Ning with one blow, given the fact that he was protected by the hegemon armor. An area attack? Completely out of the question. Damn! Sect Lord Time Dream gritted his teeth, then turned and continued to flee at high speed. His evasion art is impossible to deal with. Whenever I take out a treasure, he'll use this shadowless evasion art and I won't even be able to hit him. Sect Lord Time Lord was turning frantic. Even if I had a hegemon level treasure, I still probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Even the most powerful of treasures needed a target. When Ning used his shadowless evasion art, he was able to completely and totally vanish. Given that he was able to move at 100 times the speed of light, he would be able to easily move 1,000,000 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. There was simply no way for him to aim at or hit Ning. When he unleashed the power in a dispersed area attack, it would quickly become 100 times weaker than normal. Whoosh! Ning once more flew straight towards him. He's faster than me, and his heart world projection is stronger than mine. How am I supposed to escape? Lord Time Dream was about to go crazy. He was both slower and weaker than his opponent. His strength lay in heart force, but Ning was also a powerful heart force cultivator. Emperor Wave Shift. Damn you, Emperor Wave Shift. Lord Time Dream felt hatred in his heart. If we were in the outside world, I would have torn a hole through spacetime and fled long ago. He had plenty of treasures that would allow him to flee through spacetime, and more than one at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 22, End of the Road. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 22, End of the Road. Time flowed on, with 6 hours going past in the blink of an eye. During Theseus' 6 hours, Lord Time Dream used a total of 9 offensive items, all of which had the power of lords of the 8 sacred cities. Some were stronger, some were slightly weaker. However, Ning's usage of the shadowless evasion art rendered Lord unable to aim the treasures. As a result, Ning was able to block the attacks effortlessly. He wasn't even knocked backwards by them. He just disappeared again. Lord Time Dream continued to flee in terror. He glanced backwards, unable to discern where Ning had gone. Boom! An explosive sound rang out as the countless threads surrounding him shuddered as something slammed into them. Dark North is here again. Lord Time Dream stared ashen-faced at Ning, who had just appeared. Ning had already burst through those threads and was charging straight towards him. Boom! 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 Swish! Whoosh! The streaks of swordlight shot towards him, some fast, some slow, some savage. Lord Time Dream was being completely dominated. Even Lord Snowjoy wasn't a match for Ning in close combat, to say nothing of Time Dream. Time Dream was, by comparison, much weaker in close combat. Whoosh! He once more transformed into a stream of light silhouettes that then reformed off in the distance. This was his dream form. Die! Ning's swordlight didn't slow down in the slightest as it pursued with its chops, stabs, and strikes against the humanoid silhouette. Although Time Dream's dream form was able to dissipate a great deal of his attack power, it clearly was far inferior to the likes of the invulnerable aqua form. Crack! 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 Lord Time Dream reformed off in the distance, his face ashen. He hurriedly gulped down a few spirit pills, a look of despair in his eyes. In 6 short hours, he had been forced to use his dream form to flee over 100 times. Each time, he had been heavily injured and needed to rely on spirit pills to heal himself. I want to see just how many spirit pills you have. Ning was still brimming with a murderous intent. Lord Dark North, spare my life. Spare my life. I'm willing to be your retainer for a chaos cycle, and I'll give you all of my treasures. What do you think? Lord Time Dream once more begged for mercy, and this time he actively offered to serve as a retainer for a chaos cycle. He was an extremely proud man. It was a testament to how much despair he felt that he was willing to serve another as a retainer and hand over all of his treasures. He wanted to save his own life, but he was out of all other ideas. He had used up an enormous number of spirit pills. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to last for so much as another day. A retainer? You are weaker than me, and your heart force is inferior to mine as well. What would be the point of taking you on as a retainer? Ning barked coldly. You are going too far. Lord Time Dream roared coldly. Damn right I am. Ning didn't even try to disguise his hatred. Given how long he had chased after Time Dream, how could he stop now? It would be nice, having someone as powerful as Time Dream as his retainer, but Ning would never forget that it was Sect Lord Time Dream who was primarily responsible for Nine Dust being forced to suffer such agony. The guilt Ning felt towards Nine Dust prevented him from sparing Time Dream. Spare my life. Damn you, Wave Shift. Why? I can't accept this. This is ridiculous. Ah ha ha ha. Winesage. Hurry up. Why? As death slowly moved closer and closer to Sect Lord Time Dream, he began to go completely insane. Although Winesage was moving closer and closer to Ning, he was still a few days ago. Sect Lord Time Dream wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As for the other Supreme Tao Lords, they didn't even dare to move too close to Ning. Shaka, Snowjoy, King Freak, and Time Dream, these 4 Supreme Tao Lords had attacked Dark North. And what had happened? King Freak died. Shaka and Snowjoy had been terrified into fleeing. And Time Dream had been chased to the brink of death. Something like this was more than enough to terrify the vast majority of Tao Lords. Second-tier Tao Lords wouldn't even dare to think about getting involved, while even the Supreme Tao Lords grew nervous. Most likely, only Winesage felt no fear at all, but he still had to make it here in time. How can it be that things will end up with me dying here? Sect Lord Time Dream's aura continued to weaken. He once more transformed into a humanoid light silhouette, then raised his head to stare despondently at the skies. Ning's merciless swordlight once more came howling towards him, chopping towards the humanoid light silhouette. The humanoid light silhouette slowly began to dim. Dark North, today I'm going to die by your hand, but in the future, you will die as well. Ah, Sect Lord Time Dream's light silhouette let out a berserk laugh as he continued to grow dimmer and dimmer. In the end his silhouette completely vanished, leaving just a few magic treasures behind. Ning waved his hand, collecting the leftover treasures. Prior to dying, Sect Lord Time Dream had used up all of his Tao seals and other disposable treasures. Since he wasn't going to be able to escape, he didn't want to let his death to benefit Ning any more than necessary. Only a few unbreakable treasures and precious materials ended up in Ning's hands. Ning stood there in midair, staring at the distant mountain peaks. He remained very calm. He could still sense the Nine Dust Sect Lord within his estate world, and a hint of guilt appeared on his face. He murmured softly, "Brother Nine Dust, hold on. Keep holding on." And Big Brother Soulsky, Ning could also sense Tao Lord Soulsky remaining in secluded meditation within a different estate. "Once you come out, I'll expect an explanation from you." He had indeed made a breakthrough, which was why he had managed to turn defeat into victory. He had defeated Shaka and Snowjoy, then slain both King Freak and Time Dream. But if he hadn't made that breakthrough, both he and Nine Dust would have been finished. "Big Brother Soulsky, I'll demand an explanation from you." Ning was fairly calm after having killed Time Dream, but the countless other Tao Lords within the Waveshift realm were all in a state of shock. He had fought 4 Supreme Tao Lords by himself and won. 2 had fled in terror while the other 2, King Freak and Sect Lord Time Dream, had died? When King Gorsh had died, it had been because he was outnumbered. Ning, however, had been the outnumbered one, and he had instead killed 2 of his attackers, Supreme Tao Lords both. This was completely different. Tao Lord Dark North also trains as a Heart Force cultivator. His Heart World projection is even stronger than Sect Lord Time Dream's was. Tao Lord Dark North is skilled in one of those legendary assassination arts. God Sense cannot locate him, allowing him to quietly appear in front of you without any trace at all. He's utterly terrifying. Tao Lord Dark North is also extremely strong in close combat. In close combat, he was able to defeat 4 Supreme Tao Lords at once. All sorts of news spread throughout the land. Countless other Tao Lords were in a state of horror as yet another terrifying Supreme Tao Lord appeared within their midst. His heart force was strong enough that all second-tier Downlords were in a state of terror, as well as a few supreme Downlords. Even if you were skilled in escape, so what? If you weren't able to resist Ning's heart force, you'd still perish. His assassination art struck fear in the hearts of supreme Downlords, while his close combat skills were without flaw. He was even more terrifying than the Radiant King, Sec Lord Timedream, Palace Lord Dawnstar, and the others. He was someone who was so terrifying, he could be spoken of in the same breath as Winesage. If Winesage didn't have a universe treasure, his position might be in danger. Virtually all of the supreme Downlords of this era were within the Waveshift realm, and this naturally attracted the attention of the various organizations, the Palace of Immortals included. Atop an immortal bridge which was deep within the distant Palace of Immortals. A black-robed elder and a bald, golden-furred alien were seated on this bridge, drinking some wine. Next to them hovered a large mirror which was displaying images of what was happening inside the Waveshift realm. They were able to clearly see the scenes of Ning fighting against 4 supreme Downlords as well as his slaying of Timedream. Old brother Blackcloud, this Dark North kid is pretty tough. He's even tougher than your disciple, the gold-furred alien said in a praising tone. In close combat alone, my disciple should be on par with him. The thing is, this Dark North kid is extremely balanced in every area. He's without flaw. My disciple's attacks might be a bit more powerful, thanks to that bloodblade of his. The black-robed, black-haired man paused momentarily as he gave his evaluation. Still, only people like him who are balanced and flawless are able to survive for long periods of time. His sword arts are completely without flaw and are perfect in every aspect. Agreed. The bald, gold-furred alien nodded. This Downlord Dark North also concurrently trains as a heart force cultivator, and has extremely strong heart force. The black-robed elder nodded. I feel as though I'm seeing the second coming of Winesage. Winesage was like this as well, but he now has a universe treasure. Without it, it'd be hard for me to say which of the two is stronger. They'd have to fight it out, the gold-furred alien said. Now that he does have that universe treasure, he's the undisputed number 1. A pity. The exalted rank of number 1 Downlord is owned by a Downlord of the Dark Kingdom. The black-robed elder shook his head. Although Dark North is a member of the Brightshore Kingdom, he's still a member of our Dao Alliance. The Dao Alliance was a very relaxed organization. One could join the Brightshore Kingdom or even the ancient cultivators without causing much of a fuss. However, joining the Ionian Kingdom or the Dark Kingdom was a no-no. Those organizations were mortal enemies. I have to change the listings again. The gold-furred alien produced that golden book once more. I've changed the listings more in the past few years than I have in the past 1,000 chaos cycles. He flipped the book open. The book was filled with lines of names. He filled the book with his immortal energy, and the names instantly began to change once more. As they did, all of the other subordinates of the Palace of Immortals received notification and began to spread the news. In the endless territories, this was the latest listing. The top Downlord, Winesage. The second Downlord, Downlord Dark North. The third Downlord, Palace Lord Dawnstar. The fourth Downlord, Downlord Dreamlore. The fifth Downlord, the Radiant King. The sixth Downlord, Downlord Skyaxe. The seventh Downlord, Downlord Tigrone. The eighth Downlord, Fiend Queen Dustrain. The ninth Downlord, the Starking. The 10th Downlord, Palace Lord Cloudwalker. The 11th Downlord, King Cliffbank. The 12th Downlord, King Wu. The 13th Downlord, Downlord Shaka. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 23, Another Hegemon. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 23, Another Hegemon. This updating of the Downlord rankings was quickly spread throughout the endless territories. Atop an icy chaos planet. This planet had been frozen into a solid ball of ice for trillions of years, and a cold, knife-sharp wind swept across its surface. Two figures were seated atop this planet facing each other. The first was a white-bearded old man who had 6 horns on his head and who was dressed in snowy robes. This was the Bright-Shore Hegemon. The other person in front of him was a single-horned young man dressed in deep blue robes. The youth had a few scales on his face, and his eyes seemed to contain the stars themselves. He radiated an aura of peace and calm. Brightshore, this realmverse of yours really has quite a few incredible downlords. The horned youth smiled. That Winesage is not only a heart-force cultivator, he also has a universe treasure. The only thing that Dark North Kid needs is a universe treasure. Once he gets that, he'll be every bit Winesage's equal. Ha ha. The Brightshore Hegemon began to laugh. Welkin, do you know how long Dark North has been training for? How long? The horned youth was startled. The public ranking didn't even include each cultivator's special techniques, much less details such as how long they had been cultivating for. Less than a chaos cycle, the Brightshore Hegemon said. To be more precise, for less than 100 million years. What? The horned youth said in shock, how is that possible? I've visited countless places while wandering through the vast great dark, including quite a few alternate universes. To train to become a downlord of the 4th step, especially one of such power, without question, every single person I met spent an enormous amount of time to reach such a level. Samsara downlords, each step they take is extremely difficult and more difficult than the last. To go from the 3rd step to the 4th step in particular requires an inordinate amount of time. How could he have accomplished it in less than 100 million years? But it's the truth. He belongs to my Brightshore kingdom. The Brightshore Hegemon grew even more smug. Impressed yet? Such a short time period. The horned youth said softly, he must have encountered some special circumstances, such as entering a region where time naturally flows much, much faster than normal. It might seem to us as though less than 100 million years have gone past, but in reality he must have trained for thousands of times longer. Perhaps. The Brightshore Hegemon chuckled. Even if that's true, that's still a very short period of time. The endless great dark contained infinite possibilities. Even hegemons had to slowly drift through it, and venturing forth to another realmverse was incredibly difficult. There would also be a number of unique, special danger zones within it. Normally, cultivators could at most train 100 times faster than the normal flow of time, but some of the natural zones produced by the Great Dark could accelerate time to be 10,000 times faster than normal, or even faster. This was the ineffable power of nature. In truth, no one in the endless territories knew that Ning was actually just a downlord of the 3rd step. It actually made sense for him to train this quickly from the 1st step to the 3rd step, given that he had the help of the stone sensor of reunion. I didn't expect to encounter such a monstrously talented downlord upon visiting you in your realmverse. The horned youth quickly calmed down, as by now he truly had seen far too many amazing things. Still, it's extremely difficult for these supreme downlords to succeed in the downmerge. Given how talented they are, if they were to succeed they would instantly reach our level. Right. The Brightshore Hegemon nodded. Their level, even in the endless great dark, they stood amongst the very pinnacle of power amongst experts. It was far, far too difficult for supreme downlords to reach their level. The emergence of the Void Sea Jade Seals within the Waveshift realm has caused me to hear the whispers of fate, awakening me from my slumber, the horned youth said. The Waveshift realm definitely isn't as simple a place as you might imagine. I can vaguely sense something as well. The Brightshore Hegemon also frowned. I really wonder what Waveshift was planning. Waveshift has reached such a level in the Tao of numerancy that far too many major powers are requesting his assistance. I wouldn't be surprised if he is in command of even more mysteries than the two of us, the horned youth said. Let's just watch and see for now. Let's see what secrets the Waveshift realm holds, for it to cause us to sense something. After this matters is resolved, I'll be leaving. You have recovered from your wounds? The Brightshore Hegemon asked. More or less. The horned youth smiled. I've spent so much time sleeping within your universe. Now that I'm awake, it's time for me to leave. It's a true pity. I was this close to becoming master of that alternate universe. If I succeeded, I would have become an Otherverse lord. Alas, in the end I was surrounded and attacked by others. Fortunately, I managed to flee in the nick of time. Otherwise, I would have died there. Every time there's a war over control of an Otherverse, a large number of people will perish. The Brightshore Hegemon shook his head. I've chosen to remain in my homeland this entire time. My information network isn't as good as yours. To date, I haven't taken part in so much as a single one of those struggles. Brightshore, given how strong you are, even if you failed you would still be able to escape successfully. Even I'm not a match for your space-time fleeing abilities, the horned youth said. That's why I told you, long ago, that you should go off adventuring by my side. When you visit more places and make more friends, you'll naturally have a larger information network. Eventually, you might become an Otherverse lord yourself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I worry too much about my clansmen, the Brightshore Hegemon said. You take too many burdens onto yourself, the horned youth said. Look at me. Look at how free and relaxed I am. I'm also a Chaos God Beast, but I've been to far more places than you have. My life isn't nearly as tiring as yours. We Chaos God Beasts were meant to venture through the stars by ourselves. Who gives a damn about the others? It's enough for me to be happy, right? Everyone has their own preferences. The Brightshore Hegemon smiled. Oh, right. Have you found those 6 materials I asked you to look for? The horned youth asked. Those 6 ingredients once turned up within this universe of yours. I've found 5 of them, the Brightshore Hegemon said. These items are all incredibly rare. I've visited so many places but still haven't been able to acquire all 6. The horned youth shook his head, unhappy. Only when I have all of these ingredients will I be able to fully master my Empyrean Yang-9 key. Ugh, if I had already mastered it during that last struggle, I might have become an Otherverse lord long ago. The Empyrean Yang-9 key is one of the most supreme secret arts in existence. It won't be mastered as easily as that, the Brightshore Hegemon laughed. I fear you'll need to continue your travels through the Great Dark and visit a few more places. I won't be the only one. This universe of yours will soon be annihilated by the Yin-Yang Samsara wheels. By then, you'll have to lead these young fellows in wandering through the vast world as well, the horned youth said. The Yin-Yang Samsara wheels. The Brightshore Hegemon hesitated, then slowly nodded. They are one of the most terrifying natural calamities the endless primordial chaos has ever given birth to. Cultivators are not able to resist their power. I'll try to buy as much time as I can, but if there really is nothing to be done then I really will have to go out wandering as well. Let's not talk about such depressing subjections. The Brightshore Hegemon smiled. Let's keep our focus on the wave-shift realm. Given that even you sense something strange about it, it definitely holds a significant secret within it. Quite. The horned youth grew eager as well. In front of them was a floating image of the scenes going on within the waveshift realm, and at the center was the scene of Ning fleeing at top speed. Right now, Ning was the center of attention of almost all the major powers of the entire Endless Territories. Even some of the reclusive Eternal Emperors were watching him. Swoosh. Ning didn't know and didn't care about this. All he wanted to do was escape the 9 layers as soon as possible. Boom. 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 One heart-whirl projection after another descended upon him, with the strongest one at the center being controlled by Winesage. Ning had no choice but to shrink his own heart-whirl projection in order to resist theirs. Ever since Time Dream died, there were 3 Heart Force cultivators left amongst the most supreme Dowlords, Ning, Winesage, and Palace Lord Cloudwalker. Cloudwalker was the lord of the Palace of the Heart of the Brightshore Kingdom, which meant he naturally was a member of the kingdom and bound by the lifeblood oath not to kill another member. Thus, Cloudwalker had yet to do anything to Ning. In terms of just heart world projections alone, Ning was actually slightly superior to Winesage. But if he expanded his heart world projection and made it too large, the power of his projection would drop. Right now, over 20 second-tier Heart Force Downlords were working together to suppress Ning. Just 4 or 5 of them working together equaled a first-tier Downlord in might. However, these Heart World projections were a force of energy that couldn't actually be merged together, and so if Ning shrank the footprint of his own Heart World projection, his foes wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "You won't be able to escape, Dark North." A cold voice rang out far away. "Shaka and the others managed to tie you down for long enough. We've already set up an enormous cordon around the surrounding area, and I'm quite close to you. I think you and I should have a little duel. If I'm unable to defeat you, I'll let you leave and cease my pursuit of you. Without my presence, the other Supreme Downlords probably wouldn't be able to do anything to you at all." Winesage. Ning continued to flee at 100 times the speed of light. He barked back, "You want to fight me? Then come catch up to me first." Ning certainly wasn't going to slow down. He wasn't certain in his chances against Winesage, after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 24, Ning and Winesage. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 24, Ning and Winesage. Ning continued to flee. On the way, he encountered multiple squads of Downlords, but none of them dared to engage him. Everyone knew how he had been able to fight against 4 Supreme Downlords and kill 2 of them. This meant that Downlord Darknorth definitely was far too strong for them to compete against. It'll all be up to Winesage. This was what countless Downlords were thinking. Palace Lord Dawnstar's ranking was now second only to Ning and Winesage's. He was carrying his giant machete on his back while seated in the lotus position at the peak of a mountain, staring off into the distance as a streak of light flew past. It was Ning. Ning even cast a glance at Dawnstar. "Be careful, Dark North." Dawnstar smiled at him. "Thank you," Ning said, then continued to flee. Dawnstar smiled as he watched Ning depart. He was a member of the Brightshore Kingdom. There was no way he would stop Ning. "The Palace of Immortals has actually ranked Dark North above me. I want to see just how tough he is." Dawnstar transformed into a streak of light that stayed a respectable distance behind Ning. "Winesage was just barely able to defeat me. Now that he has a universe treasure, I wonder what level of power he has reached." Dawnstar was quite eager to see what the results of Ning's battle against Winesage would be. It must be understood that the ranking given by the Palace of Immortals did contain certain unspoken rules. For example, if you defeated someone in open combat you would take their rank, such as when Downlord Dreamlord defeated the Radiant King. Another way to gain a ranking was to be acknowledged by countless other Downlords. Ning's feat of fighting against 4 Supreme Downlords at once and even killing Time Dream and King Freak was something which Palace Lord Dawnstar and the others would not have been able to do. Thus, the many other Downlords all acknowledged that Ning was second only to Winesage and as such he was ranked number 2 on the list. Generally speaking, without a real resolution to a fight one wouldn't be given a ranking. The Nine-Dust Sec Lord and Downlord Snowjoy were both extremely strong, but thus far neither of them had actually defeated one of the top-ranked Downlords. Nine-Dust had been surrounded by King Freak, Snowjoy, and Shaka. He hadn't actually been able to beat any of them, while his fight with Fiend Queen Dustrain had also been inconclusive. Where should he be ranked at? 8? 9? 10? This was a matter of dispute. You had to either be publicly acknowledged by the other Downlords, or defeat a ranked Downlord in an open battle. "He's publicly acknowledged to be superior to me," Dawnstar mused to himself. "Given my Dowheart, his heart force shouldn't be able to shake me at all. As for close combat, I really do not fear Dark North at all. They've actually ranked him above me? I'll have to find a chance to spar with him, then beat him. Palace Lord Dawnstar was an incredibly proud person. He naturally didn't want to accept the results of this new ranking at all. Winesage and Dawnstar were already ranked above me. Now, even Dark North is ranked above me. A red-robed youth clutching a blood-colored blade was glaring off into the distance, a desire to do battle radiating from him. I actually beat the Radiant King. The only problem is, I haven't actually run into Dawnstar or Dark North yet. Dowlord Dreamlore was very conceited. He didn't want to bother with challenging ordinary Dowlords. The first one he challenged was the Radiant King, despite the fact that none of the treasures of the Waveshift realm had even appeared. In the end, he had actually won. Right now, he wanted to challenge Dawnstar and Dark North. If he won, he would then go on to challenge Winesage. No one can stop my saber. Dowlord Dreamlord was filled with the urge to do battle. Whoosh! He flew through the skies at high speed, but he was still quite a distance away from Ning and Dawnstar. Right now, Ning and Dawnstar were located close to each other, while Winesage was just 2 days away from Ning's position. As for Dowlord Dreamlore, he was still more than 10 days away. Winesage knew exactly where Ning was, but Ning didn't know where Winesage was. More than 20 second-tier Heart Force Dowlords were using their Heart World projection to suppress his, forcing him to keep it smaller in size and making it impossible for him to actually locate Winesage. Whoosh! Ning was flying just a few meters above the waters of a vast, turbid river. Ning's face suddenly tightened slightly. He came to a halt, staring off into the distance. Another figure had appeared above the surface of the river. This was a man dressed in ancient black robes that were covered with certain diagrams. The man's hair was rather tousled, and his eyes looked rather bleary. He looked very unkempt, but just by standing there he somehow became the center of this vast world. It was as though he was the hegemon of this land. Winesage, Ning murmured softly. Dark North. Winesage smiled, his gaze slowly sharpening. You won't be able to escape this fight. Interesting. The top seed against the second seed. The Brightshore hegemon and the Horned Youth continued to watch things play out from their position atop that frozen planet. Winesage is approaching the end of his lifespan. He doesn't have much time left. Once he dies, Dark North will be ranked number 1. A chance to watch the two of them fight is a rare opportunity indeed. The bald, gold-furred alien and the black-robed, black-haired elder within the Palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance were watching eagerly as well. In the Endless Territories, everyone from Dowlords to hegemons were paying attention to this fight. Of course, the Dowlords wouldn't be able to actually watch the fight in person or know the details of it, but they were still waiting to see what the results would be. The top Dowlord against the second Dowlord. The former had stood atop the rankings for countless years and now was in possession of a universe treasure. The other had trained for a very brief period of time and had risen to sudden prominence, and had just slain the King Freak and Time Dream just a short while ago. His momentum seemed unstoppable. Above that vast river, Ning and Winesage stared at each other from afar, neither daring to underestimate the other. It has been a long, long time since I have lost to anyone. Dawnstar and the Radiant King were very close to me in power, but they are still a bit weaker. A desire to do battle burned in Winesage's eyes. Although his voice was quite calm, it still echoed in the air above this river. The reason they are weaker is because neither of them are Heart Force cultivators. You, however, are a Heart Force cultivator. You stand a chance at beating me. But of course, that's only in the event that I decline to use my universe treasure. Winesage laughed calmly. Don't worry. For now, I won't use it. If you can't even beat me when I don't use my universe treasure, you should just go ahead and hand the seal over. It's rare for me to encounter a worthy opponent. I don't want to kill you. Winesage's words were calm but filled with arrogance and invincible pride. Even without his universe treasure, he was still invincible amongst his fellow Tao Lords. Now that he had one, he truly did look down upon all of his so-called peers. He now generally spent his time with ancient eternal emperors and rarely interacted with Tao Lords. Haha, you don't want to kill me? We haven't even fought yet. What makes you so sure you can kill me? Even if you use your universe treasure, you still won't be able to do anything to me. Ning let out a cold snort. Let's cut the crap. Take this. Whoosh. Ning vanished into thin air. That's the assassination art? Winesage's face tightened slightly. Boom. Instantly, an awesome aura of bloody light swept out from Winesage, as well as a heart-world projection that was filled with the essence of darkness and death. The two joined together. Boom. 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 A series of explosive sounds rang out. Ning had merged his 9 novescence arts with his heart-world projection, while Winesage had merged his bloodlight arts with his heart-world projection. The two clashed against each other, with Ning holding the slight advantage. However, the bloody halo of light around Winesage was still able to maintain a diameter of roughly 10,000 kilometers. Ning's silhouette suddenly appeared outside of that field of bloody light. Your secret arts are pretty strong, Ning praised. The energy of the bloodlight art and the heart-world projection worked together seamlessly to destroy all within their path. If Ning was to enter its range, he would be attacked by it. His past opponents, such as Time Dream and Shaka, had weaker secret arts and heart-world projections than Ning. As a result, they had suffered for it in battle. Your secret arts are even stronger, but its auxiliary effects are inferior to mine. Winesage nodded. This secret art of mine is known as the Azura domain, and my heart force and perfectly joined together with it. Foes that clash against me not only have to deal with the pressure from my heart world projection and the Azura domain, they also have to endure heart force attacks from me. Azura domain? Nin nodded. He had heard of some of Winesage's supreme attacks before. When heart force cultivators were unable to effectively use either brute force attacks or illusions, they would need to use softer and more insidious methods. Winesage's Azura domain was a good example of this. This was a technique that combined both secret arts and heart force, giving it both a terrifyingly strong suppressive effect as well as a corrosive, soul-invading effect. Any cultivator caught within it would grow increasingly irritable as the fight went on. This impact on their emotions would make it difficult for them to stay in top fighting shape and unleash their full power, resulting in them losing. Ning's own plan was to master the heart sword technique and do the same. He had gained a basic level of insight into it long ago, but the later stages were extremely difficult. To date, he hadn't spent enough time on it. It would take him very, very long to advance from the third step to the fourth step as a Tao Lord. He would have plenty of time to work on the heart sword art. Talk is cheap. All the talk in the world won't make you one whit stronger. Show me what you actually have. Ning immediately manifested 3 heads, 6 arms, and held 6 northbow swords in his hands. Boom! Ning unleashed his 9 novescence arts and his heart world projection at the same time. Ning and Winesage quickly began to move closer and closer to each other, their secret arts and heart world projections crashing against each other like two worlds colliding. Fuck off! Ning was incomparably valiant as he charged straight towards Winesage, immediately using his Omega Sword Tao, Heavenbreaker. His 6 northbow swords were filled with seemingly inexhaustible power, and all of that power exploded like a series of volcanoes towards Winesage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 25, A Duel of Supremes. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 25, A Duel of Supremes. Winesage continued to stand there. His face remained placid, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't move to dodge the Omega Sword Tao, Heavenbreaker. Instead, he manifested a total of 6 arms and slowly raised them up high. All 6 of his hands seemed to contain a strange, marvelous amount of power within them. If mere world-level cultivators were present, their souls and true souls could well be wiped out just via watching this attack. Ning, being a major power on the same level as Weinzage, naturally didn't have to worry about this. Exterminate! Weinzage's 6 hands simultaneously flipped open and struck outwards. Bang! Ning's 6 north bow swords furiously struck down as well. It was a head-on collision of frontal attacks. Boom! Ning and Weinzage were both knocked backwards. A terrifying shockwave of power swept out in every direction, causing even distant spectators like Palace Lord Dawnstar to be affected by it. Dawnstar revealed a look of surprise. Weinzage's extermination palms are incredibly dominating, but Dark North was actually able to block it head-on. The two actually fought to a standstill? Not bad at all. Take another attack from me. Weinzage found his footing atop the water, then charged forwards once more as his 6 arms spread out in a slow, gentle manner like the wings of a rock. Whoosh! Weinzage moved closer and closer to Ning, carrying a surge of ghostly power with him. His body gave birth to a myriad of shadowy afterimages, and his 6 arms seemed to transform into countless blurs, almost as though he had thousands of arms. Every single hand used different stances, such as claws, palms, or gentle pushes. Weinzage glided towards Ning like a ghost or a dream, his countless hands all reaching out towards him. If the extermination palms represented the utmost in hard, aggressive, yang-style destruction, then this technique represented the utmost in soft, gentle, yin-style attacks. Bring it! Ning was overjoyed upon seeing this. He charged straight towards Weinzage, his 6 north bow swords transforming to become unpredictable, ephemeral, and translucent, vanishing and reappearing without rhyme or reason. Slash! 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 Each time Ning's swords and Weinzage's palms collided, the collision was very gentle and soft. Both were using very soft, yin-style attacks, but each strike was filled with murderous intent. Ning's shadowless evasion art was born from his shadowless stance. By now, his Omega Sword Dao, Shadowless, was able to make use of all types of energy. It was skilled in energy redirection and completely unpredictable, making it the most soft and yin style of attacks. The two were like a pair of dancers. Each clash was whisper-soft and the movements were gentle beyond compare, but both moved like incredibly fast blurs. Weinzage gave birth to countless fluctuating shadows while Ning would occasionally disappear and then be forced to reappear due to the Azura domain. Interesting. The distant Palace Lord Dawnstar laughed. Weinzage has 3 killer attacks, the Extermination Palms, the Azura Dance, and the Awakening Dream, with each attack being more deadly than the last. Although the Extermination Palms are very dominating, they don't contain enough variability and flexibility. The Azura Dance and the Dreamwaker Finger are more unpredictable, but Dark North is an extremely powerful Heart Force cultivator. The Azura domain is virtually useless against him, making it so that the Azura Dance isn't able to reach its full potential as well. The Azura Dance was one of Weinzage's most powerful attacks. When he fought against Dawnstar and the others, he would generally first unleash his Heart World projection and his Azura domain. When the Azura domain was used in combination with his Azura Dance, his foes found it extremely difficult to do anything to him. It seems he'll have to rely on the Dreamwaker Finger. Palace Lord Dawnstar nodded. Weinzage relied on this stance to become acknowledged as the #1 Dowlord of the Endless Territories. Much like how Dowlord Featherdress' most powerful killer attack was the Featherdress Soulthrall Melody, Weinzage's most deadly attack was his Dreamwaker Finger. Supposedly, it was a killer attack he suddenly came up with after getting drunk and waking up the next morning. In the face of this strike, even the likes of Palace Lord Dawnstar and the Radiant King were defeated, and so, Weinzage became the undisputed #1 Dowlord of the Endless Territories. But of course, Palace Lord Dawnstar and the Radiant King both had terrifying killer attacks of their own. The reason why Weinzige was still able to beat them was principally because they would be affected by his heart world projection and Azura domain when they fought him. Even before the battle had begun, they would already be reduced to 60% to 70% of their true power. It was understandable for the two of them to lose to him. This was why, from a historical standpoint, the vast majority of number 1 Downlords were Heart Force cultivators. Even though foes might be able to endure their Heart Force illusions and other Heart Force attacks, the foes would still be weakened by the Heart World projection, which put the two on uneven playing fields. Whoosh! Circular waves rippled out from the surface of the water. Ning and Weinzige had just separated after another clash. Weinzige stood there on the surface of the water, a smile on his face. Dawnstar and the Radiant King also managed to just barely withstand my first 2 killer attacks. My final attack is known as the Dreamwaker Finger. If you can withstand it and remain undefeated, that means you are even stronger than Dawnstar and the Radiant King. In that case, I'll use my universe treasure to defeat you, but of course, if you fall to the Dreamwaker Finger, you won't be worthy of seeing my universe treasure. The Dreamwaker Finger? Ning said calmly, I also have a killer attack that I have yet to display. Let's see whose is stronger. Technically speaking, Ning's 3 attacking stances, the Shadowless stance, the Heavenbreaker stance, and the Blood Drop stance, were all on the same level. However, his Northbow swords had evolved after absorbing the golden sand from the cracked planetary core, causing the power of the Blood Drop stance to increase 5-fold. 5-fold. What did that mean? As a Downlord of the second step, Ning was able to transcend space with ease. As a Downlord of the third step, he was similarly able to break past the limit of 100 times the speed of light with ease. Even Downlord Shaka had been defeated in a single blow by this attack. Because of the special properties of the Northbow swords, the Blood Drop stance was Ning's most powerful attacking stance. Oh! Weinzige began to move. Then take my blow. Weinzige was like a giant rock who flew towards Ning at lightning speeds. His 6 hands reached out like talons, each hand coming from a different direction. This seemed like a very casual and gentle attack, but spacetime in the local area began to tremble and shake. It must be remembered that the Grand Waveshift formation caused spacetime within the Waveshift realm to be extremely stable, preventing even spacetime techniques from tearing the local spacetime apart. For Weinzige's supreme attack to be able to affect spacetime locally was testament to its tremendous power. Although the attack was very light and soft, it seemed to summon all the might of the local spacetime. Each of the 6 attacks contained an inconceivable amount of power. The Extermination Palms and the Azura Dance both contain certain profound elements of the Tao of Destruction, but the Dreamwaker Finger contained the true essence and power of destruction within it. In the instant that it touched the opponent, its full power would be instantaneously unleashed. Omega Sword Tao Blood Drop. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately unleashing his most powerful attack. His 6 Northbow swords all executed this move, flying out like dazzling streaks of light. Every single streak of light seemed to be capable of tearing through space and time, causing spacetime in the area to tremble and shake. In the final instant before contact, the tips of the 6 Northbow swords began to spiral slightly. Boom! They instantly increased in speed, tearing past 100 times the speed of light. Weinzige's face changed. He broke through the limit and struck faster than 100 times the speed of light. But Dark North trains in the Tao of the Sword. Since when was the Tao of the Sword capable of breaching the limits on speed? Generally speaking, those who were able to breach that limit and move or strike faster than 100 times the speed of light actually trained in the Tao of Light, such as the Radiant King or Downlord Shaka. This Tao was a Tao of speed to begin with. Someone who trained in the Tao of the Sword was able to breach this limit as well? This forced Weinzige to feel slightly anxious, but it was too late now. There was no backing out of this attack. Bang! 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 Ning's 6 sword tips drilled straight towards the tips of Weinzige's 6 fingers. They collided head-on. Boom! A terrifying amount of force was released on both ends, resulting in an unbelievable explosion. What? The distant palace Lord Dawnstar was so stunned his eyes bulged out. This is impossible. He watched as Weinzige was actually knocked flying backwards, smashing into the surface of the river and causing the surrounding water to disappear. As for Ning, he continued to pursue Weinzige with 6 Northbow swords in hand. The Dreamwaker finger was actually defeated? Palace Lord Dawnstar could hardly believe it. He lost in a frontal exchange? If Weinzige didn't have that universe treasure, Dowlord Darknorth should be ranked as the #1 Dowlord in the Endless Territories. Impressive, truly impressive. The 2 elders within the Dow Alliance's Palace of Immortals both sighed in amazement. I've wandered through many places and have seen many Dowlords who have dazzled me. Today, I've seen 2 more. The one named Darknorth, for him to reach such a level despite merely having trained for less than 100 million years is simply incredible. Both Hegemon Welkin and the Brightshore Hegemon were watching this fight as well. Weinzige slammed into the waters of the river, a look of disbelief on his face. My Dreamwaker finger was actually defeated? In the past, prior to him acquiring the universe treasure, he had reigned undefeated, but today, his supreme technique had actually been defeated? And in a head-on clash, no less. He truly was rendered speechless. His swords are not only incredibly fast, they also contain incredible power. Weinzige had a mixed look on his face. When my life comes to an end, the most powerful Dowlord of this era shall be Darknorth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 26, Eternal Emperor. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 26, Eternal Emperor. He had gained the upper hand in a frontal clash, but Ning wasn't excited or smug about it. This was because he knew that Weinzige's attacks were every bit his equal in terms of profundity. He had an advantage in that his Northbow swords made his blood drop stance fully 5 times more powerful than normal. In the end, however, the Northbow swords were not universe treasures, they were simply qualified to potentially develop into universe treasures in the future, and they were exceptionally strong when executing the blood drop stance. For him to win was normal. If he had lost, he would have been shocked. Whoosh! Weinzige flew back to the center of the river, returning to his normal 2-armed form. At the same time, a pair of black gloves appeared on his hands. Ning's subconscious began to warn him of tremendous danger. He hurriedly came to a halt. Weinzige slowly levitated to stand above the water, a smile on his face. I really didn't expect this. If it wasn't for my universe treasure, I wouldn't be able to keep safe my position atop the rankings. Dowlord Darknorth, I admire you very much. You truly are worthy of forcing me to use my universe treasure. The black gloves in Weinzige's hands began to emanate a terrifying aura of power. As for Ning, he warily eyed those black gloves. His Darknorth swords were only strengthened when using the blood drop stance, it didn't strengthen his other stances nearly as much. True universe treasures, however, would allow each and every stance to be filled with incredible power. Come on! Ning's eyes were filled with the desire to do battle. I've heard long ago that universe treasures are very powerful, but I've never tested one out for myself. Show me just how tough a universe treasure is. As you wish. Weinzige waved his right hand. Whoosh! His black right glove swept out, causing spacetime to shudder as darkness completely covered the world around them. What a terrifying palm! The distant palace Lord Dawnstar was stunned. I've heard legends of universe treasures for countless years, but this is my first time actually seeing the power of one of them in person. In the past, Weinzige and I were on par with each other, but I'm now no longer a match for him. The difference in power between us is quite apparent. Dawnstar truly felt powerless upon seeing this poem. His saber and his skills were focused on attacking. He was supposedly the best close combat expert in the Endless Territories, an offensive specialty, but when he saw Winesage use his universe treasure to execute the extermination poems, Dawnstar could sense that the power of this attack was far more terrifying than his own. If he had been surpassed even in his area of specialty, how could he not feel powerless? An illusory figure suddenly appeared in the skies above the Waveshift realm. It was Realm Soul Polo. Winesage has a universe treasure. Although in terms of enlightenment and understanding he remains inferior to the 8 lords of the sacred cities, in power alone he's already reached their level. Polo had a somber look on his face as he looked at that poem come crashing down. Such incredible power, it threatens the very stability of the Grand Waveshift formation. At least Winesage has the good sense not to cause disruption on a large scale. Realm Soul Polo was in charge of overseeing this entire realm. When Ning had used the Hegemon Dao Seal, he had unleashed a level of power that surpassed that of Winesage's strike. Polo, however, hadn't cared because that Dao Seal was a single-use item. Winesage, however, would be able to rely on his own power to unleash thousands of chops. If he wished to cause wanton destruction, he could possibly disrupt the stability of the entire formation. If he does disrupt the formation, I'll have no choice but to give him a little warning, Polo mused silently. This strike was used the same extermination poems technique as before. Ning already understood the principles it operated off of, but the power had increased to a completely different level. This was the level the lords of the 8 sacred cities had reached. 6 North Bow swords in his hands, Ning immediately executed the Omega Sword Dao, Soulheart to defend. He wasn't so arrogant as to try to take this attack head-on. The difference in power was simply too great. Boom! Ning could feel a terrifying amount of power explode against him. Although his Northbow swords had already deflected much of the force, the remainder of it had slammed into him, sending him flying backwards as the water around him was completely annihilated. Ning continued to fly until he slammed into the riverbed, the water around him completely evaporated. Whoosh! Ning rose to his feet, his face rather ashen. What a terrifying strike! Thank goodness I've reached the 3rd stage of the Omega Sword Dao, and have the Hegemon armor protecting me. Otherwise, I would have suffered a heavy injury or even died. Rumble, the surviving waters of the river came flooding into to replenish the empty area around him. He didn't even spit up blood? The distant Winesage was shocked as well. Not only had Dark North survived, he hadn't even been injured to the point of vomiting blood? Fellow Daoist Dark North, take a few more strikes from me. Winesage continued to press the attack. Boom! 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 He used a series of palm strikes, fist strikes, and finger strikes against Ning. Ning was forced to rely exclusively on defensive stances. Given the overwhelming disparity in power, he didn't have any way to fight back at all. Ning was hit by one attack after another. This was a crushing assault. What incredible defenses! Ning's defensive prowess equals his offensive prowess. Palace Lord Dawnstar sighed in amazement when he saw this. He was skilled in offensive attacks, but his defensive techniques were much weaker than Ning's. He should also have an incredible strong defensive divine ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take hits like that. So this is what a universe treasure is like. After fighting for a while, Ning felt his entire body turn numb from pain. However, he now knew much more about universe treasures. Universe treasures provided a tremendous boost in strength, but as with all sources of external power, it had its limits. Although Winesage had now reached the level of the lords of the 8 sacred cities in power, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when fighting them. This was because the 8 lords were equal to him in power but superior to him in profundity of technique. In comparison to the 8 lords, the techniques which Winesage and Ning were using would seem a bit clumsy. However, Weinzige deserved to be proud. The 8 lords of the sacred cities stood at the true pinnacle of the endless territories and were second only to the 3 hegemons in power. Given their status, they normally would never act against Tao lords. Eternal emperors innately felt a sense of superiority when meeting Tao lords, because they knew that even the most supreme of Tao lords would eventually die if they failed their Tao merge. There was no way for them to live longer than 108,000 chaos cycles. Weinzige, your universe treasure truly is formidable. I'm unable to resist its power at all. Since I've experienced it for myself, it's time for me to say farewell, Ning said loudly. A heartbeat later, he vanished into thin air. The area around them was still covered by the 9 novescence arts as well as Ning's heart world projection, but Ning himself had vanished. Weinzige was completely unable to locate him and thus didn't even know what direction to pursue in. A while later, Ning appeared more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. Weinzige, farewell, Ning called out. After him. Weinzige continued to pursue, unwilling to give up, but Ning was able to move at 100 times the speed of light, the same rate at which Weinzige himself flew when using his magic treasure. Given that the two moved at the same speed, and given that Ning was able to use the shadowless evasion art to disappear at will, there was no way for Weinzige to catch up to him at all. This pursuit went on for a full day. Weinzige clearly had no chance at all, but he still refused to give up. His situation was different from Ning's. For Ning, the 108,000 limit was something which incredibly far off in the future, but for Weinzige it felt imminent. He had already been alive for more than 100,000 chaos cycles. This was why he so desperately wanted the Void Sea Jade Seal. Boom! As Ning was flying past a series of snow-topped peaks, he suddenly felt an aura of eternity manifest out of nowhere and cover the area around him. This aura! Both Ning and the pursuing Weinzige were stunned. This aura was a vast and ancient one that radiated eternity and immortality. Rumble, radiant, incandescent light suddenly appeared above the waveshift realm. The light appeared directly above Ning and slowly began to descend, containing a degree of power that was simply inconceivable. Both Ning and Weinzige felt a sense of inexplicable terror. The aura of might around this rainbow light surpassed even that of a hegemon's. The countless streaks of rainbow light began to circle around the region which Ning was in, as that aura of supremacy descended. What's this? Ning and Weinzige exchanged a glance, both looking stunned. The prime essences of the Daos of the universe have come to offer their congratulations, Ning murmured. Yet another Tao Lord has succeeded in his Tao merge to gain eternity? Someone succeeded in the Tao merge and gained eternity? The distant Weinzige revealed a look of disbelief. Someone succeeded in the Tao merge? Yet another eternal emperor has been born? Although he was an incredible figure, his chances at the Tao merge remained incredibly slim. When he saw the prime essences of the universe descend upon the area in celebration, he understood that a new eternal emperor had to have been born. The Tao merge gave birth to a new eternal emperor. Someone succeeded in the Tao merge? Who completed the Tao merge? The countless Tao lords of the waveshift realm watched as the dazzling rainbow light descended, all of them stunned by that invincible, supreme aura that came with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 32, Chapter 27, Emperor Soulsky. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 27, Emperor Soulsky. In every generation, only a few Tao lords will become eternal emperors, Weinzige mused. I never expected to see one right here. Right. Ning scanned the area as well. I wonder which Tao lord made the breakthrough. He's probably hiding someone. The descent of the prime essences of the universe covered the area around them, which meant the new eternal emperor should be here as well. Swoosh. The distant palace Lord Dawnstar flew over as well. He had been following them this entire time, but now he finally revealed himself. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and carried a great machete on his back. He was the pride of the countless cultivators of the Brightshore Kingdom, but of course, the Brightshore Kingdom now had another idol to be proud of, Dowlord Darknorth. Dawnstar. Ning revealed a smile. Dark North. Palace Lord Dawnstar smiled as well. Ha ha. I didn't have the chance to congratulate you on how powerful you have become. After this matter in the Waveshift realm is concluded, we'll be inducting you as the new Palace Lord of the Palace of the Sword. The title of Palace Lord of the 12 Palaces was determined strictly based on power. By now, Ning's power had already outstripped that of any and all Dowlords in the Sword Palace. Your Brightshore Kingdom is growing stronger and stronger. Both the second and third positions belong to you, the nearby Winesage said with a smile. If you didn't have that universe treasure, you might be thrown off your pedestal by Dark North, Dawnstar said, then scanned the area. Ha, I never would have expected for a new Eternal Emperor to be born here in the 9th layer of the Waveshift realm. Every person in the 9th layer is an extraordinary Dowlord. This new Eternal Emperor will be a very powerful one. Right. Nin nodded. Agreed. This Eternal Emperor won't be one of the ones who are killed with ease. Winesage nodded as well. Dowlords of the 4th step were generally divided into 4 tiers. The lowest tier was the ordinary tier. The 3rd tier Dowlords included Dowlords like Patriarch Clearwind and Dowlord Soulsky. The 2nd tier Dowlords included the likes of Kongsan and Palace Lord Woodflower. The supreme 1st tier Dowlords included Winesage, Ning, Dawnstar, Ninedust, Snowjoy, and the others. Dowlords of the 4th step who succeeded in the Dow merge and became Eternal Emperors would also result in 4 different tiers of Emperors. Ordinary Eternal Emperors were the weakest and were virtually unseen, primarily because almost all of them had been wiped out. Alternately, they had gone into hiding or had fled long ago. The elite Eternal Emperors included the likes of Emperor Mirrors Now and Emperor Malobo. Most of the living Eternal Emperors in the Endless Territories fell into this category, and they were comparable to the supreme 1st tier Dowlords in might. Most of them had been alive for extremely long periods of time, and thus they had collected many life-preserving items and techniques. To kill them was very, very difficult. The next tier consisted of the lords of the 8 sacred cities and the likes of Patriarch Volturas. The most supreme Eternal Emperors were known as hegemons. There were 3 of them in the Endless Territories. The one advantage Eternal Emperors had was that of time. They were alive for so long that they were able to accumulate many treasures. For Ning to face off against the 8 lords of the sacred cities was like a 2nd tier Dowlord facing off against a supreme Dowlord. There was an enormous difference in power, and that wasn't even factoring in the fact that the 8 lords of the sacred cities were ancient freaks who had acquired treasures similar to Hegemon Dao seals. Most likely, they all had many terrifying trump cards to use. There was just no way to battle them. Winesage scanned the area suspiciously. Who is the Eternal Emperor? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yes, it's time for him to come out. Ning and Palace Lord Dawnstar scanned the area as well. Suddenly, Ning's face turned pale. What is it? Both Dawnstar and Winesage noticed the change in Ning's face. Ning had a complicated look on his face. It was unclear if the expression was of joy or rage. He waved his hand, causing 2 figures to appear atop the snowy peaks. The first was that of Dowlord Badlands. The other was that of Dowlord Soulsky, or to be precise, Eternal Emperor Soulsky. Emperor Soulsky, Ning said. Ning. Soulsky still looked as sloppy and disheveled as ever, but his aura was now completely different. He had a stately, eternal majesty to him, as his Tao had gained eternity. Emperor Soulsky said hurriedly, "It's not what you think it is." "You used the Void Sea Jade Seal?" Ning asked. "I used it." Soulsky nodded. "But? Used it?" Winesage looked at Soulsky, then interrupted him. "You are the former Dowlord Soulsky, correct? I really didn't expect this." Dowlord Darknorth and Dowlord Ninedust risked their lives, so I felt certain that one of them had the seal.
In the end, it was with you all along?
Dowlord Soulsky was already famous for his invulnerable aqua form, Palace Lord Dawnstar said. Now that he is an eternal emperor, his invulnerable aqua form is assuredly even better than before. Most likely, it will be extremely difficult for even the 8 lords of the sacred cities to kill him. As for us Dowlords, we have no chance at all. Emperor Soulsky, congratulations. You have gained true eternity for yourself. Dowlord Soulsky made the breakthrough.
Him?
He's legendary for being tough to get rid of. The Heartforce cultivators all chatted mentally to each other, causing news to quickly spread throughout not just the Waveshift realm but the entirety of the Endless Territories.
Dowlord Soulsky.
In the past, many Dowlords wished to capture him and learn more regarding the Waveshift realm from him.
As a result, many knew of him.
Although his attacks were fairly weak, his defenses were incredibly strong, allowing him to survive quite a few blows from even Fiend Queen Dustrain. One could imagine how tough his defenses were. Now that he had become an eternal emperor and his invulnerable aqua form had also reached the eternal level, how much tougher would he have become? Many powerful ancient cultivators resided within a location inside the distant Terror Star Sea. The exact location of this ancient homeland was a mystery, with very few knowing the answer. Even the ancient cultivators who were granted entry didn't know the exact location. An absolutely peerless beauty was seated atop an ancient throne, a royal scepter in her hands. To each side of her sat 2 rows of ancients who were all eternal emperors. At the very center of this room was a levitating image that displayed the scene within the Waveshift realm. Who would have thought that Dowlord Soulsky would actually be the one to become an eternal emperor? He's not that strong, but he's good at staying alive. In the future, we ancient cultivators will probably need to get along with him. To succeed in the Dao merge is far too difficult. The eternal emperors of the ancient race all spoke out in praise. As for Hejema Netherlily, she said calmly from atop her high throne, Emperor Salisky's emergence is a minor matter. He's not that powerful, and his existence has no impact on the situation in the Endless Territories at all.
The Waveshift realm.
I can vaguely sense that something 10,000 times greater than the emergence of Emperor Soulsky is going to happen.
Greater?
The ancient cultivator eternal emperors were all rather surprised.
You are too weak.
You won't be able to sense it, Hejema Netherlily said.
The secrets held within the Waveshift realm are absolutely extraordinary. This is why I've been using my attunement to karma to keep an eye on everything happening within it.
The existence of the Grand Waveshift formation prevented the other eternal emperors from being able to scry the realm in detail, but Hejema Netherlily was able to accomplish it.
And of course, Hegemon Windrain and Hegemon Brightshore were able to do the same.
Within the Windrain Kingdom, the most sacred place of the aberrant lifeforms, gentle rain fell down from the skies. This truly was a world of wind and rain, and it was filled with creeks, valleys, and beautiful rivers.
An
enormous face appeared in the midst of a vast forest filled with countless trees. It was a special lifeform that was so incredibly vast, its body spanned the majority of the Windrain Kingdom.
An image suddenly appeared in the air in front of the face.
This was an image of what was happening within the Waveshift realm.
A new eternal emperor was born?
Dowlord Soulsky might have broken through to become an eternal emperor, but this won't have an impact on the Endless Territories as a whole, much less cause me to sense something.
Hegemon Windrain continued to watch from afar.
Waveshift, what the hell was he planning? What secrets are hidden within it? The Dao Alliance's roots and foundation were incredibly deep, and its 2 leaders had a very wide web of influence. Despite that, they weren't even close to living as relaxed a life as Emperor Waveshift. Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Netherlily, they were far more powerful than Emperor Waveshift, but for them to go from place to place through the Great Dark was extremely difficult for them, whereas Emperor Waveshift was able to accomplish it with ease. It could be said that the most influential Eternal Emperor to ever leave the Endless Territories was Emperor Waveshift.
Waveshift Realm. Hegemon Welkin had been slumbering in the Endless Territories for many years in an effort to heal his wounds. Both he and Hegemon Brightshore were paying close attention to the Waveshift Realm as well.
Both of them could also vaguely sense that something big was going to happen there, something which would have an important impact on them. The three native hegemons of the Endless Territories and the outsider Hegemon Welkin, as well as the most powerful and ancient Eternal Emperors, were all able to sense that something was going to happen. This was why they were so focused on the Waveshift Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 32, Chapter 28, Crimson Wave Temple. Book 32, Waveshift Realm, Chapter 28, Crimson Wave Temple.
Despite the relative indifference of the hegemons, Ning and the other Downlords were paying rapt attention to the fact that Downlord Solsky had succeeded in his downmerge and become an Eternal Emperor.
True eternity.
Ning looked at Emperor Solsky, a complicated feeling in his heart. If it hadn't been for happened to Nine Dust, Ning would be celebrating, but instead he was trying to keep a tight lid on his temper and prevent it from exploding. His big brother Solsky really had used up the Void Sea Jade Seal and let him and Nine Dust protect him like idiots. For Ning to do this was one thing, but Nine Dust didn't have much of a relationship with Solsky. Wasn't Solsky ashamed to allow Nine Dust to die on his behalf in the outside world? They had already agreed to hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal if they were unable to continue the fight. So what the hell happened? Ning had wanted to ask this question for quite some time now, but for the sake of the downmerged Solsky had completely entered a state of secluded meditation. Even his avatar had gone into seclusion, completely absorbed with the downmerge. There had been no chance to speak to him at all.
Dark North. Emperor Solsky wanted to explain.
Weinzige barked, Emperor Solsky, when you claim you used up the Void Sea Jade Seal, are you perhaps trying to help Dark North and Nine Dust out? He did indeed find this rather suspicious. As he saw it, both Ning and Nine Dust were much stronger than Downlord Solsky had been. How could Solsky be the one to end up using it, while Ning and Nine Dust risked their lives to defend him? What would be the point? Was it possible that Emperor Solsky was lying in an attempt to deceive them? I really did use it up, Emperor Solsky said hurriedly.
I'm not helping them out.
They were helping me out. I swear on my very life itself that I've already used up the Void Sea Jade Seal and in the process completed the downmerge. If anything I just said was false, let my soul be shattered and my true soul forever dissipate. Emperor Solsky said in a loud voice. Weinzige shook his head. Given that Solsky had just sworn a lifeblood oath, there was no way he was lying.
Alas, all that for nothing. At least there are 3 more remaining, Palace Lord Dawnstar said.
Suddenly, a series of figures began to appear in midair.
All of the Downlord squads throughout the Waveshift realm were able to see a version of this white-robed man appear before them. It was Realm Soul Polo once more. Realm Soul Polo stared downwards, his gaze focusing on Emperor Solsky.
Emperor Solsky, my master has decreed that eternal emperors are forbidden from breaching the Grand Waveshift formation and entering this realm. However, since you were originally just a Downlord when you entered, your presence here will not be ruled a violation of the rules. Still, you must immediately depart from the Waveshift realm. I'll open up a corridor for you to leave through. Realm Soul Polo, please give me half a day first. Emperor Solsky lifted his head and said in a clear voice, I definitely will not damage any of the formations within the Waveshift realm. He knew that he had to give Ning a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, although they wouldn't go from being brothers to being mortal enemies, the relationship between the two of them would be dramatically impacted by today's events.
Fine, but only half a day. Polo agreed to his request. There were many Downlords in the Waveshift realm, and virtually all of them were Verge-level Downlords. For them to attempt the downmerge here was reasonable. If an Eternal Emperor from the outside world dared to enter by force, Realm Soul Polo definitely would have launched a counterstrike. His master, Emperor Waveshift, had left quite a few tricks and traps behind. However, if a Tao Lord within the realm actually made a breakthrough, Polo would simply congratulate them. What? Tao Lord Soulsky used up the Void Sea Jade Seal? Not Tao Lord Soulsky, he's now Emperor Soulsky. Ninedust and Dark North fought all that time just for his sake? The many Tao Lords in the realm were all rather speechless. Both Dark North and Ninedust were supreme Tao Lords who had beaten back one squad after another of Tao Lords. Even Sect Lord Time Dream and the King Freak had died. The many Tao Lords in the Waveshift realm would have accepted either of them acquiring the Void Sea Jade Seal, but who would have thought that it would be Tao Lord Soulsky who would end up with it? Tao Lord Soulsky really is a lucky man, for him to have become lifelong friends with Tao Lord Dark North early on. This time, it was Tao Lord Dark North who helped him acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal. His lucky truly was incredible. The Tao Lords all sighed in amazement and envy. Given how strong Tao Lord Soulsky had been, as an eternal emperor he would no doubt be able to live an extremely long life. There were no Tao Lords, at least, capable of posing a threat to him. After the airborne Realm Soul Polo finished speaking with Emperor Soulsky, the Realm Soul continued, the competition over the first two Void Sea Jade Seals has come to an end. Now, it is time for the final 3 seals. The countless Tao Lords within the Waveshift realm all listened intently. The final 3 seals are all located within the 10th layer of the Waveshift realm. Realm Soul Polo stared downwards at the Tao Lords. I believe that thus far, none of you have managed to reach the 10th layer. Right. The Tao Lords all nodded. The Waveshift realm had a total of 10 layers, something which Emperor Waveshift had made known back when he was still around here. However, thus far no one had been able to enter the 10th layer. The 10th layer is over there. Realm Soul Polo pointed towards a certain direction off in the distance. Rumble. A distant mountain range began to shake and rumble, then split apart as an enormous edifice began to emerge from deep within it. A terrifying, awesome aura of power emanated from this enormous building, with the aura being so strong that every single Tao Lord within the Waveshift realm was able to sense it clearly. Even those who were very far away from it and were unable to see it clearly due to many different formations blocking their vision were able to sense it. It was like a terrifying, slumbering beast that was slowly waking up and making its presence felt. How terrifying. For now, Ning didn't pay his big brother Soulsky any heed as he focused on attuning to that distant, incredible, terrifying aura of power. The airborne Realm Soul Polo also stared off into the distance, watching as the enormous thing slowly rose. Finally, it made itself fully visible. It was an ancient temple that was a mixture of black and gold, and anyone who looked at it would sense its incredible age. The 10th layer is actually that ancient temple over there. Realm Soul Polo said. This temple is known as the Crimson Wave Temple. The 10th layer is the Crimson Wave Temple, and all 3 of the Void Sea Jade Seals are located within it, Realm Soul Polo said. Hegemon Brightshore and Hegemon Welkin had been seated, but they now both shot to their feet in astonishment, staring at the enormous image in front of them and the scene of the ancient temple's emergence. The temple had 3 ancient characters written directly above it. The characters were extremely complicated, much like the Dreamdust language and the Azure Flower seals. As for the 3 characters, they stood for Crimson Wave and Temple. Crimson Wave Temple? Hegemon Brightshore and Hegemon Welkin shared a glance, stunned looks in both of their eyes. The legendary Crimson Wave Temple? Hegemon Welkin murmured softly, the legendary Crimson Wave Temple has actually appeared within your realmverse. How did Emperor Waveshift manage to move the Crimson Wave Temple into his Waveshift realm? Is it really the Crimson Wave Temple? Hegemon Brightshore was stunned as well. It's the Crimson Wave Temple. Hegemon Netherlily shot to her feet from her throne, 2 blurry streams of light emanating from her eyes. Crimson Wave Temple? The ancient eternal emperors all had puzzled looks on their faces. What's a Crimson Wave Temple? Hegemon, what is this Crimson Wave Temple of which you speak?
All of them were puzzled. Hejema Netherlily, however, just stared at the ancient temple as she murmured softly, "Myself, Brightshore, Windrain, all of our treasures combined are not worth as much as Crimson Wave Temple. Emperor Waveshift, you truly are incredible. The legendary Crimson Wave Temple?" The enormous face within the vast forest of countless trees revealed a stunned look as well. The Crimson Wave Temple was actually relocated into our realmverse, the Endless Territories? Impressive abilities. Simply impressive. The gold-furred alien and the black-robed, black-haired elder within the Tao Alliance were shocked as well. They stared at the levitating mirror in front of them and at the image of that ancient temple within the mirror. When did that brat Waveshift manage to relocate the Crimson Wave Temple into his little world, and without anyone noticing to boot? If it wasn't because he voluntarily exposed it, none of us would know a thing. It must have cost him a fortune. In the Waveshift realm itself, Ning and the other countless Tao Lords simply stared expectantly as the 10th layer, the Crimson Wave Temple, made its appearance. They were eagerly focused on the 3 final Void Sea Jade Seals, and they didn't really know what the name Crimson Wave Temple represented. My master has wandered the endless great dark. Crimson Wave Temple was the greatest treasure my master has ever gained, after experiencing countless dangers and travails. Realm Soul Polo stared downwards, his voice echoing throughout the Waveshift realm. The Endless Territories is my master's homeland, and thus he sent Crimson Wave Temple here as an offering to it. Realm Soul Polo was extremely proud. These words were meant to be heard by the highest level members of the 6 powers. Indeed, Emperor Waveshift had offered his greatest treasure, Crimson Wave Temple, to the Endless Territories. The final 3 Void Sea Jade Seals are located within the Crimson Wave Temple. Only Supreme Tao Lords will stand a chance at surviving it. Realm Soul Polo looked downwards at the countless Tao Lords, a hint of a smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 1, Soul Sky and Ji Ning. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 1, Soul Sky and Ji Ning. The tens of thousands of copies of Realm Soul Polo began to disappear from the skies above the Waveshift realm. Let's go to Crimson Wave Temple. Let's go. The Realm Soul has already made it clear that only Supreme Tao Lords are capable of surviving Crimson Wave Temple. We're not on that level of power yet. If we go, we'll die. I won't be satisfied if we don't even go take a look. Plus, there's always a chance, no matter how slim. We might be able to seize that chance. Even if we don't go inside, we can wait around outside the palace. We still might have a chance. Although the Realm Soul had made the situation perfectly clear, there were still many Tao Lords who elected to head towards the Crimson Wave Temple. And of course, none of the Supreme Tao Lords hesitated at all. Shall we head to Crimson Wave Temple together? Winzage asked. Let's. We're quite a ways away from Crimson Wave Temple, and there will be many dangers along the path. If we join forces, we'll move faster, Palace Lord Dawnstar agreed. I'm fine with that. Badlands, what say you? Ning looked at Tao Lord Badlands, who smiled and nodded. This is just an avatar. I've been prepared for death this entire time. I might as well go to check out the Crimson Wave Temple first. Let's move. Winzage smiled slightly. He had naturally heard of Tao Lord Badlands long ago. The presence of Badlands would naturally be of help. Whoosh! 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 Winzage and Dawnstar simply flew, while Ning rode aboard his flying vessel as he wished to have a private conversation with Emperor Soulsky. At present, the only ones within that vessel were Ning, Badlands, and Emperor Soulsky. Within the flying vessel, Badlands had long ago moved to the front deck to stare off into the distance, allowing Ning and Emperor Soulsky to stand at the other end of the vessel. Big Brother Soulsky. Ning spoke up. When you were fortunate enough to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal, We agreed that although Nine Dust and I would do our best to protect you, if we were unable to do so you would immediately hand the seal over. That way, we'd be able to avoid a true disaster befalling us.
Yes. Emperor Soul Sky had a hint of embarrassment on his face. But in reality?
Both Nine Dust and I were at the brink of death, but you entered secluded meditation and surrounded yourself with many layers of wards and barriers, refusing to allow anyone to disturb you at all.
Ning looked at Emperor Soul Sky. Tell me. Why?
Although Soul Sky was now an eternal emperor, Ning still viewed him as a brother.
He needed an explanation.
Ugh, Emperor Soul Sky shook his head.
I admit, I'm at fault for what happened.
We did indeed agree that I would hide inside the estate while you and Nine Dust would flee while defending against the attackers. To tell you the truth, when I saw the Void Sea Jade Seal I did indeed feel a strong, selfish desire to keep it for myself and never give it up to anyone else.
There are no Verge-level Downlords who would be completely immune to its allure. Ning simply listened. He acknowledged this point, otherwise, why would so many incredible Downlords have lost their lives here?
Even the likes of King Gorsh, Seclord Timedream, and the King Freak had died due to this struggle.
I made a certain decision. I chose to immediately use the Void Sea Jade Seal, Emperor Soul Sky said in a low voice. This was my plan. I was going to use the Void Sea Jade Seal to simulate a downmerge. Since it was a mere simulation and not an actual downmerge, I could stop it at any moment. I didn't go into true seclusion. My original plan was to finish using it up, then immediately notifying the two of you. I would then be able to swear a lifeblood oath to the others that I had already used up the Void Sea Jade Seal, Emperor Soul Sky said. Once those pursuing Downlords were certain that I had already used it up, although they wouldn't be happy about it, they wouldn't continue the pursuit. Ning nodded. What you say makes sense.
If the seal was used up, then Ning, Nine Dust, Badlands, and Soul Sky could have all sworn lifeblood oaths and informed Downlord Shaka, Downlord Snowjoy, and the others that the seal had been consumed. Their opponents would have been forced to give up, as further battle would have been pointless, the seal would have already been gone. After I came to that decision, I began to use the Void Sea Jade Seal within a temporal acceleration estate, Emperor Soul Sky said. Roughly a month later, it was used up.
A month? Ning's face tightened. Then why didn't you tell me and Nine Dust about it? Back then, he and Nine Dust had yet to fall into danger.
If they had publicized the fact that the Void Sea Jade Seal had been used up, the ensuing battles would not have occurred. I really was planning to make it public, Emperor Soul Sky had an ashamed look on his face. But as I completed a full downmerge simulation with the Void Sea Jade Seal, the insights I gained were identical to the insights I would have gained from the real downmerge. Certain insights I had spent countless years working on in the Tao of Water began to deepen, and towards the end I entered a very special prajna-type meditation state. I really did not wish for that state to come to an end. Once the state ended, the flow of insights would have ended as well, Emperor Soul Sky said. Thus, I immediately separated myself from the outside world and began the actual downmerge, allowing myself to engage in the downmerge while in that prajna meditative state.
In the end,
I succeeded at one go with my downmerge and gained eternity.
Ning was silent.
Ning, I admit that I was at fault, Emperor Soul Sky said in an embarrassed manner. I was planning to listen to your call and hand it over as soon as you told me to, or immediately publicize the usage of the Void Sea Jade Seal if I was able to use it up, but do you know how rare it is for one to enter a prajna state like that? I could sense that I had a chance at succeeding in the downmerge. I figured, since you had been able to hold on for a full month, you'd probably be able to hold on for another month.
Well,
I've given you a lot of excuses, but in the end I was just selfish and excited. I saw a chance at the downmerge and so I risked everything to achieve it, Emperor Soul Sky said with shame. Ning turned to stare towards the outside of the vessel, where Winzage and Palace Lord Dawnstar were flying at high speed. His feelings were very complicated right now.
Should he be angry?
He simply wasn't able to get worked up.
The Void Sea Jade Seal had belonged to Big Brother Soul Sky to begin with. There was nothing wrong with him using it up. The Downmerge simulation could indeed be disrupted, and Soul Sky hadn't fully secluded himself. Ning simply had to message him in order to have him come out. But he ended up in that prajna state, a state which was incredibly rare. Most likely, no one who was about to attempt the Downmerge would choose to voluntarily end a prajna state upon entering it. Who knew when the next chance would be? Ning. Soul Sky looked at Ning.
No one is completely unselfish, Ning murmured softly.
And the Downmerge is the ultimate tribulation for all samsara Downlords.
I can't blame you for not wishing to halt a prajna state upon entering the simulated Downmerge.
In the end, I still went against my promise.
Emperor Soul Sky remained ashamed. I caused you and Nine Dust to fall into a perilous situation.
You don't owe me. Ning shook his head. You do owe Nine Dust. He was poisoned by Sect Lord Time Dream's Red Scatter venom. Red Scatter?
This name caused Emperor Soul Sky to feel puzzled. It is a terrifying poison meant for dealing with eternal emperors. Nine Dust is suffering endless torment right now, and was in such pain that he screamed for me to kill him, Ning said slowly.
What? Emperor Solasky's face turned pale.
Nine Dust was a supreme Downlord.
How much pain did he have to be in, for him to ask for death?
You were in that prajna state of yours and refused to end it, choosing to continue with your Downmerge.
I can't blame you for that. Ning looked at Soul Sky. But Big Brother, you owe me.
I owe him, and I owe you, Emperor Soul Sky said.
I won't forget either debts.
I suppose the silver lining for me is that I managed to make a breakthrough, Ning said.
And I didn't really lose anything.
Ning spoke in a casual manner, but in truth, he had lost quite a bit. He had been forced to use up his final sword Hegemon's Dao Seal, after all.
Not even the likes of Sect Lord Time Dream or Dao Lord Shaka had Dao Seals like that. That dominatingly offensive Hegemon Dao Seal was far more rare and difficult to make than the more stable defensive type Hegemon Dao Seals.
And in truth, Ning had long ago reached the final bottleneck and was about to make a breakthrough at any moment.
Even without this near disaster, he would have soon broken through.
To go from the second step to the third step wasn't all that hard, after all.
All right. Now I know the situation. Ning nodded. Realm Soul Polo won't let you stay here forever. You should leave. All right. Soul Sky nodded. He really didn't know what else he could say. Oh, right.
Big Brother, I haven't congratulated you yet.
Ning smiled. Congratulations on succeeding in your Downmerge. Countless Downlords have fallen to this great tribulation, and it's rare for even a single powerful eternal emperor to emerge in each generation of Downlords. Big Brother, you are now strong enough to truly wander the universe without fear for all eternity. Soul Sky revealed a slight smile as well.
In his heart, he also felt quite excited, but the guilt he felt towards Ning and the others prevented him from displaying any of it.
I'll leave now.
I'll wait for you outside the Waveshift realm, Emperor Soul Sky said.
All right. Ning nodded.
Whoosh. Emperor Soul Sky immediately flew out of the flying vessel and towards the outside world. A rainbow tunnel soon appeared above him. Clearly, Realm Soul Polo had opened it up just for him.
Emperor Soul Sky immediately flew into the rainbow tunnel and flew out of the Waveshift realm.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 33, Chapter 2, The Fruits. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 2, The Fruits.
Less than half a day after Winesage, Palace Lord Dawnstar, and Ning joined forces to travel together, Ning received a message from his servant.
Master, I just received an order from the Hegemon. The green-robed alien located within Ning's personal estate called out respectfully to Ning.
He was responsible for maintaining contact between Ning and the Brightshore Kingdom.
The Hegemon? Ning asked.
Yes. The hegemon ordered me to deliver a message to you, the green-robed alien said respectfully. Speak, Ning said solemnly. In all these years, the hegemon had only spoken to Ning twice. The first time was when the hegemon had asked himself, Soulwind, Great Joy, and Fire Surge to help protect Skyfire Brightshore on his journey to the alternate universe. The second time was when the hegemon had given Ning that spacetime disc. Other than that, the hegemon had never reached out to him.
The hegemon said that aside from the Void Sea Jade Seals, the Crimson Wave Temple also contains many precious fruits.
The hegemon hopes for you, Master, to harvest as many of those fruits as you can. The more the better. After you do so, the hegemon would be willing to buy them from you using either Chaos Jewels, Chaos Nectar, rare ingredients, precious Dao Seals, rare treasures, anything is up for trade.
Ning narrowed his eyes. The hegemon also said that any treasure within the Brightshore Kingdom is up for trade.
In fact, he'll also help you negotiate for treasures held by the other organizations, including Universe Treasures.
So long as you have enough fruit, the hegemon will help you trade for them, the green-robed alien said.
What? No matter how calm Ning normally was, he was truly stunned now. Apparently the Brightshore hegemon was absolutely willing to pay any price for the sake of the fruits within the Crimson Wave Temple. Of course, despite the enticing offer, there was still no way for anyone to forcibly bind a universe treasure. The universe treasure had to approve of its next master. The Brightshore Kingdom's Sword Palace already had a universe treasure, the shattered sword in its storeroom. However, to date no one had been able to bind it or be acknowledged by it. Thus, in truth, that universe treasure was of very limited value. The hegemon emphasized for you to do your best to harvest as many of the fruits within the Crimson Wave Temple as you can, the green-robed alien repeated. Ning pondered silently for a moment, then nodded slightly.
Time went on, one day after another.
Ning and the others continued to advance before finally, Ninedust completely recovered from the poisoning. In truth, he had already stopped screaming in agony by the 9th day of his torment. Clearly, his Dao heart was slowly growing stronger in response to the agony, allowing him to repress the pain and prevent him from screaming by the 9th day.
Come.
Brother Ninedust's Dao heart has been rendered truly incredible by this misfortune. In the future, your chances at the Dao merge shall be significantly better than they were before this. Cheers!
Palace Lord Dawnstar offered a toast.
Aboard the flying vessel were Ning, Dawnstar, Winezage, Badlands, and Ninedust. They were seated in a circle and drinking together. In truth, this journey was quite an exhausting one for Dawnstar and Winezage. The closer they moved to Crimson Wave Temple, the more dangerous the path became, after all. Thankfully, Ning, Dawnstar, and Winezage all joined together. This alliance of the top 3 Dao Lords allowed them to advance much faster than they otherwise would have.
Ha ha!
Ninedust roared with laughter. This was indeed a blessing in disguise for me.
My Dao heart was strengthened by quite a bit.
However, to tell you the truth, when I think back to the torment I suffered, I would rather have gone without this blessing.
Ugh! What torture that was!
Right, Dark North. Where's Soul Sky? Where the hell is he? I have one hell of a bone to pick with that guy. A cold light flashed through Ninedust's eyes. He's succeeded in his Dao merge and gained eternity, Winezage said with a sigh.
He gained eternity?
Ninedust stared.
Envious, right?
Palace Lord Dawnstar said. Clearly, he felt quite jealous as well.
Dark North, how did he end up gaining eternity? Did he use up the Void Sea Jade Seal when we were fighting for our lives? Ninedust immediately asked.
This is what happened. Ning began to narrate the details of what had happened to Ninedust. Ninedust ground his teeth as he listened.
That son of a bitch.
He entered a prajna state, then went into a secluded meditation and attempted his Dao merge. There's nothing wrong with that in principle, but he completely screwed me over. Although he was still quite furious, The rage he felt towards Solskjaer didn't blaze quite as hot as it had in the past.
"He'll definitely repay you for what he owes you," Ning said.
"Right, what happened after that? Your aura seems to be far more powerful than it was in the past.
And how did you end up alongside Winesage and Palace Lord Dawnstar?"
"What the hell happened?"
Ninedust asked.
"After you were hit by the poison, Dark North immediately charged out to face those 4 Supreme Downlords by himself, and he broke through to become a Supreme Downlord as well, sweeping all 4 of them away. He beat Downlord Shaka and Downlord Snowjoy into a retreat, with the King Freak and Sec Lord Time Dream perishing to him," Palace Lord Dawnstar said with a smile.
"What?"
Ninedust was shocked.
He couldn't help but turn and smack Ning on the chest, then say with a laugh, "Not bad. You actually killed King Freak and Time Dream? Nice, nice, nice. At least you took revenge on my behalf. Doesn't that mean you are now stronger than me?"
Ninedust stared at him. "The current Downlord rankings have Brother Winesage ranked as number 1, Dark North as number 2, and me having fallen to number 3, Palace Lord Dawnstar said with a laugh.
"The 3 of you are the top 3 Downlords of all the endless territories. I'm now the weakest one?"
Ninedust rubbed his jaw, then glanced sideways at the nearby Badlands.
"Oh wait. There's one guy weaker than me here."
"My skills lie in the Tao of numerancy, not in battle," Downlord Badlands said calmly. "If I chose to go into hiding, you wouldn't even be able to find me, Ninedust."
This group of Downlords continued their advance.
More than a year went by, with them moving closer and closer to Crimson Wave Temple.
The Endless Territories. Vast Heaven Territory. Vast Heaven Palace. Dark North.
A sonorous voice boomed out within Vast Heaven Palace.
The golden-robed avatar of Ning, along with the avatars of Emperor Solskjaer and Downlord Battlemaster, all flew into the air and into the skies.
They saw a gold-furred alien slowly walk towards them, causing space to tremble and ripple around him like streams of water. He seemed to walk slowly, but his movements were terrifyingly fast, far faster than the movements of Downlord Shaka or the Radiant King.
He reached Vast Heaven Palace in the blink of an eye. "My Lord Emperor." Ning spoke out. "Mind if we sit down to have a chat?"
The gold-furred alien said.
"Of course. Please come in and sit down, fellow Taoist."
Emperor Suluski's avatar immediately felt a sense of pressure. Clearly, this gold-furred alien was far more powerful than them.
Soon, Ning's avatar and Suluski's avatar led the gold-furred alien into the palace. "My name is Goldisle," the gold-furred alien said.
"Solskjaer, now that you have become an emperor, I'm certain that you'll soon be paying a visit to the Palace of Immortals. Dark North, as a Supreme Downlord, once this matter in the Waveshift realm is over, you should also come pay the Palace of Immortals a visit.
By then, you'll both know who I am." Ning and Solskjaer exchanged a glance.
They knew that this person was most likely a high-ranking member of the Palace of the Immortals.
The foundation of the Palace of Immortals is far mightier than that of the other 5 powers. The gold-furred alien looked at Ning.
"Dark North, based on my estimations, you should have already been contacted by Hegemon Brightshore of the Brightshore Kingdom.
He probably wants those fruits in the Crimson Wave Temple very badly."
"I'll tell you this, the Palace of Immortal wants those fruits just as much."
"Why can't you go harvest it for yourself?" Ning asked.
"Only Downlords are able to enter Crimson Wave Temple," the gold-furred alien explained, then continued, "In truth, Crimson Wave Temple was sent here by Emperor Waveshift. It should technically belong to our Tao Alliance, but since Emperor Waveshift established a rule that only Downlords may enter, we shall follow the rules he set. The Tao Alliance has the most Downlords, and I am confident that we are able to pay the best price."
"Any treasure?"
"We'll make available any of the treasures within the Palace of Immortals treasury for you to choose from.
So long as you have enough of the fruit, you can trade for whatever you wish."
The golden-furred alien continued, "Even if the treasure you seek is outside of the endless territories and is in the hands of other organizations in other verses, we'll work to help you find whatever it is you tell us you need, no matter how rare it is. But of course, you have to procure enough fruit for us. The golden-furred alien looked at Ning. Ning felt stunned. This was one hell of a struggle. I can promise to you that the Tao Alliance will give you a higher price than any of the other 5 organizations can offer. The golden-furred alien smiled. Based on what I know, Dark North, you are quite talented in the Heartsword art as well, yes. Here's a copy of the complete Heartsword Sutra. Consider it a show of sincerity from the Tao Alliance. Ning was secretly amazed. Not at being given a free copy of the Heartsword sword arts, although it was valuable, giving him a copy for free cost the Tao Alliance absolutely nothing at all. For them to know that he was skilled in the Heartsword sword arts, however, this was impressive. It must be remembered that he had relied on the Heartsword sword arts to attain the rank of Swordlord within the Sword Palace. Very few people even in the Brightshore Kingdom knew of this. The Tao Alliance's intelligence network truly was incredible. The Tao Alliance won't force you to do anything. Let it all be of your own free will, the gold-furred alien said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 3, Separate Paths. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 3, Separate Paths. I've said everything I came to say. The golden-furred alien rose to his feet. I'll be waiting for you outside the Waveshift realm, Dark North. He then turned and took a single step forwards, space twisting and distorting about him as he completely disappeared. Ning was quite shocked. This sort of dimensional teleportation was something vastly beyond his capabilities. He mused to himself, this eternal emperor named Goldal has to be at least on the same level as the 8 lords of the sacred cities. However, I really will have to acquire as many of the fruits within Crimson Wave Temple as I can. My protective divine ability, the sword hegemon secret art, and the ingredients I need for the Northbow swords, most likely, I'll have to rely on the Crimson Wave Temple's fruits to procure what I need for them. Ning calculated silently to himself, I need to upgrade my protective divine ability a bit more, while the Northbow swords are currently only providing a significant enhancement to the blood drop stance. My weaknesses are quite glaring. A true universe treasure is perfect in any manner. And the hegemon's secret art. My 9 novescence arts are no longer cutting it, they are of increasingly limited use to me, Ning mused. The 9 novescence arts had been created by Tao Lord All-God. When Ning had been at the first step, he had no access to any formations and thus used them in brute force attacks of incredible power. Upon becoming a Tao Lord of the second step, Ning's Omega Sword Tao, Yin Yang became of tremendous use to him. Even when Ning didn't actually use the 9 novescence arts, the sword intent of the Omega Sword Tao, Yin Yang had reached 20 to 30% of the power of the arts. Now that he was a Tao Lord of the third step, the might of his Omega Sword Tao, Yin Yang was roughly at 60 to 70% of the power of his 9 novescence arts. As Ning's level of insight increased, his Omega Sword Tao, Yin Yang would grow increasingly powerful. The 9 novescence arts themselves, however, wouldn't change at all. He'd eventually have to discard them. I'm already a Tao Lord of the third step. For now, the 9 novescence arts are still of use to me, but once I become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, by then, they'll be of negligible use, Ning mused. I need stronger secret arts. My protective divine ability, the sword hegemon secret arts, the Northbow swords, all of them require rare materials. Ning felt rather eager. Perhaps these fruits might even move me closer to reviving my wife. Reviving Yue. This was what Ning truly wanted above all else. The Waveshift realm. Ning, Nine Dust, Winesage, Dawnstar, and Badlands made for a truly formidable alliance. With Tao Lord Badlands helping guide them away from many dangerous areas, they were actually the first group to arrive before Crimson Wave Temple. There it is. Crimson Wave Temple. Ning and the other 4 raised their heads to look at the ancient temple before them. The temple was a mixture of gold and black, and they could sense the aura of age which emanated from it. 3 strange characters hovered in the air above the temple, and they seemed quite similar to the Azure Flower Seal script as well as the Dream Dust script. Anyone who saw them would immediately understand that the 3 characters represented the name Crimson Wave Temple. Ning stared at the 3 characters for a long period of time. He could sense that every single character contained boundless mysteries within them. The Azure Flower Seal gave me access to the Azure Flower Mist energy. The Dream Dust script was of assistance to my mastery over illusions. As for the Crimson Wave Temple, I can sense that these 3 characters are also filled with endless mysteries. Analyzing them, however, will be quite taxing. Ning carefully examined them. The crimson character seemed to fill the skies with a blazing red aura. The wave character made Ning feel as though he saw an endless sea of waves. The temple character seemed to emanate an extremely solemn and stately aura, almost as though Ning was standing at the helm of an endless swarm of soldiers. This script was an extremely advanced, high-level one that was far more advanced than any language which was commonly used in the Endless Territories. Every single one of these 3 characters contained extremely high-level mysteries of the Tao within them. So we were the first to reach Crimson Wave Temple. Nine Dust roared with laughter. Everyone, I imagine you all know by now how precious the fruits within Crimson Wave Temple are. We ancient cultivators also wish to acquire these fruits. I hope that you'll be willing to sell us any of the fruits you find, but of course it'll all be up to you. Everyone seems to want the fruits within the Crimson Wave Temple. Palace Lord Dawnstar said casually, but for us Tao Lords, what really matters is still the Void Sea Jade Seals. Agreed. Ning, Winesage, Nine Dust, and Badlands all nodded. The fruits were probably of grave importance to eternal emperors, but Ning and the others here were all Tao Lords. To them, the supreme Tao merge treasure known as the Void Sea Jade Seal was what truly mattered. Come, let's go take a look. We are the first to arrive. We need to seize this opportunity to find the seals. First come, first serve. They all laughed merrily as they entered Crimson Wave Temple. Crimson Wave Temple was an incredibly vast place. As soon as the 5 of them entered, they turned pale. Right in front of them sat 2 incredibly large corpses, each 540,000 meters tall. Their enormous black feet were pointed directly at the group, the toenails looking dagger-sharp. The 2 corpses were completely black in color and completely nude, covered only in light green fur. Their faces were very ugly, while their eyes were flecked with a dark gold color. The skin on their heads, however, looked almost like a strange hat formed by scales. The awesome auras emanating from the 2 corpses were so powerful as to cause Ning and the others to tremble. These are hegemonic auras. Ning, Nine Dust, Dawnstar, Winesage, and Badlands traded glances, their faces pale. Were the 2 of them hegemons? Nine Dust spoke out. The auras are so strong that even in death, they bring me a sense of pressure. Ning said solemnly, they should be hegemons. Why don't they have any armor or clothes on them at all? Dawnstar was puzzled. Were they perhaps looted? The nearby Winesage chuckled. The armor used by hegemons are undoubtedly extraordinary. Something's wrong. Tao Lord Badlands frowned. These 2 corpses look absolutely identical. Right. Ning and the others noticed this as well. There were some members of the same race who looked very similar to each other, and thus Ning and the others hadn't paid too close attention to their appearances. But as Tao Lord Badlands had pointed out, these 2 corpses truly were absolutely identical. Even the wrinkles on their faces were identical. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of rainbow light appeared in front of the entrance to Crimson Wave Temple, reforming into a towering white-robed man's figure. Realm Soul Polo. Ning and the others turned to look at him. Your group was the first to reach Crimson Wave Temple. Realm Soul Polo weighed Ning's group with his gaze, then pointed to the 2 corpses. As for these 2 corpses, if you wish to call them hegemons, I suppose they could just barely qualify as having reached that level. They are very close to being comparable to hegemons in power, after all. On the other hand, they truly can't be considered real hegemons. This is because they are the most powerful guardians which were produced by the Sith race. The Sith created them at enormous expense to watch over important locations, with Crimson Wave Temple definitely being one of them. That's why it had two of these guardians here. They were eventually slain and Crimson Wave Temple was conquered. After a series of twists and turns, it ended up in my master's hands. Ning and Nine Dust were secretly startled. These were the most powerful guardians produced by the Sith? It was possible to create hegemon-level guardians? Nine Dust and Ning couldn't help but think back to that corpse they had seen within that cave in the Terror Star Sea. That corpse had been filled with countless stone tunnels and many powerful planets. For the sake of killing that thing, two of the hegemons of the Endless Territories had fallen. This is the most valuable possession my master has ever acquired, and he only gained it after experiencing countless dangers and hardships. Realm Soul Polo looked quite proud. The other organizations of the Endless Territories could work together and still fail to acquire this Crimson Wave Temple. All right. Now look over there. Realm Soul Polo pointed off into the distance. Whoosh! Previously, the palace interior had been so dark that they were unable to see what lay at the other side of it. Crimson Wave Temple was extremely large, after all, and it was filled with many regions. Now, 3 tunnels filled with dark blue light suddenly appeared. These 3 tunnels lead to 3 different locations within Crimson Wave Temple. You can try them out for yourself, and if you are lucky, perhaps you'll be able to obtain the fruits within Crimson Wave Temple. Realm Soul Polo said calmly, however, acquiring those fruits is extremely difficult, just as difficult as acquiring the Void Sea Jade Seals will be. Let's go. Ning and the other 4 didn't hesitate at all, immediately moving towards the 3 tunnels. For now, it was still the Void Sea Jade Seals which truly enticed them. Everyone, we should part ways here. Otherwise, if we jointly acquire the Jade Seals, there will be no way to divide them up, Weinzich said. I'll choose this tunnel. He chose one of the 3 and moved towards it. It'll be up to your own respective skills. Palace Lord Dawnstar chose the leftmost tunnel. Nine Dust, let's take the right one, Ning said. Nine Dust hesitated. Dark North, there should be a Void Sea Jade Seal in each tunnel. If we go together, how should we split it? They were good brothers, but they had to agree on something in advance. Otherwise, this might end up harming their relationship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 4, 9 sections. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 4, 9 sections. If it wasn't for you, there's no way we would have been able to protect the first Void Sea Jade Seal, and Big Brother Soul Sky wouldn't have become an eternal emperor, Ning said. This next Void Sea Jade Seal will be yours. Ha, but of course if we find a second one it'll go to me. Nine Dust frowned. Dark North, there were only 3 Void Sea Jade Seals left. It was virtually impossible for them to acquire 2 of them, especially seeing as how Weinzich and Dawnstar had already gone into those 2 tunnels. Later on, even more Supreme Downlords would arrive. For them to even acquire a single Void Sea Jade Seal would be a stroke of tremendous fortune. 2. Their chances were very, very low. Dark North, you'll also need a Void Sea Jade Seal in the future when you attempt the downmerge in the future, Nine Dust said. I think it's better for us to just leave it up to speed and strength. May the best man win? Enough, Nine Dust. If you view me as your friend, then stop standing on ceremony with me, Ning said seriously. Nine Dust looked at Ning. A moment later, he smiled. All right. In this moment, Nine Dust felt true gratitude in his heart. The downmerge was, without question, the greatest tribulation any and every Dowlord would ever face. He firmly memorized this moment of grace and buried it deep within his heart. Ning relaxed as well.
Finally, he had convinced the man. Ever since they had entered the Waveshift realm, Nine Dust had been their mainstay in battle. The fight against Fiend Queen Windrain, the escape with the Void Sea Jade Seal in tow, each time, it had been Nine Dust who had taken the brunt of the fighting and done the most work. Was Ning supposed to just take the next Void Sea Jade Seal for himself, now that he had broken through in power? Ning simply couldn't do such a thing. It would violate his Dao heart. In addition, of the various supreme Dao Lords who had gathered here, Ning cared the least about the Void Sea Jade Seals. This was because the Void Sea Jade Seals were not omnipotent. Second-tier Dao Lords would be able to use a Void Sea Jade Seal to fully simulate a Dao merge, but supreme first-tier Dao Lords would only be able to do a partial simulation. As for Ning himself, he was just a Dao Lord of the third step. When he became a Dao Lord of the fourth step, his Omega Sword Dao would become even more overpowered. He would most likely be at the same level of power as the 8 Lords of the Sacred Cities. If he succeeded in his Dao merge, he would eclipse even hegemons in power. If the Void Sea Jade Seals weren't able to do a full simulation for even the other Supreme Dao Lords, it probably wouldn't even be able to simulate a tenth of his own Dao merge. However, although he cared the least about the Void Sea Jade Seals, that wasn't saying much. He still cared immensely. Even though a Jade Seal would only allow him to simulate a very small portion of his Dao merge, it would still save him a bit of time when he attempted the real Dao merge. That extra window of time and opportunity could well determine whether his Dao merge would succeed or fail. Let's find and seize the Void Sea Jade Seal first. As for the fruits, we'll worry about them later after we learn more about them, Ning said. All right. Nine Dust nodded. Right now, even if Ning asked for all the fruits to go to him, Nine Dust wouldn't mind. Swoosh! Swoosh! They quickly flew deeper into the tunnel of dark blue light they had chosen. Rumble, as they flew through the dark blue tunnel, they felt almost as though they were flying through a dimensional doorway. Whoosh! An enormous world appeared in front of them as they flew out of the tunnel. The enormous world had a dimensional walkway within it, with countless armored soldiers clustered on each of the 2 sides of the tunnel. At the end of this levitating pathway was an ancient throne, while a golden globe of light hovered above the entire pathway. Ning and Nine Dust traded a glance. A dimensional walkway? Ning was surprised. When he and Nine Dust had been in the East Road territory, they had traversed a dimensional walkway and ended up being teleported into that estate deep within the Terror Star Sea. Who would have thought they would encounter another one here in Crimson Wave Temple? There are some differences. Nine Dust stared off into the distance. The dimensional walkway within the East Road sect had been surrounded by empty space, which was why it had been named the Void Pathway. But this vast world before them seemed far more real, and its aura was far more powerful. The area around this dimensional walkway was covered with dark soil and dirt, with many strange trees sprouting from the ground. The trees were all very short and stooped, and the branches were twisted like the bodies of sea serpents. Only a single tree would grow within a 1,000,000-kilometer region, and every single tree only bore dark blue fruits. The fruits emanated an enticing fragrance that spread out in every direction. This enormous world has a total of 108,000 of these trees, Nine Dust said. As he spoke, he reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! His right hand expanded to become 1,000,000 kilometers long as he reached out towards the closest tree, seeking to pluck some of the fruit. Suddenly, a barrier of light that seemed like the heavenly firmament itself sprang up. When Nine Dust's right hand touched the barrier, he was completely unable to move past it in the slightest. Realm Soul Polo already said that harvesting the fruit will be just as hard as acquiring the Void Sea Jade Seals, the nearby Ning said. This barrier is quite strong. I wasn't able to shake it at all with my attempt just now. Nine Dust shook his head. Whoosh! Rainbow light gathered next to them, forming into a white-robed man. It was Realm Soul Polo who smiled. So the two of you have reached the first world. Realm Soul. Nine and Nine Dust both looked at him. Look over here. Realm Soul Polo pointed towards the left, then waved his hand.
Instantly, the mist far off in the distance to the left began to dissipate, revealing yet another dimensional hallway that was also covered with countless warriors.
Weinzige was standing right there, with a second realm soul Polo by his side. Weinzige.
Ning and Nine Dust were both surprised.
Now look here. Realm soul Polo now pointed towards the right, causing the mist off in the distance to once more dissipate and reveal a third-dimensional walkway.
This one was filled with just as many of those armored warriors, with Dawnstar standing amongst them.
Palace Lord Dawnstar? Ning and Nine Dust were starting to understand.
The two of you, along with Weinzige and Dawnstar, have separately entered 3 of the major sections within the first world of the Crimson Wave realm, Realm Soul Polo said. The different regions within the first world are all linked together, and so the two of you should move to acquire the Void Sea Jade Seals as quickly as possible. If you waste too much time, the others might end up winning it.
Where is the Void Sea Jade Seal? Ning asked. Look at the throne over there. The Realm Soul pointed towards the black throne at the end of the dimensional walkway.
When you finish breaking through the many waves of warriors barring your path and reach the throne, you'll be teleported to the second world. The Void Sea Jade Seals are within the second world.
Understood. Ning's eyes lit up, as did Nine Dust's.
Then the fruits here, Ning immediately changed to the next topic of conversation. If you wish to harvest the fruit, you must first acquire one of the command seals, Realm Soul Polo said. The command seals are in the third world.
Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance.
The Void Sea Jade Seals were in the second world, while the command seals needed to harvest the fruit were in the third world? That meant that harvesting the fruit would probably be more difficult than acquiring the Void Sea Jade Seals.
Let's move.
It didn't really matter, they had to seize every moment.
Weinzige was more powerful than both of them, and he would probably advance more quickly.
After he won a Void Sea Jade Seal, he'd probably go after one of the others.
Boom!
A pillar of golden light descended upon them, illuminating the 6 armored warriors in the first row before them. The 6 warriors opened their eyes, now glowing with golden light, then charged towards Ning and Nine Dust with weapons at the ready. Ning transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed mode and drew all 6 of his northbow swords. As for Nine Dust, he brought his longstaff to the ready and immediately charged forwards as well.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As soon as the battle erupted, Ning and Nine Dust felt a sense of pressure.
Every single one of these warriors is comparable to a second-tier Dowlord. Ning immediately came to this conclusion. An attack from 6 second-tier Dowlords was more than enough to cause most supreme Dowlords to feel a sense of pressure. Heart World Projection, descend. Novescence Arts, manifest.
Ning didn't hesitate or hold back in the slightest. His mighty Heart World Projection came crashing down, suppressing his foes. As for his 9 Novescence Arts, they followed the principles of his Omega Sword Dao, Yin Yang, as they furiously wrapped around the warriors, rendering them almost immobile. However, right at this moment even more of the golden light rained down from the skies. This time, it covered virtually the entire dimensional walkway, and as it did, it seemed to completely block off the power of Ning's 9 Novescence Arts and his Heart World Projection, rendering them useless.
What the hell? It actually blocked off my Heart World Projection and the 9 Novescence Arts?
Ning raised his head to stare at the golden globe of light above them.
Kill! Kill! Dot.
The 6 armored warriors let out furious, murderous shouts as they began to launch attacks at Ning and Nine Dust without any hesitation at all.
Ning and Nine Dust exchanged a glance.
The warriors they had fought in the void pathway within the East Road sect had been much weaker. Even the warriors they had encountered at the very end were merely equivalent to the lowest-ranked second-tier Dowlords in power, and they weren't able to ignore the 9 Novescence Arts like this. Even the first warriors here are already comparable to second-tier Dowlords, Ning sent mentally. And they are clearly far more numerous as well. All of them are fighting like madmen, seemingly intent on our deaths. Even my heart world projection and 9 novescence arts have been nullified. No wonder Realm Soul Polo said that only Supreme Downlords even stand a chance at surviving this place. It won't be easy at all for us to survive this first world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 5, The Grove Keepers. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 5, The Grove Keepers. Ning and Ninedust clearly surpassed the 6 warriors in power, but the 6 warriors had bodies comparable to top-tier eternal treasures. Each time they were knocked backwards, they would quickly regroup and charge towards the 2 once again. Why the hell are they continuing to attack? Ninedust sent mentally. We're clearly overpowering them, but they continue to press the assault. Ning frowned as well. Let's just keep advancing. Forget about them. Alright. Ning and Ninedust clearly held the upper hand, and so they smashed their way through and continued the advance. As they did, however, 6 more rays of light shone down from that golden globe above them. Instantly, 6 more warriors opened their golden eyes and began to charge towards them. The 6 original warriors didn't let up the pursuit either, continuing to press the assault. Now, there were a total of 12 warriors assaulting them. That's not good. Ning and Ninedust both turned pale. We're clearly stronger than them, but they aren't even alive. Their bodies can't be damaged in the slightest. If they continue to harass us like this, if we advance we'll have to face 18 of them, then 24 of them. More and more of them will come to life and start attacking us. Ninedust began to grow anxious. Even if we work together, we won't be able to last for very long if 100 of these things attack us. Agreed. Ning was worried about the same thing. Boom! Ning attacked in a ghostly manner, his 6 arms striking out with 6 north bow swords and striking one of the warriors. That warrior was knocked flying backwards until it flew outside the dimensional walkway. Its golden eyes instantly dimmed. Moments later, some sort of invisible string seemed to jerk it back into the dimensional walkway where it rejoined the other warriors. This time, however, it no longer attacked. Aha! Ning's eyes lit up. Knock them off the walkway. That's all we need to do. Oh, is that it? Ninedust was delighted as well. Boom! 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 The 2 of them were clearly much stronger. Now that they knew what to do, they began to focus on knocking the armored warriors out of the dimensional walkway. In each case, the eyes of the warriors would go dim before they were pulled back into the ranks of the other warriors, now completely immobile. Ning and the others continued to press the advance. Each time, they faced a total of 6 warriors. Some specialized in sword arts, some specialized in whip arts, some specialized in staff arts, some specialized in axe arts, some specialized in long-distance attacks. Ning and Ninedust were faced with all sorts of varied attacks. Ning and Ninedust continued to press the assault for more than 3 days. Finally, from this day forth, they had to fight 7 warriors each time. 7 warriors, 8 warriors, the numbers slowly began to rise. Each warrior continued to merely have the power of a second-tier Downlord, but the way they worked together became increasingly intricate and marvelous. Knocking them off the dimensional walkway became harder and harder, especially given how incredibly large the walkway was. The width alone was roughly 1,000,000 kilometers. Each time, Ning and Ninedust had to fight with their full power. 9 months later, 26 of the armored warriors were surrounding and assaulting the 2 of them in perfect concert. Their bodies were completely invulnerable, allowing them to focus on attacks without needing to defend at all. Ning and Ninedust worked together as well, slowly driving one warrior after another to the ends of the dimensional walkway. They fought for more than 2 hours before finally sending the last one flying. I'm so done right now. I'm exhausted. Ninedust slumped to the ground. I need a break. I can't take anymore, I really can't. Ning sat down as well, staring at what lay ahead of them. They had only traversed roughly half of the dimensional walkway, and the further they advanced the more difficult it would be. This is torture. Ninedust shook his head. We've been fighting non-stop for 9 full months, and I've been using chaos jewels to replenish my energy. Sure, I have plenty of them, but fighting at full power for this long is mentally exhausting. I'm more tired right now than I ever have been in my entire life. How about you, Dark North? I'm kind of tired as well, Ning said. In truth, he wasn't nearly as bad off. He was a heart force cultivator, after all, and his close combat skills were exquisite. This was why he wasn't as exhausted as Ninedust was. Still, Ning elected to rest alongside Ninedust for a time, as the two were able to advance faster when fighting together. If he tried to fight by himself, he'd move much more slowly. Ah! Suddenly, a deep, rumbling laugh rang out from the distant black soil. Ning and Ninedust sat up straight in surprise as they turned to stare at the black soil off in the distance. Suddenly, the black, earthy ground began to slowly bulge upwards, forming into a humanoid figure of dark soil. The black earth golem was the size of a mountain, and he cracked his mouth into a grin. Ha ha! Tired already, kids? Honestly, the two of you really don't know your limits. Why have you come to attempt this pathway by yourselves? You should work in groups of 4 or 5. Wouldn't that be much faster? Who are you, senior? Ninedust called out. Me? I was manufactured by the Sith. I've been here my entire life, taking care of these trees. The Sith called me the Grovekeeper. The black earth golem boomed with laughter. But the Sith were wiped out long ago, and my current master is Emperor Waveshift. Of course, my mission remains the same, to take care of these trees. The 9 regions within Crimson Wave Temple have a total of 9 Grovekeepers, and I'm one of them. Ning and Ninedust both nodded slightly. Senior, Ning called out, who were the Sith, exactly? They seem to have been quite powerful. Powerful? Ha! Of course they were powerful. Their war encompassed countless realms. I don't even know how many of you cultivators died as a result of it. The Black Earth Golem continued, but of course, the Sith were still defeated in the end. They were wiped out. The Crimson Wave Temple experienced quite a few things before ending up in Emperor Waveshift's hands. Ning and Ninedust were intrigued. So the great battle in the Terror Star Sea known as the Dawn War had been fought against the Sith race. The Sith paid an unbelievable price to create Crimson Wave Temple, the Black Earth Golem said. Crimson Wave Temple holds more marvels than you can imagine, and it was used to plant all of these divine trees around us. The 9 regions here represent 9 different types of divine trees, and each type is incredibly useful. The Sith were completely wiped out, with their most powerful experts being completely slaughtered and their treasures taken away. That was also what happened to Crimson Wave Temple. Their most powerful experts were all wiped out? Ning and Ninedust couldn't help but sigh. The Sith had been incredibly powerful, so powerful that they were able to create hegemon-level guardians in locations like Crimson Wave Temple. And yet, all of their supreme experts had been wiped out, essentially driving their race to extinction. In the end, for any race, what truly mattered was the presence and existence of their supreme experts. Did Emperor Waveshift set down the dimensional walkway, or did the Sith? Ning asked. The Sith, of course. The Black Earth Golem explained, Emperor Waveshift certainly doesn't have the ability to do so. The Sith used these dimensional walkways to train and temper their downlords. All of these varied golems here provide an excellent source of combat experience, after all. Ning and Ninedust were startled. Right. It made sense. This place was indeed a superb place to train. Ning had only recently become a downlord of the 3rd step, but he was lacking in actual combat experience. As he fought against all of these warriors,
Ning had accumulated more and more actual battle experience and as a result was able to discover some of the weaknesses still inherent to his sword arts. Upon discovering those weaknesses, he was able to find a way to improve his sword arts and thus more quickly move towards becoming a Dowlord of the fourth step. As for Ninedust, he would be able to come up with even more powerful techniques. Dowlord Shaka, the Radiant King, these supreme Daylords all had reached the same level of enlightenment into the Tao, so why was it that they varied so much in power? It was because they all had developed different attacks. Ning's Tao was that of the Omega, and thus it represented the true apex of what was possible. This was why, whenever he wanted to truly upgrade his technique, he would have to first reach a higher level of enlightenment. This wasn't true for the others. I believe the Sith had many similar locations which they used to train Dowlords, the Black Earth Golem said. Their Dowlords were all extremely powerful, with many reaching the supreme level of power. Unfortunately, their ambitions were too vast. They sought to enslave all cultivators and take control over the destinies of all living things. And so, in the end they had to be wiped out. The Black Earth Golem shook his head. Let me give you another word of advice. It'll be virtually impossible for the two of you to fight through to the third world by yourselves. I urge you to work together with a few more Supreme Dowlords. All right. Thank you. Both Ning and Ninedust nodded. At present, what they really cared about was the Void Sea Jade Seal in the second world. The command seals in the third world were of secondary concern. The various fruit trees within the 9 major regions all ripen at different intervals, going from every 30,000 chaos cycles to every 100,000 chaos cycles, the Black Earth Golem said. This is why Crimson Wave Temple will only be opened up once every 30,000 chaos cycles at most. However, this is the first time Crimson Wave Temple has been opened up in a very long time, and so all of the fruits in all 9 regions are ripe for the harvesting. Seize the opportunity. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 30,000 chaos cycles, and by then, you'll only have access to the fruits in 2 of the regions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 6, Command Seals. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 6, Command Seals. Anywhere from 30,000 chaos cycles to 100,000 chaos cycles? Ning and Ninedust exchanged a glance, the same thought running through both their minds. When the competition over the Void Sea Jade Seals concluded, the two of them would definitely have to do their best to acquire some of the fruit. Ning felt particularly eager. Although the Void Sea Jade Seal was perhaps more valuable, Ning also knew that it would be of limited use to him. The Tao merge for his Omega Sword Tao was simply going to be so incredibly difficult that he felt zero confidence in his abilities to succeed in it. As a result, he viewed the fruits with great importance as well. Given how badly the various hegemons and the Tao Alliance wanted the fruits, they might be of use to him in reviving his wife. As for the Tao merge? If he failed, he'd die. By now, Ning had seen past both life and death. If he could revive his wife and then happily live together alongside her and their daughter Brightmoon for over 100,000 chaos cycles, he really wouldn't mind failing his Tao merge. His greatest wish was to bring his wife back. Ordinary mortals were only able to live for 100 years, to be able to spend over 100,000 chaos cycles alongside his loved ones was a true blessing. What did he have to complain about? Dare I ask, Senior, Ning said, how many of those fruit-picking command seals are there? A total of 9 in total, and they are each attuned to one of the 9 regions, the Black Earth Golem said. Each of the 9 regions holds a different types of tree within them. Once you earn a command seal, you'll be able to see all of the divine trees and fruits located within a certain region. How much fruit is within each region? Ning and Ninedust were surprised. Well, let's use this current region, the third region, as an example. If you can acquire the third command seal, then I'll harvest all 108,000 fruits on your behalf and give them to you, the Black Earth Golem said. Ning immediately decided that he had to do his absolute utmost to acquire the command seals. Every single command seal represented an enormous number of fruits. Senior, Nine Dust immediately asked, "What good are these fruits? What can they be used for?" Pill making. The Black Earth Golem explained, they can be used to forge certain legendary pills that will drive any eternal emperors mad with desire. Ning asked, "Senior, which of the fruits in the 9 regions are the most valuable?" Since there were 9 command seals in total, he'd definitely have to try and find the most valuable one. "Hey, this kid's pretty smart," the Black Earth Golem chortled. "Then I'll go ahead and tell you, the 9th command seal is the most valuable one. The fruits in the 9th region ripen once every 100,000 chaos cycles. The 6th, 7th, and 8th command seals are equivalent in value, those fruits ripen once every 90,000 chaos cycles. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th command seals correspond to fruits that ripen once every 60,000 chaos cycles, while the fruits for the 1st and 2nd command seals are the least valuable, ripening once every 30,000 chaos cycles." Ning's eyes lit up as he memorized this. "Thank you, Senior." "Dark North, if we join forces we should be able to seize at least a few of those command seals," Nine Dust said. "Ha ha. Quite a few Supreme Downlords will be taking part in this. Count your blessings if you can even seize one of them," the Black Earth Golem laughed merrily. He then quickly dissipated, his body reverting to chunks of dirt that fell down to the ground. "That little chat with the Grovekeeper really brought my spirits up," Nine Dust chortled. "Let's keep charging." "Right." Ning was filled with eagerness as well. "Attack!" The two charged forwards, side by side. After chatting with the Grovekeeper, Ning now understood more about this place. This was a place which the Sith had used to train their Downlords and give them more combat experience, helping them discover flaws in their techniques. Naturally, there was no way they would allow heart-world projections or secret arts to be used, as that would defeat the entire purpose. From this alone, it seemed clear that the many varied techniques these warriors used would indeed give Ning many new insights into his Omega Sword Dao. At the entrance to the Crimson Wave Temple. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another charged through the entrance, not even wanting to waste time admiring the character's Crimson Wave Temple above them. There were 7 figures in total, and they all stared in shock at the 2 hideous, towering, black-skinned, green-furred, goldenite figures in front of them. The aura in particular caused all 7 of these Supreme Downlords to shudder. Hegemons? All 7 of them were stunned. Streams of rainbow light manifested next to them, resolving into a white-robed man who smiled at them. "Do not be alarmed. These 2 are not hegemons, but they did have power comparable to a hegemon's. They are the most powerful guardians which were produced by the Sith race, who created them at enormous expense to watch over Crimson Wave Temple. However, the 2 of them were killed and Crimson Wave Temple ended up in my master's hands." The 7 Supreme Downlords were just as stunned as Ning had been when he had heard this information. Realm Soul Polo couldn't help but feel smug, he was extremely proud of his master. "Where are Winesage and Dark North?" A silver-robed figure amongst the 7 spoke out. This was Palace Lord Cloudwalker. "They've gone inside to seek out the Void Sea Jade Seals. These 3 corridors head to 3 different places, and there is a Void Sea Jade Seal at the end of each." Realm Soul Polo pointed towards 3 deep blue hallways that appeared at the other side of the temple. The 7 Supreme Downlords instantly turned anxious upon hearing this. The Realm Soul continued, "But don't be impatient, the Void Sea Jade Seals are not so easily won. Although you've arrived nearly a year later than them, you still stand a very good chance at earning the seals. But of course, that's only if you work together." Which tunnels did they choose? Downlord Dreamlord, Bloodblade in his arms, spoke out in a cold voice. "They separated and chose to go through all 3 tunnels," Realm Soul Polo said. "The rest is up to you and luck." After finishing his words, he dissipated. The 7 Supreme Downlords in the temple exchanged a glance. Damn the 2 of them. Winesage and Dark North repeatedly used their Heartworld projections to slow us down,
forcing us to gather together to resist them in unison. Otherwise, we would have reached Crimson Wave Temple long ago. Let's cut the crap. What should we do next? Have you decided where we should go? We arrived later than them to begin with. If we work by ourselves, we won't have any chance at all. The 7 Supreme Tao Lords weren't fools. They quickly decided to separate up into 2 squads. The first squad consisted of Ninestone, Palace Lord Cloudwalker, Shaka, and Snowjoy. The second squad consisted of Dreamlord, Tigrone, and Skyshatter. Which one should we choose? They've already gone up ahead of us. I wonder which path Winzage choose. Both squads worried the most about running into Winzage. Even someone as incredibly powerful as Ning, who was able to suppress the old Winzage in might, had been completely crushed by Winzage when the latter had used his universe treasure. Ning's only choice had to been to rely on the speed and concealing properties of his shadowless evasion art in order to escape. If we run into Winzage, we'll be in serious trouble. This is what both squads were worried about. Based on my understanding of Winzage, Tao Lord Skyshatter had an ugly scar on his face, and his voice was very cold. Although he looks calm and collected, he's an extremely arrogant and domineering person who views himself as without peer amongst Tao Lords. Now that he has a universe treasure, he's only going to feel even more arrogant than he did in the past. He would naturally choose the central hallway. Then let's avoid that one. There really was no other options. The Waveshift realm placed tight restrictions on spacetime techniques, and the situation inside Crimson Wave Temple was even worse. It was completely impossible for them to use temporal inversion to see what happened here. Then we'll take the left, Palace Lord Cloudwalker said. We'll take the right, Tao Lord Dreamlore said. The dimensional walkway of the first world inside the Crimson Wave Temple. Ning and Nine Dust had already battled their way past countless warriors, but more waves of those warriors continued to assail them. Right now, there was a total of 29 warriors surrounding and assaulting them. Whoosh! The Nine Dust Sect Lord transformed into an enormous wave of water, his invulnerable aqua form having transformed into a vast sea. If he so chose, he would be able to easily transform into a sea that covered hundreds of millions of kilometers, if not more. The vast sea swept through all of the warriors, slowing them down and making it difficult for them to effectively work together. In terms of impeding these armored warriors, the Nine Dust Sect Lord's invulnerable aqua form was far superior than the techniques Ning had available to him. No matter how strong Ning was, he was only able to block a few of the warriors at once, whereas Nine Dust's invulnerable aqua form was able to have an impact on all of them. Kill! Kill! This was a sight which the Sith had used to train their Tao Lords. A mere invulnerable aqua form wouldn't be able to defeat it that easily. The warriors moved closer to each other and the golden light in their eyes shone even more brightly, causing golden light to spring up amongst them and caused them to join together into a whole. This caused the impact of the vast waves to be greatly lessened. As for Ning, he remained the mainstay in this fight. He furiously and laboriously seeking out opportunities to smash one warrior after another off of the dimensional walkway, despite the formation the warriors were using. After knocking yet another warrior off, both Ning and Nine Dust noticed something behind them. 3 more figures had suddenly appeared at the other end of the dimensional walkway. The first figure was a red-robed youth who was carrying a blood blade in his arms, surrounded by a towering, baleful aura. This was Tao Lord Dreamlore, a man who had been very low-key up until he had defeated the Radiant King in his first major battle. The second man was a muscular man dressed in extremely thick gray armor whose eyes glowed with green light. This was the most powerful Tao Lord the Aberrants had, Tao Lord Tigrone. His divine body was so tough that not even King Gorsh had been able to injure him in the slightest. Tao Lord Tigrone had been the main reason why King Gorsh had died. The last one was an insidious, scar-faced man who looked extremely mysterious. All Ning knew was that he was a Tao Lord of the Dark Kingdom known as Tao Lord Skyshatter. His real level of power was a mystery. Dark North.
The gazes of Downlord Dreamlord, Downlord Tigrone, and Downlord Skyshatter all fell upon Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 7, Heartsword Art. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 7, Heartsword Art. It's them. Ning's face tightened slightly. Dark North, this will be troublesome. Downlord Dreamlord's power is unfathomable, while Downlord Tigrone's defenses are superior to any I've ever seen. As for Downlord Skyshatter, he's a Downlord of the Dark Kingdom but was accepted by Downlord Dreamlord and Downlord Tigrone as a partner. He must be incredibly strong as well. The Nine Dust Sect Lord frowned. Don't worry about them. They were a full year behind us. It won't be that easy for them to catch up to us, Ning said. Seize every moment and do your best to push as many of the warriors out of the dimensional walkway. All right. Nine Dust nodded. The two paid no more heed to the three Downlords behind them and began to focus on attacking the warriors up ahead. The Void Sea Jade Seals are in the second world, while the Command Seals needed to harvest the fruit are in the third world. Realm Soul Polo once more gave detailed instructions to the new arrivals. These Supreme Downlords were amongst the most incredibly talented figures alive in the Endless Territories. It was important for him to give them good guidance. His master, Emperor Waveshift, was doing this for the sake of tempering these Supreme Downlords and make them even better. The Realm Soul naturally had to keep them fully informed. Got it. Let's move. Downlord Tigrone, Downlord Dreamlord, and Downlord Skyshatter began to advance as well, and they immediately began to suffer the attacks of the armored warriors in front of them. Oof, Dark North and Nine Dust are fools. Why aren't they using their secret arts or a heart world projection? Are they trying to use this as a training exercise? Downlord Skyshatter frowned. Instantly, he sent a tricolored surge of energy sweeping out to surround the area, wrapping itself around the warriors around him. However, the golden light covering the entire dimensional walkway immediately swirled forwards to cover it. In raw power alone, Downlord Skyshatter's secret arts were actually slightly stronger than even Ning's 9 Novescence arts. What? My secret arts were nullified? Downlord Skyshatter was shocked. Ning and Nine Dust ignored the three behind them. They were very experienced in fighting against these warriors, and were able to work together perfectly. Nine Dust was responsible for tying down and slowing the warriors, while Ning was responsible for delivering the final blow that knocked them off the walkway. Time continued to flow on. Another year passed in the blink of an eye, with Ning's team slowly advancing. The further they advanced, the more warriors assaulted them. Knocking the warriors off the dimensional walkway became increasingly powerful, as there was now a total of 32 warriors assaulting Ning's team. This represented a force of 32 second-tier Downlords who were able to work together perfectly and who were invulnerable to all harm. Just beating them wasn't enough. You had to knock them off the dimensional walkway. It was simply too difficult. By now, Ning's team needed to spend 5 or 6 days in battle before defeating a wave. Whoosh! Nine Dust transformed into a massive wave, but the upper half of his body was still visible. He continued to wield his longstaff, sending it smashing through the waves and knocking one enemy aside after another, doing his best to give Ning enough space to work in. As for Ning, he was even fiercer than he had been in the past, with each of his 6 Northbow swords containing astonishing amounts of power. Dark North, these warriors are becoming increasingly difficult to defeat, but this process has been quite beneficial to my staff arts. I've come up with a supreme technique of my own. The Nine Dust Sect Lord let out a loud laugh as he swept out his longstaff. Whoosh! The water around him instantly formed into a whirlpool that was centered around his longstaff, causing layers of spatial illusions to appear around it. Crimson Wave Temple placed extremely tight restrictions on spacetime techniques, but Nine Dust was still able to cause spatial illusions to appear. In the outside world, the power of this strike would have been inconceivable. Boom!
The staff smashed against an armored warrior, sending it flying away as if it was nothing more than a tiny little shrimp. "Come up with a few more supreme techniques like that," Ning said with a laugh. "Later on, you can let these other Tao Lords get a taste of them." "Right. I'll make sure they know that I'm not easy to deal with." Nine Dust had been intoxicated by this life of battle. These fights were helping him to discover many of his flaws and allowed him to perfect them. When he was able to reach a certain level of perfection, he was naturally able to come up with a new supreme technique. The other Supreme Tao Lords have either fused 2 Supreme Taos or 3 Supreme Taos, Ning mused silently to himself, but they still have room for improvement. They can gain new insights and thus come up with more and better supreme techniques. I, however, have already reached the apex. It'll be very hard for me to improve in the near future. I suppose I should focus on the Heart Sword for now. Ning was beginning to realize how hard it would be for him to upgrade his Omega Sword Dao any further. None of his 5 stances had been able to reach the 4th stage, and so he immediately chose to work on the Heart Sword, Sword Art instead. The Heart Sword, a complete copy of the full Heart Sword Sutra, appeared within Ning's mind. The golden-furred alien had given it to Ning's avatar during his visit to Vast Heaven Palace, and Ning's avatar had immediately studied it. The Heart Sword art was an incredibly marvelous and miraculous sword art. In importance, it actually succeeded the legacies of hegemons. Although it was merely a sword art, the Tao Alliance absolutely refused to transmit it to any other organizations. Even the Brightshore Kingdom was only able to procure the first 10 stances after paying an utterly enormous price. If you wished to learn the full thing, you had to be a member of the Tao Alliance and pay an incredible price for it. Ning's performance in the Waveshift realm had been simply dazzling. He had risen to prominence by slaughtering Sect Lord Timedream and the King Freak, and his power was second only to Winesage. The Tao Alliance was naturally going to invest its resources in him. Given that they also had a favor to ask of Ning, they chose to just go ahead and gift the entire Heart Sword to Ning. But of course, Ning was not permitted to transmit this to any others. How marvelous! The more Ning learned regarding the Heart Sword art, the more stunned he felt. The Heart Sword art was a supreme sword art that represented the perfect combination of Ki refining principles, Fiend God refining principles, and Heart Force cultivation principles. Emperor Heartsword's sword arts, on a standalone basis, were merely on the same level as Emperor Mirrorsnow's. However, this perfect combination of all 3 paths of cultivation made it so that his rather unremarkable sword arts were able to unleash astonishing levels of power that surpassed even the likes of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, putting him incredibly close to the hegemon level. He was known as the emperor who was closest to the hegemons in power. How terrifying a concept was this. My current sword arts have already transcended both space and time, putting me on par with Emperor Mirrorsnow's level, Ning mused. If I can master the 15th stance of the Heart Sword, I'll have eclipsed the 8 lords of the sacred cities and be very close to the hegemons as well. Moments later, Ning chuckled. That was nothing more than a fantasy. Ever since Emperor Heartsword had departed, there had never been a second cultivator capable of mastering the 15th stance of the Heartsword. This was because this sword art was simply too arcane and abstruse. The first stance was known as the Heartsword stance. The second stance, the Killsword stance. The third stance, the Great Firmament stance. The fourth stance, the Horizon's Edge stance. The fifth stance, the Silent World stance. The sixth stance, the Unicorn's Heart stance. The seventh stance, the Cosmic Heart stance. The first 6 stances were at least understandable. Starting from the 7th stance, however, the technique became increasingly abstruse. Thankfully, Ning was incredibly talented in sword arts and thus he mastered the 7th stance in the Sword Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom. It could be said that he had gained an elementary level of mastery in the Heart Sword. However, this was still nothing more than an elementary level of mastery. The later stances were even more difficult to comprehend. The 8th stance was named Ineffable.
The 9th stance was named Blissheart. The 10th stance was named Killheart. The 11th stance was named Teardrop. The 12th stance was named Swordtide. The 13th stance was named Snowland Blood. The 14th stance was named Remorseless unto Death. The 15th stance was named One Sword, One World. These stances were all incredibly abstruse, but they could be divided into several different tiers. The 8th stance to the 10th stance represented the first tier. Most cultivators skilled in the heart sword were stuck here in the first tier, unable to advance any further. The 11th and 12th stances represented the second tier. Supposedly, cultivators who reached this level would see the power of the heart sword technique skyrocket, but in every generation the number of cultivators who could reach this level could be counted on one hand. The 13th and 14th stances represented the third tier. According to the records, only a single major power aside from Emperor Mirrors now had ever reached this level, but his name was a mystery. The records stated that at this level, one's level of power would skyrocket by such a level that using the heart sword art provided an even greater boost in power than using a universe treasure, but the 15th and final stance. Only Emperor Heartsword, the creator of this technique, had ever reached this level. By relying on this stance, he had been able to unleash quasi-hegemon levels of power from his fairly mundane sword arts. If I can even reach the third tier, I might be able to give hegemons a good fight once I become a Dowlord of the fourth step, Ning mused. This truly was an unearthly, incredible set of sword arts, but it was also the hardest of all sword arts to train in. The actual movements to each stance were not that important, what really mattered was the heart. Time to begin. Even the tallest of buildings have to start from the ground floor. Ning held all 6 northbow swords as he fought, occasionally injecting some of the cosmic heart elements into his stances. At other times, he'd attempt to replicate the 8th stance, Ineffable. The heart sword art focused on the heart, not on the actual stances, and so it was incredibly difficult to train in. Ning was incredibly talented in heart force and had the largest heart world of all the supreme Dowlords in the endless territories, but he still found training in this technique to be extremely laborious. Despite that, he was still able to at least generate part of the feeling of the 8th Ineffable stance. The Ineffable stance couldn't be manufactured intentionally. One had to follow one's own heart and completely infuse it into one's sword arts. Everything had to follow the natural flow, and when you were able to sense it, it would have been completed. The 8th stance actually wasn't that bad. The later ones were even more abstruse and more difficult to study. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 8, Ineffable, Blissheart. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 8, Ineffable, Blissheart. Ineffable. When this sword stance struck out, an invisible current of heart force would naturally merge into it. There was no need to force it or do it on purpose. A layer of thin, invisible, mist-like heart force appeared on the surface of the sword, causing the power of the attack to immediately increase and even speed up. What a strange feeling. Ning's 6 northbow swords howled forth, knocking down all of the warriors before him. Some were sent flying backwards, others were bowled over. This is the first time I've felt something like this. When I use this sword art, I feel as though I've transformed into a sword. What a wonderful, enjoyable feeling. I feel as though the power of my sword arts has risen by 20%. Mastering the 7th stance, Cosmic Heart, merely represented gaining a basic grasp of the heart sword. It was of negligible benefit to him. The 8th stance, Ineffable, already allowed him to increase the power of his sword arts by 20%. It must be remembered that Ning trained in the Omega Sword Dao. Improving upon the power of his sword arts was extremely difficult. Dark North, you found a way to enhance the strength of your swords? Nine Dust had been working alongside Ning, and he immediately sensed Ning's transformation. Ha, you found ways to improve yourself. Why can't I? Ning was in a delightful mood. After just 5 years of researching the heart sword art,
he had become proficient in the 8th stance. This was actually much faster than he had predicted. According to the records he had reviewed, the Heart Sword was supposed to be extremely difficult to train in. Ning had forgotten, however, that his sword arts were derived from the 3rd stage Omega Sword Dao, while his Heart Force made him the strongest Heart Force cultivator in all the Endless Territories. After entering Crimson Wave Temple, I've developed 2 consummate techniques, Nine Dust said smugly. I've grown much more than you have. You won't be smug for much longer. Ning began to work on the 9th stance, the Bliss Heart stance. This feeling truly is absolutely marvelous. Ning actually closed his eyes as he continued to execute his sword arts, but he maintained in complete control of himself and his surroundings. I understand. This sword art really can throw the wielder into a state of utter contentment and bliss. He immersed himself in this feeling. Just 6 short months later. Bliss Heart. Ning's swordlight transformed once more. In the past, every strike had been covered with a mist-like layer of heart force. Now, the mist was clearly much denser than before, and with each strike it was like a fog drifted in alongside it. Whoosh! No sword shadows could be seen around Ning, the only thing visible was a series of mist streaks. Boom! 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 Ning's power increased dramatically, allowing him to blow through the warriors like rotted wood. The warriors, however, gathered themselves and continued their furious attacks. Dark North, why you grew stronger yet again? Nine Dust was flabbergasted. Ha! Ning laughed loudly. I told you a while ago that you won't be smug for much longer. Now do you know how badass I am? He had mastered the Bliss Heart stance, and his sword arts increased 50% in power. What's going on? Impossible. How can they be advancing this quickly? Downlord Tygrone, Downlord Dreamlore, and Downlord Skyshatter were in the same dimensional walkway, and they were also fighting the endless hordes of warriors. They were stunned by what they saw. Given that the 3 of them working together, they technically should have held the upper hand over Ning and Nine Dust. A while ago, they had been slowly but steadily narrowing the gap between them and Ning's team. Their initial calculations had indicated that they would be able to catch up in 5 or 6 years. Ning's mastery of the ineffable stance didn't have too much of an impact on their calculations, but now that Ning had mastered the 9th stance, Blissheart, the difference was apparent. Downlord Dark North is already incredibly strong. How could he have grown even stronger? Downlord Skyshatter frowned. Downlord Dark North has been training for less than a full chaos cycle, but he's already become a supreme Downlord. Downlord Dreamlore said coldly, he naturally has plenty of room to improve. I imagine he's come up with a new supreme technique for himself. The Radiant King, Palace Lord Dawnstar, and the others had all slowly developed their supreme techniques after becoming Downlords of the 4th step. The same was currently true of Nine Dust as well. As Dreamlore saw it, Ning was most likely searching for the ultimate attack which would fit himself the most. Downlord Dark North truly is difficult to deal with, Downlord Tygrone growled. To beat the 2 of them and seize the Void Sea Jade Seal won't be easy. There's only 2 of them but 3 of us, Downlord Dreamlore said coldly. We aren't idiots like King Freak and Time Dream. Right. When we work together, only Winesage is a threat to us. Downlord Skyshatter felt quite confident as well. Tygrone felt certain he possessed the strongest defensive abilities of all the Supreme Downlords. Dreamlore felt certain he possessed the strongest attacks of all the Supreme Downlords. He had actually beaten the Radiant King in a head-on fight, but Downlord Skyshatter was equal to the other 2 in might. The deceased Time Dream and King Freak were ranked well below the top 10 in close combat power, while Time Dream's Heart Force techniques were useless against Ning. The Tygrone Skyshatter Dreamlore alliance was completely different. The only one they worried about was Winesage. They didn't care about any other Downlords at all. Winesage has a universe treasure, but I have to admit that Dark North is a truly dazzling figure, Downlord Dreamlore said coldly. We have to fight with all our power. Otherwise, we'll probably be defeated by the 2 of them.
Right. Tygrone and Skyshatter both nodded. Upon seeing how quickly Ning's team was advancing, not even Dreamlord dared to underestimate them. The dimensional walkway of the first world. Ning's group was currently battling against a final group of warriors. This time, there were 39 warriors surrounding and attacking them. This meant they had to deal with 39 second-tier Downlords at the same time. If Ning was fighting by himself, he would have been beaten long ago. Rumble. Ninedust transformed into a vast wave that swept across all 39 warriors, his upper body still visible and wielding that longstaff as he furiously assaulted those around him. The warriors, however, were assembled into a war formation and were valiant, charging towards the two. Break! Ning was fighting the armored warriors head-on. Streaks of mist flew out with his swords, and the warriors were knocked aside each time the mist connected with them. Even the slightest scrape would cause them to be sent flying backwards. Unfortunately, there were still 39 of them. When some were pushed back, others would immediately charge forwards and take up their positions, allowing the ones who had been pushed back to regroup and then charge as well. They had to find a chance to create an opening. Ning and Ninedust had to battle furiously for more than a month before they were finally able to knock the 39 warriors out of the dimensional walkway. Iowa. Ninedust stared at the black throne, then lifted his head up and let loose a loud howl. We finally beat him. Phew. Ning smiled as well, but he felt a bit of regret in his heart. He had spent nearly 10 years battling within the first world, but he still had yet to master the 10th stance of the Heart Sword, the Kill Heart stance. Keep having fun back there, the three of you. Ninedust turned back to glance at Downlord Skyshatter, Downlord Dreamlord, and Downlord Tygrone. The three of them were surrounded by 36 armored warriors. Damn! They've made it to the second world. These warriors are too tough to deal with, and any Dow seals we use are actually cancelled out. Downlord Skyshatter and the other two were starting to grow anxious. They went so far as to use Dow seals, but the dazzling golden light radiated by the golden globe above them quickly suppressed and wiped out all the effects of the Dow seals they used. The Sith used this place to temper their Downlords. No cheating would be permitted here. Ning gave the three a long, final glance. If he hadn't been able to master the 9th stance, Blissheart, it probably would have taken him another 10 years to traverse the dimensional walkway. The three probably would have caught up to him. Those three cannot be underestimated, Ning mused. Let's go, Dark North, Ninedust said. Let's go. Ning nodded. Ning and Ninedust both walked straight towards the black throne. Instantly, the golden globe above them shot down a streak of dense light which covered the black throne and an area of 30 meters around it. Boom! Both the sword-wielding, white-robed Ning and the staff-wielding, silver-robed Ninedust disappeared without a trace. Faster, faster, faster. Fight harder. We need to make it to the second world as soon as we can. Downlord Skyshatter and the other two were going crazy. The world twisted and changed around them before reality reset itself around Ning and Ninedust. Ning glanced at what was up ahead. In front of them was an enormous palace that was held up by a series of black pillars. The pillars were covered by many carvings and diagrams, including sword arts diagrams, saber arts diagrams, flame diagrams, wave diagrams, golden light diagrams, flaming chariot diagrams, animal diagrams. All sorts of diagrams were here, and they all emanated auras of mystery and power. 6 golden armored warriors were standing in front of them, with 3 more crimson armored warriors standing shoulder to shoulder off in the distance. Very far away, a black armored general was seated on a distant throne. The general was playing around with a palm-sized chunk of jade. The Void Sea Jade Seal. Ning and Ninedust both stared at the palm-sized chunk of jade in the hands of the black armored general who was seated on the distant throne. They had both seen a Void Sea Jade Seal before and thus recognized it right away. Downlord Dark North. Downlord Ninedust. Rainbow light gathered next to them, coalescing into a white-robed figure. It was Realm Soul Polo. The Realm Soul smiled and said,
congratulations on making it to the second world, but you two need to hurry it up. Weinzig was able to make it to the second world after just a single year in the first world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 9, The Second World. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 9, The Second World. Just 1 year? Ning's heart sank. After he had mastered the 9th Bliss Heart stance, he and Nine Dust had taken nearly 10 additional years. Thus, your opponents shall not merely consist of downlords behind you like Dreamlore. Weinzig shall be your opponent as well. Once he acquires the first Void Sea Jade Seal, he'll definitely come for yours. Realm Soul Polo pointed in front of them. This palace holds a total of 134 pillars, with each pillar containing multiple formations left behind by the Sith race. If you have enough time, you can go study them. Ning and Nine Dust glanced sideways at the Realm Soul. Study? They were fighting for every scrap of time. Who had the time to waste on studying? In addition, the majority of Supreme Downlords merely dabbled in non-core techniques. In this palace, you'll need to defeat the 6 golden armored warriors, the 3 crimson armored warriors, and then finally defeat the black armored general. Only then shall you be able to seize the Void Sea Jade Seal. The Realm Soul smiled. Oh, right. The runic cores at the center of their chests are their weak spots. If you can stab it, they'll admit defeat. Move as fast as you can. If you move fast enough, you might even be able to seize the other Void Sea Jade Seals, and if you are too slow, you'll lose even yours. The Realm Soul grinned, then vanished. Let's go. Ning and Nine Dust transformed into 2 streaks of light that charged straight forwards. Just 2 downlords? And you dare attack? The 6 golden armored warriors standing next to each other shared a smile, then began to move in unison. Whoosh! Each of them brandished a long golden halberd as they strode forwards. Nine Dust wielded his long staff and charged straight towards them. As he reached them, he instantly transformed into an enormous flood of water. Ning transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form as he shot forward with all 6 northbow swords, then suddenly vanished. Whoosh! The halberds in the hands of the 6 golden armored warriors struck out simultaneously. Smash! 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 The waters in front of them exploded as an invisible burst of power spread out in every direction, causing Ning to reveal himself after having used his shadowless evasion art. Fuck off! Ning flew forwards with incomparable valor, immediately using his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker, and sending 6 massive fog banks crashing down. Boom! 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 The strikes landed on the halberds of the 6 golden armored warriors, causing all of them to stagger backwards from the strikes. He's very strong. He's able to suppress us by himself? The 6 golden armored warriors shared a glance. Careful, Ning sent mentally to the Nine Dust Sect Lord. All 6 of them are at the Supreme Downlord level of power. 6 Supreme Downlords. Interesting. The Nine Dust Sect Lord charged once more, carrying the vast ocean with him. As for Ning, his actions were even more dominating. His swordlight transformed into streaks of dense fog and lashed out at his foes. It must be remembered that the Northbow swords enhanced all of Ning's sword arts. Now that he also had the Heart Sword Sutra enhancing them, his combat power was truly astonishing. Nine Dust was able to tie down 2 of the golden armored warriors, while Ning battled the other 4 by himself. Swish! Every so often he would suddenly disappear, followed by that strange, fog-like swordlight emerging out of nowhere. This was the Omega Sword Dao, Shadowless. A sword stabbed straight into the dazzling runic core located over the golden armored warrior's chest. Eh? The golden armored warrior's face tightened. He lowered his head to take a look, then let out a snort. Nice sword arts. He immediately stepped back. When the 6 of them worked together, They complemented each other very well and made for a formidable team. Ning's sword arts, however, moved more than 100 times the speed of light and was unfathomably unpredictable, making it difficult for even their tough defenses to withstand it.
Ah, Nine Dust laughed loudly. Dark North, let's move fast. We need to get that first Void Sea Jade Seal quickly, so that we can go for a second one. Ning smiled as well.
Now that one warrior was down, beating the others would be much easier. They quickly defeated the other 5 in succession. All 6 of the warriors retreated, moving to one side. There were 6 golden armored warriors, 3 crimson armored warriors, and 1 black armored general. With the golden armored warriors defeated, it was the 3 crimson armored warriors who now stood in Ning and Nine Dust's path.
You two are pretty strong.
You were able to beat those 6 idiots fairly easily, one of the tall, crimson-armored warriors snickered.
You are the idiot.
If you try to fight us 6-on-1, we'd beat you until you went crying to your mother. The 6 distant golden-armored warriors immediately began to unleash a torrent of curses, while the 3 crimson-armored warriors just smirked at them.
You've already been beaten. Stop bragging. Looks like it'll be up to us brothers. Ha!
The 3 crimson-armored warriors seemed quite smug as they looked at Ning and Nine Dust.
Let me tell you a little story.
In the other area, that Dowlord Winzich was able to beat the 6 golden-armored warriors in one strike, but he was stymied by the 3 crimson-armored warriors for 6 full years. Right now, he's still trying to figure out how to deal with the black-armored general.
Oh? Ning and Nine Dust traded a glance. They knew just how strong Winzich was.
Given his universe treasure, there was no question that he could crush the 6 golden-armored warriors effortlessly.
Despite that, the 3 crimson-armored warriors had held him back for 6 years?
Let's go, Ning ordered.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Both he and Nine Dust charged forwards.
Boom!
With the very first strike, a crimson-armored warrior landed a cleaving blow with his warblade, causing Nine Dust's body to crumble apart into a wave of water.
Dark North, I can't block these hits. They are too strong. Bang!
Ning started fighting against a crimson-armored warrior as well. That particular warrior wielded a war club, and he delivered a furious blow downwards at Ning, almost as though he was crashing down from a mountain. The two collided head-on, and an incredibly dense wave of energy smashed into Ning, causing him to stumble 3 steps back.
As for the crimson-armored warrior, he took a single step back. Eh? Ning's face tightened. He's just as strong as me?
He had grown significantly more powerful, but even now he was merely on par with the crimson-armored warrior. If the 3 joined forces, no wonder Winzich had been stymied for 6 full years.
Dowlord Dark North has a few tricks up his sleeve.
Big brother, third brother, let's fight together. The crimson-armored warrior shouted, and the other 2 immediately charged towards him. Rumble, all 3 of the 3 crimson-armored warriors were Ning's equal in might, and they were extremely skilled in working together.
Ning was being completely suppressed in this battle.
Although Nine Dust was able to occasionally cause some trouble and disrupt the enemy formation, he wasn't able to have a material impact on the fight.
Dark North, their teamwork is flawless. There's no way for us to stab the runic cores on their chests, Nine Dust said anxiously. They are too strong. When the 3 of them work together, there's nothing I can do to them. Ning frowned. The only way we can win is through greater numbers.
If more Dowlords come and work with us, we might be able to find a chance to strike the runic cores. They needed either superior numbers or overwhelming power a la Winzich. Perhaps I'll have a chance to master the 10 stance, the kill heart stance. Ning was surrounded and attacked by all 3 of the 3 crimson-armored warriors, but his defensive sword arts were very strong and thus he was still able to hold on. He began to take advantage of this enormous pressure to think on the 10th stance of the heart sword, the kill heart stance. Time continued to flow on, with a half-year passing by in the blink of an eye. Ning and Nine Dust remained locked in combat against the 3 crimson-armored warriors,
but of course they continue to be at a disadvantage in the fight. In short, they were being completely dominated. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion caused the entire Crimson Wave Temple to shake. Everyone in the temple heard and felt it, be it the Downlords battling in the second world such as Ning, Ninedust, Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, Ninestone, Shaka, and Snowjoy, or the Downlords still stuck in the first world such as Downlords Dreamlore, Tigrone, the Star King, the Radiant King, Skyaxe, Dustrain. Downlords! Realm Soul Polo's voice boomed out, filling every inch of the Crimson Wave Temple. Winzage has already acquired one of the 3 remaining Void Sea Jade Seals. Be careful, he'll be coming for yours next. What? Shit. The faces of Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, Ninestone, Shaka, and Snowjoy all turned pale. The path Cloudwalker's team had chosen was the path which Dawnstar had originally taken. The 4 of them joined forces upon entering the first world and thus moved even faster than Ning's group had. This was the advantage of raw numbers. The fact that Ninestone and Snowjoy were exceedingly strong defensive specialists made them very well suited for dealing with the first world. We need to move faster. Not good. We need to speed it up. Everyone, let's work together. The Supreme Downlords who were still within the 3-dimensional walkways of the first world were beginning to grow anxious. They were still in the first world while Winzage had already acquired a Void Sea Jade Seal. Ning and Ninedust felt their hearts turn cold as well. They hadn't even beaten the 3 Crimson Armored Guards, while Winzage had already acquired a seal? He might be headed straight here for yours, the 3 Crimson Armored Guards teased in amusement. Don't be worried though. If Winzage comes we'll attack him as well, and the 2 of you can focus your attacks against him. The 2 of you plus the 3 of us, that should shut him down, right? The 3 Crimson Armored Guards suggested. They had spent unfathomable lengths of time being bored and lonely here in Crimson Wave Temple. The happiest days of their lives were when Supreme Downlords came to visit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 10, Killsword. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 10, Killsword. Dark North, what should we do? Ninedust was anxious as well. Seize every moment and try to beat these 3 Crimson Armored Warriors as soon as we can, Ning said immediately. Winzage's actions have probably driven all of the Supreme Downlords into a panic. 7, 8, or even more of them might well work together to blow through the first world as soon as possible. Once they reach the second world, we probably won't be able to deal with these 3 in peace. All right. Ninedust agreed with this assessment. In the Endless Territories rankings of Downlords, there were over 20 publicly acclaimed Supreme First-Tier Downlords. If you factored in the low-key ones that very few had heard of, there had to be at least 30 or more. Although the warriors in the dimensional walkway of the first world were tough to deal with, they were still just equivalent to second-tier Downlords. If 7 or 8 Supreme Downlords joined forces against them, they'd be able to burst past with ease. We don't have much time left, Ning said anxiously. Kill. Both Ning and Ninedust fought even more frantically. Ha, the 2 of you aren't bad, but you aren't strong enough to beat us. It is useless. You should wait for the other Downlords to arrive, then join up with them. The 3 Crimson Armored Warriors continued to crush the Ning-Ninedust combination. Kill. 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 Ning only grew more and more frantic. He knew that they were running out of time. His only chance lay in mastering the 10th stance of the Heartsword, the Killsword stance. He had already spent many years studying it again and again, but hadn't been able to master it thus far. Ha ha. Winzage has gone to Palace Lord Dawnstar's dimensional walkway. However, 5 Supreme Downlords including Dawnstar have joined forces against him. My guess is that Winzage is going to give up. He'll be coming straight for your walkway instead, the 3 Crimson Armored Warriors said. Palace Lord Dawnstar's tunnel has 5 Supreme Downlords in it, but the 2 of you are by yourselves. It'll be quite tough for you to deal with Wynsage. He might actually take the Void Sea Jade Seal away from you.
The Crimson Armored Warriors clearly knew exactly what was going on elsewhere as well.
Are we out of time? Nine Dust grew increasingly anxious. Break! Ning's streaks of foggy swordlight suddenly transformed. The foggy mist suddenly condensed and solidified into clear streaks of swordlight, and the power of Ning's sword arts once more skyrocketed. They became even faster and were filled with even greater power.
So this is the Killsword stance? Ning finally understood the essence of the 10th stance of the Heartsword, the Killsword stance. It required one to not only feel intoxicated and blissful, but to also feel a sense of incomparable resolve and determination. Only when this determination and resolve reached a certain level of strength could heart force be woven more perfectly into one's sword arts. One's heart force would move in a more natural way and achieve a greater level of harmony, allowing the power of one's sword arts to increase. This was reflected in the real world by the dense fog solidifying into the shape of a sword. Slash! Slash! Ning executed the Blood Drop stance. The Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop. This was Ning's most powerful attack, as the North Bow swords increased its power fivefold. Now that even more heart force was infused into it via the Killsword stance, its power doubled yet again, but the 9th stance, Blissheart, increased his power by 50%. The 10th stance, Killheart, increased his power by 100%. Thanks to his Heartsword and the Northbow swords, Ning's Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop was now 10 times more powerful than it had any right to be. It was a technique that focused on obliterating everything in its path with unstoppable speed, and now it had sped up even more and reached an incomprehensible level of might. Clang! Slash! The Crimson Armored Warrior used his Warblade to execute the same stance as he had in the past to block Ning's sword arts, but his face suddenly turned pale. He was able to just barely block 2 strikes from Ning, but he wasn't able to withstand the 3rd strike. Slash! The tip of the sword stabbed straight into the runic core at the center of his chest. I lost? The Crimson Armored Warrior was stunned. Big brother! The other 2 Crimson Armored Warriors were stunned as well. Even when the 3 of them were fighting together, their big brother had been stabbed in his runic core? How were the 2 of them supposed to hang on? How could this have happened? Impossible. The 2 remaining Crimson Armored Warriors continued to struggle, unwilling to give up. Excellent. The Nine Dust Sect Lord was delighted and surprised by this. Moments ago, he had been at the brink of despair. Now, he felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. A short while later, the runic core on the chest of a second Crimson Armored Warrior was pierced through. A heartbeat later, the final Crimson Armored Warrior was defeated as well. Too fast. His sword is too fast. Wynsage is overwhelmingly strong, but at least we could take his attacks head-on. Dark North's sword is simply too fast, so fast that we can't even defend against it. The 3 Crimson Armored Warriors were thoroughly convinced by their defeat. Overwhelming strength or overwhelming speed, which was better? These represented 2 extremes. If your power reached certain heights, you could brute force through anything you wished and nothing could stop you. However, if your speed reached certain heights, your enemy wouldn't even be able to touch you while you would be able to launch attacks with ease. Wynsage relied on his universe treasure to reach incredible heights of power, allowing him to actually send the Crimson Armored Warriors flying with each blow. However, their defensive teamwork was so tight and perfect that even when sent flying they could avoid giving Wynsage the chance to stab their runic cores. This was why Wynsage had been stymied for 6 full years by the 3 Crimson Armored Warriors. As for Ning? When he had battled against Dao Lord Shaka, his attack speed had already surpassed Shaka's. Now that he had mastered the Killsword stance, his speed once more broke through its previous bottleneck to reach a brand new level. He was simply too fast, making defending against him an incredibly difficult task. As a result, the 3 Crimson Armored Warriors were all consecutively defeated in short order.
You won. The 3 crimson-armored warriors all retreated. Impressive, Dark North. Impressive. Your sword is simply too fast, far faster than Downlord Shaka's. My guess is that not even the Radiant King is necessarily a match for you in speed. Your attack speed might be the fastest amongst all Downlords, Ninedust said excitedly. To be faster than the Radiant King isn't all that impressive. Only when I'm faster than Downlord Dreamlord would I be the fastest of all Downlords, Ning said. Downlord Dreamlord's usage of the Bloodblade had surpassed the Radiant King in attack speed, allowing him to gain victory. Let's hurry up and defeat the final black-armored general. Ning didn't have any time to waste, and he immediately charged towards the seated black-armored general. Right. Ninedust hefted his longstaff and charged towards the final challenge as well. Within another hall within the temple, Palace Lord Dawnstar, Palace Lord Cloudwalker, Ninestone, Snowjoy, and Shaka were here. They had joined forces and had already fought their way to the black-armored general, but the general was simply too fearsome. This black-armored general is roughly on par with the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Even if the 5 of you work together, it'll be virtually impossible for you to stab his runic core, Winzage said with a laugh. Winzage, 1 Void Jade Seal is enough, don't get too greedy. Dawnstar and the others were working together, assisting the 3 crimson-armored warriors and preventing Winzage from advancing. All newcomers would be assaulted by all of the warriors upon reaching the second world. Winzage, you have no chance at all. The combined forces of Dawnstar, Ninestone, Shaka, Cloudwalker, and Snowjoy brought Winzage a tremendous amount of pressure. Given the situation, there was no way he could defeat the 3 crimson-armored warriors at all. Oof. After battling for a short while, Winzage realized that he really had no chance at all. He let out a calm laugh and said, "The black-armored general is far too strong. You'll need to find more helpers to work with you. As a group, you have to exceed the level of the 8 lords of the sacred cities in at least one area, be it speed or power or something else, if you wish to have a chance at succeeding." In raw power, Winzage was still somewhat weaker than the 8 lords of the sacred cities, but the universe treasure brought him up to par. As a result, he was able to battle the black-armored general for a long period of time while seeking out a mistake or error. All he had to do was touch the runic core across the black-armored general's chest and he was able to claim victory. There was a big difference between just touching the chest and actually winning, after all. For example, Ning and Ninedust stood no chance of truly defeating those 3 crimson-armored warriors. But merely touching the runic cores? Ning, via the speed of his blood drop stance, was able to succeed in this mission. Ha. I won't play around with you any longer. I'm going to go see how Dark North is doing. Winzage let out a laugh, then gracefully retreated and moved towards the other region at high speed. In the second world, the 3 major regions were all interlinked. Phew! Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, and the others all let out sighs of relief. Winzage is heading towards Dark North, Ninestone said. Dark North is going to be in trouble, but we don't have any time to spare with helping him, Dawnstar said. We need to try to seize every moment and try to find a chance to strike the black-armored general on the chest. As long as we can touch that runic core, we'll have one. Agreed. They all understood that more and more Supreme Downlords would begin to arrive, which meant that their chances would grow increasingly slim. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 11, Winzage arrives. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 11, Winzage arrives. Ning and Ninedust jointly charged towards the black-armored general. The black-armored general seated on the throne was toying with the Void Jade Seal with one hand, seeming quite relaxed. He put the seal down next to him on the throne, then rose to his feet. Aside from Dao seals and similar treasures, you are permitted to use any secret arts or domain-type effects, the black-armored warrior said calmly. Oh? Ning and Ninedust were both stunned. Secret arts and heart world projections were both permissible? In their previous battles, all such techniques had been suppressed. Ning had actually tried to use his heart world projection and secret arts against the golden armored warriors and the crimson armored warriors, but alas, the effects had been neutralized. As for Dao seals, of course those would always be forbidden. This place was created by the Sith to train and temper their Dao lords. Using Dao seals would completely and truly make the entire exercise pointless. 9 Novescence Arts and Heart World Projection, Descend. Ning didn't hesitate at all in executing these two techniques, causing an awe-inspiring yin-yang sword domain to descend along with the manifestation of his heart world projection. Both came crashing straight down against the black armored general. The black armored general gripped the warblade by his side. Your heart world projection and your secret arts aren't bad. The black armored general suddenly manifested a total of 3 layers of black light over his body. The black light completely covered and protected him from the might of the 9 Novescence arts and the heart world projection. Unfortunately, they aren't quite enough to do anything to me. He instantly drew his warblade. Whoosh! A streak of dazzling black saber light instantly sliced across the skies and chopped towards Ning. It was simply too fast. As soon as the saber was drawn, the saber light had reached Ning. When Ning saw that terrifying saber light appear before him, he felt his heart tremble. He's at the level of the 8 lords of the sacred cities. When Ning saw the saber light, he instantly understood how strong the black armored general was. The streak of saber light vastly surpassed 100 times the speed of light, and in power it was just as strong as a strike from Weinzich. It completely surpassed the level which supreme Dao lords were capable of reaching. Swish! Ning suddenly vanished without a trace. Slash! The saber light sliced through the position Ning had previously been in, carving a deep gouge within the field of sword intent generated by the yin-yang sword domain. Moments later, the gouge quickly disappeared, but Ning was nowhere to be found. Of Ning's 5 Omega Sword Dao stances, 2 were defensive while the other 3, Heavenbreaker, Shadowless, Blood Drop, had various special effects. The Shadowless stance allowed him to turn completely invisible and evade even God sense. The Blood Drop stance, when used with the Northbow swords, was Ning's most powerful attack. Although his heart world projection and the 9 Novescence arts were unable to harm his opponent, they at least rendered him unable to defeat Ning's Shadowless stance. Where's he hiding? The black armored general frowned as he immediately swept out with his warblade, launching an omnidirectional attack. Ha ha ha! You won't be able to find him. Nine Dust laughed loudly as he transformed into an awesome wave that furiously surged out towards the black armored general and coiled around him. The black armored general's saber light was impeded by Nine Dust's waves and also slowed down by Ning's heart world and the 9 Novescence arts. With Ning already knowing where the saber light would land, he was naturally able to avoid it with ease. Slash! A mist-formed sword suddenly struck out from nowhere and stabbed against the outermost layer of black light covering the black armored general. Slash! All 3 layers were pierced through, but the speed of the sword was lessened as well. When Ning struck, his strike would appear in front of you instantaneously. The black armored general's face tightened as he immediately struck out with his own warblade to block Ning's strike. His defensive saber arts were quite flawless, allowing him to block Ning's strike almost instantly. Slash! 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 Dot! As the black armored general's warblade clashed against Ning's Northbow sword, the other 5 Northbow swords suddenly appeared as well, having transformed into 5 streaks of sword-shaped fog that stabbed straight through the 3 layers of black light. What? Because his warblade had just clashed against Ning's first Northbow sword, the black armored general's reaction speed was just a little too slow, and Ning's other 5 Northbow swords were just too fast. Whoosh! The black armored general's warblade sliced out a beautiful arc in the air. As the defender, he always held a certain advantage, because he only had to defend a fairly small area, allowing him to deflect many attacks from the enemy with ease. However, his warblade had been weakened and slowed down by its impact against Ning's northbow sword. This had an impact on his defensive stance. Slash! One of the streaks of sword-shaped fog stabbed straight into the black-armored general's runic core. What? The black-armored general was stunned. He just stood there blankly. I lost? I lost that fast? He had lost so quickly that he couldn't even believe it. But the 6 golden armored warriors and the 3 crimson armored warriors who had retreated early on all stared dumbly. The black armored general was on par with the 8 lords of the sacred cities. But of course, he had certain flaws compared to the actual lords, with the main flaw being that he only had a single weapon. Most true emperors would manifest at least 6 arms to fight against foes, whereas the black-armored general would only use a single warblade against his foes, as this was what had been designated by the Sith. The difference in power was too great, after all. Generally speaking, Supreme Dowlords would be crushed by the black-armored general. Many ordinary Supreme Dowlords found it impossible to even penetrate the 3 layers of black light. The shadowless stance made it impossible to predict where the attack would come from. As soon as Ning attacked, his swords would have already gone through the 3 layers of black light, making it difficult for the general to defend. The worst part was, Ning's sword was incredibly fast. All 6 of them were incredibly fast, and they were also extremely unpredictable. Given that the black-armored general only had a single warblade to deal with the 6 northbow swords, and given that the shadowless stance allowed Ning to close in on him unhindered, alas, he was defeated at the first go. I can send you flying with a single blow from my saber. The black-armored general shook his head in disbelief. But your saber light wasn't able to touch me, not even once. Ning shook his head as well. In the end, the black-armored general wasn't a true eternal emperor, he didn't even have domain-type secret arts. Winedust, for example, was able to use both a heart-world projection and secret arts to prevent Ning from moving too close to him via the shadowless stance. If Ning attempted to do so, he would be exposed by the domain. I'm able to silently approach you without giving you any hint as to where I am. Given how fast my 6 northbow swords are, if I'm still unable to touch your runic core despite all these advantages, then that would mean I'm ridiculously weaker than the 8 lords of the sacred cities. Ning was in quite a good mood, both at how strong he had become as well as at his final success. The Void Sea Jade Seal, Ninedust stared at the jade seal atop the throne, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a legendary treasure, the most powerful Dao-merged treasure available. It had drawn the attention of virtually all of the Supreme Dao-lords of the Endless Territories. Today, it would become his? What are you looking at? Go take it. Ning barked. Then I'll really go grab it. Ninedust felt rather embarrassed, as Ning was primarily responsible for their success. But in truth, he had played a major role as well. His invulnerable aqua form was very tough for foes to deal with, and the way in which he had transformed into waves that hindered their foes made things much easier for Ning. Otherwise, Ning by himself would have taken forever to overcome even the first world. We agreed early on that it'd be yours. Stop wasting time. If you delay any longer, I'm gonna fight you for it, Ning said. Swoosh. Seemingly panicked, Ninedust reached out with his right hand, moving lightning fast as he grabbed the jade seal atop the throne. Ninedust, you, Ning stared at him. Was it really necessary to grab it that fast? You moved more than 100 times the speed of light. Yeah, just keep laughing. I really don't care right now. Ah ha ha. Ninedust was in quite a good mood. Even if Ning was to stab him with 100 knives, he'd still continue to chortle. Ning smiled as well. He had felt quite guilty towards Ninedust this entire time, but now he felt much better. Whoosh! A streak of light appeared off in the distance, then flew straight towards them. It was Winesage. Fellow Taoists. A sonorous voice boomed out, echoing throughout every inch of the Crimson Wave Temple. The second of the 3 final Void Sea Jade Seals has been acquired by Dao Lord Ninedust. Winezage trembled slightly, looking almost like a bloodlust mortal who suddenly had a bucket of ice water poured over him. He landed on the ground, staring dazedly at Ning and Nine Dust in the throne next to them. Winezage couldn't believe it. This was simply too fast. He had just acquired his a short while. Somehow, Ning and Nine Dust had successfully acquired one as well? Haha, it's on me. Come and take it, if you can. Nine Dust was quite smug. Given his invulnerable aqua form, he really didn't fear any Dowlords at all. Ning stood by Nine Dust's side, a smile on his face as he looked at Winezage. Winezage. You arrived too late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 12, The Third World. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 12, The Third World. Winezage narrowed his eyes, then let out a smile. Dark North, I truly admire you. Without a universe treasure and with just Brother Nine Dust assisting you, you were able to defeat all of these warriors, and then you gave the Void Sea Jade Seal to Nine Dust. The way in which Winezage viewed Ning had changed. During the last competition, the Jade Seal had ended up in Dowlord Salaski's hands. This time, Ning had been the main contributory to their victory against the Black Armored General, but he had ended up giving the Void Sea Jade Seal to Nine Dust. Winezage knew that if Dark North was able to act in such a way despite the allure of the Void Sea Jade Seal, he would definitely be a friend worth making. You were literally just a few seconds too late. Otherwise, Nine Dust and I would have been in serious trouble, Ning said. Palace Lord Dawnstar and the others haven't taken away their Void Sea Jade Seal yet. Why don't we join forces to take it from them? Neither of us have any chance if we go by ourselves, but our chances are significant if we join forces. The fastest one shall be the one to win the Void Sea Jade Seal, Winezage said. Dawnstar and the other four alone were enough to tie down Winezage. Once you added the 3 Crimson Armored Warriors and the Black Armored General into the mix, it would be no easy feat at all. Even if he and Ning joined forces, they only stood a chance and were not assured of victory. The main reason why Winezage wanted to try working together with Ning was because he had decided that Ning was a friend worth making. No need. Ning shook his head. You aren't going to take part? Winezage was surprised. Not taking part, Ning said. Once someone ends up with the Void Sea Jade Seal, it'll be 100 times more difficult to pry it out of their hands, Winezage said. Of all the Dowlords present, the only one he cared about was Ning. No need to try and persuade me. I've already made up my mind, Ning said. Then I won't force things. Winezage transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Dawnstar's direction at high speed. He was a Supreme Dowlord. A single Void Sea Jade Seal would only allow him to partially simulate the Dowmerge. He naturally felt that the more seals he had, the better. In the eyes of Dowlords, although the local fruit was valuable, it was of no use to the Dowmerge. None of those things truly mattered. The Dowmerge was what Supreme Dowlords like Winezage cared about the most, and so they paid much less attention to the Third World. Let's go. Ning looked at Nine Dust. Are we really not going to take part? Dark North, if we go we'll at least have a chance, Nine Dust said. Now that he had acquired a Void Sea Jade Seal for himself, he naturally wanted to help Ning fight for one as well. More and more Supreme Dowlords are arriving. What they can't have, they won't let others have either, Ning said. The fight over the last Void Sea Jade Seal will be a furious one. Our chances are less than 1 in 10. Nine Dust argued, but even if our chances are slim, we should still give it a shot. We can do that later. Push comes to shove, we can take it from the person who wins it. Ning walked straight towards the throne. Nine Dust nodded, then followed him as well. Boom! A surge of power spread out from the throne and encompassed both Ning and Nine Dust. Swoosh! The two of them vanished without a trace. There were a number of reasons as to why Ning had opted not to take part. First of all, there were simply too many Supreme Dao Lords present. Even if they weren't able to beat Ning, they'd be able to obstruct him. Second, Ning belonged to the Brightshore Kingdom. Brightshore Kingdom members had all sworn oaths not to fight against other members of the kingdom. Ninestone, Palace Lord Cloudwalker, Palace Lord Dawnstar. Ning wasn't even able to battle against them. In a wild group melee like this, it would be like him fighting with a handicap. This further lowered his chances of winning a Void Sea Jade Seal. Third, the Void Sea Jade Seals were of very limited use to Ning. Once he became a Dao Lord of the fourth step, the power of his Omega Sword Dao would reach an incredibly terrifying level. Most likely, the Void Sea Jade Seal would only be able to simulate a tiny portion of the Dao merge for his Omega Sword Dao. Other Supreme Dao Lords would be able to simulate half of the Dao merge, which would be of invaluable assistance, but for Ning the benefit would be fairly minimal. Fourth, Ning cared more about reviving his wife Yue. If he could reunite his family again, he'd be satisfied with merely living 108,000 chaos cycles. The Dao merge wasn't something others could help him with, but saving Yue was. He needed to acquire enough treasure so that he could ask some truly mighty figures to assist him. Given that even the hegemons and the Dao Alliance had gone crazy over the fruits of Crimson Wave Temple, he naturally had to harvest as much as he could. Whoosh! Ning felt a cold breeze stir past him. He hurriedly inspected his surroundings. He stood atop a cold, ancient-looking stone island, and in front of him was an unfathomably deep abyss. A long, icy set of 7 colored chains stretched off into the distance, where it connected to another distant and levitating stone island. That second stone island had a gold-black octahedral command talisman levitating above it, with some strange runes right above it. Ning immediately recognized the runes as symbolizing the word 3. Behind that stone island was yet another deep abyss. A tricolored set of chains stretched out from the stone island and across the abyss to a sacrificial altar that had another command talisman at the bottom. This one had runes symbolizing the word 5 hovering right above it. The altar had a series of steps leading up to it, and at the very top of the altar there lay a command talisman that had strange runes symbolizing the word 8 above it. 3, 5, and 8? Ning was intrigued. Dark North, the Grovekeeper said that there are 9 command talismans in total. The 9th one is the most valuable, with the second most valuable being the 6th, 7th, and 8th talismans. Next in value come the 3rd, 4th, and 5th talismans, while the 1st and 2nd ones are the least valuable, Nindust said. Nin nodded. Whoosh! Rainbow light coalesced next to them, resolving into the form of a white-robed man. It was Realm Soul Polo, and he smiled at Ning and Nindust. The two of you moved quite quickly. You came straight to the 3rd world. The battle in the 2nd world is still proceeding quite fiercely. Given your power, the two of you might stand a chance. We've decided to try and acquire as much fruit as we can instead, Ning said. All right. Realm Soul Polo explained, the rules in the 3rd world are a bit different. Each Dao Lord can only choose a single corridor to proceed through. As he spoke, he waved his hand and caused the mist at the horizons to vanish, revealing 2 other places. Once again they saw floating islands, abysses, and altars. The 3rd world has 3 passageways, Realm Soul Polo said. Once you enter one of the passageways, you cannot enter any of the other ones. This is a mechanism to prevent any single Dao Lord from acquiring too many of the command talismans. Ning and Nindust nodded slightly. But can we take them from others by force? Ning suddenly asked. Ha ha. If you are strong enough to seize command talismans from other Dao Lords, go for it. I won't mind even if you manage to acquire all of them, Realm Soul Polo said. The command talismans for these 3 passageways are of varying values, but on the whole the difference between the 3 passageways isn't that great. Go ahead and choose one of the passageways. Oh. As the first to reach the 3rd world, I'll give you one piece of advice. The 9th command talisman is extremely valuable. After speaking, the Realm Soul let out a chuckle and vanished. Dark North? Nine Dust looked at Ning.
Let's go take a look at the other passageways to take a look, Ning said.
Let's go.
Nine Dust and Ning immediately transformed into streaks of light that flew towards one of the other passageways. Soon, they had passed through the other two regions and reached their destination. Ning and Nine Dust possessed astounding ocularity clarity and were thus able to see the 3 command seals within this passageway right away. They were the 1st, the 4th, and the 9th.
The 9th talisman is here.
Ning said solemnly, then that means the final passageway holds the 2nd, the 6th, and the 7th talismans. The 3 passageways were separated thusly. The first passageway held the 1st, 4th, and 9th command talismans. The second passageway held the 2nd, 6th, and 7th command talismans. The third passageway held the 3rd, 5th, and 8th command talismans. The total value in each of 3 passageways is roughly the same, but since the fruits harvested by the 9th command talisman ripen once every 100,000 chaos cycles, they are more valuable than all other fruits. The rarer a fruit is, the more irreplaceable it is, Ning said.
I choose this passageway. I have to get the 9th command talisman.
After studying the 7 leaf pill chapters, Ning knew a great deal regarding the Tao of alchemy. Some alchemical materials were interchangeable with others, with just the price being changed slightly. The rarer an item was, however, the more important it generally was as a principal ingredient. The 9th command talisman allowed the harvesting of the only fruits which ripen every 100,000 chaos cycles. Most likely, it was of the most interest to eternal emperors. They might be able to pay several times more than the market rate for it.
Ning's hopes of reviving Yue rested on this fruit.
Then I'll choose the other tunnel, the one with the 2nd, 6th, and 7th command talismans, Nine Dust said.
If we move separately, then, Ning was a bit hesitant. Don't worry. Nine Dust smiled. I have my invulnerable aqua form, no one can kill me.
And every single Tao Lord can only choose a single passageway. If you choose this one, that means the 2 of us can at most acquire 3 of those talismans.
If we move separately, we can perhaps acquire a total of 6. Ha ha.
So long as I acquire any of them, they'll all belong to you, Dark North. You helped me acquire the Void Sea Jade Seal, now, it is my time to help you acquire the command talismans. Although these things aren't nearly as valuable as Void Sea Jade Seals to us Tao Lords, I really don't have anything better to offer you. There's no way I'm handing out the seal I acquired to anyone, you included. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 33, Chapter 13, Speechless. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 13, Speechless. Haha, done.
Ning understood what his friend was trying to do. Nine Dust didn't feel comfortable accepting the Void Sea Jade Seal without doing anything for Ning in return. At their level, Tao Lords were unwilling to do actions that went against their basic nature and caused them to feel guilty. They would strive to repay any favors that were owed.
But of course, there were some truly vile Tao Lords whose Tao hearts were as vile as they were.
Backstabbing, betrayal, robbery, deceit, they could do anything, because this was the nature of their Tao heart. As a result, these evil Tao Lords generally had few to no truly good friends. Time Dream was a good example. He had relied on applying heart force techniques to the King Freak when the latter was young and weak, slowly guiding the King Freak into being utterly devoted to him. We'll probably spend quite a bit of time here in the third world, Ning said.
You can spend a month using up the Void Sea Jade Seal first.
That way, you can publicly swear a lifeblood oath that you've already used it and thus will no longer be pursued or attacked by the other Tao Lords.
Right. Nine Dust nodded. Understood. I'll be leaving now.
Whoosh. Nine Dust flew towards a different passageway, with Ning watching as he left. Ning then turned towards his own passageway. This was what mattered the most to him. He had to walk to the end of this passageway and acquire the 9th command talisman.
That stone pillar. Ning stared at a rhomboid-shaped pillar at the edges of the abyss. The pillar was covered with many dense runes. These runes didn't seem nearly as profound as the Dreamdust script, the Azure Flower runes, or the Crimson Wave Temple runes, but they were still unlike any script that Ning had ever seen before. Despite that, Ning immediately understood what they meant. If I wish to pass through the first abyss, I must first learn the Vitalis technique. Ning was dazed by what he read. All living creatures had their own, distinct life auras. These auras came from the distinctive characteristics of their souls and true souls. No type of divine ability or transformation could truly disguise this. The likes of the 8-9 arcane art and other similar techniques could mask or simulate certain aura leaks, but the intrinsic life aura itself could not be changed. The aura each soul and true soul had was the best way of verifying or attesting to who a person was. But this, Vitalis, technique can actually change a true soul's life aura? Ning could hardly believe this. If even a true soul's life aura can be changed, then they could use a casual disguise and I would be completely unable to recognize them. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. For example, if someone transformed into Patriarch Subhoodie and appeared in front of Ning, if even the true soul life aura was imitated, then Ning would be tricked. If caught off guard in such a manner, Ning could very well fall for a sneak attack. The Sith were utterly terrifying. How could they have come up with a technique like this? I've never even heard of such techniques in the Endless Territories, but the Sith put it within the Third World. Clearly, many of their supreme downlords must have known this technique. Ning was secretly terrified. If even their downlords were this terrifying, how deadly had their eternal emperors had been? No wonder the Sith had once sought to conquer and enslave all other cultivators. Apparently, even the Terror Star Sea was nothing more than one of many battlefields where the Dawn War had occurred. Phew! Ning quickly read and memorized the Vitalis technique. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The Vitalis technique wasn't completely flawless. For example, close friends and loved ones could often tell what their counterparts were thinking from a single glance or gesture. If someone else had merely transformed and used the Vitalis technique, that person would be unable to duplicate that sort of tacit understanding. This was one of the most basic flaws. However, if one wasn't aware of the Vitalis technique and also sensed that the true soul life aura was that of a loved one's, one generally wouldn't think too much of it even if their counterpart was acting rather oddly. They'd think that their counterpart was probably worried or frustrated about something and thus was acting rather differently. This wasn't that big of a flaw. The true, major flaw with the Vitalis technique was that of karma. Karma was a system of cause and effect that linked all things. This was one of the highest level and yet most understated webs that tied and bound all individuals. There were some who were so skilled in karma that when they slew a foe, they would be able to use their karmic senses to trace down that enemy's primal twin and avatars and wipe them out as well. Anyone you had befriended or even so much as spoken to would be connected to you by karma. Ning, for example, was very tightly bound to his friends and loved ones by karmic threads. He was even connected by karma to the Brightshore Hegemon and Emperor Goldisle of the Tao Alliance, as he had met and spoken with both separately. If anyone dared to imitate Ning and appear before Hegemon Brightshore, given how strong Hegemon Brightshore was, he was probably able of karmic scrying. He would be able to instantly tell that there were no pre-existing karmic ties between him and the person in front of him and thus could be certain that it definitely was not Ning. There are almost no downlords capable of sensing and scrying karma. Ning shook his head. Not even the majority of eternal emperors are capable of this. You have to be a specialist in karma or have reached an incredible level of power. All Das shared certain commonalities. Ning didn't specifically study the Tao of time or the Tao of space, but he had reached such inconceivable heights in the Tao of the sword that he was able to transcend both space and time. Similarly, the power within the sword Hegemon's Tao seal was so great that it could freeze and suppress both spacetime as well as karmic scrying. This, Vitalis, technique is still an incredible technique, Ning mused to himself. If he managed to learn this technique, he could for example imitate someone else and go pay a visit to Hegemon Netherlily of the ancient cultivators. Since Hegema Netherlily had never seen him before and there were no karmic ties between them, Ning probably would be able to deceive her. Thus, this technique was a superb and terrifying technique for disguising oneself and infiltrating other organizations. The Sith probably relied on this technique to arrange for many Downlord spies to be sent into the various cultivator organizations, Ning mused. However, the Sith have already been destroyed. Even their techniques have fallen into the hands of us cultivators. Each of the 7 colors of the rainbow chains which stretched across the first abyss represented a type of true soul life aura. One had to be able to transform one's life aura to match those chains in order to safely traverse them. If the true soul aura was not imitated perfectly, then one would be swept into that endless abyss and perish. The Sith used very brutal methods to train their downlords. Vitalis, after learning this technique, Ning felt more and more certain that the Sith had reached truly inconceivable heights in certain areas. For example, their mastery of true soul roulette techniques clearly surpassed that of the endless territories by a significant amount. Otherwise, they would never have been able to create a technique such as this. What Ning didn't know was that although the Sith had been exterminated, the many treasures and techniques they had left behind were furiously fought over in countless places. Crimson Wave Temple was nothing more than one of the many relic sites left behind by the Sith. Focus. Ning made use of his temporal acceleration treasure. Years passed inside, although just half a month or so had gone by outside. He was now able to use a tiny amount of his true soul and God sense to form a life cloak around him, with the life cloak capable of simulating any true soul aura Ning had met before. This amount of his true soul and God sense was of negligible impact to Ning. He was a heart force cultivator, after all, and a very high-level one at that. Learning this technique was thus quite easy for him. Success. Ning put away the space-time cabin and turned to stare at the stone pillar. He sighed silently. Their abilities were utterly unearthly, but their ambitions were simply too vast. In the end, they were wiped out. Ning understood that the little he knew about the Sith came from what Realm Soul Polo and the Grovekeeper told him. He realized that this was nothing more than the tip of an iceberg, and that he still knew very little as to what the truth was. The Grovekeeper had merely been an artificial construct created by the Sith race in order to take care of the trees here in Crimson Wave Temple. He had never been able to leave this place. As for Realm Soul Polo, he was nothing more than a servant of Emperor Waveshifts. Ning stood there atop the 7 colored chains, every single colored chain containing a different true soul aura. The different colors all stretched out across several meters, allowing the downlords enough time to falsify their true soul auras. Whoosh! 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 Ning continuously transformed. First he was a terrifying demon, then he became a suave and graceful cultivator. If they closed their eyes, not even Bright Moon or Patriarch Subhoodie would be able to recognize that this aura came from Ning. Soon, Ning traversed the entire set of chains, reached the giant rocky island on the other side. The first command talisman. Ning stared at the octahedral black gold command talisman levitating in the air, then reached out to grab it. The command talisman's surface was warm on one side but cool on the other, and the temperatures on each side continuously alternated. This first command talisman, along with the second command talisman, were amongst the least valuable of the command talismans. However, the fruit they gave access to only ripened once every 30,000 years. Given that the Sith were willing to place such valuable trees here in Crimson Wave Palace, the fruit would definitely still be extraordinary. One talisman down. Keep going. Ning stared off into the distance towards the tricolored chains leading across the second abyss. At the end of the tricolored chains was the altar which held the fourth command talisman at the bottom. At the very top of the altar was the 9th command talisman. Ning stared at the stone pillar which stood deep at the ends of the second abyss. If I wish to pass through the second abyss, I must master the Yidao technique. This stone pillar was also covered with dense runic script that explained yet another mysterious, ancient technique of the Sith race. He had been stunned when he saw the Vitalis technique. This time, he had already mentally fortified himself, but upon seeing the Dalhart technique he was still completely dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 14, Dalhart. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 14, Dalhart. Whoosh! A cold wind blew out from the deep abyss in front of Ning. Ning, however, just stood there blankly, not seeming to even notice it at all. The Tali's technique allowed one to disguise one's true soul aura. It could merely be described as a rare technique that wasn't really of much use for either the Dao merge or cultivation in general. This Dalhart technique, however, was of enormous benefit to cultivators. For cultivators, the Dalhart mattered more than anything else. Without a sufficiently strong Dalhart, you couldn't even so much as become a celestial immortal. Once your Dalhart collapsed, you might even fail to control the powerful immortal energy coursing through your body, resulting in death via self-detonation. All Samsara Dao-lords, especially supreme ones, had incredibly formidable Dalharts. Usually, the stronger a person was, the more powerful his Dalhart would be as well, which meant that on average eternal emperors had stronger Dalharts than Samsara Dao-lords did. But of course, there were a few extremely rare exceptions. When Nine Dust had been poisoned by that red scatter venom, he had been in such agony that he wanted Ning to kill him. The red scatter venom had originally been devised for usage against powerful eternal emperors, who had very strong Dalharts. It would weaken them, but it wouldn't incapacitate them to the point where they would beg for death. This alone was a testament as to the difference in Dalharts between Nine Dust and powerful eternal emperors. However, as more time passed, Nine Dust's Dalhart had been tempered and strengthened by the red scatter venom. Towards the late stages of his poisoning, he had no longer screamed in pain. If someone was to apply red scatter venom to him again, he might be dramatically weakened, but he wouldn't beg for death. This signified that his Dalhart had improved. Red scatter venom is terrifying, but it's also a good treasure for tempering one's Dalhart. Alas, the effect only lasts for 12 days, Ning mused. In the end, 12 days simply wasn't long enough, especially given how incredibly rare and expensive red scatter venom was. When applied at the right time in a duel between eternal emperors, it could allow one being able to slay a foe outright. Hence, no one would be so wasteful as to use it to temper the Dalhart. This Dalhart technique, once you use it, you'll suffer such tremendous agony that you'll feel as though you've been hit by red scatter venom. Ning was truly stunned. It sounded quite simple, it was nothing more than a pain technique, right? But it must be understood that Supreme Dao-lords had such incredibly formidable Dalharts that they would calmly smile in the face of death itself. To cause them to feel such agonizing pain that they would be at the verge of suffering a mental breakdown was incredibly hard to do. That was what made the red scatter venom so valuable. This Dalhart technique, however, was able to cause increasingly terrifying levels of pain. This sort of technique was completely unheard of in the endless territories. According to the records, the Dalhart technique was divided up into 7 levels of heart purgatories. Even the very first level was enough to cause tremendous agony to a supreme Dao Lord, and the higher levels were even worse. The 7th purgatory was so agonizing that supreme Dao Lords could instantly see their true souls shattered and destroyed from the pain. Ning stared at the stone pillar before him. This stone pillar has only recorded down the first 3 purgatories. Only eternal emperors will have the chance to learn the 4th to 7th purgatories. It seems as though even the Sith Dao Lords were only able to train in the first 3. I have to be able to master the first 3 purgatories if I wish to be able to traverse the tricolored chains. Each of the 3 colored sections of the tricolored chains in front of him would cause an agonizing amount of pain to fill his body. One had to have mastered the first 3 purgatories in order to safely cross the chains. Time to begin. A cold wind howled past the white-robed Ning as he waved his hand, causing the temporal acceleration cabin to appear next to him. Ning entered the log cabin, then began to train. Ning's soul began to recite the words to this technique. This was a soul voice with a strange cadence and profound melody to it. Slowly, Ning began to feel an increasing level of pain. This pain filled every inch of his body and began to grow stronger and stronger as Ning continued the chant. The longer he chanted, the greater the pain he felt. After an hour had passed, Ning's forehead was creased in a frown and a fierce look was in his eyes. Kong, La, Luo, Sith. Ning finished chanting through the first purgatory and opened his eyes, his forehead matted with sweat. How terrifying. It has been a long time since I've felt as much pain as this, but it was still within the realm of what I could tolerate. Ning immediately shut his eyes and began to work on the second purgatory. Ning was the most powerful heart force cultivator of the endless territories and the master of the Omega Sword Dao. His Dao heart was already incredibly strong. Even if he wasn't a heart force cultivator, his Dao heart still would have been quite strong. Long ago, he had been stuck at the fourth stage of heart force, mortal dust, because of his stubborn attachment to his parents. As a result, he had been unable to calm his mind and heart enough to reach the fifth stage of heart force, truth. However, his determination to revive his parents was so strong that his Dao heart was still incredibly strong even then. Similarly, there were many eternal emperors and even hegemons who were not heart force cultivators but who had Dao hearts of inconceivable strength. But of course, heart force cultivators would by definition have extremely strong Dao hearts. Even then, however, there were variations amongst heart force cultivators. Some were stronger, some were weaker. Jining, Time Dream, Cloudwalker, Winesage, their Dao hearts naturally were ranked in this order from first to fourth. Tian, Fu, Kan, Sith. Ning's face was completely red, and his veins were bulging out of his trembling body. Despite that, he still managed to forcibly and fully recite the second purgatory. I've finished the second purgatory as well. Ning wasn't very happy. The fact that he was able to master the first and second purgatories so easily meant that they would be of little to no use to him. Time for the third purgatory of the Dao heart technique, the Jinai purgatory. Ning took a deep breath, allowing his protruding veins to settle back down and the color of his skin to go back to normal. Ning began to recite the words to the third purgatory. Agony. It was like a colossal mountain of pain had just come crashing down upon his fragile body. He almost immediately felt as though he was about to suffer a mental breakdown. Although Ning had a powerful Dao heart and things he cared immensely about, he currently had a feeling of incredible weakness, as though he wasn't able to hold on for much longer and was about to collapse. Clack, 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 clack. Ning just sat there in the lotus position, but sweat was pouring down his face and the bones in his body were clacking and cracking. His muscles and his tendons were at the point of tearing apart, and even his gums were beginning to ooze blood that began to drip out from the corners of his lips. Ning, however, didn't notice any of this at all. His Dao heart was completely focused on guarding his spirit and his beliefs while his soul continued to chant the words to the technique. The pain continued to increase. Everything in front of him began to turn black as all sound disappeared from the world. There was nothing aside from the endless pain. Ning suddenly felt his entire mind go blank. His soul naturally stopped chanting the words to the technique and the agony quickly receded, allowing him to regain consciousness. He lowered his head to look at himself. His arms and his crossed legs were all matted with sweat, with a few rivulets of blood splattered in. I was in such pain that I couldn't even continue to chant that mantra. Ning actually smiled delightedly at this discovery. Ha ha ha. Good. That means my Dao heart isn't strong enough yet. I wasn't even able to master the third purgatory of the Dao heart technique on my first try. Since the Sith used this to train Supreme Dao Lords, that means the most powerful Sith Dao Lords had even stronger Dao hearts than me. Ha ha. At least the third purgatory of the Dao heart technique is of use to me. Ning was delighted. If he had passed on his first try, that would have meant that the third purgatory was similarly useless.
Let's do this again. The pain I felt was less than what Nine Dust went through, Ning mused. It wasn't that the third purgatory of the Dao technique was weaker than the effects of the red scatter venom. Ning wasn't able to judge that. All pain, however, was relative. The red scatter venom and the agony it brought had been enough to cause Nine Dust to scream in agony and beg for Ning to kill him. However, if it had been Hegemon Brightshore who had been struck by the poison, he would have been able to continue smiling and laughing without seeming to feel a thing. Pain was a relative concept. The pain brought by the third purgatory of the Dao technique was at most able to prevent Ning from continuing his chanting. However, the red scatter venom caused Nine Dust endless pain without end, pain for a full 12 days. Continue. Ning once more began to chant the mantra. The 7 stages to this Dao technique were known as the 7 purgatories of the heart. Amongst the Sith, even the most supreme of Dao Lords were only able to master the first 3 purgatories. The first 3 purgatories were viewed as nightmares by even those supreme Sith Dao Lords. They generally would spend countless years training before each abyss, suffering endless mental torment. If they were unable to completely master the technique within a single chaos cycle, the Sith would forcibly remove them from this place. Only some of their supreme Dao Lords were able to master all 3 of the purgatories. One attempt after another. Ning's soul continuously chanted the mantra to the technique, enduring the endless agonizing that descended upon him. Each time, the agony caused him to despair and drove him unconscious. The pain was simply beyond what he could endure, and so he failed again and again. Each time, his only goal was to increase his limit further and further. While training, Ning set up fairly simple barriers and wards around him. Once anyone came, Ning would naturally be alerted by it. Thus, he was able to completely invest himself in training. Time continued to flow on. As Ning continued to suffer more and more torment, he was able to recite the mantra for longer periods of time. After a total of 21 years. Shen, Fu, La, Jia, Na, Yi, Sith. Ning finally completed his recital of the third purgatory's mantra. Although he was racked by agony, he was at least able to maintain the presence of mind to finish the recital. Success. Ning opened his eyes. Whoosh. Ning waved his hand, putting away the temporal acceleration cabin. He then stared at the stone pillar for a moment, then walked towards the tricolored chains. By now, a large group of Supreme Dao Lords had descended upon the second world, where the furious fight over the final Void Sea Dao Seal continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 15, 900 Years. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 15, 900 Years. As Ning walked across the tricolored chains, he could sense throbs of pain reach out to him from his feet and then spread throughout his body. He continued to advance one step at a time, but his body began to quiver. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. For these chains to be able to cause so much pain for so many years to so many people, they must be valuable treasures. Although Ning was agonized, he maintained enough clarity of mind to murmur softly to himself. Finally, he finished traversing the tricolored chains. The fourth command talisman. Ning stared at the ancient black gold talisman, then reached out and grabbed it. Ning raised his head to stare upwards at the steps that led to the top of the altar. At the very top levitated the extremely precious ninth command talisman. Swoosh! Ning strode forward towards, beginning to move up the various steps. There were a total of 8,003 steps to this great altar. Rainbow light suddenly manifested at the very top of the altar, resolving into a white-robed figure. Realm Soul Polo smiled as he walked downwards towards Ning. Realm Soul Polo? Ning was startled. The Realm Soul glanced at Ning, then smiled. Dark North, you are quite fast. You were able to master both Vitalis and Dao quite quickly. Are there any other new techniques in this altar? Ning asked.
None. The realm soul shook his head. You should celebrate the fact that you learned two such exquisite techniques. How numerous do you take them for? As for the altar, this altar has a total of 9,000 wards and barriers. If you can defeat all 9,000 of them, you'll be able to acquire the incredibly precious 9th command talisman. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves. Swoosh! Triangular motes of golden light immediately appeared at the top of the altar. The light spread out to form multiple layers of barriers that repeatedly folded in on each other, forming a dazzling golden barrier. Ning could immediately tell that there were indeed thousands of layers to this formation, although he couldn't count the exact number. 9,000 was a distinct possibility. Will the barriers automatically regenerate? Ning asked. If they were to immediately regenerate, then he would have to break through all 9,000 in a single strike. If they automatically regenerated, you could be 10 times as strong as you currently are and still fail to break through. Realm Soul Polo relaxed off to one side as he watched. Good. Ning immediately manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. All 6 of the golden swords on his back came flying out and landed within his hands. Let's go. Ning willed it, and a barrier immediately appeared next to him which quickly expanded to cover the entire altar. Temporal acceleration. 100x acceleration. The altar was not alive and thus it didn't cause too much energy to be used up to accelerate time for it. Oh, quite clever. Realm Soul Polo smiled as he watched from the side. This is the final challenge in the third world, after all. I'll wager it won't be that easy to beat, Ning said. Moments later, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Suppress. Ning willed his massive heart world projection to come crashing down. A heartbeat later, his 9 novescence arts came out in the form of energy dragons, coiling together to form a yin-yang chaos domain in accordance with the principles of the Omega Sword Tao, yin-yang, which furiously pressed down against the altar. Even though the altar was now suffering the combined pressures of the heart world projection and the 9 novescence arts, the 9,000 barriers were still able to easily endure. Break! Ning immediately executed his Omega Sword Tao, blood drop, while applying the Heart Sword technique. Sword light flashed through the air as Ning's mist-formed sword stabbed against the barrier, moving faster than 100 times the speed of light. The first barrier was pierced through like paper, but the power of the strike was greatly reduced. In the end, the mist-formed sword was unable to stab through the second barrier. Just so. This speed indicates that it'll take me perhaps one day to break through all 9,000 barriers. It seems setting up a temporal acceleration field was overkill. Ning spoke in an intentionally arrogant manner while giving Realm Soul Polo a meaningful glance. Don't get cocky. Realm Soul Polo watched from afar, an amused smile on his face. The 9th command seal won't be so easily acquired. Slash. 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 Ning struck out repeatedly against the barriers, piercing through a total of 151 barriers. The next time Ning struck out, he wasn't able to break through the barrier. The barriers are increasing in strength. Ning frowned, then revealed a smile. Still, at least the barriers weaken each time I attack them. They don't regenerate even when they are weakened but not breached. For example, although the 150-second barrier was not destroyed by Ning's full-strength strike, it had dimmed and was clearly much weaker than it had been previously. So long as the barrier didn't recover its energy, then he would eventually be able to break through the 9,000 barriers given enough time. Break! 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 Ning quickly struck out with his 6 northbow swords, applying the blood drop stance each time. The Omega Sword Tao blood drop's greatest strength lay in its penetrative power. When dealing with barriers, this sort of penetrating attack was the best type of attack to use. In addition, the Omega Sword Tao blood drop was Ning's most powerful attack. This naturally made the breaching process quite fast. Slash. Slash.
Slash. The 6 north bow swords continuously struck out as fast as illusions. One mist-formed sword after another struck out against the barriers, causing the barriers to quickly disperse under the weight of the barrage of attacks. After roughly half a day, Ning broke through the 1000th barrier. After roughly 6 days, Ning broke through the 2000th barrier. After roughly half a month, Ning broke through the 3000th barrier. After roughly 9 months, Ning broke through the 4000th barrier. After nearly half a year, Ning broke through the 5000th barrier. I underestimated these 9000 barriers. Ning was furiously assaulting the 5001st barrier with his 6 north bow swords. This barrier was extremely tough. When Ning first assaulted it, he felt as though he couldn't breach it at all, that the barrier wasn't even weakening in the slightest. Only after more than 10,000 strikes did the barrier slowly begin to weaken, and once it did, it began to weaken at a very fast rate. In the end, it finally collapsed. These barriers, they are strong enough that not even a full-strength blow from the 8 lords of the sacred cities would be able to breach them, Ning mused. The barriers were so much more powerful than his attacks that his strikes were like drops of water sprinkled across stones, having virtually no impact at all. However, given enough time, the wind and the rain could wear down even the mightiest of mountains. When the barrier finally dropped down close to Ning's level of power, Ning would naturally be able to sense it begin to weaken and break down. I still haven't been able to master the 11th stance of the Heart Sword. In recent days, Ning had been working on the 11th stance of the Heart Sword technique, the Teardrop Strike. The 8th to 10th stances of the Heart Sword represented a tier, while the 11th to 12th stances represented a different tier. Each tier represented a qualitative transformation. Ning was so incredibly talented that in just a few short decades he was able to go from the 8th stance to the 10th stance, but these 3 stances belonged to the same tier. The difficulty of the 11th stance, however, was on a completely different level from the 10th. I was overconfident. No wonder the records regarding the Heart Sword stated that the number of people in each generation who could master the 11th or 12th stances could be counted on one hand. Even the most talented of swordsmen who have been alive for 108,000 chaos cycles find it hard to reach this level, while I've spent just 10 or so years on it. Ning regained his normal calm, then smiled. In recent years, I've been focusing on my Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop. I feel as though I've gained quite a few insights into it. Perhaps I'll break through with it. In the past 5 years, Ning had unleashed countless strikes with the Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop. By now, he had more insights into the Blood Drop stance than any of the other 4 stances, and so it stood the best chance of reaching the 4th stage. If he could reach the 4th stage with his Blood Drop stance, then the power of his Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop would increase yet again. Continue. Ning continued to furiously strike out with his sword, even though he felt almost like an ant trying to move a mountain. After nearly 20 years, Ning broke through the 6000th barrier. After nearly a century, Ning broke through the 7000th barrier. After nearly 3 centuries, Ning broke through the 8000th barrier. Ning's Heart Sword and his Blood Drop stance had yet to make any breakthroughs. Although he had gained some insights, especially after having used the Blood Drop stance so many times and after having spent so much time working on upgrading it, he still hadn't been able to reach the 4th stage. His improvements were rapid, but it still wasn't enough. This was a sign as to how hard it would be to reach the 4th stage with all 5 stances. As for fusing them together into a 4th stage Omega Sword Dao, how difficult would that be? Slash. 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 A furious barrage of mist-formed sword energy lashed out in an illusory fashion, stabbing against the final barrier. Finally, an explosion boomed out. After more than 900 years here at the altar, Ning had finally managed to defeat the final barrier. I finally breached it. Ning revealed a delighted look. He had spent over 900 years furiously assaulting the barrier non-stop. Ning had never done something like this before. The 9th Command Talisman. Ning walked to the 9th Command Talisman, then reached out and grabbed it.
Ah, Realm Soul Polo began laughing from up high, his voice echoing throughout every inch of Crimson Wave Temple. Dowlords, the 9th command talisman for harvesting fruit has already been acquired by Dowlord Dark North. The rest of you need to hurry up. You actually, Ning raised his head to stare at Realm Soul Polo, shocked. The command talismans won't be won that easily. Realm Soul Polo looked down at Ning, a smile playing on his lips. You can rob others of them, but others can rob you of them as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 16, Consecutive Deaths. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 16, Consecutive Deaths. They can try. Ning really wasn't afraid at all. He then raised his head to look at the Realm Soul and asked, Senior, how am I to return to the second world? Simple. Every single world has a map diagram covering the ground. Realm Soul Polo pointed towards the great floating island Ning had started off on. It was true that the floating island did indeed have a inky circular diagram that was roughly 9 meters in diameter, and the diagram was covered with black runes that seemed quite mysterious. Just step into that diagram. In 10 breaths worth of time, you'll be transported straight to the throne of the second world. The second world and the first world both have similar diagrams in them, Realm Soul Polo said. Oh? Ning thought back to what he had seen. Indeed, it was true. However, since Crimson Wave Temple was covered with so many sculptures, paintings, and diagrams, at the time Ning hadn't realized the inky circle had meant anything. To the second world, then. Ning put away the 9th command talisman, then immediately transformed into a streak of light as he flew down the dais. He first walked past the tricolored chains, enduring the pain they bought him, then continuously shifted his true soul aura as he walked past the 7 colored chains. The last Void Sea Jade Seal has been seized by Dowlord Feech. Realm Soul Polo's voice reverberated throughout every inch of Crimson Wave Temple. All 3 of the remaining Void Sea Jade Seals have been collected. Dowlords, hurry up and do your best to acquire the command talismans. They are far more valuable than the Void Sea Jade Seals, and every single talisman is more than valuable enough to drive eternal emperors mad with desire. They represent enormous amounts of valuable fruits, and right now, only 5 of them remain. Ning was still walking on the 7 colored chains. When he heard Realm Soul Polo said this, he couldn't help but feel so angry that he ground his teeth until they nearly broke. The Realm Soul really wanted to just see the world thrown into chaos. However, the Realm Soul had merely spoken the truth. The fruits truly were more valuable than the Void Sea Jade Seals. Even hegemons grew excited over these fruits, while the Dao Alliance was dazzled by the prospect of acquiring them. In terms of price and value, they were indeed far more valuable than Void Sea Jade Seals. To Dao Lords, however, Supreme Downmerge treasures were naturally more important than anything else, no matter how valuable. Only 5 of the command talismans remain? It seems Nine Dust has acquired one as well. Ning had been planning to head to the second world, but after exiting the 7 colored chains he immediately flew like a streak of light towards the Nine Dust Sect Lord's location. Whoosh! Ah, good. They haven't arrived yet, Ning mused to himself as he reached Nine Dust's passageway. At present, the only person within the passageway was Nine Dust and Nine Dust alone. What Ning didn't realize was that when Realm Soul Polo had publicly announced that he had acquired the 9th command talisman, all of the Supreme Dowlords who had been fighting over the Void Sea Jade Seal in the second world began to grow anxious. That means Dark North is probably going to come here and fight with us over the Void Sea Jade Seal as well. His assassination arts are extremely terrifying to deal with. We need to end this faster. The battle had already been ferocious to begin with. Once word that Ning might be arriving spread, the battle reached a fever pitch before finally Dowlord Feech ended up seizing the Void Sea Jade Seal. Although he had managed to acquire it, he was a low-key Supreme Dowlord who was only on par with Fiend Queen Dustrain and the others. The other Dowlords weren't willing to accept this result and so the battle continued. Eh? Ning arrived at Nine-Dust's passageway. He immediately saw the rhomboid stone pillar and the words atop of it introducing the Vitalis art. When he then looked at the 7-colored chains and the tricolored chains, he immediately understood that all of the passageways contained the same techniques with them. Ning had been hoping that perhaps the 3 passageways would all contain different techniques. Nine-Dust is still inside. Ning stared at the temporal acceleration cottage in front of the tricolored chains. Nine-Dust was inside that cottage. It seems he has yet to master the Yi Dao Heart technique. In terms of Dao Heart strength, Ning was indeed significantly superior to Nine-Dust. Ning was a Heart Force cultivator, after all. The third world, Nine-Dust's passageway. Ning sat there on the rocky ground in the lotus position by himself. Due to the barrier in front of him, there was no way for him to step onto the rainbow chains. Each Supreme Dao Lords was only permitted to choose one passageway, there was no way to enter the other ones. After waiting for 4 full hours, Ning suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! A streak of light flew towards him, resolving into the form of a black-robed figure who looked at the seated Ning. The black-robed figure said, "Brother Dark North, I must congratulate you. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have joined you in fighting over the command talismans. Brother Winesage, my guess is that most of the other Supreme Dao Lords have joined forces." Ning rose to his feet. "It looks as though you are still on your own. Why don't you join forces with me in Nine-Dust?" "Ha, why should I join forces with anyone?" Winesage scanned the area. "Dark North, can you tell me which passageway still has all of its command talismans?" "That one." Ning pointed towards the third passageway. "Thank you." Winesage immediately flew in that direction. Just a short while later, Ning saw a large group of individuals be teleported into the third world atop the stone island before him. There were a total of 12 Supreme Dao Lords, with the leader being a devilish violet-robed figure whose eyes gleamed with violet light and who had long, unbound black hair. The other 11 Supreme Dao Lords were clearly following him. Dark North? When the violet-robed devil saw Ning, he smiled a cold smile. "What a coincidence! We actually ran into Dao Lord Dark North. King Peleos?" Ning was surprised. After entering the Waveshift realm, he had never heard anything that indicated King Peleos was a particularly powerful Dao Lord. King Peleos was a member of the Aeonian race. He was very low-key, and everyone in the outside world belonged him to merely be a second-tier Dao Lord. The most famous Dao Lord of the Aeonian race had been King Gorsh, but now, it seemed, King Peleos was also quite powerful. Boom! Rainbow light swirled around the air above them, forming into the towering figure of a white-robed man. All surviving Dao Lords have reached the third world. Let me explain, the third world has a total of 3 passageways. Every single Dao Lord is only permitted to challenge a single passageway. Originally, each passageway held 3 command talismans within them, with the total value in each being roughly the same. But of course, only 5 command talismans remain. Realm Soul Polo's voice echoed throughout the world. As the Realm Soul was speaking, Ning received certain news from the Brightshore Kingdom. What? Ning was shocked. The Dao Alliance had issued a new Dao Lord ranking. In recent years, the Dao Lord rankings had changed to a shocking degree. Dao Lord Dreamlore ranks number 3? King Peleos ranks number 6? Dao Lord Skyaxe died? King Cliffbank died? Ning was completely stunned when he saw the new rankings. A total of 6 Supreme Dao Lords had died in the fight over the final Void Sea Jade Seal, and the Dao Lord rankings had completely changed. The first was Winesage, the second was Dark North, the third was Dreamlore, the fourth was Palace Lord Dawnstar, the fifth was the Radiant King, the sixth was King Peleos, the 7th was Dao Lord Owlblack, the 8th was Ninestone, the 9th was Dao Lord Skyshatter, and the 10th was Dao Lord Tigrone. A brand new group of Supreme Dao Lords had arisen. Many had been very low-key in the past and not very well known, but in the fight over the Void Sea Jade Seal they had revealed their fierceness. King Peleos' violet eyes were focused on Ning. He said coldly, "Only 5 of the 9 command talismans remain. You, Dark North, should have acquired 3 of them. Your ally, the 9-Dust Sect Lord, seems to have acquired 1 as well, but the 12 of us haven't acquired so much as a single one, nor have we acquired any Void Sea Jade Seals. Lord Dark North, don't you think this is a bit unfair?" Lord Dark North.
Fiend Queen Dustrain was behind King Peleos, and she spoke out in a similarly cold voice, "We don't ask for me. We can forget about the other 2 talismans, nor will we force the 9-Dust Sect Lord to hand over his. The 9th command talisman, however, you must hand it to us. Hand us the 9th command talisman and we won't cause you any trouble. Hand over the 9th command talisman. Hand it over, Lord Dark North. Not even Winesage is a match for us. Dark North, you should go ahead and hand it over." King Peleos and the other Supreme Lords all stared at Ning. They were all Supreme Lords. If they were in a smaller group of just 4 or 5, they might be very nervous when facing Ning, but there were 12 of them right now, they wouldn't be afraid of even Winesage. In fact, they had already battled against Winesage earlier. Why would they fear Lord Dark North? Thus far, the 12 of them had acquired nothing at all. If they were able to harvest the fruits of the 9th command talisman, they would be able to split the harvest and trade for some rare materials from the various hegemons or the Tao Alliance. In that way, at least, their visit to the Waveshift realm wouldn't have been in vain. Ning frowned. The command talismans represented the fruits of the Crimson Wave Temple, so valuable that the Tao Alliance and the hegemons were going crazy over them. The 9th command talisman was the most valuable and an absolutely priceless item. Ning was planning on using them to rescue Yue. Clang! 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 Ning's body blurred as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 streaks of golden light immediately shot out from his back and landed in his hands. The 3-headed, 6-armed, white-robed youth stared coldly at the Supreme Lords, 6 northbow swords at the ready. "Cut the crap, you pack of fools. Come and die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 33, Chapter 17, Furious Battle. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 17, Furious Battle. Quite bold. Lord Skyaxe was similarly bold when facing me, but in the end, I killed him. A pity. I haven't had the chance to battle against the Radiant King or Dawnstar yet. If I had, I wouldn't be ranked merely number 6. Come and show me how strong you are, almighty 2nd-ranked Dark North. King Peleos manifested 6 arms as well, each arm wielding a strange sawtooth weapon. "Surround him and kill him," Fiend Queen Dustrain barked coldly. "Dark North doesn't have an invulnerable form, it'll be much easier to kill him. Since he's courting death, let us give it to him. Once we kill him, we'll be able to take all of his command talismans." The Supreme Lords were all boiling with the desire to kill. Ning's face tightened as a fierce light shone from his eyes. He glared at King Peleos and said coldly, "So you were the one to kill Lord Skyaxe?" "Yes. Otherwise, how would I be ranked at number 6? King Peleos asked. "Damn you!" Ning was infuriated. There were very few Supreme Lords he was friends with, but Lord Skyaxe was one of them. When he had been weak and besieged by Lord Shaka outside Skywood City, one of the 8 sacred cities of the Tao Alliance, he had begged the Brightshore Kingdom for aid. Palace Lord Solman and Lord Skyaxe had immediately come to his aid, and as a result Ning had become friends with both of them. Although the relationship naturally wasn't nearly as deep as the one he shared with 9-Dust, who he had shared life and death experiences with, they were still good friends. Afraid? King Peleos smirked. Die. Ning was boiling with murderous rage. Boom! A terrifying wave of invisible force instantly lashed out towards them from Ning, striking against the souls and true souls of the 12 Supreme Lords. Ah!
Ah! Two of the supreme Dao Lords instantly turned pale, followed by their heads drooping downwards. The faces of many of the other Dao Lords also tightened slightly, but at least they were able to maintain their clarity of mind. What a terrifying heart force art! King Palaeo's face tightened as well. Kill! Just now, Ning had used the Heart Force Eradicator art. It was linked to his Omega Sword Dao, and so now that Ning had reached the third stage of his Omega Sword Dao, the power of his Heart Force Eradicator had also significantly improved. However, to directly slay a Supreme Dao Lord was still no easy feat. And yet, Ning's goal wasn't to actually slay any of them outright. His goal was to crush their morale and douse their bravado. Boom! Next, his vast heart world projection came crashing down. At the center of that massive, illusory world was that enormous sword-shaped mountain, and it came plunging straight down towards all of the Supreme Dao Lords, causing their bodies to stiffen. As far as heart world projections went, at present there was no Dao Lord who was a match for Ning, but a heartbeat later, 9 energy dragons came howling out of Ning's body, forming the yin-yang chaos domain around him. One person wants to suppress the 12 of us by himself? He's too arrogant. He doesn't know his own limits. Break! King Palaeos and the others used their own secret arts as well. Some were strong, some were weak, but when joined together they vastly outstripped Ning in power. The difference was, Ning's heart world projection and his secret arts were able to merge together seamlessly. These Supreme Dao Lords weren't able to merge their secret arts together. If they tried, they would begin to interfere with each other. However, they had gained some experience from their previous battle against Winesage. There were some secret arts that could work together, such as 5 elements arts or yin and yang arts. In this way, their secret arts could be improved in power as they worked together to suppress Ning. However, since Ning's heart world projection was also capable of restricting and suppressing part of the secret arts, the two sides began a battle of secret arts and heart world projections. Ning was forced to shrink the radius of his secret arts, but he was still able to hold. Kill! 6 north bow swords in hand, Ning charged straight towards the strongest foe, King Palaeos. King Palaeos might be strong, but Ning held him in no regard at all. Ning would dare to battle even Winesage in solo combat. Why would he fear King Palaeos? He didn't pick the weakest member but instead went after me? King Palaeos' long black hair fluttered behind him as he sent his 6 serrated blades howling towards Ning. As he did, a thick black fog spread out from him. Swish! 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 6 streaks of mist-formed swords appeared before him with incredible speed, so fast that King Palaeos' face instantly turned pale. How can he be this fast? He's even faster than the Radiant King. In fact, perhaps only Dao Lord Dreamlore is a match for him in speed. He had yet to truly battle against the Radiant King or Dao Lord Dreamlore, but during the previous fights over the Void Sea Jade Seals he had watched both of them strike with despair-inducing speed. Dark North's swords were just as fast, no, it was even faster than the Radiant King's strikes. Perhaps only Dao Lord Dreamlore and his dazzling, blood-streaked Bloodblade strikes were on par with Dark North. Clang! 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 King Palaeos furiously defended himself against Ning's onslaught. His 6 serrated blades were quite strange and unpredictable. When used for defense, they were quite formidable. What? King Palaeos could sense that every single one of his blades were enduring a terrifying amount of power with each strike. His fingers were turning numb and his body was trembling. Fast and furious. The Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop, was the fastest and most penetrating attack Ning had to muster. But of course, in raw power alone it wasn't even close to the Heavenbreaker in might. Although the Northbow swords boosted the Blood Drop stance the most, this stance was still weaker than the Heavenbreaker stance. Despite that, it still contained quite a bit of power. This was especially true after Ning had mastered the 10th stance of the Heart Sword, as this allowed Ning to infuse every single strike with incredible weight. King Peleos felt as though every single strike brought him incredible pressure. If it was just a matter of speed, he would have a solution. If it was just a matter of power, he would also have a solution. The problem was, Ning's swords not only surpassed the Radiant King in speed, they actually surpassed King Peleos' ultimate attacks in power as well. But how is this possible? How could he be this much stronger than me? Impossible. I've reached a perfect level of power. I'm not a match for Winesage, but that's because Winesage has a universe treasure. None of the other Supreme Downlords could dominate me like this. King Peleos couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. He had always been very proud of himself and had been very dissatisfied with his ranking as the 6th Downlord. As he saw it, any Downlord who didn't have a universe treasure would only be on par with him at most. Slash. 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 Ning's swords were simply too fast. Mist-formed swords flew everywhere, creating an almost illusory dreamscape. For the sake of destroying the 9,000 barriers as quickly as possible, Ning had grown accustomed to launching a furious barrage of attacks. Now that he was boiling with the desire to murder the man before him, he was able to strike 129 times with unmatchable speed. King Peleos' defenses were quite impressive and he used all 6 serrated blades to defend at the same time, but perpetual defense would result in defeat. In the end, one strike from Ning slipped past his guard. Slash! A streak of swordlight stabbed straight into King Peleos' body, but King Peleos transformed into a blood-tinged black fog. An invulnerable form? Ning frowned. Dealing with cultivators who had invulnerable forms was quite taxing. Nine Dust was an example of someone who had an invulnerable aqua form. Attack together and kill him. With the billowing black fog, streams of bloody light reformed to manifest into King Peleos. He bellowed loudly, "Downlords, no one can beat him in a one-on-one fight. Join forces to kill him. Surround him and kill him. Don't get greedy. Careful." King Peleos had been defeated in a single exchange by that furious barrage of sword mist and had only survived thanks to his invulnerable form. This instantly frightened all of the other Supreme Downlords. This Dark North was simply too terrifying. For him to be able to fight against 4 Supreme Downlords and kill both Time Dream and King Freak was one thing, but King Peleos was far stronger than the King Freak or Time Dream in close combat. Despite that, he had also been defeated in a single exchange. What they didn't realize was that Ning had mastered the 10th stance of the Heart Sword in Crimson Wave Temple. If it hadn't been for this technique, he still would have been able to beat King Peleos, but he wouldn't have been able to do it just through a simple barrage of blood drop stance strikes. Careful? Ning swept them with his gaze. It doesn't matter how careful you are. Whoosh! Ning vanished without a trace. That's his assassination arts. Careful, he can appear anywhere. Be careful, everyone. Attack! Attack! Don't let him get close to us. The Supreme Downlords began to blindly launch attacks in every direction. Ning's Heartworld projection and 9 Novescence arts ensured that so long as he remained within their range, there would be no way for his enemies to find him once he used his assassination arts. Whoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere, then struck at the Supreme Downlord closest to him. Block, quick! Join forces. Some used magic treasures, others used secret arts. All of them threw attacks towards Ning as quickly as possible. Boom! Slash! Ning's 6 North Bow swords executed varying sword arts as he blocked the attacks and continued his charge. His defensive abilities were far stronger than King Peleos. Dodge, quick! Dodge! The Supreme Downlords were so terrified that they frantically retreated, moving closer to their peers. Only when 5 of them worked in unison would they be able to resist Ning. He's utterly terrifying. Dark North's sword arts are completely flawless. He's able to easily defend himself against our combined attacks while continuing to charge at us.
This was the first time these Dowlords experienced the terror of Ning for themselves. Ning was already incredibly strong to begin with. Now that he had the Northbow swords and the 10th stance of the Heart Sword, Ning's advantage over the other Supreme Dowlords had only grown. Weinzige was able to dominate the other Supreme Dowlords, and so too was Ji Ning. The difference was, Ning's shadowless evasion art was so unpredictable and mysterious that the other Supreme Dowlords were terrified of it and him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 18, One-Man Army. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 18, One-Man Army. What? King Peleos, Fiend Queen Dustrain, and the others were all shocked. Things were turning out completely contrary to what they had expected. Not even Weinzige had put them in such dire straits. Although Weinzige was able to crush any Supreme Dowlord in a head-on fight, when the 12 of them worked together they were able to dominate him. Faced with their combined attacks, even Weinzige was in rather bad shape. But Dowlord Dark North was actually beating them silly? Was Dark North even more powerful than Weinzige? What they didn't realize was that Ji Ning was indeed better than Weinzige in dealing with group attacks. Ning's sword arts were more perfect and flawless, allowing him a truly airtight defense against mass attacks. His shadowless sword arts allowed him to vanish without a trace, making it so that his enemies couldn't focus their fire against him while he was able to launch counterattacks as he pleased. All of these factors combined to ensure that at any given moment, no more than 5 Supreme Dowlords were able to fight against Ning. This was why Ning had the advantage and held the initiative. These Supreme Dowlords were all so frightened that they began to cluster closer to each other, no longer daring to launch attacks. Dark North, let's call it off, King Peleos roared mentally. Call it off? Ning rebutted coldly, acceptable, but you need to get the fuck out of this passageway. Ning knew that not even Weinzige would be able to kill these 12 Dowlords now that they were working together, much less himself. By what right are you denying us entry to this passageway? You can already harvest the fruit you need, this passageway is meaningless to you. If we want to force our way in, you won't be able to stop us. King Peleos said furiously. Ning came to a halt as well. He just stood there, the area around him covered by his heart world projection as the 9 energy dragons coiled around him in accordance with his yin-yang sword intent. I cannot enter this passageway, true, but if you wish to enter it you must first master the Ye Vitalis art, and so long as I am here, you can forget about quietly meditating on it and mastering it. King Peleos, Dark North is telling the truth. The rhomboid stone pillar does indeed say that one has to master the Ye Vitalis art and learn how to disguise one's true soul aura before one can safely pass through those 7 colored chains. Dark North isn't going to let us train in peace. Damn. The 12 Supreme Dowlords all felt resigned. Ning wasn't able to kill them, but he was entirely capable of disrupting them while they attempted to train, making it impossible for them to master this technique. Let's go. King Palea gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to retreat. Go. Although the other Supreme Dowlords felt insulted and humiliated, they all ended up retreating. In truth, these Dowlords were all ranked towards the bottom of the first tier, which was why they agreed to fight under King Peleos' banner in a group of 12. In the past, Fiend Queen Dustrain might have ranked in the top 10, but now? So many powerful, low-key Supreme Dowlords had emerged that she had long ago been shoved out of the top 10. Ning watched as the Supreme Dowlords flew away, then dispelled his heart world projection and his secret arts. He continued to silently stand guard over this region. He had to help Nine Dust, or to be precise, he had to help himself. Nine Dust had said early on that he would give Ning all of the command talismans he acquired. Thus, Ning naturally had to do his best to prevent any of the other Dowlords from entering this passageway. Dark North has reached an incredible level of power. He and Weinzige have clearly surpassed the rest of us by a tremendous amount. King Peleos' group of Supreme Dowlords quickly arrived at a new passageway.
This was the passageway which Ning had already traversed. Are we going to give up, just like that? Fiend Queen Dustrain sent mentally. She was the second in command of this squad. Humph, King Peleos let out a cold snort. His eyes suddenly lit up when he stared at the rhomboid stone pillar. The Vitalis art. Fiend Queen glanced at it as well, then shook her head. The command talismans in this passageway have already been taken. It must have been Dark North who did it. Doesn't matter. The Vitalis art can be learned here. King Peleos pointed at the rhomboid pillar. Let's memorize the technique, then begin to train. Once we master it, we'll head to the passageway the Nine Dust Sect Lord took. So long as we can make it past the rainbow chains, Dark North won't be able to attack us. Right. King Peleus speaks the truth. All of them agreed with this plan. They could learn the technique but declined to actually enter the passageway. Later on, they could choose to challenge the Nine Dust Sect Lord's passageway or perhaps a different on. 3 passageways. More than 30 Supreme Downlords. Because Ning's original passageway had already been cleaned out, everyone's attention turned towards the other 2 passageways. Whoosh. 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 4 figures came flying over. On the stone island, Ning raised his head to look at them. His eyes narrowed. The new arrivals were Downlord Dreamlore, Downlord Tigrone, Downlord Skyshatter, and Downlord Owlblack. The 4 of them? Ning didn't dare to feel the slightest bit of arrogance. All 4 of them were ranked in the top 10, and the current top 10 was much stronger than the previous top 10. Many Downlords who had been previously low-key had emerged, and every single one was difficult to deal with. Dreamlore was ranked number 3 and was second only to Ning himself. Both Dawnstar and the Radiant King had been defeated by him, a testament to his power. You wish to stop us and to assist your good friend Nine Dust? Downlord Dreamlore smirked as he glanced at Ning. Dark North, you've already helped him acquire a Void Sea Jade Seal, are you going to help him again? What a selfless man you are. I'm actually helping myself, Ning said calmly. What, you actually plan on stopping the 4 of us? The heavily armored and muscular Downlord Tigrone spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Ha ha ha, Downlord Owlblack laughed, his voice grating and piercing to the ear. He really doesn't know his own limits. There's 1 of me and 4 of you, but you still won't be able to do anything to me, Ning said icily. Dreamlore and the others frowned. The 4 of them could suppress even Winesage in a frontal attack, but they had to admit that if Ning wished to hide they wouldn't even be able to track him down. He had a heart world projection, his 9 novescence arts, and even that assassination art. So long as I am here, there's no way you'll be able to train in the Vitalis art in peace, Ning said. Leave. Go somewhere else. Nice one, Downlord Owlblack smiled coldly. That's a nasty move. Downlord Skyshatter ground his teeth. There really was nothing the 4 of them could do. Cultivation required silence and focus. If Ning was causing trouble for them, how could they possibly train? Dark North, there are only 3 passageways in total. You've already cleaned out 1 of them, so there really are only 2 left. The other is current being challenged by Winesage, Dawnstar, Ninestone, and Cloudwalker, and the others. The other Downlords probably won't be able to catch up to them, and so many of them will come here instead. They'll master the Vitalis art and then charge through en masse. I want to see how many of them you can stop. Downlord Dreamlore said coldly, we're leaving now. The 4 of them smiled coldly as they flew away. Ning knew that a one-man army like himself wouldn't be able to hold everyone off forever. However, every moment he held them off for was an extra moment for Nine Dust. Nine Dust was helping him out, after all. The more command talismans he acquired, the more fruit he would be able to harvest and the better his chances of reviving his wife were. Poof. Ning radiated an eager desire to do battle. Time continued to flow on, with Ning standing as silent guard. As for the Nine Dust Sect Lord, he was still stuck on the Dowheart technique. More than a month went by. Whoosh! An awe-inspiring group of figures flew over from afar. Ning raised his head, his face tightening. The arrivals were Dowlord Dreamlore's group of 4 and King Palaeo's group of 12. Kill! Charge onto the 7 colored chains. The 16 Supreme Dowlords charged forwards, executing their secret arts and sending out a flood of magic items to attack. Ning's face had turned solemn long ago, and he hurriedly used his Heart World projection and his 9 Novescence arts to attack while using his shadowless evasion art to vanish without a trace. In the face of such a gathering of power, he didn't dare to fight head-on. Tygrone, Skyshatter, the 2 of you stand guard for now while the 2 of us charge through the chains. As agreed, the 4 of us will evenly split any fruit we acquire, Dowlord Dreamlore said mentally. He knew very well that he himself wouldn't be able to keep a command talisman safe by himself. The 4 of them would have to continue to work together. Agreed. Dowlord Tygrone and Dowlord Skyshatter both nodded as Owlblack and Dreamlore both charged towards the 7 colored chains. Stop right there. Ning's Heartworld projection and 9 Novescence arts were compressed to a smaller region, serving as a bottleneck in front of the 7 colored chains. If anyone wished to cross through the chains, they would have to first cross this region. Ning revealed himself, 6 Northbow swords at the ready within the bottleneck. You wish to block all of us? Dreamlore smiled coldly. King Palaeos. Attack! Let's attack! King Palaeos led 6 of his Supreme Dowlords to press the assault as well. It had only been a month or so, after all. Even though they had temporal acceleration treasures, only some of them had mastered the Vitalis art. You won't be able to stop us. King Palaeos led the 6 Supreme Dowlords, joining Dowlord Dreamlore and Dowlord Owlblack as they charged towards Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 19, Triage. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 19, Triage. King Palaeos, Theme Queen Dustrain, Dowlord Owlblack, and Dowlord Dreamlore led the group of 9 Supreme Dowlords in charging straight towards Ning. 1 against 9. Not even Winesage would be able to pull that off, to say nothing of Ning. Not only that, even the other Supreme Dowlords hanging back such as Dowlord Tygrone and Dowlord Skyshatter were charging towards Ning, seeking to tie him down. He won't be able to stop us. Nobody can stop this many Dowlords. Ha, we're going to make it through. The Supreme Dowlords were filled with confidence. The 3-headed, 6-armed Ning stood there by himself at the beginning of the 7 colored chains. His 6 Northbow swords were at the ready, while the 9 Novescence arts and the Heart World projection covered the surrounding area. He just watched calmly as the host of Supreme Dowlords charged towards him. Whoosh! Ning suddenly vanished without a trace. Careful, don't let him ambush you. His assassination art is extremely unpredictable. Be careful. They all began to wildly blast the entire area while sending their own secret arts and Heartworld projections to contend with Ning's head-on. As they did so, they continued their charge. Swoosh! 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 We made it! I made it as well. One Supreme Dowlord after another landed on the 7 colored chains. As soon as they did so, they were able to sense an invisible force wrap around them that protected them from the battle raging just outside. No combat was possible on the chains. Let's go! King Palaeos charged forwards as well. Clang! Suddenly, a black hole appeared directly in front of him. A moment later, he was blasted backwards with a huge booming sound. Clang! Dowlord Owlblack fought in a bare-handed style and was extremely strong in close combat, but just like Palaeos he was blasted backwards with an explosion. Careful! That's Dark North. King Palaeos and Dowlord Owlblack were both furious.
Ning had to briefly reveal himself while attacking, and he swept the group with a cold gaze. A heartbeat later, he vanished once more. It was very difficult for Ning to kill them, but his defensive sword arts were so superlative and the heart sword technique so formidable that it was very easy for him to stop them in their tracks and knock them flying, one after the other. I refuse to believe it. Dowlord Dreamlore's youthful face had a look of cold malice on it as he struck out with his massive two-handed blood blade. Fuck off. Whoosh. An incomparably dazzling streak of bloody light suddenly appeared. It was like a scene of peerless beauty that would cause those who saw it to be intoxicated by it. Even Dowlord Dreamlore himself was completely absorbed and entranced when he executed this attack. This blood blade was a very mysterious and unique weapon. He had been entranced by it, and his Dao was able to truly and fully merge with it. Fast. Even faster than me. Ning was shocked. His swords were incredibly fast, but when he saw the dazzlingly beautiful streak of bloody light he knew that his attacks were still significantly slower in comparison. Ning's 6 north bow swords struck out in unison. Ning had been able to use merely a single sword to knock Dowlord Peleos, Dowlord Owlblack, and Fiend Queen Dustrain back, but he didn't dare to be the slightest bit overconfident against Dowlord Dreamlore's dazzling strike. 6 streams of mist-formed swords struck out, each of them moving faster than 100 times the speed of light. Clang! 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 In the end, he had an advantage in that he only needed to focus on defense. Although the Radiant King and Palace Lord Dawnstar had been defeated by Dowlord Dreamlore, they were still able to preserve their lives. In comparison, Ning's close combat abilities could be described as truly perfect and flawless. Although he was using the Omega Sword Dao Blood Drop, in the instant that his sword light collided it transformed into the Omega Sword Dao, Soulheart. After truly developing the Omega Sword Dao, Ning's offensive techniques could transform into defensive techniques, and vice versa. All techniques could be instantly converted into different techniques without even the slightest trace or opening. Boom! Dowlord Dreamlore only felt an enormous shockwave sweep past his body, sending him stumbling backwards. A look of shock appeared on his face. This was the first time that his attack had been crushed head-on. Although Dawnstar and the Radiant King had been able to survive his assault, they had been left in very bad shape. Even if Winesage was to face off against this attack of his, Winesage would be forced to simply defend, given that Winesage was just too slow. Dark North, however, was able to crush him. Impossible. Impossible. A berserk look appeared within Dowlord Dreamlore's eyes. Again. He was filled with the utmost devotion and sincerity towards his bloodblade. Swoosh! Yet another dazzling streak of bloody light filled the skies. Ning's 6 streaks of mist-formed sword energy once more appeared as well. They were like the spokes to a giant wheel, and when they stabbed out they quickly began to swivel together to form a massive black hole that smashed directly against bloody streak of light, destroying it and knocking Dowlord Dreamlore flying backwards. Dowlord Dreamlore, you might be faster than me, but you only have a single blood blade. If you had 6, I'd probably find it much tougher to deal with you. Ning's voice rang out. His sword wasn't as fast as Dowlord Dreamlore's, but at least he was closer to Dreamlore's speed than any other Dowlord. The difference wasn't as great as it was for the likes of Winesage and Dawnstar. Given that he was able to defend with all 6 northbow swords at the same time while using incredibly tough defensive sword arts, he was naturally able to endure the blow and knock his opponent backwards. Damn that Dark North! The nearby King Peleos, Dowlord Owlblack, and Fiend Queen Dustrain all began to grow anxious. Dreamlore was knocked flying back, an ugly look on his face. After he had defeated the Radiant King and Dawnstar, he had felt extremely confident in being able to challenge the second-ranked Dowlord Dark North, but reality had just slapped him in the face. He could sense the enormous disparity in power between the two of them. What he didn't know was that ever since Ning had mastered the 10th stance of the Heartsword art, Ning had already closed the gap between himself and Winesage. This meant there was now a huge gap in power between Ning and all other Supreme Tao Lords, which was only worsened by how balanced and flawless Ning's sword arts were. What should I do? The other Tao Lords have already made it across. The only ones left here are us. Damn that Dark North. He's quite crafty. Dreamlore, King Peleos, Owlblack, and Fiend Queen Dustrain were all frantic with impatience. 9 of them had started this charge, and Ning truly wasn't able to stop all of them at once, but he was more than capable of tying down 4 of them. Whoosh! Ning once more reappeared in front of the 7 colored chains. You shall not pass. Ning looked at the 4 of them. What should we do? When we attack, Dark North just hides and ignores us. Tigrone, Skyshatter, and the others who were holding back and not planning to cross the chains began to grow anxious as well. Ning completely ignored them. His attention was focused on the 4. Ning knew that it was fairly hard to master the Yi Dao Heart technique. As for defeating the 9,000 barriers, those weaker first-tier Dao Lords wouldn't pose Nine Dust any risk at all. At this very moment, Nine Dust was within the floating stone island in front of the second abyss. He was training in the Yi Dao Heart technique with his temporal acceleration cottage. He had failed time and time again, and thus he knew exactly what was going on outside thanks to those moments of clarity. I need to speed up. Dark North is buying me as much time as he can. I need to speed it up. Whoosh! 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 5 Supreme Tao Lords appeared before him. Nine Dust, hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal. Hand it over, Nine Dust. The 5 Supreme Tao Lords immediately surrounded and attacked Nine Dust. To them, the Void Sea Jade Seal was what truly mattered. The command talismans might technically be more valuable, but they were only of use to Eternal Emperors. No amount of treasures the Eternal Emperors might give them would make any difference if they weren't able to complete the Tao Merge. To them, all 9 command talismans weren't as valuable as a single one of those Void Sea Jade Seals. Whoosh! The temporal acceleration cottage vanished, while Nine Dust transformed into an endless sea of water that filled the surrounding area. Part of the sea coalesced into a humanoid figure that spoke out. I, Nine Dust, swear on my very life itself that I have already used up the Void Sea Jade Seal I acquired. If I violate or betray this oath, may my soul and true soul be shattered and dispersed. His booming voice filled the entire world around them. But. The 5 Supreme Tao Lords who had been permitted by Ning to enter this island were all stunned. Even Tao Lord Dreamlore and the others on the first island were all stunned. He already used it up? One of the main reasons why they had so frantically attempted to make it onto the second island was because they wanted to take Nine Dust's Void Sea Jade Seal from him. This was what truly drew their attention. None of them wanted to believe it, but Nine Dust had already sworn a lifeblood oath. That meant this was definitely true. Damn it! He actually used it. Just what I was afraid of. He must have used it up when we were busy fighting over the final Void Sea Jade Seal in the second world. Sly bastard. All of them felt resentment and regret. Still, all that resentment was of no use. Since Nine Dust had already used it up, they didn't want to waste any more time on him. He had an invulnerable aqua form, after all, he wouldn't be easily defeated. This, Dao Heart technique, it's absolutely marvelous. Absolutely inconceivable. The Dao Heart technique? After a brief moment of disappointment, the 5 Supreme Tao Lords turned their attention to the Dao Heart technique. All of them were stunned and wildly delighted, and they quickly began to memorize and train in the technique. Techniques which could be used to strengthen the Dao Heart were truly priceless. This technique alone made their visit to Crimson Wave Temple worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 20, The Final Command Talisman. Book 33,
Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 20, The Final Command Talisman. What's a Dao technique? King Peleos called out loudly.
A technique that can be used to enhance the Dao heart, one of the 5 supreme Dao lords immediately shouted back.
King Peleos, Dao Lord Dreamlore, and the others instantly grew excited.
Gentlemen, if you are willing to choose a different passageway, I'd be willing to transmit the Dao heart technique to you, Ning said.
No need.
They've already sworn lifeblood oaths to share any and all techniques we find, Dao Lord Tigron said in a gravelly voice. The reason why he was willing to forego charging into the passageway was precisely because the others had all sworn lifeblood oaths to share any techniques they found as well as to split any fruit they acquired.
Oh? Ning said calmly, it doesn't matter. The 4 of you can forget about making it across.
Ning's defensive prowess was such that not a single attack had landed on him yet. In truth, even if he had been hit, his he-gem armor would have been able to absorb the blow.
Tying down 4 supreme Dao Lords was entirely within Ning's capabilities.
The 4 of us won't be able to make it across, King Peleos sent mentally. Tigron, Skyshatter, the 2 of you need to train in the Vitali's art as soon as possible. Once you master it, you can join the 4 of us in our attempts. If all 6 of us work together, he probably won't be able to stop us.
All right.
The main reason why Tigron, Skyshatter, and the rest didn't join the attempt was because they hadn't mastered Vitali's. Ning could simply ignore them and thus was able to easily focus his efforts on stopping just the other 4. For a time, the battlefield grew silent. Ning continued to stand there by himself in front of the 7 colored chains, a single man who could stop even an army in its tracks.
Another 5 days went by.
Ha! Loud laughter rang out as the 9 Dust Sect Lord stepped onto the tricolored chains and began to stride across them.
Damn!
The faces of Dao Lord Dreamlore, King Peleos, and the others all turned pale.
Excellent!
Ning revealed a delighted look. 9 Dust walked across the tricolored chains. Although the level of pain increased as he continued to advance, he was still able to endure it and make it across to the altar, where he acquired the 6th command talisman at its base. Ha, Dark North, it took me forever to master the Dao Heart challenge.
I really feel a bit embarrassed.
9 Dust turned to stare at Ning, calling out to him.
Stop wasting time and words. Hurry up and crack the altar open.
Remember, use a temporal acceleration treasure. This challenge is the hardest of all, Ning called out loudly.
Got it. 9 Dust responded.
Although King Peleos and the others were very anxious, there was nothing they could do. Ning had focused on the 4 of them with laser-like precision. Given that the Heart World projection and the 9 Novescence arts were all aimed at them, there really was no way for them to get across. Another half-month went past. Finally, Tigron and Skyshatter both mastered the Vitali's art as well.
Let's go together.
I want to see how he'll stop this many of us. Dreamlore, King Peleos, Owlblack, Dustrain, Tigron, and Skyshatter joined forces to charge towards the 7 colored chains.
Ha! What's going on?
Dao Lord Tigron found out that nothing happened at all. No one impeded him as he charged onto the 7 colored chains.
I made it? Fiend Queen Dustrain was stunned as well.
The 2 hurriedly crossed the 7 colored chains. However, Dreamlore, King Peleos, Dao Lord Owlblack, and Skyshatter were all stopped by Ning.
The 4 of you aren't allowed to cross. Ning's voice rang out. He had specifically decided on which Dao Lords he could let across.
In the end, he just wasn't strong enough and wouldn't be able to block everyone, and thus he had to pick and choose who he would and would not let cross. The 5 he had initially let onto the 7 colored chains were all supreme Dao Lords who ranked at the back of the line. They posed no threat at all.
As for Fiend Queen Dustrain?
When 9 Dust had first arrived at the Waveshift realm, he had already been on par with her. However, back then 9 Dust had only recently become a Dao Lord of the 4th step and hadn't come up with any ultimate attacks for himself yet. Thanks to the legacy of the ancient hegemon as well as his experiences in Crimson Wave Temple, he had already come up with a total of 3 killer attacks and had definitely surpassed Fiend Queen Dustrain in power. It must be remembered that breaking through the 9,000 barriers was all about attack power. Nine Dust's attack power was definitely above Fiend Queen Dustrain's, and so she wouldn't prove to be much of a threat. As a result, Ning let her across. As for Dowlord Tygrone, his defensive prowess was truly unrivaled, but his attacks were much weaker. He also wouldn't be much of a threat. But Dreamlore, Owlblack, Skyshatter, and Peleos were the 4 most dangerous Dowlords present. Ning naturally would have to stop them. You fight dirty, Dark North. Dowlord Tygrone and Fiend Queen Dustrain, do your best to acquire that command talisman. If you can kill Nine Dust, all the better. It'll be up to the 2 of you. Dreamlore and the others had to give up, even though they didn't wish to. Let's go find the Radiant King, Dowlord Feech, and the others. The final Void Sea Jade Seal is on Dowlord Feech, Dowlord Dreamlore ordered. He immediately led Owlblack, Skyshatter, and King Patrios as well as the other Dowlords in leaving. These 9 supreme Dowlords began to charge towards the other passageway in search of Dowlord Feech. Everything fell silent. Dustrain, Tygrone, and the rest of the supreme Dowlords were all focused on the Dowheart technique. As for Nine Dust, he had already reached the altar. He first used the temporal acceleration treasure to cover the entire thing, then began to assault the 9,000 barriers. No one's coming? Ning's life was now quite relaxed. Maybe I should go take a look and see how the other passageway is doing. Ning flew towards the direction of Winesage's passageway. When he reached the edges of the passageway, he stared at the distant islands. Wow! Ning was stupefied by what he saw. The situation in this passageway was far more chaos. Winesage, Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, and Ninestone were at the peak of the altar, working together to assault the 9,000 barriers while also assaulting each other. As for the situation on the levitating stone island in front of the second abyss, it was even more chaotic. The Radiant King, Dowlord Snowjoy, Dowlord Shaka, the Star King, Dowlord Feech, and a number of other supreme Dowlords were battling each other, with Dowlord Snowjoy and Dowlord Shaka working together but surrounded and assaulted by the other 5. Dowlord Feech. A furious shout rang out, followed by King Peleos, Dowlord Dreamlore, Dowlord Owlblack, and Dowlord Skyshatter arriving. They easily traversed the 7 colored chains and joined the wild melee. Damn! The faces of the Radiant King and the others turned pale. It really was a wild, chaotic battle. The wild battle at the top of the altar was over the 3rd command seal in that passageway, while the wild battle in front of the second abyss was over the Void Sea Jade Seal. The only peaceful place was at the outermost region, where the supreme Dowlords were all trying to calmly train in the He-Dowheart technique and thus couldn't be bothered to fight with each other. This passageway really is quite chaotic. Ning stood at the intersection between the 2 regions, keeping a watch on both sides. He couldn't be bothered to take part in the battle, as once he did everyone would be wary of him. In fact, they might gang up on him. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, another year went by. The wild battle continued, with 2 more supreme Dowlords perishing. Both were fairly weak ones, and both died by Dowlord Dreamlore's hands. His bloodblade was simply too vicious and cruel. Boom! A sonorous explosion rang out as the 9,000 barriers atop the altar simultaneously shattered. Ninestone howled with rage as he charged towards Winesage. Much like Tygrone, Ninestone possessed terrifying defensive abilities. Get it! Cloudwalker and Dawnstar simultaneously charged forwards as well. Beat it! Winesage was doing the same. Boom! Ha, brother Winesage, you've already acquired the other 2 command talismans in this passageway. You are being a bit too greedy, don't you think? Palace Lord Dawnstar was the one to seize it, delighting Cloudwalker, Ninestone, Snowjoy, and Shaka. The 5 of them were part of the same time. They had agreed long ago to split the fruits they acquired evenly.
Damn. Weinzig frowned. He had been the first to arrive and had long ago mastered the Re20-Vol's art and acquired the first command talisman. He had also been able to master the Yi-Dao technique with a single try, as the tempering process the Dark Kingdom subjected its Dao Lords to was utterly terrifying. Given that he was also a heart force cultivator who had been alive for an extremely long period of time, his Dao heart was indeed superior to Ning's. This was why he had been the one to acquire both of those talismans. However, the 9,000 barriers were simply too difficult to deal with. Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, and Ninestone had quickly arrived at the altar as well. By then, Weinzig had already shattered the first 8,000 barriers, but alas, in the end it was Dawnstar who picked up the trophy. The 8th command seal has already fallen into the hands of Palace Lord Dawnstar. The towering image of a white-robed man appeared above the chaotic battlefield, staring down at the Dao Lords as his voice echoed throughout the Crimson Wave Temple. At present, only a single command talisman remains unclaimed, the 7th talisman. Dao Lords, this is the last one. If you miss it, you probably won't have another chance like this. When Ning heard the Relentless voice, he hurriedly looked towards Ninedust's passageway. Right now, Ninedust, Dao Lord Tigrone, and a little-known Dao Lord were simultaneously attacking the 9,000 barriers together. Ning truly hadn't expected that Dao Lord Tigrone and that fairly weak first-tier Dao Lord would both have such powerful Dao hearts. These command talismans mattered to Ning more than anything else right now. He had already done everything he could for Ninedust. The rest would be up to him. Ninedust, Ning watched anxiously. These fruits would be the basis for his negotiations with the major powers. The more he could acquire, the better. Thankfully, Weinzig and the others didn't take part in the fight over the final command talisman. In truth, there was no way for them to take part even if they wished to. Every single Dao Lord could only choose a single passageway, after all. In their eyes, the Void Sea Jade Seal mattered the most. The Void Sea Jade Seal. Quick! Go for it, dot. As if by silent agreement, Weinzig, Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, and Ninestone all hurried onto the tricolored chains and charged back to the flying stone island in front the second abyss, taking part in the wild battle. Of the 5 Void Sea Jade Seals, 1 had been used up by Emperor Soulsky, 1 had been used up by the Radiant King, and 1 had been used up by Ninedust. Only 2 remained untouched. 1 was in Weinzig's hands. Everyone knew that there was no way to take it from him. The last one was in Dao Lord Feech's hands. Go for it! Kill him! The more chaotic a battle became, the more berserk the weaker Dao Lords grew. They knew that their only chances would be during wild battles like this. As Supreme Dao Lords, they all had tough life-preserving abilities, ensuring that if they acquired the seal they would stand a good chance of keeping it. Time flowed on and the battle continued. Dao Lord Feech was indeed good at staying alive. He was aided by the fact that some of the Dao Lords had long ago sworn oaths to join into true alliances together and help each other resist their foes, no matter who won the seal. Thus, even though another 5 Supreme Dao Lords perished, Dao Lord Feech remained alive. Boom! The altar within Ninedust's passageway. By now, a total of 4 Supreme Dao Lords were assaulting the 9,000 barriers. Finally, with a loud explosion, the barriers came crashing down. Whoosh! A flood of water instantly swept towards the talisman. Ah ha ha ha! Ninedust roared with laughter, his voice echoing in the world around him. Dark North, I have it! When the distant Ning saw this, he was so excited that his aura flared mightily, causing energy waves to appear around him. He laughed loudly, ha, the heavens have chosen to aid me. The heavens have chosen to aid me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 21, Harvesting the Fruit. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 21, Harvesting the Fruit. Given Ji Ning's personality, he generally wouldn't lose control of himself like this. The fact that he did was a testament to how excited he was. Ninedust had been competing against 3 other Supreme Tao Lords. There was a very high chance that he would fail. Of course, Ning was excited by his success. He was actually the one to obtain it? Tao Lord Tigrone was so angry he gnashed his teeth. I was just about to stop him when he transformed into an endless wave. Fiend Queen Dustrain ground her teeth angrily as well. She had arrived at the altar at just the nick of time, but she still hadn't been able to intervene. Whoosh! After acquiring the talisman, the Ninedust Sect Lord transformed into a vast wave that surged out and reformed into human form atop the tricolored chain. He endured the pain as he quickly walked across the tricolored chains to the 7 colored chains where Ning was awaiting him. I didn't let you down, Dark North. Ha ha! I, Ninedust, am quite capable, Ninedust said smugly. As he spoke, he handed the 3 command talismans he had in his possession over to Ning. Here, take him. Ninedust was in an excellent mood right now. He had owed Ning a huge favor when the latter had let him take the Void-Sea Jade Seal. Given his arrogant temperament, he really felt rather uncomfortable owing Ning so much. Now that he was able to make some reparations, he immediately felt much better. Thank you. Ning immediately accepted all 3 talismans without being shy. They truly were quite important to him. Whoosh! Rainbow light appeared in the skies above them, condensing into the towering and white-robed figure of Realm Soul Polo. The Realm Soul stared down at them and boomed, Tao Lords, the Void-Sea Jade Seals and the command talismans needed for harvesting the fruit have all been taken. If you wish to fight each other for them, feel free. Those who wish to harvest the fruit can take the command talismans to the corresponding grove keepers, who have already come. If you wish to leave, you can do so upon exiting the Crimson Wave Temple. I've already set up a spatial tunnel outside Crimson Wave Temple that lets you exit from the Waveshift realm. We have to be careful. Let's go trade for the fruit right away, Ning said cautiously. Yes, let's go. Ninedust nodded. Ning's worry was that everyone else would fight him over his command talismans, as he had a total of 6 of them. However, his guess was wrong. Those weaker Supreme Tao Lords were not capable of tying him down, they simply weren't powerful enough to take things from him. As for the stronger ones, all of them went to fight over the Void-Sea Jade Seals. So even the final command talisman has been taken? I need to speed this up. Weinzig frowned. A large number of Tao Lords had gathered atop the stony island before the second abyss, including the likes of Palace Lord Dawnstar, Palace Lord Cloudwalker, Ninestone, Snowjoy, Shaka, King Peleos, Tao Lord Skyshatter, Tao Lord Owlblack, Tao Lord Dreamlore, and even the Radiant King, who had returned to try his luck. In short, a large group of the most elite Tao Lords in the Endless Territories had arrived. Boom! Weinzig had been shoved to the sidelines. He was so powerful that no one else wanted to work with him, putting him in an awkward situation. This is the right moment. Weinzig suddenly produced an extremely ordinary-looking dart that was roughly half the size of his palm. The dart didn't seem unusual in any way, in fact, none of the battling Tao Lords sensed anything amiss at all. Swish! The dart suddenly shot out, bringing with it a terrifying aura of power that caused all of the many battling Supreme Tao Lords to feel their hearts tremble. Not good. Careful. Dodge. The subconscious terror they felt caused all of them to know that something bad was happening. By now, all of them saw the object which had inspired terror in them, that streak of dazzlingly fast light. As soon as the dart had shot out, Weinzig had shot out as well behind it. No! Tao Lord Feech's face turned ashen as he stared at the terrifying dart fly towards him. He almost instantly produced a round, glowing mirror in his hands. Crack! The surface of the mirror shattered, causing a much larger mirror to appear right in front of him. Ever since he had acquired the Void-Sea Jade Seal, he had been hunted by others. Although the Radiant King and the other Tao Lords in his group had all sworn lifeblood oaths to defend each other regardless of who acquired the seal, there was a limit to how hard they had to fight. As a result,
Downlord Feach had encountered quite a few dangerous situations. This was his very last life-saving treasure. Swish! The streak of light shot into the mirror. The mirror instantly cracked and then completely shattered into tiny pieces. The streak of light continued to shoot forwards, stabbing straight into Downlord Feach's body. Whoosh! Downlord Feach's immediately transformed into a mass of gray mist. Ah! What the hell is this? An agonized scream rang out from the gray mist, followed by the mist reforming into a corpse. Downlord Feach's corpse. Winesage had been flying directly behind that streak of light. As soon as Downlord Feach's corpse appeared, Winesage waved his hand and immediately collected it. Poof! You should feel proud to have died to my cycle seed dart. Winesage hadn't really been willing to use this treasure, as it was the most powerful killer weapon he had at his disposal. Even people as powerful as the 8 lords of the sacred cities would probably be heavily wounded if struck. After he acquired the universe treasure in the Terror Star Sea, the universe treasure had guided him to another ancient battle site of the Dawn War, where he had acquired 2 mighty relics. The cycle seed dart was one of the 2, and it was an extremely venomous and insidious treasure. Downlord Feach hadn't been strong enough, and so he had almost instantly died once hit. For the sake of the Void Sea Jade Seal, everything is worth it. Winesage only felt a sense of jubilation. He had been alive for far too long, over 100,000 chaos cycles. He had braved many dangers over these years for the sake of his downmerge. Now that the Void Sea Jade Seals had appeared, he would be willing to pay any price to acquire them. With the help of 2 Void Sea Jade Seals, my chances at succeeding with the downmerge shall be greatly improved. Winesage turned to sweep his gaze across the many Downlords. All of them, including Dawnstar, the Radiant King, Dreamlore, and Peleos, were all staring at him nervously. That treasure he had displayed was far too terrifying. Although Downlord Feach only had an imperfect invulnerable form which had merely been on par with that of Time Dream, one must remember that Ning had spent an inordinate amount of time before he had killed Time Dream. Just now, however, Downlord Feach had been slain in an instant. How could everyone not feel stunned? It's impressive that he had even a single treasure like that. I refuse to believe Winesage has another one, the Radiant King sent mentally. Right. And we're much stronger than Feach. Downlord Owlblack's eyes glowed with savage light. I would have knocked that streak of light aside with just a single strike. Downlord Dreamlore's eyes gleamed with madness as well. Winesage has 2 of the Void Sea Jade Seals, and he hasn't had the chance to use any of them. Both of them are still on him. Attack! Attack! Kill him! All the Downlords moved at the same time. They didn't care about Ning at all right now. 6 command talismans? Even if Ning had all 9, they would still view a single Void Sea Jade Seal as being far more valuable, and Winesage had 2 of them. They actually are attacking? As soon as the Downlords began to attack, Winesage gritted his teeth and began to flee. A Black Earth Golem was chatting with Ning and Nine Dust. Senior, here is the 9th command talisman. Ning produced the relevant talisman. Yes. The Grovekeeper lowered his head to look at it, then reached out to accept it. Instantly, one arm after another began to emerge from the vast black earth back in the first world and started to harvest the fruits from the many large, semi-translucent trees nearby. The black arms pulled the fruit into the earth, then caused them to reappear next to the Grovekeeper. Every single tree only had a single fruit. The fruit was semi-translucent as well, with a faint reddish tinge to them. When Ning and Nine Dust looked at the red glow, they felt their hearts grow peaceful. A total of 300 fruits. The Grovekeeper looked at Ning. These are known as the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits, and they are priceless beyond compare. Even in unique places like Crimson Wave Palace, they take 100,000 chaos cycles to ripen. Understood. Ning stared at the 300 fruits flying towards him, then waved his hand and collected all of them. Come, let's go over there.
Ning led Nine Dust towards yet another one of the grove keepers who had appeared in the third world. Dark North, look over there. Nine Dust hurriedly pointed off into the distance. Wow. Ning was surprised. What's going on with Winesage? How'd he piss off all the Dowlords and get them to attack him? Every single Dowlord was pursuing and attacking Winesage. This was primarily because Winesage had never chosen to ally with any of the other Dowlords. Ning had once invited Winesage to join forces with him, but Winesage had been too proud to do so. Poor Winesage. Forget him. Let's go harvest that fruit, Ning said. As he spoke, he and Nine Dust flew towards the seventh grove keeper and asked him to harvest the fruit from the seventh command talisman. Boom! Winesage was incredibly strong, and his universe treasure gave him the strength he needed to endure. With each clash, 4 or 5 Supreme Dowlords were sent flying. However, the other Supreme Dowlords continued their pursuit, even tossing out Dow seals and other treasures. I have to stand within this diagram for 10 seconds before I'll be sent back to the second world? Winesage ground his teeth. Why do I have to wait this long? Winesage, there's no chance you'll be able to stand there for 10 seconds. You won't be able to escape. The many Supreme Dowlords were all working together to assault Winesage, giving him no chance to defeat them individually at all. Given how many people were assaulting him, it was simply impossible for Winesage to stand there without moving for 10 seconds. How was he supposed to escape? If this continued, he'd eventually be defeated. But was he supposed to actually hand over the Void Sea Jade Seal? He wasn't willing to. Winesage suddenly saw 2 figures off in the distance who were chatting with the grove keeper in a leisurely fashion. It was Ning and Nine Dust. Dark North, give me a hand. Winesage sent frantically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 33, Chapter 22, Ning's Request. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 22, Ning's Request. Here are 560 of the golden sandsifter fruit. The Grovekeeper delivered 1 gleaming golden fruit after another to Ning, who waved his hand and accepted them. Dark North, give me a hand. Winesage's voice rang out within Ning's mind. Eh? Ning frowned as he turned to look at the furious battle raging off in the distance. There were more than 20 Dowlords encircling and attacking Winesage, but Winesage was so incredibly strong that he was able to ensure his enemies weren't able to truly work together flawlessly. Each time, Winesage only had to deal with 10 of them at most. What's wrong, Dark North? Nine Dust asked. It's Winesage. He asked me for assistance. Ning smiled. He's just barely hanging on right now, but with so many Dowlords attacking him he's unable to remain within the teleportation diagram for 10 seconds. There's no way for him to leave the third world, much less Crimson Wave Temple. Nine Dust laughed. It's his own fault for hogging 2 of the Void Sea Jade Seals, and not even rushing off to use them. He was too self-confident. Agreed. Ning nodded. In truth, using the seals in the Waveshift realm was indeed a bit wasteful. Dowlords would generally make plentiful preparations before using up the Void Sea Jade Seal, but for safety's sake Nine Dust had used his up long ago. That way, he could ensure that he wouldn't be attacked by everyone else. Dark North, give me a hand. Just tell me what you want. Winesage sent frantically. Why should I help you? Ning and Nine Dust stood off in the distance, watching relaxedly from afar. Ning sent back placidly, you are being assaulted by numerous Dowlords, and you aren't able to escape them. You are locked into combat. Before you die, you'll probably be able to kill a few of them. I could simply go in then and mop up the rest. Before I die? I'm not going to commit suicide for the sake of these seals, Winesage sent back. If the situation truly turns dire, I'd rather offer one of them up and ensure that I stay safe. Then go ahead and hand me one of the Void Sea Jade Seals,
both of your command talismans, and some of your other treasures. If you do, I'll help out, Ning sent mentally.
That's a bit much, isn't it?
Winezage replied mentally, all I need to do is hand a Void Sea Jade Seal over to King Peleos. If I do that, King Peleos and his group of 8 Downlords will be willing to swear lifeblood oaths not to attack me and even help me out. With the 8 of them helping me instead of attacking me, I'll be able to escape with ease.
Ning couldn't help but nod when he heard this.
Right. The attacking Downlords weren't all on the same page either, they were divided up into multiple factions. The Downlords under King Peleos constituted one faction, the Radiant King led a second faction, Downlord Dreamlore's 4-man team made up a third faction, while Palace Lord Dawnstar's 5-man squad made up a fourth faction. Any of the 4 factions could be bribed using a Void Sea Jade Seal. So long as one of the 4 joined Winezage would be able to break this stalemate. It seems I won't have a shot at winning the Void Sea Jade Seal, Ning mused to himself. In truth, he didn't even really want it that much, he had intentionally started off with a very high ask. Well, give me all the treasures you own, aside from the Void Sea Jade Seals and your weapons.
Do that and I'll help you, Ning sent back. All my treasures? Those 2 talismans are enough. Winezage was growing rather angry.
Dark North, I've been alive for more than 100,000 chaos cycles and have experienced countless dangers.
Am I supposed to just give you all of my treasures? Don't you feel that you are asking for a bit much? Not at all. Compared to the Void Sea Jade Seals, those things are worthless. Ning shook his head. 2 command talismans. That's it.
Winezage ground his teeth. There's no way I'll give you anything else. I need to at least be able to keep myself safe. There's no way I can just give you all of my treasures. Those treasures are enough for me to bribe a few of those Downlords into joining me.
Humph, a cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. True, you need to stay alive. Fine. I can agree to let you keep 2 life-preserving treasures. Aside from those 2 treasures, the Void Sea Jade Seals, and your weapons, everything else you own now belongs to me. If you agree, I'll immediately come over and help out. If you refuse, then I'm going to join in and attack you as well, You? Winezage's face turned gray. Ning was going to attack as well? Ning was a tremendous threat to him.
When Ning had defeated the black-armored general in the Second World, Winezage had immediately understood that Ning had grown much more powerful and was now close to him in might.
Once Ning intervened, the situation would immediately turn even grimmer.
You can keep the Void Sea Jade Seals, your weapons, and 2 life-preserving treasures. I'll wager that you only have a few valuable ones anyhow, Ning sent back.
Letting you choose and keep 2 of them isn't a bad offer.
Winezage ground his teeth. What a nasty piece of work this Dark North was, kicking him when he was down.
However,
Winezage belonged to the Dark Kingdom, while Dark North belonged to the Dao Alliance and the Brightshore Kingdom. They belonged to enemy organizations to begin with, and Winezage had even attacked Ning previously. Everyone was doing this for the sake of the treasures they wanted.
Personal feelings had nothing to do with it. Fine.
Winezage gritted his teeth and accepted Ning's offer, but his heart was bleeding. He was the #1 Downlord of the Endless Territories and had braved many dangerous areas, earning even a universe treasure for himself. He had naturally accumulated an enormous number of treasures. Now, he had to hand nearly 90% of them over to Ning. How could he not feel heartache at the prospect?
Still, his lifespan was coming to an end.
The Dao merge was what truly mattered.
Good.
Ning revealed a smile.
Shall we swear a lifeblood oath?
Of course we have to swear a lifeblood oath. Winezage said frantically. Ning knew that acquiring a Void Sea Jade Seal was rather unlikely. In truth, he was different from the other Downlords. He never really wanted one of the seals that much to begin with. He was perfectly happy earning 2 of the command talismans. For him to earn the many other treasures which Weinzich had accumulated over the years made him even happier. Nine Dust, I just negotiated a little something with Weinzich. Ning quickly explained what had happened to Nine Dust.
Ah?
Nine Dust revealed a delighted look.
Ha! Savage.
Too bad, though, that you weren't able to get one of those Void Sea Jade seals. Still, if he was willing to part with one of them, he wouldn't hand over all these other treasures. The two of us will split those treasures once we get them, Ning sent.
Split them?
Nine Dust was startled.
No way. No way. You go help him out. I won't be of much use.
Both of the command talismans are mine, but we'll split all the other treasures. I've already taken the lion's share, Ning said with a calm smile. Weinzich certainly had many treasures, but all of them combined probably weren't worth as much as the fruits. Even hegemons and the Dao Alliance had gone crazy over those fruits. Weinzich had only been alive for 100,000 chaos cycles, compared to the mighty hegemons, that was nothing.
The hegemons certainly had far more treasures by far.
Thus, his treasures were probably worth just a fraction of what the fruits were worth. Nine Dust had already given Ning 3 command talismans.
How could Ning not give him some treasure in compensation?
In addition, it was likely that they would acquire a number of life-preserving treasures from Weinzich.
As good friends, splitting them was nothing. Even Seclord Timedream had given quite a few treasures to the King Freak.
In addition, at Ning's level, these treasures were generally of very little use to him. What he needed was truly stunning treasures such as the Crimson Wave Temple fruits, treasures which would drive even hegemons wild with lust.
Let's go. Follow me.
Ning transformed into a streak of light.
Time to attack? Nine Dust immediately grew excited.
Thanks to his invulnerable aqua form, he was even better at staying alive than Ning was. He naturally felt eager to take part in this fight.
I don't think that'll even be necessary, Ning said. Boom!
Ning transformed into a streak of light that charged over from afar. His heart-whirl projection came crashing down, as did his 9 novescence arts. Ning was like an enormous comet blazing through the skies towards the battlefield, while the Nine Dust Sect Lord roared with laughter by his side.
Day-aluards! I'm coming for you all.
He transformed into a vast wave of water that swept through the world like a tidal wave towards the enemy Dowlords.
Is that Dark North?
That's Dowlord Dark North.
The faces of the many Dowlords assaulting Weinzich all tightened, with Dawnstar, Cloudwalker, and Ninestone in particular frowning unhappily.
These 3 were of the Brightshore Kingdom and thus weren't worried about Ning attacking them, but they wouldn't be able to attack Ning either. Dowlord Dark North, we didn't go to cause you any trouble.
Why are you getting involved? King Peleos roared angrily. Dark North, we don't want your command talismans. Don't interfere. Dowlord Dreamlore snapped. All of them were furious. Dark North had already acquired quite a few command talismans, attracting their envy.
They all knew just how valuable those things were. However, for the sake of the Void Sea Jade Seal, they didn't want to get into a lengthy altercation with him.
So what if I do interfere?
A thunderous voice rang out from the heavens as the vast comet of heart force and energy came crashing down into the battlefield. The Yin-Yang Chaos Domain began to merge together with Weinzich's secret arts as the two joined forces, striking out at their foes.
Swish! Ning disappeared into thin air.
He had just used his shadowless evasion art to move within range of Weinzich's secret arts. Weinzich and him were in the same region now. Although Weinzich knew that Ning had entered that region, he didn't force Ning to reveal himself. Instead, he aided Ning as best he could. He vanished. Dark North just vanished. Be careful. The other Dowlords all had ugly looks on their faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 33, Chapter 23, Adventures End. Book 33, Crimson Wave Temple, Chapter 23, Adventure's End. They would rather surround and attack Weinzige than have to deal with Dark North. Although Weinzige was slightly stronger than Dark North, he fought in a direct and above-board manner. The Dowlords all knew where he was, at least. This made surrounding him and attacking him much easier. If Weinzige wanted to attack one of them, the others would see it coming and be able to prepare for him accordingly. Dowlord Dark North, however, was another story. He had assassination arts that allowed him to vanish without a trace, keeping all of the Dowlords on their toes. This sort of feeling was quite uncomfortable. Whoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere close to two of the Dowlords. He's over there. Retreat, quick. Don't take him head on. The two Dowlords were so terrified that they turned pale. By now, everyone knew that Weinzige and Dark North stood at the very apex of power amongst the Supreme Dowlords. Even the third-ranked Dowlord Dreamlore had been blasted back by a single strike from Dark North. The difference in power was quite apparent. Swoosh! Ning charged straight forwards, easily deflecting the secret arts and treasures that were assaulting him. Swish! Swish! Two streaks of mist-formed sword energy tore through the air. Although those two Supreme Dowlords strove to defend, they were still both knocked flying back from this single clash. One had been struck on the body while the other had been able to block with a shield-type treasure, but even then he was sent flying from the tremendous power of Ning's sword. Everyone, let's pause for a moment. Ning's voice rang out. The 20+ attacking Dowlords all had ugly looks on their faces, but they did indeed pause as they all stared at Ning. Whoosh! Only now did the vast waveform Nine Dust reach Ning's side, where he quickly returned to his human shape once more. Weinzige, Ning, and Nine Dust stood shoulder to shoulder. Ning smiled as he looked at the Dowlords before him. Dowlords, you should know quite well that with Weinzige, myself, and Nine Dust working together, we would be able to defeat even 10 Supreme Dowlords, and given my assassination arts, I imagine that it wouldn't be too hard to actually kill a few of you. These Supreme Dowlords were extremely unhappy to hear this, but they all knew that Ning was telling the truth. Just now, he had merely struck out with 2 swords against those 2 Supreme Dowlords. If he had focused all 6 swords on one of them, he probably would have been able to smash that Supreme Dowlord to death. By himself, he might not be that grave a danger, but with Weinzige and Nine Dust assisting him, Ning would be an utter terror to deal with. This was only worsened by the fact that Dawnstar, Ninestone, and Cloudwalker couldn't even attack Ning. Dark North, Palace Lord Dawnstar called out. Brother Dawnstar, treasures go to the strong and the deserving, Ning said. All of us have come here to compete over the treasures, and we do that based on how strong we are as well as how lucky we are. Weinzige has promised me enough treasures to agree to help him out. If this battle continues, you won't be able to harm us, but some of you will probably die. Dowlord Dreamlore and the others all had ugly looks on their faces. Dark North ended up taking advantage of the situation. Weinzige won 2 of the Void Sea Jade Seals, while Dark North acquired almost all of the command talismans. These 2 bastards. The Supreme Dowlords felt rather resentful at this outcome. What, do you really want to keep fighting instead of bringing this to a close? Ning said calmly, I really don't care one way or the other. Gentlemen, shall we keep fighting? Weinzige said coldly. All of the Dowlords were prepared to act without remorse for the sake of these treasures, but alas, they had encountered the even more remorseless Ning and Weinzige. The Supreme Dowlords exchanged glances. Although they didn't want to accept this, they could read the writing on the wall. Weinzige himself was far stronger than all other Dowlords. As for Dark North, he had already been strong prior to entering Crimson Wave Temple, and he had now grown to become even more terrifying. Once these 2 terrifying Dowlords joined together, they truly would be a deadly force to reckon with. You 2 really are nasty pieces of work. Dowlord Dreamlore turned and started to walk away. Let's go. Let's go. Let's leave. One supreme downlord after another began to step into the teleportation diagram. Ninestone looked at Ning.
Dark North, I imagine you ended up making a killing off of Winesage.
Impressive. King 9. Nin nodded. It was all luck.
I want to have your luck, Palace Lord Dawnstar muttered.
Let's go.
We have some fruit to harvest as well, Palace Lord Cloudwalker said. There were a total of 9 command talismans. Ning had 8 of them, while Dawnstar's group had acquired one as well, the 8th command talisman. The Dowlords were all quite intelligent. They'd only fight if they felt that had a chance at victory. If their chances were nil, who would be so foolish as to get into a fight and possibly die? Thus, once Ning and Ninedust showed themselves, Ning only had to display a bit of his power in order to let them know that it was time to leave.
You utter savage.
Winesage turned to look at Ning, a mixed look on his face.
You didn't have to do a damn thing, but now I have to give you all my treasures, Cut the crap.
Hurry up and hand them over, Ning said with a grin on his face. There was nothing Winesage could do. Still, although he looked quite helpless and unhappy, he was actually in an excellent mood. His lifespan was coming to its end, after all. If he failed his downmerge, what would be the point of keeping all those treasures? If he succeeded, he would become a hegemon, making the treasures of even less use to him. This was why the Void Sea Jade Seal and the Universe Weapon truly were the only things that really mattered to him right now. Take it. I've killed quite a few Supreme Dowlords and collected all of their treasures. Now, all of it will belong to you. Winesage handed over a round disc.
Ning accepted the disc.
Once he scanned it, he immediately revealed a look of delight. Due to the lifeblood oath binding them, Ning didn't worry about Winesage holding anything back at all. If Winesage had, he would have already seen his true soul shattered by the lifeblood oath.
Come.
Ninedust, this portion is yours. Ning swept through the disc with his godsense, then quickly split the treasure up into 2 portions. One portion, Ning put into a storage gourd which he then handed to Ninedust.
Fine. Ninedust didn't decline, electing to accept the gourd. Once he scanned it, my goodness, that's a lot of treasure. That's far more than I had originally.
Ninedust was delighted.
This is Winesage we're talking about. How could you and I compare to him when it comes to wealth? Ning smirked.
The nearby Winesage couldn't help but let out a cold snort when he heard this. Still, he chose to stay next to Ning and Ninedust. Only by traveling alongside them would his safety be guaranteed. Ning, Ninedust, and Winesage traveled together to each of the Grove Keepers, using up the various command talismans to acquire the fruit they needed. Crimson Wave Temple had a total of 9 types of fruit, and Ning managed to acquire 8 of them. In truth, this was primarily because he had chosen from the beginning to give up on the Void Sea Jade Seals and instead focus his time and attention on the Third World. That was why he had acquired so many command talismans, especially seeing as how it was his decision to let Ninedust take a Jade Seal that resulted in Ninedust giving him all 3 command talismans. But of course, the other reason was that Ning was indeed strong enough. He and Winesage completely eclipsed all other Dowlords in power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
3 streaks of light flew out of Crimson Wave Temple.
They included a white-robed youth with a golden scabbard on his back, a black-robed man, and a silver-robed man bearing a staff.
We finally made it out. Winesage smiled. Let's go.
Let's leave this place. Ning stared forwards towards the giant spatial tunnel in front of them that traversed the skies. Clearly, the Realm Soul had established this tunnel as a way out of the Waveshift realm.
Time to leave.
Ninedust revealed a delighted look as well.
All 3 of them had won many things here. Winesage had acquired 2 of the Void Sea Jade Seals. Ninedust had won a Void Sea Jade Seal and had also acquired many treasures.
Ning hadn't acquired any of the seals, but he had harvested the priceless fruits of 8 command talismans.
Time to go. The three transformed into streaks of light that soared into the skies, quickly departing from the waveshift realm. A large host of figures were waiting outside the spatial tunnel that exited the waveshift realm. These were all ancient eternal emperors. They normally were secluded in different parts of the endless territories, but they had all gathered here today. At the very front of the vast host, there were 6 groups of tremendous power. These were the leaders of the Tao Alliance, the Brightshore Kingdom, the Aeonians, the aberrant special lifeforms, and the ancient cultivators. All of them stared towards the tunnel with anticipation. Whoosh! 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 One Tao Lord after another flew out. They're coming out. Here they come. Quite a few of the ancient emperors had been waiting anxiously. Owlblack, a white Aheret elder, called out. Ah! Patriarch! Tao Lord Owlblack immediately called out respectfully upon seeing this man. Do you know who ended up with the cold flame cauldron fruits? The white-haired elder immediately asked. The cold flame cauldron fruits. Who took them? Where are they? Who acquired the cold flame cauldron fruits? Quite a few ancient eternal emperors echoed this question. However, the truly high-status figures like the hegemons were quite calm, because they had received word long ago that Ning was the one to acquire the 9th command talisman. Whoosh! 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 More Tao Lords continued to arrive. Finally, 3 more streaks of light flew out. They were Winzage, Nine Dust, and Ning. This entire time, the 3 awesome hegemons known as Netherlily, Windrain, and Brightshore had been quite calm and quiet, as had the leaders of the other 3 major powers. Upon seeing the white-robed youth who had a golden scabbard on his back appear, they immediately flew in unison towards him. Dark North. Tao Lord Dark North. Dark North, my young friend. One call after another rang out. The most supreme emperors of the endless territories were all staring at Ning, smiles on their faces and looks of incomparable friendliness in their eyes. Even the leaders of the Dark Kingdom and the Aeonians were beaming towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 34, Chapter 1, Reviving UA. Book 34, The Stone Elephant Wall, Chapter 1, Reviving UA. Ning, Winzage, and Nine Dust were all rather dazed as they watched the 3 hegemons and numerous supreme eternal emperors fly towards them. Ning immediately recognized the white-bearded old man with 6 curved horns on his head as hegemon Brightshore. As for the other 2 hegemons, one was a dazzlingly beautiful scepter-bearing woman. When Ning saw her, he felt as though he had seen the most beautiful creature in all of existence and felt the uncontrollable desire to venerate her. It was impossible for anyone to feel any untoward thoughts regarding her at all. The second hegemon was a man with long green hair and a big green beard. His hair, his eyebrows, and his beard were all extremely long. Dark North. Brightshore hegemon smiled. Let me make the introductions. This gentleman here is hegemon Windrain of the Aberrants. Ning looked at the green-haired, green-bearded man. Hegemon Windrain had a very unusual aura. When Ning looked at him, he felt as though he was staring at a vast forest of trees. Greetings, hegemon Windrain, Ning said respectfully. This person stood at the very apex of power within the endless territories. How could Ning dare to be disrespectful in the slightest? Dark North, my young friend, you really are quite impressive. There are only 9 command talismans in there, but you acquired 8 of them. Impressive, impressive. Hegemon Windrain praised. What? Ning, Nine Dust, and Winzage were all stunned. They looked at each other. None of them had publicized the fact that Nine Dust had given Ning 3 talismans while Winzage had given Ning 2. Don't feel so surprised, hegemon Brightshore said. Realm Soul Polo informed us. Oh. Now Ning and the others understood. Let me continue with the introductions. Hegeman Brightshore's voice turned a bit cool as he glanced at the woman. This is Hegeman Netherlily of the ancient cultivators. My young friend Dark North. Hegeman Netherlily was surpassingly beautiful and her voice was extremely soft. One couldn't help but feel friendly towards her. She smiled as she looked at Ning. You are such an impressive talent, but you ended up joining the Brightshore Kingdom. What a pity. It's all because this old fellow Brightshore is so completely shameless as to randomly abduct cultivators throughout the endless territories and bring them to the Brightshore Kingdom. If it wasn't for that, given the relationship between you and Nine Dust, I feel confident that you might choose to end up joining us. The ancient cultivators, much like the Brightshore Kingdom, did allow certain cultivators to join them. Jealousy. That's just jealousy talking, Hegeman Brightshore said coolly. Although Ning had been abducted by the Brightshore Kingdom, he didn't feel any resentment towards Hegeman Brightshore. If it hadn't been for the guidance provided by the Brightshore Kingdom, the many sword arts he had given access to within the Sword Palace, and the chance to visit the Genesis lands of the alternate universe he visited, he might not have been able to develop his Omega Sword Dao. This gentleman right here is Emperor Goldisle of the Dao Alliance. Hegeman Brightshore was slightly nervous, as the Dao Alliance would definitely be his greatest competitor in bidding for the fruits which Ning had acquired. Emperor Goldisle is one of the two leaders of the Dao Alliance. Dark North and I have met. The gold-furred alien smiled as he looked at Ning. And this gentleman is Emperor Ilhide of the Aeonians. Hegeman Brightshore didn't want to give Emperor Goldisle the chance to chat too much with Ning, and so he immediately began to introduce the others. Emperor Ilhide was a peerlessly handsome man who was even more attractive than Hegeman Netherlily was beautiful. He had long red hair and dim red eyes that were filled with a strange charisma. Dark North. Emperor Ilhide smiled slightly as he glanced at Ning. Ning immediately replied, Emperor Ilhide. The last one is Emperor Sever 5 of the Dark Kingdom. Hegeman Brightshore glanced sideways at the rather bizarre-looking alien elder, whose long blue hair flowed up from his head like a pair of wings. Dao Lord Dark North. Emperor Sever 5 looked at Ning with a very sincere and modest gaze. Those who actually interacted with the emperors of the Dark Kingdom all knew that the Dark Kingdom was actually quite low-key and modest. They were outsiders and foreigners who were despised and ostracized by the native organizations of the endless territories and thus couldn't afford to be too brash. The people I just introduced you to are more than capable of representing the 6 organizations in the endless territories, Hegeman Brightshore said. Aside from the 6, there were also a number of retainers and servants present. For example, Hegeman Brightshore had a single-horned youth who had a very ordinary aura standing by his side, while Emperor Ilhide of the Aeonians had an ordinary-looking white-robed woman standing next to him. Come over here, Winzage, Emperor Sever 5 instructed. Coming. Winzage obediently walked over to Emperor Sever 5's side. Red water. Hegeman Netherlily looked at Nine Dust, who immediately and obediently flew over to her side as well. Faced with the supreme leaders of the 6 greatest powers in the endless territories, Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure, but he also felt excitement. These were the people who might have the answers as to how he could revive his wife. Even if they couldn't do it, they would definitely know much more about it than he did. Dark North, we need some of the cold flame cauldron fruits, Emperor Sever 5 of the Dark Kingdom said hurriedly. Just tell me what you need. Don't be so hasty. Emperor Goldisle of the Dao Alliance said calmly, why don't we let Dark North list what he needs first? The side which can assist him the most shall be the side Dark North chooses. The Dao Alliance was able to speak so confidently due to their great wealth. Agreed. Hegeman Brightshore nodded. Yes, let our young friend Dark North tell us what he needs, Hegeman Netherlily agreed. My young friend? Hegeman Windrain looked at Ning. The 3 Hegemons were the strongest experts in the endless territories and had been alive for extremely long periods of time. As a result, they were also quite wealthy, which was why they dared to compete against the Dao Alliance in this manner. Seniors, Ning said respectfully, there is indeed something I would like to request.
Speak, Emperor Goldisle said confidently. The three hegemons as well as Emperor Sever5 and Emperor Ilehide all looked at Ning. I once had a beloved Dao companion, Ning said slowly. Long ago, she perished. The main reason why I've trained so hard is primarily because I wish to bring her back to life. When Winzage and Ninedust heard this, they stared at Ning in shock. Revive a Dao companion? None of them had ever imagined that Ning held a secret like this in his heart. Revive? Hegemon Windrain's green brows furrowed in a frown. I imagined her soul and true soul were shattered? If her true soul was still around, reviving her would be extremely easy. Correct. Ning nodded. All three of the hegemons exchanged glances, as did the three eternal emperors. I'll ask the questions, Hegemon Netherlily said. The others all nodded towards her. Dark North, when your Dao companion died, had she reached the world level of power? Hegemon Netherlily's gaze was very gentle, as was her voice. She had not. Ning immediately explained, she was merely a celestial immortal. Hegemon Netherlily nodded slightly. Fairly weak. There's still a chance at reviving her. Ning was wildly overjoyed upon hearing this. My next question is, where did she die? Hegemon Netherlily asked, did she die in an everworld? A chaos world? In the emptiness of space? Or in an alternate universe? She died in my homeland, in a chaos world, Ning explained. In a chaos world? Hegemon Netherlily frowned. That makes things difficult. Difficult? Ning's heart clenched. Reviving those who died in everworlds is the simplest. Any hegemon is capable of doing this, Hegemon Netherlily explained. Reviving those who died in alternate universes, also known as otherverses, is a bit more difficult. Reviving those who died in chaos worlds or in the emptiness of space is the most difficult of all. Although she was merely a celestial immortal, this still isn't something the likes of us are capable of. Ning's face turned pale. Dark North. The nearby hegemon Brightshore explained, everworlds contain the rules and laws established by the eternal emperors who created them. You can view them as basic, rudimentary versions of the prime essences. For example, if the founding emperor established a law that the skies are dark, the skies in that everworld shall forever be dark. If he says that flying is impossible, then no one will be able to fly in that everworld. The only way to get around this is through possessing so much brute force that one can resist the binding effects of those laws. Everworlds have elementary prime essences within them, and those who die in an everworld shall return to those everworld prime essences. If you wish to twist spacetime and revive a celestial immortal, you would only need to resist the backlash from the everworld. Everworlds are fairly weak, most hegemons are capable of doing such a thing. Otherverses are generally the same size as a realmverse. You visited one of them in the past, Hegemon Brightshore explained. I think you understand that these otherverses have their own prime essences, and their prime essences are far more perfect than the ones within the everworlds. Ning nodded. The various otherverses all have their own prime essences. If a cultivator dies in one of those otherverses, his or her true soul shall return to the prime essences of that otherverse. If you wish to revive someone, you must be able to endure the backlash generated by that entire alternate universe, Hegemon Brightshore explained. As for chaos worlds or the void of space, they don't have any prime essences they belong to, and so whenever a true soul in a chaos world is extinguished, its energy shall revert back to the chaos verse itself. If you wish to revive such a person, you'll need to be able to endure the backlash generated by the entire chaos verse. This is a terrifying concept, Hegemon Brightshore explained. Reviving someone in an everworld was easy? Reviving someone in an otherverse was hard? Reviving someone from the chaos verse was nearly impossible? Ning's face grew uglier and uglier as he absorbed this information. What exactly is a realmverse? And what is the chaos verse? He remembered that the Starflow race which lived in the Terror Star Sea had once lived in a place named the Peacock Lotus Realmverse. A grand war had destroyed that realmverse, resulting in the Starflow race fleeing and moving to the Endless Territories. Our home, the Endless Territories, is a realmverse, Hegemon Brightshore explained. Its true name is the Flame Dragon Realmverse. As for the Chaosverse, it is the source of all things and is truly infinite beyond measure, Hegemon Brightshore explained. It is like a vast, endless sea. Realmverses are like small reefs within that vast sea. Other verses are another type of reef, a fairly special type. All reefs are located extremely far from each other, and so the Great Dark is the vast emptiness between reefs. All realmverses are very, very far away from each other. The sea? Reefs? Ning was rather dazed by all this. The alternate universes and the endless territories were nothing more than reefs, while the Chaosverse was an ocean, but then who is strong enough to resist the backlash from the Chaosverse and revive my Tao companion? Ning grew increasingly anxious. Your Tao companion was only a celestial immortal. Although reviving her will be difficult, at least there is hope, Hegemon Netherlily said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 34, Chapter 2, Autarch. Book 34, The Stone Elephant Wall, Chapter 2, Autarch. Hope? Ning's eyes lit up. Hegemon Netherlily, Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Emperor Sever 5, Emperor Goldisle, and Emperor Islehyde all secretly shook their heads. Hegemon Netherlily continued, there is no way for an eternal emperor to resist the backlash from the Chaosverse. Only those legendary figures who are even more powerful than eternal emperors can accomplish it, only they can reverse spacetime and revive your Tao companion. Even more powerful than eternal emperors? Ning was stunned, as were Nine Dust and Winesage. There was a level of power beyond that of the eternal emperors? The Chaosverse is vast and without end, filled with realm verses and other verses. Hegemon Netherlily's voice was soft and drifting. The most powerful figures who stand at the apex of each realm verse or other verse are almost always the hegemons. However, the vast Chaosverse has figures of even greater power. We respectfully address them as Autarch. Autarch? Ning immediately engraved this title into his heart. Hegemon Brightshore nodded, a look of eagerness in his eyes. Yes. Autarchs. Everworlds are created by eternal emperors, and other verses are created by autarchs. They created the other verses? Ning was stunned. He had been to one of those alternate universes before. It had contained a complete set of prime essences, such as the Tao of the Sword and many other Taos. All of those things could be sensed. How could such a universe have been artificially created? Autarchs are the true and absolute rulers of the Chaosverse who stand above all other living beings, Hegemon Netherlily said. We eternal emperors have developed our own eternal Taos, but that isn't the true apex of cultivation. Only by making repeated breakthroughs and raising your Tao to a level where it can become one of the prime essences of the universe can a cultivator be capable of creating an otherverse. Autarchs are incredibly rare. I've never met any of them in my entire life. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head, while the other two hegemons revealed looks of envy and admiration. They hadn't met any autarchs either, they had only heard of them. When the Civ launched that war, it encompassed a great many places. The main reason why we cultivators were able to gain victory over them was because we had our autarchs, Hegemon Brightshore said. Although the Sith were extremely strong and incredibly advanced in many areas, the autarchs led us to completely wipe the Sith out in the end. If it wasn't for the autarchs, we probably would have been annihilated or enslaved long ago. Ning, Nine Dust, and Winesage were all speechless. Autarchs? So the highest level of cultivation in the Chaosverse was the autarch level? They are capable of reversing spacetime and roam through the Chaosverse with ease. They are even capable of creating those alternate universes, Hegemon Brightshore continued. If an autarch was willing to spend the time, he would be able to destroy even the likes of the yin-yang samsara wheels that threaten and will eventually annihilate our flame dragon realmverse. Autarchs are capable of destroying the yin-yang samsara wheels? The nearby Winesage couldn't help but ask, then why don't we invite them to help out? Are they really going to just watch as such a vast realmverse is annihilated? You are mistaken, Hegemon Windrain replied. Autarchs view things through a completely different lens than the rest of us. An autarch once said that all things and all creatures in the universe must follow the natural cycle of life and death. The yin-yang samsara wheels were born from the primordial chaos for the express purpose of wiping out the flame dragon realmverse. In other words, it is part of the laws and functioning of the chaosverse. If they were forcibly destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels, they would suffer a backlash from the chaosverse itself, and an incredibly strong one at that. The autarchs are not willing to do such a thing. Autarchs have truly transcended beyond all things. They are absolutely invincible, and neither spacetime nor karma nor anything else have any impact on them at all. To them, the birth and destruction of entire realmverses is nothing more than the blooming and withering of a flower. I have never even seen an autarch in my entire life. Hegemon Windrain looked at Ning. Dark North, my young friend, only an autarch is capable of rescuing your Dao companion. Ning's heart sank. He had to ask an autarch to intervene? The three hegemons had been around for countless years, but none of them had even seen an autarch. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to actually get an autarch to help out. Are these fruits enough? Ning asked. Emperor Goldisle laughed. Not even close. Not even close. 100 times this amount of fruit still wouldn't be enough. If you want an autarch to revive your Dao companion, if you actually owned the Crimson Wave Temple and offered it to an autarch as a gift, you might succeed. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head and laughed. The fruits you have ripen every few thousand chaos cycles. Crimson Wave Temple can produce more and more fruit unto perpetuity. Crimson Wave Temple itself was worth far more than 100 times as much as all of the fruits Ning had acquired. Ning instantly understood. So there's nothing I can do right now, right? Ning asked. Right. None of us can do what you ask. Only an autarch can. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning. But at least there is hope. If your Dao companion was at the world level or was a samsara Dao lord, the backlash generated by reviving them would be exponentially greater. By then, you would have no chance at all. Right. Ning quickly calmed down again. Prior to speaking to these major powers for the first time regarding the revival of UA, Ning had already mentally prepared himself for failure. Others might feel despair at this response, but Ning was actually filled with vigor. This was because he was still just a Dao Lord of the third step. Once he became a Dao Lord of the fourth step and further improved his heartsword arts, he might indeed be able to acquire treasures that were as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. What if I was really able to acquire something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple? Ning couldn't help but ask this follow-up question. How would I go find out an autarch then? You wouldn't need to, Emperor Goldisle said. The Dao Alliance would help you send the word to the autarch. Oh? Ning glanced at Emperor Goldisle in surprise. The Dao Alliance's resources truly were unfathomable. It was actually capable of sending information to an autarch. But remember, given that Crimson Wave Temple is capable of giving birth to a new crop of fruits every few thousand chaos cycles or so, its value is far greater than that of the fruits you have acquired thus far. In fact, it's worth much more than all of the treasures I've accumulated over the course of countless years. Hegemon Brightshore smiled as he looked at Ning. Dark North, it won't be easy for you to acquire something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. You need to mentally prepare yourself for this task. If you wish to reap great rewards, you'll need to be prepared for taking on great dangers, Hegemon Windrain said.
For example, the Terror Star Sea. The Terror Star Sea was part of the Dawn War's battlefield and is filled with many leftover relics and treasures, but it's also filled with countless dangers. If you are willing and able to take on the necessary risk, you might be able to find hegemon-level relics or even powerful treasures left behind by the Sith race. It's entirely possible that you'll find something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. Right. Ning nodded. The three mighty hegemons didn't dare to take on too much risk without a good reason, as they were the pillars of their respective organizations. The Terror Star Sea was simply too dangerous, even hegemons might die in there if they were unlucky. The negative repercussions were simply too grave, which was why it was generally only the Dowlords who dared to risk it. Dowlords only stood an ephemeral chance of succeeding at the Dow merge anyhow. Autarchs, eh? Ning silently reflected on this term. Autarchs, the most supreme existences of the cultivation world, the leaders who led the cultivators to victory over the Sith. We are unable to reverse spacetime and revive your Dao companion. Dark North, what else do you plan to trade your fruits for? Hegemon Brightshore asked. Speak, Dark North. What do you need? Just state your requests. Emperor Goldisle, Hegemon Windrain, and the others all looked at Ning as they spoke. Since reviving Yue was impossible for now, he would have to focus on further strengthening himself. Only then would he stand a chance at acquiring a treasure equivalent to Crimson Wave Temple in value. Seniors. Ning waved his finger, causing a series of runes to fly out. The many runes listed the various materials needed for Ning to train in the second and third levels of the Sword Dao body, the protective divine ability Ning had acquired from the deceased Sword Hegemon. There were 4 levels to this divine ability, and once reached it would allow Ning's body to become comparable to the best eternal treasures. Seniors, take a look at these materials. How much fruit do I need to give up for them? Ning asked. The 3 hegemons and 3 leading emperors all stared at the list, as did some of the other eternal emperors behind them who had yet to even speak. I'll only need 60 of the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits for this, Hegemon Netherlily said. I'll only need 45 of the same. Emperor Goldisle of the Dao Alliance smiled. The 3 mighty hegemons and the other emperors instantly looked at him in irritation. The items which Ning had requested were all extraordinary, as they saw it, at least 50 Cold Flame Cauldron fruits would be necessary. Emperor Goldisle, you are going a bit too far. Yes, your Dao Alliance has many treasures, but how can you give such a low offer? Emperor Islehide frowned. How are we even supposed to compete if you are going to act like this? Hegemon Windrain complained in a rumbling voice as well. Emperor Goldisle laughed loudly. We agreed early on that we'd compete fairly with each other. I'm doing just that. Ning gawked at the sight. He also noticed that although Crimson Wave Temple had produced 9 types of fruit, all of the emperors were focused on the 9th fruit, the Cold Flame Cauldron fruits. This made Ning realize just how especially attractive these particular fruits were. Seniors, I've harvested 8 types of fruit on this trip, Ning said. I'm willing to use the Pure Peace fruit to trade for the materials I just requested. Might I ask how many are necessary? The Pure Peace fruit ripened every 30,000 chaos cycles. Ning had 108,000 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 34, Chapter 3, Entering the Dao Alliance's Palace of Immortals. Book 34, The Stone Elephant Wall, Chapter 3, Entering the Dao Alliance's Palace of Immortals. Pure Peace fruit? The 3 hegemons and 3 eternal emperors exchanged glances. Although all 9 of the types of fruit in Crimson Wave Temple were valuable, there were still differences between them. The Pure Peace fruits, for example, ripened every 30,000 chaos cycles. There were 108,000 of them in each harvest. They were fairly numerous, and so the Flame Dragon Realm Burst's 6 major powers were still able to acquire it through other channels.
As a result, they weren't all that desperate to acquire it. The cold flame cauldron fruits, however, only ripened once every 100,000 chaos cycles, and each time, only 300 were available during each harvest. As a result, people who acquired them would usually keep and use them for themselves. Very few were willing to trade them away, making them quite a hot commodity. For the materials you need? 80,000 of the pure peace fruits will do, Emperor Golal said with a chuckle. These things are still quite rare. They have their uses. The three hegemons, Emperor Sever 5 and Emperor Islehide, were silent. Seeing this, Ning understood that Emperor Golal had offered him quite a decent price. All right. Ning revealed a smile. Then I'll give 80,000 of the pure peace fruits to Emperor Golal. Seniors, there are other treasures I need as well. Another block of text appeared in midair. This list included the materials needed to train in the first two stages of the secret art which the sword hegemon had provided to Ning, the Grand Diffraction Sword technique. To Ning, although a protective divine ability was very important, a strong secret art was even more important. Ning had already pretty much squeezed as much power as he could out of the 9 novescence arts. By the time he became a Dowlord of the 4th step, they simply wouldn't be able to keep up. The Grand Diffraction Sword consisted of 3 stages. The cost to fully master it would place a heavy burden upon even hegemons. Ning felt that he probably didn't have enough fruit. In addition, to master all 3 stage 1 had to have reached an extremely high level of skill in the Tao of the sword. Most likely, one would have to reach a level comparable to that of the deceased sword hegemon first. Thus, the first 2 stages were more than enough for Ning for now. Oh! These materials. The 3 hegemons and 3 emperors all hesitated. Give me all 300 of the cold flame cauldron fruits and I'll help you collect them, Emperor Islehide said in a low voice. Emperor Islehide is able to acquire all these items? Impressive! Hegemon Netherlily laughed softly. 298 cold flame cauldron fruits, my young friend Dark North, and I'll help you collect them. Seniors, I'm willing to use these types of fruit to trade for them instead. As Ning spoke, he caused 7 different types of fruit to appear before him. These were the fruits corresponding to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th command talismans. Clever. What a clever boy. The 3 hegemons and the 3 emperors all laughed. They could tell that Ning realized how enticing the cold flame cauldron fruits were to them and thus wasn't in a rush to sell them off. After extensive negotiations, the Tao Alliance, the Brightshore Kingdom, the Aberrants, and the Ionians jointly produced the materials necessary, taking away more than half of Ning's fruits in recompense. Now, all Ning had were 300 of the cold flame cauldron fruits from the 9th talisman. 28,000 of the pure peace fruits from the 1st talisman. 230 of the golden sandsifter fruits from the 7th talisman. 310 of the dark heavenine fruits from the 6th talisman. Seniors, I've pretty much listed all the treasures I need, Ning said. I plan on paying a visit to the Palace of Immortals to see what they have in their treasury. Our treasury in the Palace of Immortals has everything within it. The Tao Alliance definitely has more treasures than anyone else, Emperor Golal said with a smile. You aren't going to trade anything else? Dark North, my young friend. The 3 hegemons, Emperor Sever 5 and Emperor Islehide, were all startled. Ning was going to stop trading and instead go straight to the Palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance? It must be remembered that thus far, he hadn't produced a single one of the cold flame cauldron fruits, the most valuable of the 9 fruits. Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore looked towards Ning. Ning hurriedly explained, Hegemon, seniors, my lifeblood weapons need to grow and to consume more materials, but I don't know exactly what they need. That's why I wish to go to the Palace of Immortals, so that I can test out the various materials. Once I've selected the materials I need, I'll naturally notify all of you and allow the auction to proceed fairly. Lifeblood weapons? All of them now understood, as they had lifeblood weapons as well. No point wasting time. Come, let's go to my palace of Immortals right away, Emperor Goldile said with a smile. He then glanced at the others. Hegemons, emperors, you can come along with us. The palace of Immortals will treat you with the utmost of courtesy. We wouldn't dare enter the palace of Immortals. We'll wait outside of it. Let's go. The various figures immediately began to depart. Dark North, follow me. Emperor Goldile smiled as he sent a spatial bubble out to cover Ning, then tore through space and departed with Ning in tow. The Palace of Immortals was an incomparably mysterious place. Ning had heard of it long ago, but he had never seen it. Here we are, Dark North. Emperor Goldisel's voice rang out. Ning stared towards the front, stunned. In front of him was an absolutely enormous group of palaces that hung in the middle of space, radiating blinding light and a mighty aura. The radiance was so dazzling that Ning was truly dazed by it, while the power contained within the aura caused Ning's heart to tremble. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another appeared next to Ning. They were Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Emperor Sever5, and Emperor Islehide, as well as the subordinates they had brought with them. Nine Dust and Windsage had been brought over as well. Dark North. Nine Dust's voice rang out within Ning's ears. Nine Dust. Ning glanced at Nine Dust. I'm embarrassed to say this, but Nine Dust revealed an awkward look. The Hegemon instructed me to ask you to at least sell some of the cold flame cauldron fruit to us ancient cultivators. Ning revealed a smile as he sent mentally, got it. Don't worry. Nine Dust was his brother. Since he had made the request, Ning knew what to do. Dark North. Windsage sent a mental message as well, a similarly awkward look on his face. Dark North, our Dark Kingdom is constantly beset by dangers. Just staying alive is difficult. I'd like to ask you to sell some of those cold flame cauldron fruits to the Dark Kingdom. So long as the Dark Kingdom has the items I need, that won't be a problem, Ning replied. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning as well. Dark North. Don't worry, Hegemon. I know what to do, Ning replied. Favors and friendships were important, but being fair and even-handed as possible was just as important, as was growing more powerful. Let me lead you inside, Dark North. Emperor Goldile guided Ning in, with Ning staring everywhere in curiosity as they flew into the Palace of Immortals. None of the Hegemons or emperors present were worried that the Dao Alliance would play a dirty trick like killing Ning to steal his treasures. First of all, although these fruits were rare, they weren't so important as to cause Hegemons or the Dao Alliance to not care about face. Only something as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple itself could possibly do that. Secondly, only Dao Lords could harvest the fruits that ripened every few tens of thousands of chaos cycles from Crimson Wave Temple. If the Hegemons or the Dao Alliance dared to murder Ning, which Dao Lords in the future would be willing to take on the risk of helping them go harvest fruit? Lastly, these things were a gift from Emperor Waveshift to his homeland. It was also a way to help his homeland temper its Dao Lords. If the Hegemons or the Dao Alliance dared to act rashly and angered Emperor Waveshift through their actions, Emperor Waveshift could very well take the entire temple back and ensure they would gain nothing at all in the future. For all of these reasons, everyone knew that everyone else would play by the rules. The insides of the Palace of Immortals were absolutely lovely. The light of formations glimmered everywhere, while their aura was so mighty as to ensure that even Hegemons wouldn't dare to trespass within. Treasures of the Flame Dragon Realmverse aside, the treasury of the Palace of Immortals has collected many treasures from other realmverses as well, Emperor Goldile said with a smile. It's hard to even count how many treasures we have. Choose whatever you like, Dark North. We'll give you what you need for those fruits. Understood. Ning nodded. So this is Dao Lord Dark North? A deep voice boomed out from afar as a black-robed, black-haired old man walked towards them across the celestial pathways. Emperor Goldile made the introductions. Dark North, this is Emperor Blackcloud. The two of us jointly administer the Palace of Immortals for the Dao Alliance.
Ning was secretly speechless. So it was these two emperors who were in control of the Palace of Immortals? Perhaps they were a bit weaker than the hegemons, but they were actually even more influential. Lord Dark North, you've only trained for such a short period of time but have reached such incredible heights in power. Impressive. Emperor Blackcloud smiled. Gold Isle and I shall open the treasury for you to peruse as you please. Sorry for the trouble, seniors, Ning said modestly. While chatting, these two leaders of the Dao Alliance led Ning to the location of the treasury. Open. Emperor Blackcloud waved a finger. Rumble. The white stone door in front of him began to split apart, revealing a dark passageway inside. The treasury is an important place, and so this passageway is filled with many barriers and wards. Not even hegemons would dare to trespass here, Emperor Blackcloud said smugly. Come, Dark North. Emperor Gold Isle led the way, with Ning following from behind. In truth, the reason why they dared to open up the treasury like this for Ning was because Ning was weak. If a hegemon had actually come here, there was no way they would have dared to let the hegemon actually enter the treasury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 34, Chapter 4, Treasures the North Bow Swords Need. Book 34, The Stone Elephant Wall, Chapter 4, Treasures the North Bow Swords Need. Ning followed Emperor Gold Isle and Emperor Blackcloud through the dark passageway. After walking for a short while, he finally saw yet another stone door. Open, Emperor Blackcloud command. The stone door instantly sank downwards, revealing the vast treasury behind it. Wow! Ning felt dizzy when he saw what was behind the stone door. He was able to sense many varied auras, some brutal, some cold, some stately. Countless treasures were hanging there, so numerous that at a glance Ning was able to see tens of millions of treasures just with the naked eye alone. All treasures stored within our treasury are quite extraordinary. Emperor Gold Isle smiled. Many treasures here are one of a kind. But of course, there are also some that are quite numerous, in which case we'll just put a single sample item here. Seniors, Ning said hurriedly, my lifeblood weapons need to personally touch the treasures in order to sense if they can make use of them or not. Just touching is fine, Emperor Gold Isle said solemnly, but don't damage anything. Some of the treasures here are incredibly valuable. Please don't worry. My lifeblood weapons wouldn't dare, Ning said. The nearby Emperor Blackcloud laughed. Go, then. Inspect them to your heart's content. Ning nodded. Come out, Ning willed mentally. Swish. 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 All 6 northbow swords flew out from their scabbards, and as they did so an adorable child appeared from each of them. Master. Master. All 6 children began to call out repeatedly. Listen up. This treasury is filled with countless treasures. You can touch them to sense which are of use to you, Ning said, but remember, you absolutely must not damage any of them, nor are you allowed to absorb any of them. After the inspection is complete, with any luck, I'll be able to give you some treasures to absorb. All right. Don't worry. Leave it to us. All 6 northbow sword spirits were quite excited. Go. Ning immediately sent them flying into the skies towards the various treasures, which they began to scan. This vast treasury was filled with long stone tables that were covered with countless treasures. There were also incredibly long 12-layered treasure shelves, with each layer filled with many treasures. The ones placed on the shelves were clearly less valuable. There were also individual stone daisies that held only a single treasure each. This place had all sorts of weapons, even universe weapons. There were all sorts of marvelous treasures here, including many strange curios that had been collected from the Terror Star Sea. Time slowly passed on, 1 minute at a time. Ning continued to furiously send his 6 northbow swords flying everywhere, touching the various treasures. After roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Master! Master!
I can sense that if I ate this flower, it would be of big use to me, Northbow 5 called out spiritually to Ning. Ning's eyes lit up as he immediately looked towards the sword. This was a semi-ethereal flower that was surrounded by a faint gray aura. There was a jade slip next to it that introduced it as the shadowless six-thief flower. It was capable of hiding itself amongst other objects, making it extremely difficult to find. It was an incomparably marvelous item. How many of those can you eat? Ning asked spiritually. I'm not sure. At least 10,000, Northbow 5 replied. Got it. Ning nodded, silently memorizing this flower. He then continued to search for other treasures. This treasury most likely had copies of almost all of the decent treasures located within the Flame Dragon realmverse. When would he ever have another chance like this to just scan them as he pleased? Even if he wasn't able to acquire what he needed due to not having enough fruit, he could at least memorize them for future collection. Outside the Palace of Immortals. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Emperor Sever 5, and Emperor Alhide continued to wait patiently alongside their retainers. Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain said hurriedly, the Dao Alliance wouldn't be playing a trick on our young friend Dark North, would they? If he ends up trading with them without giving us a chance. Agreed. Brightshore, Emperor Alhide said hurriedly, Dark North belongs to your Brightshore kingdom. Don't worry. Hegemon Brightshore smiled. I can reach out to Dark North at any time. He's currently within the treasury of the Palace of Immortals, scanning the countless treasures there. This process will take some time, so don't be impatient. Once he knows which treasures he needs, he'll publicly announce it. Good. At least we can compete fairly, Emperor Sever 5 said. All of them were truly the most elite figures of the endless territories, but this competition over the cold flame cauldron fruits still made them nervous. There was a rough, accepted value to these fruits, but they were simply never available for sale. Very, very few were willing to sell these fruits, which was why in normal times the hegemons were willing to pay multiples of the accepted value for the few cold flame cauldron fruits which appeared from time to time. Now that Crimson Wave Temple was going to be located within the endless territories indefinitely, they'd be able to harvest 300 of the fruits every 100,000 chaos cycles. This was why they hadn't offered excessively high prices in their negotiations with Ning. However, they also understood that the future couldn't be predicted. Who knew when Emperor Waveshift would end up taking the temple away again? Within the treasury of the Palace of Immortals of the Dao Alliance, Ning continued to control his 6 Northbow swords, sending them flying about like streaks of light towards various treasures, then gently brushing against them. Master! Master! I can sense that this stone is going to help me out a lot. Northbow 3 called out as well. Ning immediately memorized the stone in question. By the time he had nearly finished a complete scan of all the treasures within the treasury, he had already discovered a total of 12 treasures that would be of use to his Northbow swords. However, the Northbow swords would devour absolutely enormous amounts of material as they grew. Ning worried as to whether or not this would even be enough. Finally, after roughly 10 hours of scanning, Ning had finished his first review of all the treasures. How'd it go? Emperor Goldisle and Emperor Blackcloud both looked at Ning. There really are quite a few treasures that are useful to my lifeblood weapons, Ning said. Which treasures do you need? Go ahead and tell us and we'll try to help you collect them as best we can, Emperor Goldisle said. I should probably say it outside, Ning replied hurriedly. The hegemon reminded me long ago that we have to keep things fair. Oh. Right. Fair. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle exchanged a glance, rather resigned. In the end, Ning belonged to the Brightshore Kingdom, making Hegemon Brightshore's instructions quite effective. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle didn't really worry too much. Given how filthy rich the Dao Alliance was, they were quite confident in their chances. Let's go. Emperor Blackcloud and Emperor Goldisle led Ning in departing from the treasury.
outside the Palace of Immortals. Ning, Emperor Blackcloud, and Emperor Goldile flew out at the same time. There they are. The three hegemons, Emperor Sever5, Emperor Ilehide, and the various retainers all looked towards Ning, their eyes lighting up. The time for the final negotiations over the cold flame cauldron fruits had come. Dark North, did you find any suitable treasures? Hegemon Brightshore asked. I found 12, Ning said. The hegemons and emperors were all rather startled by this answer. 12? It seemed likely that everyone would be able to provide Ning with something he needed. The first is known as the shadowless 6 thief flowers, Ning said. I need at least 10,000 of them. The shadowless 6 thief flowers? Over 10,000? But... The three hegemons and the various emperors exchanged glances, all feeling rather resigned. What is it? Ning was puzzled. Dark North, even if we scraped up all of the shadowless 6 thief flowers that the Flame Dragon Realmverse has accumulated over the countless years of its existence, we would probably only be able to find a few hundred of them, Hegemon Brightshore said. Emperor Goldile nodded as well. The shadowless 6 thief flowers are invisible, hidden throughout the cosmos. They are extremely hard to find. Although they aren't that useful, they really are quite rare, but... Ning felt quite helpless upon hearing this. If the Northbow swords were to grow, they needed materials in sufficiently large quantities. For example, they had absorbed a terrifying amount of that golden sand. Based on what the Northbow sword spirit had predicted, he would need at least 10,000 of those flowers, but it seemed as though Ning wouldn't even be able to acquire a tenth of that. Such a small amount would be of limited benefit. The second type of treasure is known as the Flamebearer Tathata metal, Ning said. I'll need a mountain of it, a mountain which is roughly 30,000 meters tall. 30,000 meters tall? The hegemons and emperors sighed again. You are asking for too much. Flamebearer Tathata metal is used in palm-sized chunks for forging treasures. You want a mountain of it? Emperor Goldile shook his head. There's no way to get that much in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. If the Tao Alliance was willing to pay incredible prices to have other Realmverses help out and deliver them, we might be able to do it, but the cold flame cauldron fruits in your possession aren't nearly enough to trade for a mountain of the Tathata metal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 34, Chapter 5, Stone Elephant Wall. Book 34, The Stone Elephant Wall, Chapter 5, Stone Elephant Wall. Ning was speechless. It was clear that everyone wanted his cold flame cauldron fruits, but the first two items he had requested, the 6 bandits shadowless flowers and the Flamebearer Tathata metal, weren't available in the quantities he needed in the endless territories. What Ning didn't fully understand was that the Northbow swords needed balance in order to grow to their maximum potential. They had absorbed such an enormous amount of that golden sand that they would need similarly prodigious amounts of other materials to gain that balance and reach their apex. You have 12 types of treasures you can use, right? Emperor Ilehide said, keep talking. We might be able to provide you with the other treasures. All right. Ning had no choice but to continue with his requests. The third type of treasure is known as astral forge stones. I need a 3,000-meter mountain of it. Don't have it. Don't have enough. Where would you even find that many astral forge stones? The hegemons and emperors, along with their retainers, all shook their heads. Most of the retainers were also eternal emperors and as such had seen many things. Helpless, Ning had no choice but to continue listing the things he needed. The fourth type, the fifth type, the sixth type, nothing, nothing, nothing. Ning simply needed too much, there was no way to acquire that much at all. The more valuable an item, the rarer it was, after all. When Ning had visited that alternate universe and had discovered that vast mountain of dark space flamestone, it had been a momentous find, not because of how valuable the stone itself was, but because of how utterly enormous that mountain had been. The same principle applied here. The various treasures Ning sought were far more valuable than dark space flamestone, and he needed an enormous amount of them. There was just no way to acquire that much. The 8th type is known as the frozen Ninesong pith, Ning said. I'll need a lake of it that's 300 meters long, wide, and deep. The numbers he listed out were still quite shocking. 300 cold flame cauldron fruits, Emperor Severfive immediately called out. 290, Emperor Goldile said. 200. Emperor Islehide growled. 190, Hegemon Brightshore said. Ning had been feeling increasingly despondent. Now, he stared blankly as the Eternal Emperors furiously bid down the price. Was this frozen Ninesong pith a very common item? Emperor Goldile interjected, Gentlemen, I think we should stop fighting against each other as there will be no winner. Since he's asking for frozen Ninesong pith, I'm sure that all of us will be able to provide it in enormous amounts. How about we split it evenly? Dark North, give us 150 cold flame cauldron fruits, 150 golden sandsifter fruits, and 150 dark heavenine fruits. All 6 of us will jointly procure the necessary frozen Ninesong pith you need. We'll give you double what you ask for, a lake of it that's 600 meters wide, long, and deep. Agreed. The others all nodded after a brief pause. They understood and agreed that no one would really win this auction. What's going on? Ning asked. Long ago, our Flame Dragon Realmverse discovered a river that swirled around a strange star, Emperor Goldile explained. This river is roughly 100,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide, and it was filled with frozen Ninesong pith. As a result, all 6 of us have large stocks of it. Ning was stunned. A river that was 100,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide? The tiny lake he needed was in comparison just a tiny fraction. We can give you 600 meters of it. If you need more, we can easily give you a bit more, Emperor Goldile said. They really didn't care about the frozen Ninesong pith that much. Go ahead and continue listing what you need, Emperor Islehide said. We might have it. All right. Ning smiled as he continued to list the items he needed. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. The 12th is known as Deepfire Blackstone. I need a mountain-sized pile roughly 300,000 meters tall. Ning looked eagerly at the 3 hegemons and the various hegemons. Thus far, the only treasure they were able to provide was still just the frozen Ninesong pith. The other treasures simply weren't available. 300,000 meters? He's pretty crazy. Are you sure your lifeblood weapons can swallow that much? The various emperors present couldn't help but mutter amongst themselves. They knew that the Deepfire Blackstone was the last of the 12 types of treasures Ning needed, but the amount was just staggering. Can't do it. Deepfire Blackstone isn't all that useful, it's mainly used for smelting a few treasures. However, the Endless Territories only has perhaps a 3,000-meter mountain of it. Emperor Goldile shook his head. You want a 300,000-meter mountain. The difference is just too great. 3,000. 300,000. This was a 100-fold difference in height, and a 1,000,000-fold difference in total mass. Ugh. Ning shook his head. 3,000 meters? Even if he gained all of it, it probably wouldn't be all that beneficial to his Northbow swords. After all was said and done, he had acquired all of the materials he needed for the second and third stages of his sword body, divine ability, as well as the first 2 stages of the sword hegemon's secret art, Grand Diffraction Sword. Alas, he had only acquired the frozen Ninesong pith for his Northbow swords. I guess that's that. Ning was out of options. He had already negotiated with the 6 most powerful organizations in all the Endless Territories, but had only been able to acquire one of the treasures he needed. One could imagine how difficult it would be for his Northbow swords to grow. Dark North, my young friend, a voice suddenly called out. Eh? Ning glanced over, as did the 3 hegemons and the Eternal Emperors. The speaker was an ordinary-looking horned youth who stood behind Hegemon Brightshore.
When the horned youth spoke, his aura immediately changed, exploding in might and reaching an utterly astonishing level. The terrifying, awe-inspiring aura around him was definitely that of a Hegemon.
A Hegemon?
Ning, Nine Dust, and Winesage were all stunned.
Eh?
The other eternal emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse were all astonished as well.
Everyone knew that the Flame Dragon Realmverse only had 3 almighty Hegemons within it. Where did this one come from?
The horned youth glanced at the assembled emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, then explained, "My name is Welkin. I've wandered through the Great Dark and visited many realmverses, and I ended up slumbering within the Flame Dragon Realmverse for a period of time due to having sustained a few injuries. The only reason I woke up was because of Crimson Wave Temple's emergence."
Brother Welkin was planning to leave secretly, Hegemon Brightshore said.
It was Crimson Wave Temple that drew him out of hiding.
Hegemon Welkin? So you are Welkin? Hegemon Netherlily smiled.
I've heard of your illustrious name long ago, but I never had the chance to meet you.
Ah, Welkin. Hegemon Windrain revealed a smile as well.
All Hegemons naturally felt respect for their peers. They all stood at the very peak of power amongst eternal emperors. But of course, those who were lucky enough to take control over an alternate universe and become known as Otherverse Lords were somewhat more powerful than even Hegemons in power.
A good example was the alternate universe Ning had visited.
The Lord of the Church of Annihilation hadn't been at the Hegemon level, he had merely been comparable to the 8 lords of the sacred cities. After a stroke of tremendous fortune, he had ended up in control of that Otherverse and as a result become an Otherverse Lord, resulting in his status and his power skyrocketing. I didn't want to get involved in this, Hegemon Welkin said with a smile, but since our young friend Dark North spoke of Deepfire Blackstone,
I'm actually able to help you out here.
Ah! Ning revealed a look of delight.